Gellert Grindelwald, throughout his life, bore numerous illustrious titles. The greatest prophet of our time, the heir of the pureblood faction, the leader of the secret society, the scion of the Grindelwald family, and the third Dark Lord. He cloaked London in darkness, heralding the resurgence of the pureblood movement. He established a secret society at Hogwarts, monopolizing an era of magical talent. He faced off against the second Dark Lord on the banks of the Rhine, with nearly half of the Death Eaters defecting. He strolled beneath the tower of Newmon Garde, his followers reverently greeting him as he emerged. Wherever his wand pointed, throngs of devotees surged forward. Chapter 1. A disastrous transmigration. Su Xinghe felt as though he had traversed through a lengthy dream, with countless scenes and figures flashing rapidly through his mind, accompanied by an array of names that made his head feel as if it might explode. Suddenly, a singular word pierced through the fog of his thoughts, bringing a flicker of clarity. Hogwarts. When Su Xinghe opened his bleary eyes, he beheld a tall man before him, holding what appeared to be a chopstick, a mocking expression adorning his face as he scrutinized him. Upon noticing Su Xinghe had regained consciousness, the man waved the chopstick nonchalantly, declaring, "Truly remarkable, sharing a surname with that man, and yet recovering consciousness so swiftly after experiencing my piercing curse. Impressive indeed." As Su Xinghe gradually regained his senses, he realized that the object in the man's hand was not a chopstick, but rather a wand he had once seen in a movie during his previous life. He remembered being told by a classmate in hushed tones that he would be shown something extraordinary. Yet when he arrived, it was not the anticipated Japanese version, but rather the English edition of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. However, he was soon captivated by the unfolding narrative. The presence of women merely hampered his wand-waving speed. At that time, the wand was the most coveted object for him. Now, he was a mere centimeter away from the wand he had longed for, a cause for elation, were it not for the fact that the wand's owner was currently aiming it at him. Su Xinghe steeled himself. Quickly scanning his surroundings, behind the man stood several others who seemed to be searching the room for something. Not far from him lay a grotesque creature with bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Su Xinghe instantly recognized it as the house elf depicted in the Harry Potter books. That he recalled that not long ago, he had been attending the premiere of Fantastic Beasts, heralded as a prequel to Harry Potter, and the moment the cinema lights dimmed, he had felt a sense of disorientation, only to find himself here. After the tragic demise of his parents in a car accident, it was thanks to Libby's care that he had not ended up on the streets. Yet now, the very same creature lay motionless on the floor nearby, evidently having succumbed long ago. "Hey, you little brat, can you hear me? Where's the prophecy skull? Hand it over, and I can grant you a swift end." The man before Su Xinghe waved his wand, gesturing impatiently as he inquired of tea that moment. Su Xinghe fully awakened to the realization that he had indeed transmigrated. However, his fortune was clearly lacking, having stumbled into a calamitous crossing at a most unfortunate time and place. Slap. Perhaps frustrated by the lack of an immediate response, the man struck Su Xinghe across the face, leaving a searing mark. "I'll ask you one last time, where's the prophecy skull? If you remain silent, I shall have you experience the piercing curse once more." Wasn't it delightful? Su Xinghe longed to tell him that he had never experienced the piercing curse, for the true owner of this body, a one who had genuinely suffered its effects, was clearly deceased. Yet before he could react, an additional figure materialized beside him. "Just now, I believe I witnessed you strike him." To the astonished gazes of both Su Xinghe and the man, an elegant elderly lady appeared, adorned with a tilted hat under which wisps of silver hair peeked through. Despite the wrinkles lining her face, her eyes still sparkled with vitality, and she wore a sumptuous gown. The sudden appearance of the lady startled the man, prompting him to raise his wand toward her. "Disarm." However, before he could fully lift his hand, the elderly lady deftly raised her wand first, disarming him with ease. Simultaneously, she aimed her wand at the man's companions and calmly declared, "Stay still. You are all surrounded. This fellow is somewhat unique, so I shall spare his life should any of you make a move. I will not hesitate to employ my most favored curse. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Rosiel, Vita Rosiel, hailing from the pureblood faction." Su Xinghe stood there, awestruck by the unfolding spectacle, his heart brimming with astonishment. The magic he had envisioned countless times in his dreams now materialized before him, leaving him in disbelief. "What's the matter, Wentworth? Do you not recognize me? Wentworth? Wentworth!" Vita Rosiel's calls roused Su Xinghe from his stupor, and he finally recalled that this body bore the name Wentworth. Turning his gaze toward Rosiel, he remembered that in the memories of this body, the elegant lady wielding the wand had, for many years, run a clothing shop not far from him. Though she had seemingly relocated not long ago. Rosiel grandmother? Susan Guinot. It should be Wentworth tentatively called out. Upon seeing the vivid red handprint on Wentworth's face, a flash of anger crossed Rosiel's eyes, yet she spoke softly to him. "Wentworth, it's all right, do not worry." With that, Rosiel turned her attention back to the man before Su Xinghe, her voice taking on a sharp tone. "Since you have managed to find your way here, you must surely be aware of this child's identity. How dare you?" Though the man felt a flicker of fear at Rosiel's wand aimed at him, he suppressed it and retorted. "Old hag, I advise you to lower your wand. Do you truly believe you can contend with so many of us alone?" At the man's words, his companions exchanged glances and slowly raised their wands in unison in that moment. However, Rosiel suddenly laughed, causing confusion among the opposing group. "Though I know not your affiliations, it is evident that your mentors and predecessors have failed to share our tale with you. Otherwise, you would have either attacked immediately or swiftly fled now. It is too late." Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds in the air, several figures appeared in the room, most of whom bore gray hair but retained their fierce gazes, their hands clutching their wands with unwavering resolve. The sudden appearance of these figures evidently startled the opposition, who hastily attempted to raise their wands, only to be met with Avada Kedavra, accompanied by a flicker of green light. Only the man initially disarmed by Rogier remains alive, while his companions lie motionless on the ground, pallid and lifeless. Do you not realize that the magic we excel in most is the dark arts? Chapter 2. Grindelwald. Rogier nonchalantly stowed away his wand. Wentworth, who had been lying on the ground, barely managed to prop himself up with his hands, avoiding a complete collapse. Although these individuals had evidently come to his aid, witnessing their adept use of the unforgivable curse made him cast aside the initial surprise he felt upon his arrival, leaving only a sense of dread. Were it not for the lingering memories within him that confirmed it was 1990, with Harry Potter set to enter Hogwarts the following year, and Voldemort's return still a year away, Wentworth would have doubted whether these people were indeed true Death Eaters. It is worth noting that among the Death Eaters, there were many who were mere pretenders, yet the spell-casting of these individuals was astonishingly fluid. At that moment, Rogier approached a man, covering his nose, and gently inquired, "Just now, which hand did you use to strike this child? Be a good lad and tell me." The man trembled as he raised his left hand. Upon seeing this, Rogier smiled and lightly tapped his wand on the man's left hand. Instantly, the hand began to decay rapidly, accompanied by the man's anguished screams. Before long, all that remained of his left hand was a pile of bones. Gazing at his skeletal hand, the man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Witnessing this scene, Rogier frowned and instructed a nearby associate, help him regain consciousness, then inquire about his origins. Take him to another room. There are still children here. Thus, Wentworth watched as a somewhat grizzled old man dragged the unconscious fellow toward the kitchen, where a chilling cry of bone-crushing echoed, followed by the man's wretched screams. Gulp. Wentworth swallowed hard, and as he observed Rogier approaching him, he quickly stood up and respectfully exclaimed, "Grandmother Rogier." Rogier looked at Wentworth with palpable delight, a hint of guilt crossing her features as she replied, "Wentworth, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Nearby, someone marveled, "Goodness! It truly is remarkable that someone of the Master's lineage can recover so swiftly from the Cruciatus curse, as if nothing had happened. It is simply incredible." Rogier gently caressed Wentworth's cheek, pride radiating from her as she declared, "To endure the Cruciatus curse and recover so quickly signifies your indomitable spirit. You have not tarnished your name, my child." Wentworth could only smile awkwardly, as it would be inappropriate to divulge to these individuals, who wielded the unforgivable curses as if they were sipping water, that he was merely an impostor occupying this body. "Abarnese, have you gleaned anything?" The elder referred to as Abarnese shook his head, his expression neutral as he replied, "I am afraid not. He perished too swiftly." However, there was something about him that felt oddly familiar. Forgive me, but may I inquire what transpired tonight? Wentworth's confusion was understandable. He sifted through the memories of this body, but could not fathom why this child, raised by a house elf, would attract so many dark wizards. Noticing Wentworth's bewildered and somewhat disheveled appearance, Rogier stepped forward to adjust his clothing gently, asking, "Wentworth, how much do you know about the magical world? What has Libby informed you?" Upon hearing Rogier's inquiry, the seasoned Harry Potter fan that Wentworth once was puffed out his chest and replied, "I have heard many tales of the magical world. Libby has shared much with me. However, she has never revealed to me my surname." Rogier gazed at Wentworth. A moment of dazed reflection passing before she slowly said, "Wentworth, remember, no matter the circumstance, never lose your grace, for you are Wentworth Grindelwald." "Wentworth Grindelwald?" Wentworth murmured softly. Though the name felt vaguely familiar, the emotional turmoil of the night left him unable to recall where he had encountered it before. Dismissing it as merely a surname of a pureblood family. Upon hearing this surname, you must have begun to comprehend your lineage. Wentworth looked up to see Rogier's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, mirrored by the intensity of those behind her, as if the name itself possessed an enchanting power. At this revelation, Wentworth felt a jolt of apprehension. If these individuals were to discover that he was merely a counterfeit, occupying this body, while the true Wentworth Grindelwald's soul had long since perished, he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. After all, this was not an impossible scenario. It was a world of magic, and Wentworth had little doubt that these individuals, steeped in dark magic for decades, were capable of using the legilimency spell. The reason they refrained from employing it on him was evidently due to this body's identity and the unknown connections between them. "Indeed, I am Wentworth Grindelwald, a member of the illustrious Grindelwald family." Upon hearing Wentworth's declaration, Rogier regarded him with satisfaction and contentment, nodding slowly as she replied, "Correct. Your grandfather was the master's brother, and you, as the last remaining blood of the Grindelwald family aside from the master, should carry such pride." At this juncture, however, Rogier's expression suddenly darkened, and with a deep sigh, she remarked pensively, "Your determination and pride have not disgraced the name of Grindelwald. If only you were not a dullard." "Nanny." Wentworth Grindelwald's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 3. The Muggle. Upon hearing Rogier's words, Wentworth was momentarily stunned, taking some time to grasp the meaning of Muggle. "So, I have traversed into a realm of solitude, have I? I am not a predecessor known as the rival of the Scottish round-faced fat chicken, and despite arriving in the magical world, I wear an expression of reluctant acceptance. As a devoted Harry Potter aficionado, how could I possibly refrain from exploring this infinitely fascinating world? Setting aside other considerations, a visit to Hogwarts is undoubtedly in order. As the sole designated institution by the Ministry of Magic in Britain, Hogwarts offers a seamless educational experience from the ages of 11 to 18, alleviating the burdens of school selection. With this thought in mind, Wentworth suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly inquired, "Grandma Rogier, I am 11 years old this year. According to tradition, I should receive the owl from Hogwarts this year. If I have not received any correspondence, it must mean I am indeed a Muggle. But it is only July now, September 1st, the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts has yet to arrive. Perhaps my owl is still en route, who knows?" Upon hearing Wentworth's words, Rogier regarded him with a look of pity, shaking her head as she replied, "Oh, Wentworth." Hearing Rogier's response, Wentworth descended into utter despair. The acceptance book and the pen of admission at Hogwarts had never erred. The absence of an acceptance letter could only signify one thing. He indeed possessed no magical aptitude. For reasons unknown, Wentworth's thoughts drifted to Filch at that moment. Seeing Wentworth's crestfallen expression, Rogier felt a pang of sympathy and attempted to console him, saying, "Do not despair, Wentworth. Being a Muggle is not without its merits. The magical realm is not as idyllic as you may envision. What transpired tonight is not uncommon in the magical world. In fact, we too engaged in similar escapades in our youth. Stepping away from the turmoil of the magical world ensures that the lineage of the Grindelwald family remains unbroken." Despite Rogier's words, Wentworth had already devised a plan in his mind on how to invest a modest sum of money in the World Cup and subsequently in companies akin to Amazon, Apple, and Google, aspiring to achieve financial independence by the age of 30. Yet, this life of passive income was not the life Wentworth yearned for. Nevertheless, faced with the current predicament, Wentworth, despite his myriad of regrets and unfulfilled desires, could only utter, "Thank you, Grandma Rogier. and everyone else. I am immensely grateful to all of you for rescuing me tonight." Hearing Wentworth's words, Rogier waved her hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Do not mention it, Wentworth. In truth, we share some blame in this matter. I have been watching over you from a distance for years, ensuring your safety. However, upon realizing you are a muggle, I am sorry. Upon discovering your lack of magical talent, my heart was overwhelmed with sorrow, and I departed for a few days to converse with a few old acquaintances. We had already endured such grief with your father. After your grandfather's brother, our master, was imprisoned, we needed someone to step forward, and that person could only be Grindelwald. Yet, your father ultimately proved to lack magical aptitude. At the time, we were not yet old, and we believed there would still be opportunities. Little did we realize. Even you." At this juncture, the once composed and elegant Rogier suddenly found herself choking back tears. Behind Rogier, the others also shook their heads in dismay, sighing deeply. Seeing this, Wentworth hastily attempted to comfort the elderly figures before him, Grandma Rogier and everyone. "It is truly all right. The Muggle world is developing rapidly, and perhaps it won't be long before the wonders of the Muggle realm surpass those of the magical world." What Wentworth did not anticipate was that as soon as his words fell, Rogier and the others halted their weeping, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at him. "Wah, what is it?" Wentworth thought to himself, sensing something amiss. Had he inadvertently revealed his identity? It felt eerily reminiscent of the past when their master had spoken similarly to them in Paris, hadn't it? Gently caressing Wentworth's cheek, Rogier's eyes reflected an indescribable bewilderment. Is that an owl? Quick, let it in." With a crash, the glass shattered as the owl flew in, causing a flurry of commotion in the room. Let us now momentarily rewind time to when Su Xinghe had just become Wentworth. In Hogwarts, within a tower that had never been graced by a studentess presence, a faded quill, once inserted in a silver ink bottle, began to levitate slowly. It floated toward an ancient tome bound in black dragon skin and inscribed the name Wentworth Grindelwald with solemnity. Soon after, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door of the headmaster's office. "Lemon sorbet?" With the incantation, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, and the greatest white wizard of his time, clad in his nightgown. "Ah, Professor McGonagall, what brings you here at such a late hour? Has something transpired at the school? Do take your time to explain. Would you care for a glass of chilled lemon juice first?" As Dumbledore spoke, he waved his fingers gently, causing a glass of chilled lemon juice to float gracefully toward McGonagall. However, the deputy headmistress, with a serious expression, showed no intention of accepting it. She looked intently at Dumbledore and said, "Dumbledore, the lemon juice can wait. There is something urgent that you must know, pertaining to the new students. It is of utmost importance." Dumbledore, unfazed, raised an eyebrow as if jesting, replied, "Is there a problem with the new students? You must understand, Professor McGonagall, I have always held unwavering confidence in you. I believe the issue does not lie with Hogwarts. So, what could possibly be amiss with the new students? Surely, none of them has consumed the owl's mint for delivering messages, right?" Haha. Dumbledore took a gentle sip of his chilled lemon juice, chuckling as he spoke. Chapter 4. The admission letter. Surely no one would actually consume an owl? Dumbledore noticed that McGonagall bore no trace of a smile, and a shiver ran down his spine. Though fortunately, McGonagall quickly shook her head in denial. "You are mistaken, Dumbledore. Indeed, there has been an oversight at Hogwarts. Just moments ago, a name had been inscribed in the acceptance book, and that child is this year's new student." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief and nonchalantly replied, "Ah, Professor McGonagall, it's quite all right. The school year has yet to commence. We still have ample time to send an owl to the student. At most, we could simply cast a spell to hasten its flight, and nothing will be delayed." As Dumbledore spoke, he seemed to find his chilled lemonade insufficiently sweet, and he produced some honey from an unknown source to add to it, gesturing to Professor McGonagall to inquire if she would like some as well. McGonagall indicated that she did not require any. Her gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore as she said meaningfully, "Dumbledore, the issue is not time, but the individual. You are acquainted with the child's relatives." At this revelation, Dumbledore smiled gently and replied in a light-hearted tone, "Ah, Professor McGonagall, you know that as one ages, one meets more people. I wonder whose child it could be. They must be quite distressed having waited for the owl. Poor child. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, I shall make it up to him." Dumbledore was about to sip from his lemonade when he learned that the child's name was Wentworth Grindelwald. His hand abruptly froze mid-air, his expression blank, and the glass of lemonade hovering before McGonagall nearly toppled over had she not been quick to steady it. Seeing Dumbledore's stunned demeanor, McGonagall felt an unexpected lightness in her heart, slowly raising her glass of lemonade to savor its flavor. Grindelwald? When did he have a child? Dumbledore murmured in disbelief. Realizing Dumbledore seemed to misunderstand, McGonagall hastily clarified, "No, it is the offspring of that man's younger brother, not his. Yet, they are all members of the Grindelwald family, are they not? If it were to become known that we have accepted his descendant, then..." Before McGonagall could articulate her concerns, Dumbledore decisively interjected, "Let us write a letter, Professor McGonagall. Any child recorded shall receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, as has been our tradition for 1,000 years. We shall not alter our course based on his relatives. His family may choose to withdraw him from attending Hogwarts, but we cannot fail to inform them." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, McGonagall paused momentarily before nodding thoughtfully. After she departed, only Dumbledore remained in the headmaster's office, surrounded by the portraits of former headmasters. The comments made by McGonagall had not escaped the attention of the portraits, who were now engaged in lively discussions. However, they found unanimous agreement in Dumbledore's decision, affirming that Hogwarts would not alter its principles based on a student's identity or background. The traditions of Hogwarts are its pride. Meanwhile, Dumbledore disregarded the chatter behind him, standing alone before the pensive, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate time, he murmured, "Gellert, did you foresee this day?" At that moment, an owl had arrived at Wentworth's window, startling the occupants of the room. Soon, they all speculated about the contents the owl bore, spiraling into a frenzy. Wentworth, initially overjoyed, hurried towards the window to welcome the owl, only to witness his window shatter into fragments. The owl, unable to resist, flew inside, where it was swiftly caught by Rogier. Without a moment's grace, Rogier rudely tore the letter from the owl and carelessly discarded the bird, gathering with several elders to scrutinize the message. Meanwhile, Wentworth stood forlornly in the corner, at a loss for what to do. He exchanged a glance with the owl as the cold night air swept through the shattered window, tousling the boy's hair and the feathers of the owl, creating an awkward atmosphere. Rogier rapidly skimmed the letter and, as anticipated, it was indeed an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, upon seeing the titles beneath Dumbledore's name, a flicker of disdain crossed Rogier's eyes. This acceptance letter was utterly unremarkable, lifeless, much like Dumbledore's Hogwarts. It seemed only a matter of time before Durmstrang would rightfully claim the title of the premier magical institution. Ah, you should know, in fact, the finest magic school in the world is called Ilvermorny. Ignoring the disputes around him, Rogier summoned Wentworth to his side and handed him the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Despite his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's signature, Rogier gently encouraged Wentworth, "Take a good look, Wentworth. This represents a new world opening its doors to you. This is a moment worth commemorating, is it not?" Trembling, Wentworth accepted the acceptance letter from Rogier's hand, though he was already well aware of its contents. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, dear Mr. Grindelwald. We are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and materials. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Chapter 5. Eliminate the Owl? Wentworth perused the pages repeatedly, each glance igniting greater delight until a trembling owl approached, gently brushing against his sleeve. Observing this, Wentworth promptly exclaimed, yet his movement was halted by Rogier, who brandished her wand towards the owl nearby. "No need for your assistance, Wentworth. I shall send this owl on its way. Eliminating this creature will surely convey our intentions to Dumbledore." This abrupt turn of events startled Wentworth, causing the owl to fluff its feathers in fright. Fortunately, Wentworth instinctively grasped Rogier's arm, preventing the incantation from being cast. "Rogier, what are you doing? Haven't you all been eagerly awaiting my acceptance letter to Hogwarts?" Wentworth inquired, bewildered, while clutching Rogier's arm. "Indeed, we have longed for your acceptance letter, for it is the most accurate means of assessing your magical potential. Now that we have established your abilities, their involvement is unnecessary," Rogier responded. Her ambition rekindled as she animatedly explained to Wentworth. Wentworth, in sheer astonishment, gazed at Rogier as she enthusiastically discussed the unforgivable curses, unsure of how to react. If attending Hogwarts entailed worrying about which house he would be sorted into, then aligning with these individuals alleviated that concern, for Azkaban would undoubtedly become his abode. Ahem, Rogier. I believe it would be best not to trouble everyone. Hogwarts is quite satisfactory. Yet before Wentworth could finish, Rogier interrupted him. Absolutely not. Hogwarts is far too perilous. In Rogier's mind, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, was the most unscrupulous figure in the magical realm, closely followed by a certain animal-loving caretaker. It must be noted that for the headmaster of Hogwarts, the backgrounds of every student were no secret. Rogier could scarcely fathom the treatment a child from the Grindelwald family would receive in the school of their archenemy, Dumbledore. Wentworth, upon hearing Rogier's words, felt utterly bewildered. Hogwarts is dangerous? To me, Hogwarts seems infinitely safer than the outside world, especially with Voldemort poised to make a comeback next year. As long as I maintain a safe distance from the trio who deduct points at Hogwarts, it is undoubtedly the safest place in the entire magical realm. With this thought, Wentworth resolved without hesitation, declaring to Rogier, Rogier, I have made my decision. I shall attend Hogwarts. Because Dumbledore is there. To Wentworth, the mere mention of Dumbledore sufficed to overshadow all threats. Regrettably, he had traversed into this world a tad too early. The Fantastic Beasts had yet to be released, leaving Wentworth unaware that his grandfather was universally recognized as the most formidable dark wizard, and that Dumbledore was the lifelong nemesis of the Grindelwald family. Thus, Wentworth's proclamation was misconstrued by Rogier and the others. Initially taken aback, Rogier's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke. Wentworth, I understand your sentiments. However, it may be premature for you to challenge Dumbledore. Wentworth was left dumbfounded. Which of your eyes perceived my desire to challenge Dumbledore? I fear I couldn't even best a single hair on his chin. At that moment, Wentworth grasped the significance of the reverence these elders held for his surname. He could neither utter nor engage in anything that would tarnish the family's honor, especially considering they were adept in the unforgivable curses. Thus, Wentworth mustered the courage to assert, It's quite all right, Rogier. Only in the presence of the strongest can one hope to surpass them. Only in the presence of the strongest can one hope to surpass them? Rogier mused. You have quite the burden for someone of your age. Though Dumbledore, as headmaster, may not openly display animosity towards you, your circumstances may not be as favorable. At this juncture, Wentworth, relieved that Rogier had ceased her opposition to his attending Hogwarts, dismissed any further contemplation of her words. Once he reached Hogwarts, he would be free as a bird. He quickly urged, Wentworth, make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. Observing the elderly figures dragging a lifeless body towards the exit, Wentworth paused briefly before speaking. Rogier, I wish to give Libby a proper burial. It has cared for me all these years. Although Rogier believed that was the duty of a house elf, and in her view, Libby deserved punishment for failing to protect Wentworth, she acquiesced to his earnest request. Restoration complete. Rogier meticulously reverted Wentworth's room to its former state before bidding him farewell with a reminder to rest early. Just as she was about to leave, Rogier suddenly turned and asked, Wentworth, shall we devise a method to arrange a clandestine meeting between you and the Master? Although the Master is voluntarily imprisoned, it is not beyond our capabilities to breach that confinement. Chapter 6. Welcome to the world of magic. The words of Rogier were like a thunderclap to Wentworth. Imprisoned? Where could he possibly be held? It could only be Azkaban. To storm into Azkaban? Despite his curiosity about everything in the magical realm, he had no interest in Dementors. However, Wentworth understood that he could not outright refuse. At the very least, he must not provoke the disdain of these individuals, who were even more insidious than the Death Eaters. After a moment of silence, Wentworth cautiously replied, Rest assured, Rogier, it won't be long before I enter openly, rather than sneaking in as I am now. What Wentworth intended to convey to Rogier was that once he graduated and began working at the Ministry of Magic, he could use his position to enter Azkaban legitimately. Yet, to Rogier, it bore a different connotation. He suppressed his excitement so much that the corners of his mouth twitched. Indeed, Wentworth, you are right. When have we ever resorted to stealth? We, the Pureblood Party, are no mere rats scurrying across the street. One day, we shall remind the magical world of our presence, and I believe that day is not far off. With that, Rogier turned and left, followed by the elderly companions who nodded eagerly, trailing behind him as they departed Wentworth's abode. Wentworth stood at the door, feeling perplexed. Did they not comprehend my meaning? No matter. I shall set aside these matters for another time. Soon, Wentworth cast this incident from his mind, filled with delightful visions of the magical world's future. Oh, I must meticulously plan my life after entering Hogwarts. I am here to experience the magical realm. Saving the world shall be left to the protagonists. Thus, I must devise a plan from the very outset. A group gathered together, with Rogier seated at the head. He surveyed the assembly before him and slowly declared, "What transpires tonight must swiftly echo throughout the world. Ever since our master fell prey to Dumbledore's deception and chose self-imprisonment, many among us have entered a state of dormancy. Now, it is time to awaken them and inform them that the new master of the Pure Blood Party has emerged, Grindelwald. What if they are unwilling to accept our awakening?" Came a voice. After all these years, some may have lost their edge to the passage of time. As he spoke, Rogier withdrew a pendant from his robe. Within the triangular charm, a circular object was ensnared, bisected by a vertical line. Donning the pendant before him, Rogier rose and proclaimed, "For the greater good." The following morning, Wentworth, still lost in slumber, was roused by a series of knocks at the door. As he yawned and opened it, Rogier strode confidently into his quarters, followed by numerous floating packages, the majority of which were clothing, alongside an array of cosmetics. Just as Wentworth was puzzled, Rogier turned and said, "Today, I shall impart your first lesson, elegance. Magic may fade with time, but elegance will endure." Wentworth gazed at the cascade of garments floating behind Rogier, rendered speechless. When the fair-haired, alabaster-skinned Wentworth, clad in a high-collared coat, entered the leaky cauldron, the previously boisterous tavern fell silent. "Wow, I haven't seen such a handsome young man in ages, reminiscent of my own youthful splendor," exclaimed Tom, the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, somewhat theatrically. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. Your allure remains timeless, akin to that of the eternal morning star," Wentworth replied with a smile, maintaining his composure. Beside him, Rogier observed Wentworth's demeanor, subtly nodding in approval. Tom, taken aback, marveled at how this young man remained utterly unflustered, exuding a maturity and grace that belied his age. "Young man, is this your first encounter? A new student at Hogwarts?" Wentworth nodded with a smile, prompting Tom to display an expression of as expected, under Tom's guidance. Rogier and Wentworth traversed the tavern's bar to a secluded courtyard surrounded by walls. Rogier then produced his wand and lightly tapped the wall 3 times, causing each brick to tremble. Welcome to the world of magic. As Wentworth strolled through the streets of Diagon Alley with Rogier, he became enraptured by the dazzling array of goods displayed in the shop windows. "Where shall we go first, Grandmother Rogier?" he inquired, his gaze fixated on a flying broomstick in a nearby window. "First, we must retrieve some funds. Remember to take plenty. After all, it all belongs to your Grindelwald family. With Hogwarts just around the corner, I find myself increasingly anxious. It is prudent to have sufficient funds." Upon entering Gringotts with Rogier, their striking presence quickly captured the attention of several goblins, who soon surrounded them, clamoring to inquire about their business. However, Rogier appeared indifferent to their youthful inquiries, leading Wentworth directly to the innermost counter, where an elderly goblin, his face lined with wrinkles, regarded them. "How may I be of service to you, esteemed guests?" he inquired, surveying Wentworth and Rogier. "We wish to access Vault 714. Upon hearing the vault number, the goblin's murky eyes brightened instantly. "Then please, follow me. I trust you will not mistake the vault and waste my trip. After all, Vault 714 holds the legacy of bloodlines." Chapter 7 Encounter with Cassandra. As Wentworth and Rogier perched upon the whimsical roller coaster of the fairies, they arrived at the entrance of the subterranean Vault 714. Before Wentworth stood an imposing door, adorned with an intricate Ouroboros relief. "Let a drop of blood fall upon the serpent's eye." The fairy extended a slender finger, delicately tapping the serpent's eye with her elongated nail, signaling to Wentworth. With Rosier's assistance, a droplet of Wentworth's blood floated toward the serpent's eye, which then glowed with a brilliant crimson light. The serpent, tightly coiled upon itself, suddenly opened its mouth with a resounding snap. Upon the reopening of this long-sealed door, radiant gold illuminated half of the underground space of Gringotts. Wentworth stood in awe, gazing at the towering piles of galleons before him, astonished to find no trace of sickles or nuts. Besides the galleons, he also discovered numerous rare treasures, carelessly strewn across the floor. Is this truly the wealth of the Grindelwald family? It's utterly unbelievable. Though he had prepared himself mentally, having been aware that most pure-blood families were affluent, after all. The Weasley family was a notable exception. The sheer volume of wealth laid before him left Wentworth momentarily breathless. This is merely a fraction of the Grindelwald family fortune. Such vaults exist in the Gringotts of Paris, Berlin, and New York as well, Rosier remarked nonchalantly. Wentworth, astonished yet again, managed to exclaim, "Our family is excessively wealthy. Many of us willingly donated substantial wealth to your grandfather, and naturally, that wealth now belongs to your Grindelwald family," Rosier explained. "For what purpose?" Wentworth inquired. "For the greater good." When Wentworth stepped out of Gringotts, his posture had noticeably shifted, whereas he had initially walked with a hint of restraint upon entering Diagon Alley. He now exuded a newfound confidence. Rosier observed this subtle transformation and nodded imperceptibly. "Now, it is time to procure your very own wand," Rosier declared as they proceeded forward. However, he abruptly halted as a commotion stirred ahead. The already bustling Diagon Alley erupted into further chaos, and Wentworth noticed several shopkeepers rushing out of their stores, clutching various items. Soon, a lithe girl with golden curls advanced gracefully, her most striking feature being her emerald green eyes. Flanking her were two gentlemen donning top hats and black overcoats, surveying the surroundings while escorting the girl closely between them. "They are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic," Rosier elucidated to Wentworth. The shopkeepers, brandishing a variety of wares, fervently attempted to promote their goods to the young lady. Wentworth observed that the items they held were predominantly the most expensive offerings, the type typically reserved for exclusive clientele. As the crowd swarmed around the girl, drawing closer to Wentworth, one shopkeeper approached, gloved hands cradling a paper crane. "Miss Cassandra, this is our store's latest product. Although it appears to be an ordinary paper crane, it enables long-distance dream communication. Soon, our cranes will replace owls." The shopkeeper enthusiastically presented the crane to the girl, yet she frowned haughtily and retorted, "Do you think I am a little girl who enjoys playing with dolls and folding paper cranes?" As she spoke, she carelessly tossed the crane, which caught the wind and landed directly in Wentworth's hands. The crowd's attention shifted to him, startling Wentworth. The shopkeeper, disheartened, lamented, "Miss Cassandra, the crane has flown from your grasp and landed in someone else's hands. That signifies its activation. From now on, whatever this young sir writes upon the crane's paper, you shall dream of it while you sleep." Both Cassandra and Wentworth were momentarily taken aback by the shopkeeper's words. Cassandra blushed and exclaimed, "Who do you think you're fooling? This crane was given to me. So does that mean we are?" Before she could finish, the shopkeeper extended his gloved hands, drawing her attention. "Miss Cassandra, see the cost for this crane." With her head held high, Cassandra replied, "Fraud. You dare ask me for money? My father is with the Ministry of Magic. Do you believe I can have you thrown into Azkaban?" Just as the shopkeeper prepared to leave in despair, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Wentworth stepped forward and gently inquired, "That crane is lovely. I quite like it. How about this? I shall purchase it." The unexpected turn of events delighted the shopkeeper, who gratefully accepted the 3 galleons Wentworth offered. As the shopkeeper departed, Cassandra's voice rang out behind him. "Hey, are you also a first year at Hogwarts? Why are you helping him when it's clearly his own fault?" Wentworth turned and replied softly, "It's nothing. I simply found this crane to be rather appealing." Cassandra scoffed, tossing her hair dismissively. "I am Cassandra, the future pride of Slytherin." "I am Wentworth. It seems we have yet to be sorted," he replied. "I am certain I belong in Slytherin." Cassandra appeared quite adamant about this. Wentworth shrugged nonchalantly as they turned to leave, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed Slytherin's paper airplanes had a twist. As Wentworth pushed open the door to Ollivander's wand shop, Rosier continued from behind, "Take a look first. If nothing suits you, feel free to choose one temporarily. We can still go to Germany to find Gregorovitch." Just then, Ollivander emerged from behind a nearby shelf. "Madam, I never deny that Gregorovitch possesses exceptional wand-crafting skills, but wherever one may be, a wizard chooses the wand, and the wand also chooses the wizard." Chapter 8. The wand. Though Ollivander appeared to be conversing with Rosier, his gaze remained firmly fixed upon Wentworth. Without waiting for Wentworth to speak, a magical measuring tape began to busily assess him. Perhaps spurred by Rosier's earlier mention of Grigovich, Ollivander, who considered himself the foremost wand maker in Europe, exhibited a heightened intensity in his actions, far exceeding the seriousness described in the original text. "Which hand do you prefer, your left or your right?" "Right hand," Thank you. Let us see how this one fares. 11.5 inches, made of ash wood with a phoenix feather core. Absolute loyalty stems from unwavering confidence. An ash wand will never accept a second master, for it firmly believes its owner to be the greatest wizard of this era. Ollivander carefully retrieved a wooden box and confidently placed a wand into Wentworth's hand. The moment the wand touched Wentworth's palm, a warmth akin to the midday sun in June erupted, illuminating Ollivander's wand shop. Just as Wentworth reveled in his fortune at having found a wand that seemingly suited him, the light abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed, leaving both Ollivander and Wentworth exchanging puzzled glances. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I often encounter such occurrences. Some customers may require 7 or 8 wands before they discover the one that resonates with them. Let us try this one. 10.75 inches. An extraordinary combination of willow wood and unicorn hair. Willow wands are chosen by those with great potential. My family has a saying, if you wish to travel far, willow will speed your journey. As Wentworth took this new wand from Ollivander's hands, a green light spiraled up his arm, invigorating him entirely. However, just as Wentworth basked in the delight of the moment, the willow wand swiftly dimmed, reverting to its ordinary appearance. Confused, Wentworth looked to Ollivander, only to find him frowning, murmuring, "Impossible, it makes no sense. I distinctly felt the wand's joy. It should be happy. Why has it withdrawn from communication?" Meanwhile, Rogier, who had been waiting impatiently, interjected, "Is it working or not? If you do not have a wand worthy of Wentworth, do not waste our time. There are other top wand makers in Europe." Initially intending to pressure Ollivander, Rogier's words unexpectedly sparked a light in Ollivander's eyes, as he exclaimed with childlike glee, "Of course. That's it. I understand now." Ollivander summoned a magical ladder and ascended to the highest shelves of the wand shop's storage, carefully retrieving a box from the top. He gently brushed away the dust covering it and opened the box, revealing a somewhat twisted wand within. "What is this?" To Wentworth's surprise, Rogier was the one to react most dramatically, gasping and then covering his mouth, his eyes wide. It was the first time Wentworth had witnessed Rogier display such a lack of composure. 9.25 inches, elder wood with a dragon heartstring core. "Come, child. Try it. Quickly." Had Rogier not been directly behind him, Wentworth might have been tempted to flee in fright at Ollivander's exuberance. The wand maker bore no semblance of the dignified European master. He resembled a wicked queen tempting a princess with poisoned apples. As Wentworth cautiously accepted the wand from Ollivander's hands, a flame ignited at its tip, bursting forth in a dazzling display, resembling a fireworks show. Without the need for further words, Wentworth understood that this was indeed his wand. Elder wood is a rare wand material, more challenging to wield than any other, disdainful of those lacking in ability. While a wand with a dragon heartstring core is prone to succumbing to dark magic and easily changing ownership, this was an early creation of mine. Back then, I was solely focused on crafting the most powerful wand, unaware that the most suitable wand is the true strongest. This is why it has remained neglected for so many years, yet it possesses one undeniable quality. It is powerful, undeniably powerful. A wand with a dragon heartstring core releases spells that are formidable and brilliant, while Elderwood amplifies that power. With such a wand, a wizard need only concern themselves with one question: can they master it? Ollivander gazed at the wand in Wentworth's hand, his eyes filled with wonder and reverence. Suddenly, he appeared to awaken from a reverie, regarding Wentworth with an odd expression, and inquired, "What do you think?" Wentworth slowly shook his head, bewildered. Ollivander continued to scrutinize him peculiarly until Rogier's growing irritation finally prompted Ollivander to explain, "Because they do not deem themselves worthy." Wentworth was momentarily taken aback, hastily retorting, "Mr. Ollivander, please do not misunderstand. Rogier does not look down upon your wands. She is merely anxious. I have always believed your wands to be the finest in the world." Wentworth thought that Ollivander was still miffed by Rogier's earlier comments, and thus felt compelled to clarify, especially since he had yet to purchase the wand that suited him so well. "Indeed, my wand is the finest in the world. They do not feel worthy." "That is their own assertion." "What?" Wentworth and Rogier exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring each other's confusion. "They initially accepted you, but when it came to resonating with you, they withdrew, feeling unworthy. As to why they felt this way, I cannot say. Perhaps it is your talent or your ambition. In any case, they ultimately chose to abandon the connection." Upon hearing Ollivander's words, Wentworth was left speechless, while Rogier regarded him with newfound admiration. Truly, He was destined to be the future leader of their faction, his ambition so palpable that even wands could sense it, just as it had been for their forebears, the kings of wizards, unrestrained and bold. Chapter 9. The mind-cloaking spell. Upon pushing open the door to his home, Wentworth was taken aback to discover that several elderly individuals, who had previously been in the company of Rogier, were already awaiting his arrival. Just as Wentworth was grappling with his surprise, Rogier closed the door behind him and gestured for him to take a seat. Wentworth, Rogier began straightforwardly. Since you have decided to journey to Hogwarts, we shall no longer impede your path. However, after much deliberation last night, we believe it is imperative to provide you with some training before your departure to Hogwarts. Once everyone had settled, Rogier continued to speak candidly with Wentworth. Never had Wentworth anticipated that upon arriving in England, or rather, in this alternate realm of England, he would still be subjected to remedial lessons. Nevertheless, a spark of eagerness ignited within him, for the subject of this tutoring was none other than magic. As Wentworth pondered whether he should first learn a duplication charm to assist with his assignments, an elder beside Rogier interjected. Let us not forget that Wentworth's safety at Hogwarts is our paramount concern. I propose that he first be taught the killing curse. Wentworth's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the speaker, incredulous that the killing curse had been reduced to a means of self-defense. Was the unforgivable curse so easily dismissed? Surely you jest. Before Wentworth could voice his objections, another individual voiced dissent, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from him. There were indeed rational voices present. As the future leader of our pureblood faction, must Wentworth truly sully his hands? The speaker exclaimed. That would be a disgrace to our cause. Therefore, I suggest we first teach him the soul bonding curse. In any situation, Wentworth can simply command those puppets to act on his behalf. Wentworth's patience began to wane. Although he was still uncertain about the nature of this pureblood faction that the others spoke of, he sensed they were far more reckless than the Death Eaters. He even began to question whether they possessed any semblance of conventional magic beyond the unforgivable curses and dark arts. At that moment, Rogier, seated beside Wentworth, interrupted their quarrel and inquired, Wentworth, what are your thoughts? Is there a particular spell you are eager to learn? Bear in mind that your school year is fast approaching, and we may not have the opportunity to teach you a multitude of spells. So, what is it that you wish to learn the most? Grandmother Rogier, the spell I most desire to learn is the mind-cloaking spell. This was a request Wentworth had meticulously planned the previous night, knowing he was bound for Hogwarts, where the headmaster, Dumbledore, was a master of legitimacy. In the magical realm, there was no concept of privacy. He had no intention of revealing his identity as a time traveler. Upon hearing Wentworth's request, the others present murmured among themselves, seemingly questioning why he would wish to learn such a spell that bore little utility for enhancing one's power. However, their whispers were abruptly silenced by Rogier's applause. With a broad smile, Rogier expressed, Wentworth, I am truly gratified, genuinely gratified. I was initially concerned that you had merely inherited the potential and ambition of the Grindelwald family. But hearing your request reassures me that you regard us as family, just as your master does. Thank you. Wentworth responded, No need for thanks, Grandmother Rogier. It is merely my duty. Have you not realized yet? I fear you have grown complacent in your tranquil lives, nearly forgetting who you are and the nature of your adversaries, Rogier remarked, noticing the continued bewilderment on the faces of the others. Consider this. Once Wentworth arrives at Hogwarts, if that Dumbledore fellow were to extract information from Wentworth's mind using legilimency, what do you suppose would happen? Wentworth has chosen to forego the opportunity to enhance his own strength in order to safeguard our safety. Upon hearing Rogier's explanation, the others finally grasped the significance of Wentworth's request, and their gazes shifted toward him with a newfound appreciation. Wentworth could only sit stiffly in his seat, offering an awkward smile. An elder seated across from him spoke up, prompting Rogier to introduce him. This is Abernathy, who previously worked for the American Wizarding Congress. Abernathy nodded with a smile in acknowledgement of Wentworth. Indeed, I do have a so-called plan, but that is. Wentworth sensed that their thoughts were veering further away from his intentions and was about to clarify, only to be met with unanimous interruptions from Rogier and Abernathy. No, you need not explain anything, Wentworth. Remember, you are the future leader of our pureblood faction. You owe no explanations to anyone. What you must do is simple. Follow through with your plans and issue commands, even to us. As for your so-called plan, that must remain hidden from Dumbledore. I am not surprised in the least. Your ambition is palpable even to your want. We shall be here, awaiting your summons. After halting Wentworth's attempt at explanation, Rogier then spoke earnestly. Let us commence without delay. The mind-cloaking spell is no trivial incantation. It is indeed an art of magic that demands not only innate talent, but also prolonged practice. Abernathy, it is now entrusted to you. At Rogier's command, Abernathy rose and approached Wentworth, wand in hand, as he regarded the visibly apprehensive Wentworth with a steady gaze. Chapter 10. Defense against the dark arts. Is this where it begins? At least tell me what I should do, Wentworth exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Be careful not to meet Abernathy's gaze, Wentworth. Others chimed in behind him. Diverge your thoughts. Think of something else, anything at all. At that moment, Wentworth finally realized how wise his decision to come to Hogwarts yesterday had been. Although these individuals were formidable in the magical realm, their teaching skills left much to be desired. Indeed, such specialized matters should be entrusted to true professionals. The instructors at Hogwarts were far more reliable for learning. Speaking of Hogwarts teachers, Wentworth suddenly pondered who this year's defense against the dark arts instructor might be. No, I must think divergently. Could it be Professor Bow? Or perhaps someone else? Thus, Wentworth persevered through Abernathy's initial attempt at legitimacy, spurred on by his fond memories of numerous teachers from his past life. Let us call it a day here, Wentworth. Make sure to rest well. Practicing the mind-blocking technique can be quite exhausting. We shall reconvene tomorrow, Rogier remarked before bidding farewell to Wentworth and the others. Once they departed, Wentworth hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Abernathy, what do you think of Wentworth's talent? Were you able to glean anything through legitimacy? Upon hearing Rogier's inquiry, Abernathy's face flushed, revealing his discomfort. Abernathy, what troubles you? I noticed you were blushing and sweating during the legitimacy session. Can it be that Wentworth's talent is so formidable that he could resist your initial probe? Someone curiously interjected. With a reddened face, Abernathy eventually conceded. Indeed, Wentworth's talent is impressive. I managed to catch a glimpse of something at first, but thereafter, I gleaned nothing. Hearing Abernathy's explanation, the group felt a surge of joy. Although Wentworth was of the Grindelwald lineage and a prime candidate for the future leader of the pureblood faction, no one wished to follow a weakling. With Abernathy's first-hand assessment, they began to feel renewed hope for the future. Abernathy, what was Wentworth thinking at the outset? If it's a secret he cannot share, then never mind. After a brief pause, Rogier curiously inquired. There's nothing to conceal. At first, Wentworth was pondering who this year's defense against the dark arts teacher might be. Indeed, Wentworth harbors aspirations for the dark arts. Naturally, who wouldn't he be enamored with the allure of powerful dark magic? I, too, once yearned for it. Wentworth's decision to resist the temptation of dark magic to pursue mind-blocking techniques is commendable, as it is for our benefit. By the way, has the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts been cursed by the second Dark Lord? Nonsense. What second Dark Lord? He is hardly worthy of being mentioned alongside our leader. Ignoring the murmurs of others, Rogier appeared deep in thought upon hearing the mention of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts. Soon, it became evident that Rogier had fallen into contemplation, and the buzz of conversation quieted. Rogier, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Abernathy asked. I understand Wentworth's intention now. Abernathy, I believe Wentworth deliberately allowed you to perceive his initial thoughts. The identity of the defense against the dark arts teacher is the next step in Wentworth's plan. He hopes that one of us will become the instructor. Once they grasped Rogier's explanation, the group was struck with realization. However, Abernathy furrowed his brow and questioned. But will Dumbledore agree to our request to become professors at Hogwarts? Rogier, exuding confidence, replied, for other subjects, Dumbledore might hesitate, but for the defense against the dark arts, he would eagerly welcome applicants. After all, the outcomes for the position have historically been dire, and any headmaster would find it intolerable. But we are the pureblood faction, and many of us are known to Dumbledore. Have you not heard of the polyjuice potion? At this revelation, the group understood why Rogier was so assured, and they praised his quick thinking. Yet, Rogier sighed and shook his head, stating, no, this is all a hint from Wentworth. The reason he hasn't been explicit is that he is still contemplating. After all, the position of defense against the dark arts professor is fraught with peril. However, I believe this is undoubtedly part of Wentworth's plan. Hearing this, Abernathy stepped forward and declared, I'll do it. I once worked in the U.S. Congress and received a formal magical education. Serving as a school professor should pose no issue. But before Abernathy could finish, someone countered, nonsense. I am also a graduate of Durmstrang and have received a formal magical education as well. My abilities surpass yours. making me a better fit to assist Wentworth. If we're discussing abilities, then I must engage you in a debate. Enough! As chaos threatened to ensue, Rogier shouted, successfully silencing everyone. It was evident that the defense against the dark arts professor was a crucial element of Wentworth's plan, requiring not only strength but also meticulous attention. Especially given the scrutiny of Dumbledore. With your slow thinking, despite Wentworth's clear hints, how can I trust you to take on such a role? If you fail, I fear you might jeopardize Wentworth. This time, I shall take it upon myself, Rogier stated decisively, gazing out the window. Chapter 11. Platform 9 3/4 as the 1st of September arrived, signifying the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Wentworth awoke early. Under Abernathy's guidance, he promptly apparat to the front of platform 9 3/4. Abernathy, why haven't I seen Granny Rogier today? Wentworth inquired with curiosity as he stood before the platform. He had anticipated that Rogier would be there to bid him farewell, yet it was Abernathy who knocked on his door that morning, while Rogier was conspicuously absent. Dear Wentworth, as a man, you must understand that no matter how strong a woman may appear, her heart is invariably soft. The thought of you leaving for Hogwarts has left Rogier utterly heartbroken. She simply could not bear the thought of parting, so she chose not to come. Abernathy explained with a gentle smile. In truth, this was a prearranged decision between Rogier and them, to conceal her true whereabouts from Wentworth, lest he worry for her safety and oppose her appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. The idea of separation weighed heavily on Wentworth's heart as well. Now, Wentworth, it's time to go. Remember to write to us once you arrive at Hogwarts. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let us know. Most importantly, if you find yourself in danger, you know what to do. Abernathy whispered earnestly into Wentworth's ear. I understand. I will always remember that. You can rest easy, Abernathy. From his attire, Wentworth retrieved a pendant, extracted from the vault of the Grindelwald family at Gringotts. The triangular pendant encased a circular form, with a vertical line threading through it. He donned it around his neck. Yet Abernathy solemnly tucked it into his jacket. Remember, this pendant must not be shown to anyone indiscriminately. It is a symbol. However, should you ever find yourself in peril, infuse it with magic, and regardless of where we are in the world, we will sense your presence with utmost urgency, Abernathy instructed. Very well, Wentworth. Time is of the essence. Let us depart, Abernathy said, patting Wentworth's shoulder with gravity. With that, Wentworth pushed his suitcase towards the fabled barrier, closed his eyes, and charged forward. As Abernathy watched Wentworth vanish ahead, he felt a sudden alertness and quickly reached for his wand. Who permitted you to embellish your role? Abernathy exhaled in relief, recognizing the voice of Rogier behind him. Oh, Rogier, indeed, no matter how you may disguise yourself, your essence remains noble. Like a fervent rose amidst desolate lands. It seems you need to further conceal your identity as you are about to meet Dumbledore. Rogier disregarded Abernathy's flattery, meeting his gaze with intensity. Who told you that no matter how strong a woman appears, her heart is always tender? You seem to understand women quite well, Abernathy. Abernathy offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. Rogier, however, paid him no further heed and strode directly towards platform 9 3/4. Nonetheless, you were correct in one regard. I truly cannot endure parting, so I must ensure he emerges from that tower in plain sight. With that, Rogier's figure vanished before the platform, leaving Abernathy alone. Meanwhile, Wentworth stood before the seemingly antiquated train, the melancholy of parting overshadowed by his anticipation for the new life awaiting him at Hogwarts. Is this the Hogwarts Express? It appears rather unimpressive, Wentworth mused, observing the worn train, though he reminded himself that it was 1990s Britain and not to judge with a modern lens. Having been accustomed to high-speed trains in his previous life, he found this train to be merely acceptable in cleanliness. Indeed, the train was old, yet it had become an integral part of Hogwarts, had it not? At that moment, a male voice called to him from behind. Wentworth turned to see a strikingly handsome boy standing there, accompanied by a middle-aged man carrying a backpack. Ah, a new student at Hogwarts? Greetings. I am Cedric Diggory. Cedric flashed a charming smile that could enchant countless admirers, extending his hand to Wentworth. The man behind Cedric chimed in, Cedric, my son. He was the top student among last year's newcomers. All OS. Upon realizing that he was in the presence of Cedric, a significant character from the Harry Potter series, Wentworth was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter such an important figure so soon. He quickly replaced his astonishment with a radiant smile. Hello, senior. I am a new student at Hogwarts. You may call me Wentworth. It is a pleasure to meet you. Is it true that all Hogwarts seniors are so distinguished and academically accomplished? I feel quite the pressure. No, my child. You are a newcomer and do not yet comprehend that in reality, the vast majority of students at Hogwarts barely scrape by. So, if you ever have questions, feel free to consult Cedric. He will assist you. Father, I would prefer you not to speak of my classmates in such a manner. Everyone simply has different strengths and interests. Nevertheless, Wentworth, if you encounter any uncertainties or challenges, you are welcome to seek me out. It would be splendid if you were sorted into Hufflepuff. Oh my, is this a senior from Hufflepuff? I am in love, Wentworth thought to himself. Chapter 12. On the train, when Wentworth realized that the individual before him was destined to be Hogwarts' true academic star for the forthcoming years, an overwhelming joy surged within him. After all, Cedric was the genuine champion recognized by the Goblet of Fire, capable of representing Hogwarts, while Harry Potter merely basked in the glow of his protagonist status. In his previous life, Wentworth, having experienced the educational system of the Celestial Empire, understood profoundly the significance of having a brilliant friend as a student, especially one hailing from Hufflepuff. It was noteworthy that next year, Harry Potter and his companions would be entering Hogwarts. Having resolved to steer clear of the notorious trio that frequently deducted points from Gryffindor, Wentworth had already ruled out both Gryffindor and Slytherin as options for his own house. He harbored a genuine fascination for the wonders of the magical realm, yet he had no appetite for trouble or danger. Hence, he had firmly decided to maintain a safe distance from the tumultuous experiences anticipated in those two houses. Subsequently, under Wentworth's deliberate flattery and praise, Amos had come to perceive him as an exceedingly diligent student, to the extent that before departing, he repeatedly urged Cedric to take good care of Wentworth. As long as you praise my son, you are a good child. Although Cedric felt somewhat embarrassed by the compliments directed toward Wentworth, he was still a mere 12-year-old boy. And how could he possibly compete with the psychologically mature Wentworth? Before long, Cedric had embraced Wentworth as a kindred spirit, and with his father's instructions in mind. He guided Wentworth onto the Hogwarts Express, where he declined numerous invitations from others and settled into an unoccupied compartment with Wentworth. As the train embarked, Wentworth and Cedric quickly became close friends, with Cedric enthusiastically recounting various amusing anecdotes about Hogwarts. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and Wentworth watched in astonishment as a pair of delicate hands pushed it ajar. A young girl, clad in a flowing Gothic dress, entered, her striking emerald green eyes capturing immediate attention. Is it you? Is it truly you? They exclaimed in unison. Do you two know each other? Cedric inquired curiously, observing the reaction between Wentworth and the girl. We met once while shopping in Diagon Alley before the school year. Her name is Cassandra, and like me, she is a new student at Hogwarts this year. This is Cedric, a year above us, Wentworth quickly explained, introducing them to each other. Hello, I'm Cedric, a second-year Hufflepuff, he said, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Cassandra made no move to reciprocate, merely nodding slightly before sitting next to Wentworth. Although Cedric felt a bit awkward, he shrugged it off, and the atmosphere in the compartment grew somewhat tense. After a moment, Cassandra broke the silence. It's completely full outside. My father had already informed Hogwarts to reserve a compartment for me, but for some reason, they did not comply. This issue will not go unresolved, she declared fiercely. Cedric and Wentworth exchanged glances, both detecting a hint of amusement in each other's eyes, though neither spoke up. Cedric's nature was such, while Wentworth, being more mature in spirit, simply found it amusing. Seeing that neither of them responded to her declaration, Cassandra pouted and said, Do you even know who my father is? He is the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. All the Aurors in the UK report to him. Really? So your father and mine are colleagues? Cedric interjected eagerly. Is your father also an Auror? Cassandra's expression softened a bit. No. My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. Oh. Cassandra's demeanor returned to its earlier haughty state. At that moment, the compartment door opened once more, and a woman, adorned with a hat and sporting a long ponytail, entered clad in a trench coat. I apologize for the interruption, but all other compartments are full. Do you mind if I sit here? She asked politely, though she promptly took a seat without waiting for a response. The sudden presence of an adult woman among a group of children left the trio somewhat astonished. Noticing their stares, the woman smiled and introduced herself. I am Alona, and if all goes as planned, I shall be your defense against the dark arts teacher this term." The three of them exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The atmosphere in the compartment had plummeted to an icy silence, with no sound emanating as they all sat obediently in their seats. Even Cassandra, who had been so proud moments before, now appeared exceedingly meek. Wentworth scrutinized the new defense against the dark arts teacher, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall the identity of this semester's instructor, for the original text had not provided details, and thus he dismissed the thought. After a brief silence, perhaps wishing to make a good impression on their new teacher, Cassandra broke the tension, saying, "Professor Alona, it seems there is some dirt on your hem. May I assist you in cleaning it?" With a quick flick of her wand, Cassandra cast a spell, and Alona's hem appeared immaculate. "Thank you very much." Alona responded graciously, sipping from a cup nearby with poise. Cassandra, having received praise from the teacher even before classes had commenced, seemed quite pleased. Meanwhile, Cedric, witnessing this, also wanted to impress their new instructor and drew forth his wand. "Professor Alona, may I refill your cup?" Upon receiving Alona's consent, Cedric pointed his wand at her cup. Fresh water arise. Afterward, Alona expressed her gratitude to Cedric as well. Finally, all eyes turned to Wentworth, who found himself under their intense scrutiny. This made him awkwardly freeze, questioning, "Why are you all looking at me? Am I expected to perform a remarkable spell? You two novices wouldn't even know how to perform legilimency." Just as Wentworth felt the weight of embarrassment, the compartment door swung open again. "Would anyone like some snacks?" A vendor inquired politely. Relieved, Wentworth took a deep breath and announced, "In that case, allow me to perform a spell for everyone. Accio galleons." He then produced a handful of golden galleons from his pocket, pointing at the snack cart. "I'll take all of these." Chapter 13. Disembarkation. Cedric and Cassandra stared in astonishment at Wentworth, who was clutching a handful of galleons, utterly taken aback by his unexpected display. Upon realizing the situation, Cedric hurriedly intervened, stating, "Underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school, so most first years are not proficient in it." Concerned that his newly acquainted friend might be underestimated by Alona, the new Hogwarts instructor, Cedric swiftly sought to clarify for Wentworth. Wentworth understood Cedric's intent perfectly, and while retrieving an assortment of snacks from the vendor cart, he cast a grateful glance in Cedric's direction. On the other hand, Alona smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Sometimes, wealth holds more power than magic. Your spells are quite commendable. You are all exceptionally gifted students. The future of the magical world rests upon your wands." The praise from the professor visibly delighted both Cedric and Cassandra, whereas Wentworth busily distributed snacks to everyone. Had Wentworth glanced up at Alona at that moment, he would have found her gaze strikingly familiar. Dumbledore had invited her to accompany the Hogwarts Express for a detailed discussion, and if all went well, Alona would become the new defense against the dark arts teacher for the term. The words spoken by Rogier were not mere pleasantries. Indeed, for two 11 or 12-year-old wizards to so adeptly cast spells was a testament to their inherent talent. As Rogier observed the trio, he mused that Wentworth, being of the Grindelwald lineage, was much like Gellert in his youth, surrounded by many outstanding wizards. Though they might have initially gathered for varied reasons, they would ultimately be captivated by his charisma and rally around him as their leader. "Professor Alona, would you care for a chocolate frog?" "Of course, why not? I must say, that spell known as Galandodo is rather useful, is it not?" Alona chuckled as she accepted the chocolate frog from Wentworth, eliciting laughter from Cedric, who was munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Yet, amidst his mirth, Cedric suddenly shed a tear. "How unfortunate. It's the mustard flavor." Meanwhile, Cassandra delicately nibbled on a chocolate cauldron cake, her movements far more graceful than Cedric's. Curiously, Wentworth sampled a Bertie Bott's bean, finding it quite pleasant, albeit unable to discern its exact flavor, though it was certainly not earwax. Leaning back in his seat, he reveled in the scenery whizzing by outside the window, savoring the unique snacks of the magical realm and relishing this delightful existence. By the time the Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Before even disembarking, Wentworth caught a glimpse through the narrow window of a towering figure holding a torch outside, a giant with a bushy beard and tangled hair. Without a doubt, it was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, awaiting their arrival. This was yet another notable figure to be wary of, Wentworth thought as he followed the crowd off the train. However, upon disembarking, the first voice to break the silence was not Hagrid's, but that of a bespectacled witch stepping forward from behind him. Excuse me, is Miss Alona present? Rogier, disguised as Alona, gracefully descended from the train and approached the witch with a warm smile, saying, I am here. Greetings, I am Alona. The witch reciprocated with a smile, introducing herself. Hello, Ms. Alona. I am Professor McGonagall, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. On behalf of Headmaster Dumbledore, I am here to welcome you. I apologize that the headmaster could not be present personally. As you might imagine, it is the first day of term, and he has many matters to attend to. Alona waved her hand dismissively, replying, No worries, Professor McGonagall. The reason Hogwarts has long been regarded as the finest magic school in the world is due to the efforts of Headmaster Dumbledore and the esteemed faculty. As the headmaster, he is entitled to be busy, is he not? Fred and George, put down what you are holding. What are you two up to? McGonagall strode over to the identical twins, her demeanor fierce. Oh, Professor, don't be alarmed. It's just some fireworks. Yes, Professor, we prepared these for the first years. The journey was quite dark, and I feared they might not see the path. The twins grinned. McGonagall, however, was unyielding. Stow your belongings. You should count yourselves fortunate that the new term has not officially commenced. Otherwise, I would have already deducted points from you. Come along, Ms. Alona. I apologize for keeping you waiting. You must understand, these children. Yet, inexplicably, Wentworth felt that as McGonagall departed with Alona, she cast a distant glance in his direction. As McGonagall and Alona moved further away, the surrounding students began to chatter once more. First years, gather around me, Hagrid bellowed, ringing a bell in his hand. Wentworth, I believe we must part ways for the time being. Remember, the first years entered differently than we did, but fear not. I shall await you in the castle, Cedric's voice called from behind him, tinged with a hint of regret. Wentworth replied quickly, All right, Cedric, I truly dislike parting for even a moment, but since this is Hogwarts tradition, I shall make my way to find you as soon as possible. Cedric seemed touched by Wentworth's words, and as he departed, he even embraced Wentworth warmly. Chapter 14. Before the sorting, is it truly your first day of acquaintance? Cassandra inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon receiving Wentworth's affirmative response, a peculiar smile graced Cassandra's lips. May Merlin bless you. No, bless you all. If Merlin is willing. She added. Without waiting for Wentworth's reaction, she followed Hagrid's lead, leaving Wentworth momentarily dazed. Soon, all the new students, under Hagrid's guidance, traversed a winding path and arrived at the edge of a vast lake. Before you lies the Black Lake. We shall row across it to Hogwarts Castle. Remember, 4 students per boat, absolutely 4 per boat. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Wentworth eagerly leaned over to peer into the water. What are you looking at? A fellow student behind him asked. I heard there are water monsters in the Black Lake. I'm just checking to see if they welcome us. Wentworth's remark caused many young wizards around him to instinctively step back, as those who had been eager to board the boats now hesitated, retreating from the lake's edge. TSK. A bunch of cowards. Make way for me. Cassandra boldly strode toward the lakeside, heading straight for the moored boats. However, once Cassandra climbed aboard, no other students were willing to follow her, unsure whether they were intimidated by Wentworth's words or by Cassandra's formidable presence. Seeing this, Wentworth reluctantly approached and sat beside Cassandra. Eventually, 2 more students, whose names had been called by Hagrid, reluctantly joined them. They set off in their boat, rowing toward the opposite shore of the lake. When Hogwarts Castle first came into view, Wentworth could not help but rise from his seat. Illuminated by the starlight, Hogwarts appeared both mysterious and majestic. Although he had seen it countless times in the original work and films, the moment he beheld it with his own eyes, Wentworth felt the inadequacy of language, as this ancient castle could not be aptly described by mere words. While Wentworth and the others crossed the lake, Alona, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, had already arrived at the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore awaited her. After escorting Alona inside, Professor McGonagall hurried off, as she was, after all, the busiest person at Hogwarts, being its deputy headmistress. Gazing at the wizard she had imagined vanquishing countless times, Alona smiled delicately. Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore. I am Alona. It is a pleasure to meet you. As the greatest white wizard of this era, I have envisioned the moment of our meeting many times. Dumbledore regarded her with a gentle gaze, and after a brief pause, he spoke. Greetings, Ms. Alona. I appreciate your efforts in making the journey. The opening feast will commence shortly. Would you care for some fizzing whizbees? Alona waved her hand in refusal. Thank you for your hospitality, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I must decline. A generous student on the train treated me to plenty of sweets. Dumbledore nodded, not pressing the matter, and responded with a smile. Hogwarts students are indeed warm and welcoming. I trust you will come to love it here. Ms. Alona, no. Henceforth you shall be addressed as Professor Alona. A radiant smile bloomed on Alona's face, her surprise evident. So, I am to be hired. Am I Headmaster Dumbledore? Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Indeed, Professor Alona. Not many can resist my legitimacy while meeting my gaze. You are destined to be an exceptional defense against the dark arts teacher. However, due to time constraints, we cannot procure the specific textbooks you require. Would it be acceptable for you to continue using the previous curriculum? Alona's smile brightened further. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. In fact, I do not need many textbooks. Excellent. Professor Alona, I advocate for practical experience. When Wentworth and Cassandra finally arrived at the exterior of Hogwarts Castle by boat, Professor McGonagall was already waiting there. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Once we enter the castle, we shall commence the sorting ceremony. As you may already know, Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, named after the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Listening to Professor McGonagall's introduction, Wentworth could not help but smirk and mutter, "What a dreadfully uninspired introduction." However, Wentworth seemed to have forgotten that cat ears are exceptionally keen, and Professor McGonagall is well known for her feline traits. Mr. Wentworth, if I am not mistaken. You must be Mr. Wentworth, correct? You appear to have a more insightful perspective on my introduction. Wentworth had not anticipated that his casual remark would be overheard by Professor McGonagall. Just as he was about to apologize, he suddenly remembered his original plan to distance himself from Gryffindor and Slytherin, and that the person before him was the head of Gryffindor. Though he felt somewhat conflicted, he reasoned that if he could make McGonagall harbor no fondness for him, the sorting hat would likely not place him in Gryffindor. Thus, Wentworth boldly stepped forward, addressing all the new students. Indeed, Professor McGonagall, I believe your introduction to the 4 houses of Hogwarts is rather simplistic. This presentation has likely remained unchanged for many years, lacking any novelty. The Muggle world is ever evolving. Surely the magical realm should progress as well. Observing the articulate Wentworth, McGonagall thought to herself, Dumbledore. This child truly bears the bloodline of Grindelwald. He is destined to instigate change within the magical community, just as his grandfather did. Now, he has become a student at Hogwarts. Despite this contemplation, Professor McGonagall did not silence Wentworth. Although known for her strictness, she was not the type of professor to stifle her students' voices. Mr. Wentworth, it seems you possess considerable knowledge regarding the 4 houses of Hogwarts. How would you present them? McGonagall inquired, gazing at Wentworth. Chapter 15. The sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall succinctly recounted the events that transpired outside the Great Hall to Dumbledore. However, just as she seemed poised to elaborate further, Dumbledore gestured for her to cease. McGonagall did not intentionally lower her voice nor employ any silencing magic. Thus the surrounding professors were privy to her account, their expressions rife with astonishment. Alona, not far from Dumbledore, caught the tale as well, a slight smile gracing her lips. Ah, Wentworth, you seem to have grasped the importance of early notoriety without anyone's guidance. Even before enrollment, you understood the necessity of establishing your persona among the newcomers. Your performance exceeds my expectations. Alona raised her goblet towards Wentworth, taking a sip with evident satisfaction. Professor McGonagall, let us commence the sorting ceremony. We shall address other matters afterward, Dumbledore stated following his interruption of McGonagall, acknowledging the inappropriateness of discussing certain topics in that setting. McGonagall acquiesced and declared the official commencement of the sorting ceremony. Upon hearing the ceremony had begun, many new students displayed expressions of anxiety, observing the tense faces around him. Wentworth found their nervousness somewhat amusing, having already been informed of the ceremony as proceedings. Among the newcomers, only Cassandra maintained a semblance of composure, though her naturally pale cheeks had grown even more ashen. Before them, the long-awaited sorting hat appeared, eager to begin. The ancient hat opened a small seam, breaking into song, La 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 Hogwarts, La La La. As the hat began its melody, many students could not help but cover their ears, including Wentworth. Once the hat concluded its song, McGonagall stood beside it, clutching a lengthy parchment, evidently inscribed with the names of the new students. As she called each name, the students approached, donning the sorting hat, which would determine their future homes. Cassandra. McGonagall's voice rang out. Cassandra gently tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear and gracefully made her way forward. Though merely 11 years old, Wentworth could not deny the striking poise and beauty of the proud girl passing by him. As Cassandra settled onto the stool and the sorting hat perched atop her head, it proclaimed loudly, without a doubt, Slytherin. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. After all, who doesn't he admire a beautiful junior? Upon hearing the hat's verdict, Cassandra exhaled in relief, her smile radiating as she confidently approached the Slytherin table. As she passed Wentworth, she continued, I told you from the start, I belong to Slytherin. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Wentworth heard his name called by McGonagall. As he made his way to the sorting hat, many professors turned their gazes towards him. Once seated, McGonagall regarded him thoughtfully before placing the sorting hat upon his head. Ah, this is quite a predicament, the hat mused. Let us employ the process of elimination. Lacking sufficient ambition, we can dismiss Slytherin. With a semblance of courage that transcended fear of mortality, it continued, then, how about Gryffindor? At this, Wentworth's anxiety surged. You're not pushing me into a pit of fire, are you? Just as the hat was about to declare Gryffindor, Wentworth's mental shielding, taught prior to the term, kicked in. This technique not only prevented others from prying into his thoughts, but, once mastered, allowed him to construct his own ideas within his mind. Thus, he vividly envisioned seizing the sorting hat should he be placed in Gryffindor, for it belonged to Godric Gryffindor, the founder of that house, and as a Gryffindor student, he would be recognized as a legitimate heir. The sorting hat, sensing Wentworth's intentions, abruptly halted its pronouncement. How audacious! I have never encountered such a bold student. You ought to be sorted into Azkaban. It muttered, its voice low, as if fearing to provoke Wentworth. Only Wentworth and McGonagall caught the hat's murmurs, both momentarily taken aback, while others merely observed the hat's apparent indecision. Though startled by the hat's words, McGonagall remained committed to her duty, clearing her throat softly. Realizing it could not linger any longer, the sorting hat hesitantly suggested, let me ponder. Ah, I have it. How about Hufflepuff? I believe Hufflepuff suits you best. Hufflepuff. This time, the hat did not sense any opposition from Wentworth and heartily declared Hufflepuff. A rousing cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table, with Cedric's voice rising above the rest. Once the sorting hat was lifted from his head by McGonagall, Wentworth made his way to the Hufflepuff table. Cedric, having evidently shared a jest with a nearby classmate, left a seat open for Wentworth beside him. As Wentworth approached, Cedric stood to embrace him, and they both took their seats. I can't believe you actually came to Hufflepuff, Cedric exclaimed in disbelief. With a broad smile, Wentworth replied, Hufflepuff has always been my dream. His words garnered appreciative glances from the surrounding Hufflepuff students. Why is that? Cedric inquired, puzzled. As most new students aspired to join Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, while many pureblood wizards coveted Slytherin, leaving Hufflepuff a less desired option. Because it's close to the kitchen, Wentworth replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 16. The opening feast. As Wentworth and Cedric engaged in hushed conversation, the sorting ceremony finally drew to a close, prompting Professor McGonagall, who had been standing beside the sorting hat, to exhale in relief. Fortunately, there was only one Wentworth. Following this, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, renowned as the greatest white wizard of the age, rose to his feet and gently tapped his glass with a spoon. Instantly, the great hall fell silent. All eyes fixed upon Dumbledore, a moment that caused Wentworth to reflect on the sheer magnitude of Dumbledore's reputation. It was not merely due to his position as headmaster, but simply because he was Dumbledore. With a kindly smile, Dumbledore addressed the multitude of students below him. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before we commence the new academic year, I have a few words to share. That is, fools, weep, dregs, twist. Thank you, everyone. Let the feast begin. The returning students seemed unfazed by this customary greeting, while the new students, like Wentworth, were left astonished, having not anticipated that Dumbledore's words would be so literal. As for the cryptic phrases, fools, weep, dregs, twist, Wentworth had encountered numerous interpretations online, yet none had convincingly elucidated their true meaning. It seemed he would need to seize an opportunity to inquire directly with Dumbledore. As the feast commenced, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the long tables of the four houses, truly appearing as if conjured from thin air. Wentworth even heard gasps of amazement from the newcomers. Cedric explained that the kitchens lay just beneath the hall, where house elves prepared the food, awaiting the signal to serve. Although Wentworth was already aware of this, he remarked to Cedric, Wow, what an enchanting school. I adore it here. Choosing Hufflepuff was indeed a wise decision. And Cedric, you possess such knowledge. You must guide me henceforth. Absolutely, Wentworth. We are friends, after all. In the brief exchange, Wentworth noticed that the food on the table had remarkably diminished by half. While they conversed, the other Hufflepuffs were similarly engrossed, heads bowed in concentration, their hands laden with food, yet their eyes already darting towards the next platter. One could not help but admire the simplicity of Hufflepuff's character. Even the upperclassmen at the Hufflepuff table, adorned with their badges, were preoccupied with their own endeavors. In contrast, not far away, the Slytherins had commenced introductions led by their prefect, adopting a manner reminiscent of ancient Greece. Much like Achilles once proclaimed, "I, Achilles, son of the hero Peleus." The introductions at the Slytherin table bore a similar air. Wentworth overheard Cassandra declaring, "I am Cassandra. My father is the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic." This was met with a round of applause from the Slytherin table. Just as Wentworth pondered the appropriateness of Hufflepuff's representative animal, the badger, a head suddenly emerged from the table, eliciting a chorus of shrieks from the newcomers. "Hello, Mr. Ghost." Wentworth greeted the unexpected apparition politely. "Oh, it is rare for a new Hufflepuff not to be frightened by us. Typically, only Gryffindor newcomers instinctively hurl their chicken legs at us, while Hufflepuff students usually just scream." The head gradually revealed itself to belong to a short, portly monk-like ghost. "This is our house ghost, Fat Friar. This is our new Hufflepuff student, Wentworth," Cedric introduced. "What a charming young lad. Just as dashing as you, Cedric. Do take good care of him. We Hufflepuffs are the most united house," Fat Friar remarked, surveying Wentworth with a smile. As the ghost departed, Wentworth thought to himself that he could finally enjoy some food in peace. However, when he redirected his gaze to the table, he was met with a scene of disarray. Though remnants of food remained, including several chicken legs before him, the unidentifiable sauce slathered on them extinguished his appetite. "Is it not to your liking? My steak here remains untouched. I've eaten far too much today and simply cannot manage more." "If you do not mind," Cedric began, only to be abruptly embraced by Wentworth. "Oh, Cedric, you are so kind. I shall not be polite any longer," Wentworth exclaimed, savoring the steak while contemplating how to repay Cedric's generosity. Suddenly, a dish that was beloved by many in his previous life flashed in his mind, prompting Wentworth to smile. At that moment, Dumbledore rose once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce a new professor." He gestured towards Alona, who stood beside him. "Professor Alona will be our new defense against the dark arts teacher this term." Alona stood and addressed the students. "Hello everyone, I am Alona, your new defense against the dark arts instructor. I am thrilled to be at Hogwarts, and on my way here, I sense the warmth of the students. I eagerly anticipate seeing you all in my class." As Alona sat down, applause erupted among the students, accompanied by a flurry of whispers. "Let us hope nothing unfortunate befalls Professor Alona," Wentworth overheard Cedric mutter. After Alona took her seat, Dumbledore surveyed the hall with a smile and declared, "With a snap of my fingers." Instantly, the chaos on the tables vanished, replaced by an endless array of desserts. "Indeed, this moment is what I most anticipate during the opening feast," Dumbledore proclaimed cheerfully. Chapter 17. After the banquet. Following the opening banquet, all the new students, under the guidance of the four house prefects, made their way to their respective common rooms. "Dumbledore, I must borrow your pensieve," Professor McGonagall exclaimed impatiently as she entered the headmaster's office. She approached Dumbledore's pensieve, extracted her wand, and gently tapped it against her temple. A silvery thread, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, emerged from her forehead and was placed into the pensieve. "Dumbledore, I believe it would be prudent for you to observe this yourself." Dumbledore did not decline McGonagall's request and approached the pensieve. Within it, he beheld Wentworth's introduction of the four houses before the Hogwarts Hall. An intriguing introduction, Professor McGonagall. "I believe you are overthinking this. I understand your concerns, yet Wentworth's speech lacks the incendiary and aggressive nature characteristic of Grindelwald," Dumbledore remarked after viewing the contents of the pensieve. McGonagall, however, replied with urgency, "Dumbledore, I cannot believe you did not perceive the implications of his words. Clearly, the child of Grindelwald possesses an extraordinary understanding of Hogwarts, allowing him to articulate such precise introductions of the four houses. What does this indicate? It signifies that they have been observing Hogwarts, and you, for many years. I fail to comprehend why you consented to his enrollment at Hogwarts. We bear responsibility for all our students. Do you know where the Sorting Hat believes he should be placed? Azkaban." Faced with McGonagall's rare and severe interrogation, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, responding instead with remarkable patience. "Professor McGonagall, You know the Sorting Hat sometimes indulges in harmless jest, do you not? He directed his gaze towards the Sorting Hat resting nearby. This time, however, the Sorting Hat did not afford Dumbledore any courtesy, stating bluntly, "Dumbledore, I believe Azkaban may indeed be quite suitable for that lad. After all, the path from Hogwarts to Azkaban is not one that has never been traversed." In response, it was McGonagall who interjected, "That is because they went astray after graduation. During their time at school, the vast majority were model students." Dumbledore continued, "You are correct, Professor McGonagall. Most of them were commendable students while at Hogwarts. So why can you not regard Wentworth as an ordinary student? Professor McGonagall, you know we cannot allow a child with such potential to roam freely without guidance. The threat remains, quietly looming." Yet, McGonagall appeared unable to accept Dumbledore's rationale. "Dumbledore, your words do not deceive me. He could easily attend Durmstrang, which should pose no challenge for him. I wish to know your true thoughts." At this, Dumbledore turned, his gaze penetrating as he regarded McGonagall, and spoke slowly, "Professor McGonagall, if memory serves, next year marks the arrival of the Potter child at Hogwarts, does it not? If you speak of that boy who defied death, Harry Potter, then indeed, next year is his time to report to Hogwarts." Dumbledore nodded, his tone growing somber. Upon hearing this, McGonagall seemed to grasp something profound, her mouth agape in astonishment. "You mean my goodness?" McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, as if struggling to recognize the colleague and friend she had known for decades. In the face of McGonagall's startled expression, Dumbledore's demeanor remained unchanged, and he earnestly remarked, "Wentworth and Harry Potter shall become good friends. I am confident of this. We are aging, Professor McGonagall, and we require the vigor of youth. Rather than rejecting them, I would prefer they flourish under our guidance." Unbeknownst to Wentworth, who was oblivious to the ongoing conversation in the headmaster's office, the Hufflepuff first years were being led to their common room for the first time. Unlike the other three houses, Hufflepuff's advantages became evident. Exiting the grand hall after the banquet, they descended the stairs, turned a corner, and arrived. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was a static painting near the kitchen. Upon entering, they found the room adorned with yellow draperies and furnished with plush armchairs. A male prefect stepped forward, stating, "Welcome to the Hufflepuff common room. The names for your dormitories have already been assigned, and you may locate your rooms. You are fortunate. Tomorrow is the weekend, with no classes, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with the campus. However, remember, there are certain areas one must not venture into. For instance, the Forbidden Forest. If anyone is still hungry, a left turn from here leads directly to Hogwarts Kitchen, where the house elves will be more than eager to serve you. Now, boys will follow me, and the girls will go that way. May you all have sweet dreams." Wentworth waved goodbye to Cedric as he followed the prefect, having arranged to meet for breakfast the next day. Upon reaching his dormitory and greeting his roommates, Wentworth enthusiastically shared snacks he had purchased from the Hogwarts Express, distributing them among his new friends. It must be said that Hufflepuff students are indeed remarkably friendly, having received an abundance of Wentworth's treats. The other three unanimously declared him their leader. While his roommates indulged in the snacks, Wentworth quietly exited his dormitory, traversed the common room, and made his way to the Hogwarts basement. Without needing to search, he soon found himself gazing at the painting of a fruit platter hanging on the wall just outside the Hufflepuff common room, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 18. Preparing ingredients. Wentworth gently scratched the pear in the fruit bowl depicted in the painting, and instantly, the pear transformed into a green doorknob. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, the grand entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen swung open. Upon entering the kitchen, Wentworth was promptly discovered by the house elves, who gathered around him eagerly. "Sir, how may we assist you? Would you care for a sweet treat? Perhaps a chocolate lava puff?" Wentworth accepted the chocolate lava puff offered by the elf and took a delicate bite, the rich aroma of chocolate bursting delightfully on his palate. "This is truly delectable. Thank you," he sincerely expressed, feeling immensely validated in his decision to attend Hogwarts and thoroughly satisfied with his placement in Hufflepuff. Originally, Ravenclaw had been a contender in his plans, but it was evident that Wentworth preferred the persona of a dedicated food enthusiast over that of an academic achiever. Upon hearing Wentworth's praise, the surrounding house elves erupted into joyous celebration, their excitement palpable. Subsequently, Wentworth produced a note from his pocket, listing various ingredients he had just written down. "Could you assist me in preparing these ingredients? I will need them for tomorrow." One of the elves took the note from Wentworth's hand, while the others crowded around, eager to glimpse the list. as Wentworth leisurely enjoyed his chocolate lava puff. "Mr. Wentworth, the items on your list are not particularly difficult to find, but many will require us to venture into the Muggle world, as they are seldom consumed here at Hogwarts." At this point, one house elf hesitated, and another added, "Thus, Mr. Wentworth, these materials may not be ready until noon tomorrow." A sense of embarrassment washed over all the house elves. The ingredients Wentworth had listed were not only rare at Hogwarts, but perhaps even in all of Britain. The prospect of having them ready by noon was already a surprise to Wentworth. That is quite all right. If some ingredients prove to be elusive, it is perfectly fine if one or two are missing, as long as everything is prepared before lunch tomorrow. "Not to worry, Mr. Wentworth. We shall ensure that all ingredients are ready before your lunch," one elf exclaimed. "Would you like to provide us with the recipes for the dishes so we can prepare them for you and have them served accurately at lunch tomorrow?" "No, thank you. It is far more enjoyable to cook these dishes myself. I shall see you all at noon tomorrow." Although the house elves felt a tinge of disappointment at Wentworth's refusal of their assistance, they cheerfully bid him farewell. The following morning, after preparing himself, Wentworth stepped out of his dormitory and encountered Cedric, who had been waiting in the Hufflepuff common room. "Good morning, Wentworth. Shall we go for breakfast together? Afterwards, I will introduce you to Hogwarts." Wentworth readily accepted Cedric's invitation, and the two made their way to the dining hall. As they walked, Cedric beamed and said, "Indeed, Mr. Diggory is a truly kind person." At that moment, Wentworth realized he had forgotten to acquire an owl, and that Rogier had not reminded him. Clearly, he needed to procure a pet at the appropriate time, Wentworth mused. After breakfast, under Cedric's guidance, Wentworth began to explore the Hogwarts castle. Cedric first led him to the classrooms they would be using this semester, to prevent Wentworth from floundering in confusion later on. However, as they passed a small, windowless room with only an oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling, Cedric suddenly lowered his voice, saying, "Remember, you must stay away from this room. Do not approach it casually." Cedric's mysterious demeanor instantly piqued Wentworth's curiosity. It was, after all, a significant reason for his insistence on attending Hogwarts, to experience its mysteries firsthand. Observing Cedric's reaction, Wentworth suppressed his excitement and nervously inquired, "Cedric, what is inside? Is it a place where Hogwarts stores dark magical artifacts?" Cedric shook his head. Could it be that some magical creature is imprisoned within? Wentworth pressed further, but Cedric simply shook his head again. Wentworth's curiosity was now fully ignited. Or could it be that a tragic event transpired there? Cedric solemnly nodded in affirmation. "How tragic was it?" Wentworth asked, intrigued. "Truly horrifying," Cedric replied. Wentworth was astonished to learn that, aside from the incident involving Myrtle in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, there was another room in Hogwarts where a tragic event had occurred. Glancing back at the room, a chill crept over him, prompting him to ask, "What exactly is that room used for?" "That is the room of Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts." Wentworth. Noticing Wentworth's apparent lack of interest, Cedric inquired, "Aren't you curious about what Filch does? I believe I can hazard a guess." As the morning drew to a close, Cedric prepared to lead Wentworth toward the dining hall for lunch when Wentworth suddenly grabbed his arm. "Cedric, thank you for the steak last night. I have prepared a special meal for you today at noon." With that, Wentworth pulled Cedric toward the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 19. Hot Pot. Cedric allowed Wentworth to lead him into the empty common room of Hufflepuff. After all, as a Hufflepuff, one would never miss mealtime, and thus, most of the Badgers had already ventured to the Hogwarts Great Hall for their meal. "What on earth is happening so mysteriously?" Cedric inquired with curiosity upon entering the common room. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." With that, Cedric was left to wait alone, feeling somewhat helpless. "All right, place this large basin here, and the charcoal inside it. Thank you very much. Just set these things aside." Cedric watched in astonishment as Wentworth directed the house elves to place various items beside him. It was only then that he realized the house elves were carrying an assortment of ingredients. "Wentworth, what are you up to?" Cedric couldn't help but ask, intrigued. "I'm treating you to something you've undoubtedly never tasted before, something I learned from Muggles," Wentworth replied, dashing off to his dormitory. Soon after, Cedric saw Wentworth re-emerge, cradling a cauldron, which he placed atop the charcoal and filled with water. "Could you kindly ignite the charcoal?" Wentworth asked the house elves, who were watching with wide eyes. One of the house elves snapped its fingers, and the charcoal blazed to life. Wentworth then busied himself, occasionally adding various peculiar items into several small bowls and stirring them intermittently. "Are you preparing a potion for me?" Cedric questioned. unable to suppress his skepticism as he observed Wentworth's flurry of activity. A potion? No. In the Muggle world, this is known as hot pot. Soon, the water in the cauldron began to boil, and Wentworth finally paused his efforts, turning to place 4 small bowls in front of Cedric. This is hot pot. You simply immerse various ingredients into the boiling broth. Of course, this is not ordinary water. I've added many ingredients, which in the Muggle world is generally referred to as the broth base. Then, you select your favorite ingredients, cook them in the broth, and dip them in some special sauces for a truly satisfying experience. Noticing Cedric still looked puzzled, Wentworth pointed to the 4 small bowls before him. I've prepared 4 types of dipping sauces: sesame sauce, chili sauce, oil dip, and seafood sauce. Which one do you prefer? After contemplating, Cedric pointed to the vividly red sauce and said, I'll take the chili sauce. I enjoy a spicy kick. Wentworth smirked as he handed the chili sauce to Cedric, muttering, Sesame sauce and hot pot are a match made in heaven. The others are mere heresies. Then, he produced a plate of meat rolls from behind him and gently placed them into the cauldron, stirring them lightly. At that moment, a house elf approached and asked, Gentlemen, would you like something to drink? How about some sherry fruit soda? Wentworth pondered for a moment and inquired, Do you have butterbeer? Soon, the cauldron that had calmed after the addition of meat began to boil again, prompting Wentworth and Cedric to quickly retrieve the meat, placing it onto their plates. Cheers, they exclaimed, sipping the fruit beverage prepared by the house elf, while the request for butterbeer was politely declined due to Hogwarts' prohibition on alcohol for students. At first, Cedric hesitated as he gazed at the meat cooked in the cauldron on his plate. Don't worry, this cauldron is new. I haven't used it before. Go on, give it a try. Oh, and remember to clean the cauldron for me with the cleaning charm afterward. I haven't mastered that spell yet. Perhaps feeling too polite to refuse Wentworth's invitation, or perhaps unable to resist the temptation of Wentworth enjoying himself so heartily, Cedric closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and finally placed a slice of meat into it. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight. Hey, leave some for me. Wentworth feigned displeasure as he watched Cedric gobble up all the meat from the cauldron. Is there more? Add some more, Cedric exclaimed, his mouth full of meat. Seeing this, Wentworth chuckled and retrieved more ingredients from behind him. Cedric watched in surprise as Wentworth picked up a gray item resembling a rag, placed it into the boiling cauldron, and quickly retrieved it, repeating the process several times before dipping it in sauce and tasting it. What are you eating? Is there a ritual involved? Cedric asked. This is a mysterious ritual I learned from the enigmatic East, a technique called 7 up and 8 down, which enhances the flavor of the ingredients. Cedric nodded, albeit somewhat confused, and mimicked Wentworth's actions, lifting a piece, performing the ritual, and then tasting it. Wow, is this also a Muggle delicacy? It's incredibly delicious, Cedric exclaimed, astonished, as he continued to pick up more pieces and place them into the cauldron. Don't just eat meat. Have some vegetables to balance it out, Wentworth advised from the side. If you find it greasy, eat more vegetables. Just give me the meat. I'm not one to shy away from richness, Cedric replied without looking up. Wentworth had always wondered why Cedric, chosen as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament, a student who stood out among Hogwarts' finest aside from the protagonist Harry Potter, seemed more suited for Ravenclaw yet was sorted into Hufflepuff. Now, witnessing Cedric indulge so heartily, Wentworth mused that at Hogwarts, there are only misplaced rooms, not misallocated students. Chapter 20. The unexpected prefect. In the ensuing moments, Wentworth was too engrossed in the delightful feast to express his sentiments, hastily vying with Cedric for the morsels simmering in the cauldron. It was not that Wentworth was stingy. Rather, the shared joy of indulging in hot pot made it all the more delectable, just as the two were merrily bantering and relishing their meal. The door to the Hufflepuff common room swung open, and a figure rushed in, flustered. My goodness, what a cloud of smoke. Is there a fire? Cedric intermittently employed a few minor charms to disperse the smoke in the room, yet the steamy pot still enveloped the Hufflepuff common room in a veil of mist, rendering Wentworth and Cedric momentarily unable to discern the identity of the newcomer. You too, are you brewing potions? As the figure approached, Wentworth and Cedric, startled by the sight of their cauldron brimming with ingredients and bubbling furiously, were taken aback. Cedric's face was flushed, glistening with sweat. It was only then that they recognized the newcomer as Gryn, the fifth-year prefect of Hufflepuff. Cedric, are you all right? Feeling unwell? You two are being utterly foolish. If you're not well, you should seek Madame Pomfrey. You're still young. How could you possibly tamper with potion brewing? Observing Gryn's heightened agitation, Wentworth and Cedric exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, leaving Gryn utterly perplexed. Wentworth swiftly pulled out a chair, while Cedric gestured for Gryn to sit down, inquiring, "What brings you here in such a rush?" Realizing that he may have misjudged the situation, Gryn settled down and remarked, "I was startled. I thought you two had lost your minds." Gryn regarded the two with a curious expression, occasionally twitching his nose. Wentworth promptly placed a portion of the prepared seasoning before Gryn, while Cedric hurriedly fished out some meat slices and vegetables from the cauldron, presenting them to Gryn. "Come now, Gryn, there's plenty to share. Would you care to sample some?" Gryn, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Are you truly consuming potions?" Cedric quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood, Prefect Gryn. We merely borrowed the cauldron temporarily. It's brand new, brought by Wentworth at the start of term, and has never been used before." Wentworth chimed in, "Indeed, Gryn. This is a dish I learned from the Muggle world called hot pot. It's quite delightful." Upon hearing their explanations, Gryn breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You should have said so earlier. You gave me quite a fright. I thought you both had gone mad." As Gryn spoke, he unhesitatingly picked up a slice of meat, dipped it into the seasoning Wentworth had prepared, and placed it in his mouth. "Delicious. So flavorful. Wentworth, you've done splendidly. The sorting hat made an excellent choice," Gryn declared, devouring the food heartily, occasionally tossing fresh ingredients into the cauldron. Cedric remarked, "Prefect Gryn, I now understand why you are our Hufflepuff leader. I hesitated greatly before taking my first bite, yet you dove in without a moment's thought." Gryn was about to respond when his mouth filled with meat, nearly choking him. After a brief pause, he managed to say, "I'm not one of those who take pride in pure blood. My father is a Muggle, and I love him dearly. As a child, he often prepared various Muggle dishes for me, which I cherished. Those were my childhood memories. However, this hot pot is something I've never encountered before. Wentworth, thank you for introducing me to such a delectable cuisine. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Wentworth promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "You're too kind, Prefect Gryn. I'm delighted that you enjoy it." "Enjoy? Absolutely. I've always believed that the magical world's disdain for all things Muggle is quite misguided. At the very least, many culinary delights from the Muggle realm are worth trying. Haha. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The Muggle world progresses at a far swifter pace than our magical one. Wouldn't you agree?" At this juncture, 2 additional students set down their food and made their way to the Hufflepuff common room, curious to discover Gryn's whereabouts and whether he had encountered any trouble. This sudden commotion rendered all Hufflepuff students restless. Some contemplated reporting to a professor but were promptly deterred, for they suspected that Gryn and his companions might simply be delayed by some trivial matter. Reporting such a minor incident would surely invite mockery from students of the other 3 houses. Consequently, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, students from the other houses witnessed a surprising spectacle. The typically reserved and even dull Hufflepuffs suddenly rose en masse, heading towards the exit. Almost all Hufflepuff students had drawn their wands, imbuing the considerable group with an air of intensity. As they traversed the hall, students from the other houses, startled by the Hufflepuff display, hurriedly made way. While they were all curious about what had transpired within Hufflepuff, none dared to pursue the matter further. Yet, some students were already rushing off, evidently to inform a professor. Before long, all Hufflepuff students arrived at the entrance of the common room. Chapter 21. The Hufflepuff Uprising. A group of upperclassmen from Hufflepuff stood at the forefront of the line, gazing at the Hufflepuff common room. They exchanged glances and nodded at one another. One of them stepped forward, and the others raised their wands towards the entrance of the common room. As the door to the Hufflepuff common room swung open, the upperclassmen surged in, wands held aloft, followed closely by the remaining Hufflepuff students. Inside the common room, Wentworth, Cedric, and others stared in astonishment as the door was flung open, revealing a throng of wand-wielding figures pouring in. One upperclassman, observing the scene within, wore an expression of disbelief. Wentworth and Cedric could only nod in a daze. Heaven knows what emotions coursed through them when they had been enjoying a hot pot and singing moments before, only to be confronted by a multitude of wands pointed at their heads. Realizing the misunderstanding, the Hufflepuff students reluctantly lowered their wands, their curiosity piqued by the steaming cauldron on Wentworth's table. A female prefect from Hufflepuff stood up, her expression filled with ire, exclaiming, "You are utterly out of line. How could you indulge in such a delightful feast without sharing with us? A hush fell over the room, soon to be followed by a wave of fervent chatter as Wentworth and Cedric found themselves facing the collective reproach of the Hufflepuff cohort. This prompted Wentworth to repeatedly apologize until Green stepped forward, asserting, "Everyone, please listen to me. At Hogwarts, the authority of a prefect is quite significant." Gradually, the common room quieted down. Let us not be harsh. Under my admonition, Wentworth and Cedric have recognized their folly, and Wentworth has promised to ensure that we all partake in a steaming hot pot. Therefore, let us cease our harshness toward him. Wentworth gazed in astonishment at Green's eloquent speech, reflecting on the astuteness of a prefect. The art of politics is indeed a requisite skill, even for a Hufflepuff. Green continued, directing, "Everyone, heed my instructions. A few of you, proceed to the kitchen and request the house elves to bring back 20 portions of the ingredients they previously delivered to Wentworth. All first years, retrieve your cauldrons. Make sure they are new and unused. The rest shall follow Wentworth to learn about seasoning. Today, we shall host a hot pot party in the common room." A chorus of cheers erupted, praising Prefect Green's sagacious decision. Meanwhile, as Wentworth and the others busied themselves preparing for the hot pot gathering, someone was frantically rushing outside Dumbledore's office, tormented by the password challenge. "Percy, what are you doing here?" Standing outside the office was Percy Weasley, and the voice addressing him belonged to Madame Hooch, the flying instructor. Upon hearing her, Percy turned, his urgency palpable. "Professor, I must speak with the headmaster." Noting his distress, Madame Hooch replied, "Percy, Headmaster Dumbledore is hosting a gathering in his office today to welcome the new Professor Alona. All the faculty members are present. If it is not of utmost importance, I suggest you return later." Percy had been pondering why not a single professor had appeared in the Great Hall for lunch. Now it all made sense. Nevertheless, he shook his head vehemently, stating, "Professor Hooch, this matter is exceedingly urgent. I must report it to the headmaster immediately." Seeing his determination, Madame Hooch regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. "Very well, follow me." Under Madame Hooch's guidance, Percy finally entered Dumbledore's office, where soothing music filled the air, and many professors stood conversing with the new Professor Alona, laughter punctuating their discussions. Dumbledore stood quietly to the side, lost in contemplation. "Headmaster, a crisis has arisen. The Hufflepuffs have revolted." Percy rushed over to Dumbledore, exclaiming in distress. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to the flustered Percy. "Percy, what did you just say?" Before Dumbledore could respond, Professor McGonagall stepped forward. "I believe it is imperative that we teach our Percy the importance of decorum. A diligent student does not necessarily equate to an exemplary one," Snape remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Percy. "Thank you. I shall handle my student's education myself." "Percy, what has transpired?" McGonagall interjected, positioning herself protectively between Snape and Percy. Feeling the weight of multiple gazes upon him, Percy's anxiety lessened somewhat with McGonagall at his side. "Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore, esteemed professors, the Hufflepuffs have revolted." His words furrowed the brows of everyone present. "Hufflepuff? What has happened to Hufflepuff?" Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, hurriedly approached with concern. In response, Percy recounted the events that had unfolded in the Great Hall in detail. "I had always thought such antics were exclusive to Gryffindor. I am utterly astonished to find Hufflepuff engaging in such behavior," Snape commented disparagingly. "No, Headmaster Dumbledore. They are good kids. This incident must be rooted in a story we are yet to uncover," Professor Sprout quickly defended. "Indeed, Professor Sprout. I am aware they are good children. Here is the plan. Let us go and see what has transpired. I am curious to know who could rally the entire student body of Hufflepuff," Dumbledore stated, leading Professor Sprout toward the exit, with Professor McGonagall following closely behind. "I shall accompany as well, to see if I can be of assistance," Alona declared, joining the procession. Thus, all the professors followed suit, departing the office, Snape included. Chapter 22, Snape's Fury Soon. Under the leadership of Headmaster Dumbledore, everyone gathered outside the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. Dumbledore wore an impassive expression. Professor Sprout appeared tense, while Alona's face was adorned with curiosity. When Dumbledore swung open the grand door to the Hufflepuff common room, a cacophony of noise flooded their ears. "Wentworth, you clever little rascal, how did you come up with this?" "Wentworth, as a fellow freshman in Hufflepuff this year, I must proclaim you the strongest." "Wentworth, you say you can prepare many Muggle dishes? If only I had known today would unfold like this, I would have made dumplings. As Wentworth's voice echoed and the conversations continued within, Alona outside couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of her mouth. Dumplings? Are they truly that delectable? Perhaps tonight, I could invite you to my dorm. Ahem. Upon hearing this, both Dumbledore and Alona simultaneously cleared their throats. Dumbledore cast a glance at Alona, said nothing further, and turned to step into the Hufflepuff common room. As the figures of Dumbledore and the professors emerged within the Hufflepuff common room, the once lively atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Each student clutched a small bowl, their mouths stuffed with meat, staring blankly toward the entrance. Some with cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. What have you all done? The first to break the silence was not Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, but rather Severus Snape, the potions professor. He surged into the midst of the students, observing them gathered around cauldrons, but instead of potion ingredients. The cauldrons bubbled with chunks of meat, lettuce, potatoes, and various other ingredients, each cauldron presenting a unique concoction. Snape's gaze swept across the cauldrons, his anger escalating, his already gloomy countenance darkening further. These cauldrons are vital tools for your future potions class. For a potion master, a cauldron is an indispensable companion. How dare you use them to cook? Whose idea was this? Speak up. Though Snape's furious gaze made each Hufflepuff student lower their heads, no one stepped forward to claim responsibility for this culinary escapade. Wentworth, initially inclined to raise his hand, hesitated, knowing that despite the students' fear of Snape, he was not as dark-hearted as they believed. Just as Wentworth's hand began to rise, Cedric seized it, shaking his head subtly. Although the gesture was discreet, it did not escape Snape's discerning eye. He approached Wentworth, fixing his gaze upon him. If someone stands forth now to admit their actions, I shall only punish that individual. If no one confesses, the entire Hufflepuff house shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Wentworth could not help but smile wryly, slowly raising his other hand. Yet, just as he did, his other hand was also grasped firmly by Hufflepuff prefect, Cork. Cork's action elicited a sardonic smile from Snape. Mr. Wentworth, do you have anything to say? I'm sorry, Professor, it was my idea, and I am willing to accept full responsibility. Seeing Wentworth's unhesitating admission, Snape spoke each word with deliberation. Very well, since you have confessed. However, before Snape could finish, Cedric suddenly interjected. Professor Snape, I believe the responsibility lies with me. This hot pot was made by Wentworth for me to enjoy. Cedric's unexpected declaration astonished Snape, who had never witnessed a student so eager to take the blame. This only added to the scowl on Snape's already darkened face. What surprised him even more was when Cork, the Hufflepuff prefect, stepped forward as well, proclaiming, I believe the responsibility actually lies with me. As the prefect, I not only failed to stop them, but was also unable to resist the allure of the hot pot. It was simply too delicious. Furthermore, this hot pot gathering was organized under my direction, so the fault lies with me. As Cork spoke, many Hufflepuff students rallied around Snape, claiming responsibility for the incident. No, it should be my fault. As the female prefect of Hufflepuff, I should not have allowed them to indulge, but the flavor was irresistible. Snape found himself momentarily dizzy as he surveyed the Hufflepuff students surrounding him. Ordinarily, they would scurry away at his approach. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout watched her students with a beaming expression, pride evident in her demeanor. Dumbledore and Alona, however, kept their focus on Wentworth, their expressions inscrutable. Enough. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, silencing the Hufflepuff students encircling Snape. She approached and stated, This is utterly outrageous. What do you intend to do? Stage a rebellion? When mistakes are made, punishment is necessary. That is a requirement. Do you think your gathering here will compel the school to relent? Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, demonstrated her competence and effectiveness, swiftly silencing the previously emboldened Hufflepuff students with just a few words. At this juncture, Snape seemed to finally register that he had been besieged by his own students, his body trembling with indignation. Just as he prepared to speak, McGonagall interjected, Of course, we cannot allow this to impact future lessons. Therefore, I propose a minor reprimand will suffice. There is no need for grand gestures. What do you think? Chapter 23. The Lucky Star of Hufflepuff. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Severus Snape felt a slight alleviation of his inner fury. He turned to survey his surroundings and spoke. Hufflepuff, without permission, you held a party in the common room, leading to misunderstandings with other houses. Hufflepuff loses 20 points. After stating this, Snape's gaze shifted to Wentworth, for it was evident to all that Wentworth was the instigator of the incident. As Snape fixed his eyes on Wentworth, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, stepped forward. "Professor Snape, I believe Wentworth." But before she could finish, Snape interjected. "Mr. Wentworth, you seem quite adept at using cauldrons, which is commendable and indicative of your talent. I have decided that for the next month, from Monday to Friday, after dinner, you shall come to me. I shall personally teach you some potions brewed in a cauldron. This is not a punishment, it is a reward." Without waiting for any reaction from the others, Snape turned and strode out of the Hufflepuff common room. Hearing Snape's proclamation, Professor Sprout, who had intended to plead for Wentworth, ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. As Snape departed, the remaining Hufflepuff students, apart from Wentworth, exhaled in relief. As for point deductions, they deemed it inconsequential. After all, Hufflepuff had not won the House Cup in ages. To them, the cup was merely a large bowl. Only Wentworth contemplated the situation, reflecting on the cunning ability of someone who could serve as an informant for the Dark Lord. It was truly remarkable how Snape could transform a punishment into a reward, leaving Professor Sprout unable to advocate for him. At that moment, just as the other professors were preparing to leave, Albus Dumbledore entered. Unlike Snape, all Hufflepuff students regarded Dumbledore with deep respect. "Is this delightful dish called hot pot? It certainly smells appetizing," Dumbledore remarked, pointing to the cauldron before the students. At Dumbledore's words, the students of Hufflepuff beamed, and a female prefect promptly produced a clean bowl, filled it with meat and seasonings, and offered it to Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Dumbledore began to savor the dish. "Quite exquisite. I never imagined such simple cooking could yield such delicious food. The credit goes to Wentworth for crafting the seasonings," the prefect exclaimed. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, and after finishing an entire bowl, he declined the student's offer to refill it, waving his hand with a chuckle. "At my age, my appetite has diminished, huh? However, I must express my astonishment at today's Hufflepuff. I have come to understand the situation thoroughly. In the face of potential unknown dangers, you did not shy away but bravely confronted them together, entering what you perceive to be a perilous common room. Such courage deserves 10 points for Hufflepuff." Dumbledore's words momentarily silenced the common room, before erupting into a chorus of jubilant cheers. Even Professor Sprout could not contain her applause. As the cheers gradually subsided, Dumbledore continued. "When faced with possible repercussions, you did not shirk responsibility. Rather, you stepped forward and willingly embraced it. This is a rare quality, one that many adult wizards fail to embody." Hufflepuff earns another 10 points. With this proclamation, even greater cheers erupted. And this time not only Professor Sprout, but also other professors joined in the applause. Sensing that Dumbledore had more to say, the jubilations soon quieted, and the Hufflepuff students looked at Dumbledore with eager anticipation. Dumbledore approached Wentworth, locking eyes with him. It was Wentworth's first direct encounter with Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard in the magical realm. He fought to suppress his excitement, gazing at Dumbledore with admiration while simultaneously invoking his mental barriers. After a moment, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Wentworth, I am grateful to you for providing an old man with such a delightful meal and for significantly contributing to the diversity of Hogwarts cuisine. Therefore, Hufflepuff earns an additional 5 points." Dumbledore's words elevated the atmosphere in the common room to its zenith, with many Hufflepuff students embracing each other in ecstatic celebration. The reason for their excitement was clear. Today marked the first day of the new term, a weekend with no classes, meaning all 4 houses had not yet accrued points. Snape's earlier deduction of 20 points had placed Hufflepuff at the bottom of the ranking, but Dumbledore's subsequent awarding of 25 points catapulted Hufflepuff to the top among the 4 houses. Kirk, with tears in his eyes, proclaimed, 5 years. A full 5 years. Hufflepuff has finally, under my leadership as prefect, surpassed the other 3 houses for the first time. Even if only for a day, I am immensely proud." Kirk's words prompted Wentworth to regard him with newfound respect. In Wentworth's view, Kirk had become a strong candidate for the future Minister of Magic. Perhaps sensing Wentworth's gaze, Kirk turned to him and exclaimed, "Wentworth, you are truly the lucky star of Hufflepuff." With that, Kirk exchanged a knowing glance with Cedric, and together they hoisted Wentworth into the air. Soon, more Hufflepuff students joined in, filling the common room with Wentworth's astonished cries of delight. Witnessing this spectacle, Ilona could no longer suppress a proud smile. This was the future leader of their faction, and how long would it take to conquer Hogwarts? Wentworth's answer was simply, "A meal's time." Suddenly, Ilona contemplated that perhaps joining Hufflepuff was part of Wentworth's grand plan. Although Hufflepuff students may not possess the illustrious lineage of Slytherin or the academic brilliance of Ravenclaw, they represented the largest house at Hogwarts. The wizards emerging from Hufflepuff would infiltrate every corner of the magical world, forming the foundation for its future. With this realization, Ilona gazed at Wentworth with newfound admiration. Chapter 24. Before Potions class. Dumbledore did not quell the jubilant cheers of Hufflepuff. Instead, he turned to Ilona and said, and Ilona smiled in response, "It's quite all right, Headmaster Dumbledore. In fact, I have already fallen in love with this magnificent school." As Dumbledore and numerous professors departed, the students of Hufflepuff truly let themselves go, reveling in a hot pot party that continued well into the night. Consequently, when the students from the other three houses gathered in the Great Hall for dinner, they were astonished to find Hufflepuff's long table completely empty, leaving them in bewildered silence. "Wentworth, tomorrow evening you will attend Professor Snape's class, and you have yet to experience a potions lesson. Tonight, I shall assist you in preparing for it, although a single evening may not suffice for extensive learning. It will at least provide you with a mental preparation," Cedric announced as he entered with a book in hand. Despite Wentworth's fatigue from concocting numerous potions that day, he found it difficult to refuse Cedric's kind offer. Unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, Cork, the Hufflepuff prefect, arrived, carrying several books which he handed to Wentworth. "Wentworth, these are the notes I have compiled over the years in Professor Snape's class. I hope they prove helpful to you. You are the blessing of Hufflepuff. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Initially, Wentworth had chosen Hufflepuff out of apprehension for the potential troubles he might encounter in Gryffindor or Slytherin. However, after this day, he found himself genuinely enamored with Hufflepuff, the least featured house in the Harry Potter series, known for its loyalty and integrity, yet not lacking in courage. It began to occupy a significant place in Wentworth's heart. Thus, on the second evening at Hogwarts, Wentworth participated in the preparatory class conducted by Cedric. Fortunately, the following Monday, Wentworth's first class at Hogwarts was History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, the only ghost teacher at Hogwarts. Professor Binns exemplified the qualities of an esteemed teacher in the eyes of the students. Namely, he would never awaken sleeping students. Consequently, Wentworth took full advantage of the morning to catch up on his rest. In the afternoon, the first-year students of Hufflepuff were to attend Professor Snape's potions class. That afternoon, having become a central figure among the Hufflepuff newcomers, Wentworth walked towards the potions classroom surrounded by his fellow first-years. However, in the corridor, they fortuitously encountered a group of first-year Slytherin students. According to the semester schedule, Slytherin and Hufflepuff first-years were to attend potions class together. Among the Slytherin newcomers, one stood out like a star, Cassandra. Dressed in a deep green robe with her golden curls cascading elegantly, she strode confidently at the forefront of the Slytherin group, directly crossing paths with Wentworth. "You are blocking my way." Cassandra frowned at Wentworth. He surveyed the spacious corridor and, feeling inclined to yield, thought that perhaps he would simply let the matter slide in the name of chivalry. However, with so many Hufflepuff students trailing behind him, conceding would figuratively mean that Hufflepuff was giving way to Slytherin, a notion Wentworth, now fully identifying as a Hufflepuff, could not accept. "Cassandra, there is ample room in this corridor. Let us pass together," he declared. Cassandra, unimpressed, merely scoffed. "You think so highly of yourself." Just as the standoff intensified, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Both Wentworth and Cassandra turned to see Cork, flanked by a number of upperclassmen from Hufflepuff, approaching. Wentworth's face lit up with surprise. "Cork, what brings you here?" Cork embraced Wentworth warmly, then seamlessly obstructed Cassandra's advance. "We have come to support you," he proclaimed. "Support me?" Wentworth queried, puzzled. "Indeed. Let us not forget that Snape is also our potions professor. I have attended his classes for 5 years and am well acquainted with his style." As Cork continued to relay advice, Wentworth felt a warm surge of gratitude envelop him. Soon, accompanied by the upperclassmen, Wentworth led the procession of Hufflepuff first-years into Professor Snape's potions classroom. After they settled in, Cork and the others departed, allowing the Slytherin newcomers to enter under Cassandra's leadership. Cassandra, her expression sour, took a seat directly across from Wentworth. "Wentworth, it seems I underestimated you. You have managed to rally so many upperclassmen to your defense. However, I shall prove who the most outstanding first-year truly is, right here and now." Hearing Cassandra's words, Wentworth realized she had misunderstood him and was about to clarify that Cork and the others were not summoned by him. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the entrance of the classroom. It appears you are slightly more competent than the Gryffindors this morning. At least none of you seem to be lost. I hope your intelligence surpasses theirs, for I shall not tolerate any waste of my potions. Chapter 25. The first potions class soon. Severus Snape ascended the podium with deliberate steps. As he passed each window, he waved his hand gently, causing the curtains to fall automatically, casting an even deeper shadow over the potions classroom. This scene, however, was a testament to Snape's formidable prowess, performing wandless and silent magic, a feat unattainable by most aurors. Once at the front, he surveyed the classroom with a piercing gaze and announced, "Why do you all stare at me? Look at your desks." His thunderous command startled the students into lowering their heads, even those from Slytherin. "On your desks, each of you has a stone at the corner. The first question is, what is this stone?" As Snape's words echoed, Wentworth noticed Cassandra nearby raising her hand eagerly. Snape sauntered over to her. But just as Wentworth was scrutinizing the stone before him, Snape abruptly turned his attention to Wentworth and said, "Wentworth, what do you think?" With a resigned sigh, Wentworth thought to himself, "Snape, your vengeance is unmasked. Alas, I do not possess the eyes you favor." "Professor Snape, this is a dung stone," Cassandra declared. Snape continued, "What is its purpose?" "The dung stone is extracted from the stomach of sheep and possesses excellent detoxifying properties." "Sit down," Snape commanded. As Wentworth took his seat, Snape made his way back to the podium and continued, "The dung stones before you have been prepared in advance. Should anyone wish to experiment with toxic substances upon themselves and later regret it, this stone serves as an antidote. Rest assured, I have an abundance of these dung stones for your experiments. Why are you all looking down? Raise your heads and look at me." Instantly, all students lifted their heads. Snape then produced a vial of potion, stating, "This is the elixir of life. Who can tell me its purpose?" As his words settled in the air, Cassandra once again raised her hand, but Wentworth noticed that Snape merely cast a fleeting glance at her before fixing his gaze on him. "Wentworth, enlighten us on the purpose of the elixir of life." As expected, Snape had called on him. "The elixir of life is a potent sleeping draught, Professor Snape." "You are not entirely foolish," Snape replied, his expression unchanging, and waved for Wentworth to sit down. Once seated, Wentworth felt a searing gaze upon him. Following it, he discovered Cassandra glaring at him, seemingly resentful that he had stolen her limelight. Wentworth could only shrug helplessly, indicating his disinterest in the rivalry. Yet, to Cassandra, his gesture appeared as an unspoken provocation. "You too, are you exchanging glances during class?" Suddenly, Snape's voice pierced through the air, startling both of them. They turned to find him standing ominously beside them. Wentworth internally lamented his misfortune. This old bat despised displays of affection among students. 10 points from Hufflepuff and Slytherin, Snape declared without hesitation. Wentworth understood that Snape was thoroughly infuriated to have deducted points from Slytherin. Snape then held up the elixir of life and inquired, "Who can tell me the two most essential ingredients in its formula?" Wentworth, keeping his head down, noticed out of the corner of his eye that Cassandra seemed poised to raise her hand again. However, after a moment of hesitation, likely due to her recent reprimand, she lowered it once more. Unexpectedly, Snape chose to call on Cassandra this time. Upon hearing her name, Cassandra was momentarily taken aback before immediately standing and proclaiming, "It is powdered sunroot and wormwood infusion, Professor Snape." At this, Wentworth was left utterly speechless, finally grasping the frustration that Harry Potter must have felt in the original tale. Although he recognized that Snape was not a truly malevolent figure and had even been moved by his story, he could not suppress his dissatisfaction at that moment. Regardless of Wentworth's internal turmoil, he remained seated, dutifully listening as Snape elaborated on the preparation of the elixir of life. As the class neared its conclusion, Wentworth seized an opportunity to discreetly tear a few pages from his textbook. When everyone began to exit the classroom, Wentworth approached Snape, clutching his book. "What? Are you eager to commence the training I have prepared for you?" Snape remarked, astonished at Wentworth's approach. "Professor Snape, my textbook appears to have missing pages, and I was wondering if you might have any old copies available. Even a troll knows to check its weapons before venturing out. Go choose one from over there." Snape gestured dismissively towards a pile of old books nearby. Chapter 26. The indignant Cassandra. After expressing his gratitude to Snape, Wentworth approached the pile of old books, meticulously sifting through them. Soon, his eyes lit up as he picked up an old textbook and walked over to Snape. "Professor Snape, I shall take this one." Without lifting his gaze, Snape replied, "I hope you do not ruin this book as well." Remember to see me after dinner." Wentworth quickly agreed and dashed out of the potions classroom. Upon exiting, he found that the Slytherin first years had already vanished, while the Hufflepuff newcomers were still waiting outside the potions classroom. As soon as Wentworth emerged, they eagerly rushed forward, bombarding him with questions. Wentworth had to deflect, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just had some inquiries about potions, so I stayed back to ask Professor Snape." As soon as Wentworth finished speaking, the worried expressions of the Hufflepuff first years immediately morphed into admiration, with some even giving him a thumbs up and patting him on the shoulder. "Wentworth, I respect you for being so brave." Just then, Snape's voice echoed from behind them. "If you do not wish to leave, you may all come back in." The Hufflepuff newcomers fled in panic. Wentworth turned to bow to Professor Snape, then followed the other first years out. Seizing a moment of privacy, he opened the old textbook he had borrowed from the potions classroom. To his astonishment, a name prominently inscribed on the title page read Half-Blood Prince. Confirming he had not taken the wrong book, a knowing smile crept across Wentworth's face. "Hey, how was potions? Professor Snape didn't give you a hard time, did he?" Spotting Cedric, Wentworth felt relieved, raising his hands in mock surrender. "How could he not? He docked 5 points from me." Cedric waved dismissively. "That's nothing. I thought he would at least take off 30. 5 points? Just a basic procedure. No one will hold it against you. By the way, what reason did Snape give for the deduction?" Wentworth chuckled bitterly. "He claimed I was exchanging glances with Cassandra during class. What a ridiculous accusation." Cedric stared at Wentworth in disbelief, and after a while, an uproarious laughter erupted from him. "Honestly, is there something going on between you and Cassandra? I sensed an unusual connection between you two on the Hogwarts Express." Wentworth quickly denied. "Impossible. I prefer tall girls with curvy figures. You shameless flirt. Just wait." As Cassandra departed, Wentworth and Cedric exchanged glances, and after a moment, Wentworth remarked, "Actually, she has great potential. There's an old saying from the East. A girl changes greatly by the age of 18. Cedric sighed in resignation. "Do you really think that's why she is angry?" "Trust me." "Absolutely." They then made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. As Wentworth and Cedric entered the hall and approached the Hufflepuff table, many greeted Wentworth warmly, leaving him slightly taken aback. Once seated, more students approached him to inquire about his plans for another hot pot party. And it wasn't he until Wentworth assured them he would notify them in advance that they finally departed. Meanwhile, Cassandra watched Wentworth, surrounded by a throng of admirers, and clenched her teeth in frustration. "Cassandra, you don't look so well. What's wrong?" At that moment, Slytherin's prefect, Waylon, approached with evident concern. Since the beginning of the term, Waylon had taken the initiative to speak with Cassandra multiple times, and the other Slytherin students discreetly made space for them. Upon hearing Waylon's voice, Cassandra instinctively frowned. She held a negative view of him. Since Waylon's father worked under her father, he often displayed a sycophantic attitude towards her. Cassandra understood his motivations. Girls mature earlier than boys, especially in families like hers, where flattery was commonplace. However, she despised this behavior. "You're a prefect, and the Slytherin prefect at that. Don't you have any dignity? What happened to Slytherin pride? You're bringing shame to our house." Such were Cassandra's thoughts regarding Waylon. In moments like this, she would recall Wentworth's face, perpetually adorned with a graceful smile, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet genuinely curious about the magical world. Despite being from a half-blood family, or even a Muggle background, he seemed more like a pureblood than many purebloods themselves. Do not question how Cassandra knew Wentworth was not from a pureblood family before coming to Hogwarts. Her father had provided her with a list of notable first years. "Waylon, today, our Slytherin house was looked down upon." Upon hearing Cassandra's words, Waylon's expression shifted to one of fury. "What? Who dares to look down upon Slytherin?" Thus, Cassandra recounted the afternoon's incident outside the potions classroom, embellishing the details as she spoke to Waylon. In summary, the Hufflepuff prefect, Cork, had obstructed the path of the Slytherin first years, allowing the Hufflepuff newcomers to precede them. All the while, Wentworth remained blissfully unaware, waiting for the meal to be served. Chapter 27. Snape's office. After dinner, Wentworth made his way alone to Snape's office. This time, even Cedric kept his distance and did not follow. Upon knocking, the door to Snape's office swung open, revealing Snape's perpetually icy visage. "Have you come to meddle with your damn pot again? Arriving so late?" Wentworth shrugged and entered, trailing behind Snape. Perhaps due to its subterranean location, Snape's office exuded an air of profound gloom, with numerous large glass jars lining the walls, each containing a variety of grotesque substances. Snape gestured towards a nearby table, and Wentworth, exhibiting a commendable sense of propriety, walked over and seated himself. Shortly thereafter, Snape produced a cloth bag from the other side and tossed it to Wentworth. Upon opening the bag, Wentworth discovered it was filled with numerous bean-like plants. I hope you're not about to tell me you do not recognize what these are. But judging by your performance in class today, you should be familiar with them. Indeed, Professor Snape, these are Wiggenweld beans. They can be used to, Wentworth began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Snape. Do not presume to educate me on their uses. I was brewing potions with them long before you were born. Your task tonight is to extract at least 10 grams of their juice. I trust you will not be as foolish as the previous imbeciles who used an entire bag and failed to extract a single drop. You do know how to extract it, do you not? Wentworth nodded. During his tutoring session with Cedric the previous night, he had learned that Wiggenweld beans required a pure silver knife to be finely sliced, with each cut releasing their precious juice, which could accelerate many potion reactions. Seeing Wentworth's acknowledgement, Snape said nothing further, casually tossing him a silver knife before returning to his own pursuits. However, it soon dawned on Wentworth that while Snape had promised to teach him potion brewing, he was now relegated to mere drudgery. He had only made a hot pot with the cauldron, so why the ire? Even if he was angry, it had been 2 days. Surely that was enough time for his temper to cool. It was no wonder that Lily ultimately chose Potter, a man who could not rise above such pettiness. Wentworth internally berated. As he began his task, Wentworth quickly realized he had underestimated the undertaking. The name Wiggenweld bean was indeed a apartment. The beans before him were smooth and hard. With a single slice, the bean remained intact while his fingers nearly suffered. After much exertion, he managed to process a single bean, yielding only a few drops of juice. 10 grams seemed a distant goal. Mr. Wentworth, do you intend to spend the night in my office? At some point, Snape had appeared behind him, and upon observing Wentworth's struggle, a look of disdain crossed his face. After speaking, Snape turned and exited his office, leaving Wentworth alone in the dimly lit space. As Snape departed, Wentworth exhaled deeply. It must be said that Snape's presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Even knowing Snape's character, he felt an immense weight. His notes indicated, the extraction of Wiggenweld bean juice is exceedingly tedious, but one may choose to forcefully press the beans with the knife, thus doubling the yield of juice from each bean. Given their hardness, it is advisable to cast a strength-enhancing spell upon one's arm, as follows. After reviewing the notes, Wentworth mused that perhaps Dumbledore's refusal of Snape's request to teach defense against the dark arts, insisting instead that he teach potions, was simply because Snape was indeed a prodigious potion master. Observing the densely packed notes, occasionally interspersed with some spells of Snape's own invention, Wentworth's ire at being assigned menial labor began to dissipate. Well, I shall consider this a form of tuition. After all, the knowledge contained within this book is indeed priceless. Employing the methods and spells documented within, Wentworth's efficiency soared, and soon enough, he had amassed the requisite 10 grams of Wiggenweld juice. While Snape's original bag of beans remained half full, with the task complete, Wentworth could not resist the temptation to wander around Snape's office, surveying the shelves filled with glass jars and their repugnant contents. He couldn't help but think that anyone working in such an office must be mentally unwell. Wentworth, have you completely given up? If so, I can understand your use of a cauldron for cooking, for you are evidently unworthy of brewing a potion. Professor Snape, allow me to explain. But before Wentworth could utter a word, Snape, visibly irritated, cut him off. No need to speak. I do not welcome students of your caliber here. Get out. In an instant, the atmosphere in Snape's office fell into an awkward silence. The tension was palpable, yet it was not Wentworth who felt discomfort. Had he not been concerned about his image, he might have whistled nonchalantly. Do you consider yourself remarkable? Any fool could extract that much juice from a large bag of Wiggenweld beans. Your speed is merely adequate. After a considerable pause, Snape feigned indifference before finally speaking. Chapter 28. The Assault on Snape. Wentworth, upon hearing Snape's words, chuckled softly to himself. He then picked up the remaining half bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the table and waved it in front of Professor Snape. At this, Snape could no longer maintain his stoic expression. It transformed into a myriad of emotions. After a considerable pause, Snape seemed to regain his composure and inquired, this time without the biting sarcasm that usually characterized his tone. How was this achieved? It was, of course, through Wentworth's own methods. However, Wentworth had no intention of revealing this secret just yet, for Snape would undoubtedly deduce that he had acquired his former notes. Wentworth then picked up a silver knife from the table, and Snape mistakenly assumed that Wentworth was about to demonstrate something, prompting him to approach in order to observe closely. Yet, to Snape's astonishment, Wentworth returned the silver knife to him and said, "I apologize, Professor Snape, but this is a family secret, and I cannot disclose it." Wentworth's words left Snape momentarily silent. Eventually, he remarked, "It appears your family hails from a lineage of potion masters. No wonder you prepare meals in a cauldron. It is rather commonplace for any potion master to brew potions for several consecutive days. A readily available cauldron indeed serves as an excellent vessel for cooking." Upon hearing Snape's words, Wentworth couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable imagination of a wizard who could conjure such spells, marveling at his own ability to self-generate ideas. Yet outwardly, Wentworth nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Snape waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "You may leave." Without hesitation, Wentworth picked up his old textbook, bowed to Snape, and turned to exit. "Wait," Snape suddenly called out from behind him. Wentworth stiffened, thinking to himself, "Surely Snape hasn't realized that I possess his notes?" Snape, displaying impatience, spoke from behind Wentworth. Releasing a sigh of relief, Wentworth recognized that this was merely Snape rewarding him. He turned and swiftly departed with the remaining half-bag of Bertie Bott's beans. Even long after Wentworth had left, Snape continued to gaze at the 10 grams of juice from the beans that Wentworth had left behind, lost in thought. Suddenly, Snape's hand shot toward his wand at his waist with remarkable speed. Petrificus totalis. However, someone was swifter than Snape, and before his hand could grasp the wand, a petrifying spell struck him from behind. In an instant, Snape's body became rigid, immobilized. Snape could hardly fathom that he was attacked within the confines of Hogwarts, in his own office, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Behind him, a voice devoid of gender emerged. Indeed, Hogwarts lives up to its reputation. A potion professor with such keen senses is quite unexpected. My invisibility charm is notoriously difficult to detect, even for seasoned aurors, yet you discovered me so swiftly. Rest assured, I do not wish to harm you. However, you must face some consequences for your disrespect today. Snape, bewildered, pondered the jest of it all, aside from Dumbledore. Whom had he ever disrespected? Yet, such an incident had never occurred before, and now it was happening. Wentworth's figure loomed in his mind. As anticipated, the enigmatic voice continued, "You can surely deduce that it is Wentworth. He is not someone you can command at will. Consider yourself fortunate for the goodwill he extended before departing. Otherwise, you may require a substitute professor for tomorrow's potion class. Remain here quietly. The spell will dissipate in approximately 2 hours, serving as a minor reprimand for you. Also, I implore you not to inform Wentworth of this, or next time. The spell I cast upon you will be far more severe." After a lengthy silence, the voice ceased, leaving Snape feeling a mixture of relief and dread. This was Hogwarts. After all, there existed countless defensive spells, and the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, presided here. The fact that someone had infiltrated unnoticed was unfathomable. Even during Voldemort and the Death Eater's peak, they had never achieved such a feat. Simultaneously, Wentworth's identity stirred Snape's suspicions. Evidently, he was not from an ordinary wizarding lineage. Suddenly, Snape recalled Dumbledore's words. Could it be that Wentworth was, in fact, a disguise employed by Voldemort? After all, when Voldemort was still Tom Riddle, he bore similarities to Wentworth, elegant, excelling in all subjects, beloved by students and professors alike. Was it possible that, due to Lily's child soon arriving at Hogwarts, he had come early to set his plans in motion? With this thought, Snape could no longer contain his anxiousness. He desperately wished for the spell's effects to wear off so he could inform Dumbledore immediately. Upon opening the door, Wentworth was astonished to find Cedric and others waiting for him in the Hufflepuff common room. As soon as he entered, he was ushered to a comfortable sofa, where fruits and desserts were brought forth, filling the space before him with an array of delicacies. Wentworth, overwhelmed by the attention, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, but the head boy, Cork, dismissively replied, "What are you thanking us for? This is what you deserve. You incurred Professor Snape's ire for the sake of all Hufflepuffs. We Hufflepuffs never forget those who assist us, nor do we overlook those who bring us delightful treats." Chapter 29. Snape's astonishment. While Wentworth and Cedric indulged in a hearty feast within the Hufflepuff common room, Snape found himself alone in his office, the door ajar. allowing a gentle breeze to occasionally waft through. At long last, as the duration of the spell elapsed, Snape regained control over his own body. The first thing he did was utter a chew. He touched his nose, realizing that his runny nose was nearly reaching his lips. With a quick swipe, he hastily exited his office, making his way toward Dumbledore's chambers. Upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, he found the headmaster clad in pajamas, gazing at the anxious Snape with a look of surprise. Curiously, he inquired, "Severus, you appear rather unwell. What has transpired?" Snape approached Dumbledore, locking eyes with him intently, and slowly replied, "He has found you. He is here, at Hogwarts. He now goes by Wentworth." Dumbledore's expression shifted, and he stood abruptly. "Severus, I believe you may be mistaken." Observing Dumbledore's apparent disbelief, Snape could not contain his urgency and recounted in detail the events of the evening. As Snape spoke, Dumbledore's smile faded, and after a moment of silence, he finally said, "Severus, I will investigate this matter, but Wentworth cannot possibly be Tom Riddle." At Dumbledore's assertion, Snape's impatience boiled over, and he exclaimed, "Dumbledore, how do you explain everything that occurred tonight? Or is it that you orchestrated this, deliberately allowing him to enter Hogwarts just a year before Lily's child arrives? Why, for that damned prophecy, he is still but a child. You promised me, Dumbledore. You vowed to protect him." As Snape's emotions surged, Dumbledore refrained from admonishing him. Once Snape had expressed his frustration, Dumbledore spoke slowly. "Trust me, Severus. I have never forgotten my promise. In fact, Wentworth's presence may render Harry Potter even safer." Seeing the confusion in Snape's eyes, Dumbledore continued, "Severus, Tom Riddle is known as the Second Dark Lord, the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Yet in my view, he pales in comparison to the first, Gellert Grindelwald. I do not deny Riddle's talent and power, but his notoriety stems largely from his ability to instill fear, as his followers refer to themselves as Death Eaters. In contrast, Grindelwald and his followers had a true agenda, even establishing their own ideology, calling themselves the Pureblood Party. When the Wizarding War erupted, and Bartemius Crouch permitted Aurors to use the unforgivable curses against the Death Eaters, the British Ministry of Magic found itself in a fierce struggle. Yet Grindelwald and his Pureblood Party swept across Europe and America, if not four. In any case, compared to Grindelwald, Tom Riddle is merely a figure of empty power. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape was astonished to learn that the Dark Lord he so feared was regarded with such disdain by Dumbledore. Yet he could not help but inquire, "So, what does this have to do with what I mentioned tonight?" Dumbledore gazed deeply into Snape's eyes and replied, "Because Wentworth hails from the Grindelwald lineage. His name is Wentworth Grindelwald, the new leader of the Pureblood Party." Snape stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend, until Dumbledore slid a letter toward him. Much of its contents had been magically obscured, leaving only the following. "During my recent travels, I discovered traces of Pureblood Party activity resurging in various countries. They had lain dormant for many years, but now they have been awakened. We once believed that, with the passage of time, the Pureblood wizards would fade into history. Yet it appears we underestimated their convictions. I have even encountered many young wizards who identify themselves as pureblood, descendants of the original members. This phenomenon may not be evident in Britain, given that many descendants of the Pureblood Party joined the Death Eaters when Tom Riddle became Voldemort, but elsewhere in the world, their strength far exceeds our expectations. I hope you can swiftly ascertain whether Gellert still resides in Newmon Garde. We have both experienced that era and know how formidable he and his Pureblood Party were. If Gellert remains in Newmon Garde, we must accept a grim reality. The Pureblood Party has found a successor to Gellert's legacy, a younger leader poised to lead them in a resurgence. This letter is from Newt Scamander. I trust you are familiar with the name." Snape slowly set down the letter and nodded. Indeed, Hogwarts still employs his writings as textbooks. At this, Snape began to grasp Dumbledore's intentions, though he still voiced disbelief. "So, you intend for Wentworth's Pureblood Party to confront Voldemort's Death Eaters directly? But he is still a child. I do not believe Wentworth will be able to stand against Voldemort." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively and explained, "That depends on Hogwarts. If Hogwarts was capable of nurturing a Tom Riddle, then surely it can also cultivate a Wentworth to rival him. Are you not concerned that Wentworth might become a terror in the wizarding world? As you noted, he is still but a child. It is up to us to determine how we shall guide him." Chapter 30. Newmon Garde. After Snape's departure, Dumbledore stood alone in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, gazing blankly at the letter from Newt Scamander resting upon his desk, lost in thought. It was not until some time had passed that he seemed to summon a resolve. rising to cross to the other side of the office. There, his loyal phoenix, Fawkes, lay in a gentle slumber, sensing Dumbledore's presence. Fawkes opened his eyes and nestled affectionately against him. "Fawkes, you have borne much," Dumbledore murmured, stroking the phoenix with his hand. In response, Fawkes let out a resounding cry, and in an instant, both man and bird vanished from the confines of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. In Central Europe, amidst a flurry of falling snow in an uninhabited expanse, a towering edifice rose above the white landscape. Dumbledore and Fawkes materialized here instantaneously. Before the tower, Dumbledore gazed up at the inscription carved into the entrance, "For the greater good." After a brief moment of silence, he stepped inside the tower known as Newmon Garde. Ascending the stairs alone, Dumbledore reached the summit of Newmon Garde, entering a vast, empty room where an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and clad in tattered garments, sat quietly. At first glance, few would associate this man with the infamous Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord who once instilled fear in the hearts of magical governments across Europe and America decades ago. Dumbledore looked at the man with whom he had been entwined for most of his life, now reduced to this state, momentarily at a loss for words. "Albus, it has been quite some time since you last visited. What brings you here? Merely to ascertain whether I am alive or dead." Dumbledore stepped further into the spacious chamber and conjured a flickering flame. "Albus, it appears you have grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Can you not endure a mere chill? The wizarding world is indeed in peril under the stewardship of individuals like you. I fear your eyesight has dimmed, preventing you from reading the words on the letter." Dumbledore then produced the letter from Newt Scamander and handed it to Grindelwald. Grindelwald accepted the letter with a puzzled expression and began to read. After only a few lines, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. "It seems this is a letter from that young man who carries a veritable menagerie around with him. I never thought that after all these years, you would still be in touch." However, as Grindelwald continued to peruse the contents, his expression darkened, and he ultimately tossed the letter back to Dumbledore. He then rose to his feet, fixing Dumbledore with a penetrating gaze, his eyes, so strikingly different from his outward appearance, retaining a profound brilliance even in the dimness of Newmon Garde. "So, you have come at that boy's behest to ensure I have not strayed from our pact, to leave Newmon Garde? Dumbledore, it seems time has clouded your memory of who I truly am. Remaining here is my own choice. Do not forget, it was not you who triumphed, it was I, Grindelwald, who chose to withdraw from the game." Looking upon this man, both adversary and ally, once closer than brothers, Dumbledore spoke softly. "Gellert, I have never doubted you. I am well aware that you would not violate our agreement. The circumstances surrounding this situation are due to other reasons, and I know what they truly are. It appears that some upheaval has transpired in the outside world." Dumbledore nodded slowly and replied, "This year, among the new students at Hogwarts, there is a young man named Wentworth Grindelwald." "That is impossible," Grindelwald exclaimed. "You know, just as your family possesses the bloodline that grants them the aid of phoenixes, my family's lineage is inherently prophetic. According to my past predictions, there should not have been any wizards from the Grindelwald line after me." Dumbledore remained noncommittal. His magical talent has indeed emerged rather unexpectedly, yet there is no doubt that he possesses it. Following his enrollment, signs of purist activities have appeared worldwide. Even within Hogwarts, where wizards suspected of purism have surfaced. Suddenly, Grindelwald interrupted Dumbledore, furrowing his brow. "Dumbledore, are you certain that this child carries the Grindelwald bloodline?" Dumbledore nodded decisively. "Certainly, Gellert. I understand your concerns. You fear that someone might impersonate the heir of the Grindelwald family to deceive your followers, exploiting their loyalty to achieve nefarious ends." Grindelwald nodded slowly, acknowledging Dumbledore's insight. "Since you are aware, you have surely verified it." Dumbledore asserted confidently. "Of course. The acceptance pin and the admission book do not err, and the boy bears an uncanny resemblance to you in your youth." Even before the term officially began, he made a name for himself among the new students. On the first day, he was hailed as a beacon of hope by the Hufflepuff house. And by the second day, he showcased a unique method of handling potions that astonished even my potions professor. "Gellert, he is undeniably of the Grindelwald bloodline. Moreover, even my newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher appears to be one of your followers, secretly protecting him at Hogwarts. You should know your followers are not easily deceived." Upon hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Grindelwald nodded slowly, contemplating for a long moment before sighing. "Very well. All is well. By the way, my brother is likely no longer with us. What of Wentworth's parents? If possible, let them depart Europe for Asia or Africa. After a brief silence, Dumbledore replied, "According to the enrollment records, Wentworth is an orphan. His parents perished in a car accident long ago." Chapter 31. Heartfelt Gratitude. This book has now been prominently featured on the Qidian Chinese Network's fantasy recommendations. I would like to extend my deepest thanks to all the readers for their unwavering support. Your clicks have spared me the fierce competition for early recommendations, allowing my work to ascend directly to the pinnacle of its category. I am immensely grateful. I also wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to my editor, Fu Chun, for their trust. It is your belief in me that fuels my creative spirit. After a year of writing with little to show for it, I remain committed to my craft, driven solely by my passion. I sincerely hope that readers will find enjoyment in the tales I weave. Finally, on the last day of the New Year's holiday, I wish everyone a prosperous and joyful year ahead. 2022. All sweetness, no ice. May the harsh winter fade away, and the stars shine brightly. Chapter 32. Blocked at the door. As Dumbledore's words echoed in the vast room, an extended silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Gellert let out a cold laugh and spoke. "An accident? Albus, do you know the powerful bloodline blessing I cast upon my brother when I sent him away? For at least 5 generations, he and his progeny shall encounter neither wealth nor misfortune. A mere accident could take their lives." Upon hearing Gellert's statement, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that the death of Wentworth's parents was the result of a wizard's interference?" Gellert sneered. "Is that even a question? A bunch of cowardly individuals, too afraid to confront me, yet brave enough to strike them down. This grievance shall not be forgotten by the Grindelwald family." Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Dumbledore inquired, "Gellert, what are you planning?" Gellert glanced at Dumbledore, his tone chilling. "Fear not, Albus, I shall not leave Newmon Garde. I merely hope that you will inform Wentworth of this matter at the appropriate moment. The Grindelwald family's vendetta is one that must be avenged by its own kin." Dumbledore sighed with relief upon hearing Gellert's assurance. "You can be assured, Gellert, that I shall convey this to him at the right time. And both Hogwarts and I shall stand firmly behind him, regardless of his adversaries." Gellert did not express gratitude, but instead regarded Dumbledore with a wary gaze, questioning, "Albus, why do I feel as though you are plotting something?" "Initially, I believed allowing Wentworth into Hogwarts was merely a form of oversight. But given the unrest in the magical world, being by your side seemed safer. Now, however, it appears your intentions extend beyond that. You not only tacitly permitted my followers into Hogwarts, but also openly declared your support for Wentworth, regardless of who his enemies may be. Are you choosing to align yourself with my pureblood faction? After all these years, have you finally come to realize that I was right?" Dumbledore smiled faintly and unveiled his conversation with Snape from that evening. Upon hearing Dumbledore's revelations, Gellert retorted, "So that is your game, Dumbledore. After all these years, you remain unchanged, ever eager to use others to fulfill your own ambitions. But I hope you understand that every gift of fate comes with a hidden price." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Gellert, we have both aged. The future of the magical world rests in the hands of the younger generation. As for the price marked by the goddess of fate, I have prepared my stakes. I merely hope you will consent to one request." At this, Gellert looked at his old friend, sensing something unspoken, yet he remained silent. "Speak," Dumbledore urged with a gentle laugh. As Dumbledore's voice faded, the only sound left in Newmon Garde was the howling wind, and the two men fell into silence once more. The following morning, Wentworth emerged from his dormitory. Having enjoyed a restful night, he joined Cedric, who had been waiting, and together they proceeded to the school hall for breakfast. Subsequently, Wentworth bid farewell to Cedric and Cork before preparing to head to class with the other Hufflepuff first years. Their morning lesson was defense against the dark arts alongside the Slytherin students. However, as they exited the hall, they were encircled by a group of Slytherin students clad in dark green robes, led by the fifth-year prefect, Waylon. "Waylon, what brings you here?" Wentworth inquired, bewildered by the situation. Waylon merely cast a disdainful glance at Wentworth and remained silent, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Waylon, if you have something to say, please do. If not, I must ask your pardon. We're headed to class." Wentworth pressed once more. This time, Waylon coldly replied, "Wait." Realizing they were indeed seeking trouble, Wentworth, despite his outward appearance as an 11-year-old student, bore the soul of an adult and could not tolerate such humiliation. He retorted icily, "What if I choose not to wait?" Waylon let out a mocking laugh and drew his wand. Just then, Cedric, having just emerged from the hall, stepped protectively in front of Wentworth, brandishing his own wand. "Waylon, What do you intend to do? Wayland sneered. What? A second year dares to defend another? I thought only the reckless Gryffindors would engage in such foolishness. Cork's voice then rang out. If you look down upon our second years, how about a friendly duel with our fifth years, Wayland? At this moment, Cork, accompanied by a throng of Hufflepuff students, surged forth to encircle Wentworth and Cedric. Seeing this, the Slytherin students behind Wayland also pressed forward. The once spacious corridor outside the hall became a tightly packed arena, while students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw gathered at a distance, their curiosity piqued. As the situation escalated, Wayland appeared somewhat unnerved and spoke first. Cork, you blocked our Slytherin first years yesterday. Today, we are simply returning the favor by standing in front of yours. Is that unreasonable? Wayland's words prompted a facepalm from Cassandra, who had been eavesdropping behind the hall doors. The audacity to act as if nothing had transpired. Seeking an escape route. How utterly embarrassing for Slytherin. With a wave of her hand, Cassandra signaled for the Slytherin first years to follow her as she boldly stepped out of the hall. Once outside, Wentworth couldn't help but find humor in the situation. Truly, Slytherin never missed an opportunity to maintain their pride. Seeing Cassandra stride out with her head held high, seemingly unbothered by her surroundings, Wentworth was unwilling to let the matter end there. If Cassandra left unchallenged, it would suggest that Slytherin had triumphed over Hufflepuff. Cork, if it comes to blows. Will you be able to match Wayland? Wentworth whispered behind Cork. Cork replied, I cannot. Wentworth responded. Chapter 33. Conflict. Witnessing Green's candid admission of being no match for Wayland, Wentworth found himself at a loss for an appropriate expression. Green, appearing somewhat awkward, softly elucidated, Wentworth. While I share your disdain for those Slytherins, I must concede a certain truth. Most of them hail from pure-blood wizarding families, and their innate talents indeed surpass ours. They possess unique magics passed down through their lineage, and I am simply not an equal to Wayland. Upon hearing Green's explanation, Wentworth observed Wayland, who had once again adopted an arrogant demeanor, preparing to escort Cassandra away. Yet, Wentworth boldly stepped forward. Stop. Are you really just going to walk away? Wayland, whose focus had been solely on Green, was taken aback by Wentworth's sudden interruption. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, an inexperienced first year at Hogwarts, his expression turned to one of disdain. What do you intend to do, little one? Wentworth approached the strongest faction of Hufflepuff, maintaining a dignified composure as he addressed Wayland. That question should rightfully be posed to you, Senior Wayland. You have obstructed my path here. What is your intention? To slap my face? A slap to my face is a slap to Hufflepuff's face. It is an affront to our millennial-old heritage. Infuriated by the audacity of a mere first year to confront him, Wayland roared, I will indeed slap the face of Hufflepuff. What can you do about it? A bunch of mud. Half-bloods. I am a noble pure-blood wizard. Wayland's thunderous voice echoed through the corridors of Hogwarts, yet he managed to restrain himself from uttering the slur he so desired, which left Wentworth feeling a tinge of disappointment. Though it was sufficient for the moment, the heavy breaths behind him signaled that the ire of Hufflepuff was on the cusp of ignition. Wentworth raised a finger, gesturing towards Wayland. Senior Wayland, I believe you have misunderstood something. Regardless of our backgrounds, once we enter Hogwarts and wield a wand, we are all wizards. The spells of Slytherin and Hufflepuff are no different. When cast upon a person, they all inflict pain. His voice rising, Wentworth continued, we are the amicable Hufflepuffs. But we are also Hufflepuffs who do not shy away from hardship. If we simply allow you to leave, we would have no face to present to the statue of Madame Hufflepuff. Encouraged by Wentworth's words, Green and the others behind him erupted into cheers. A cacophony of noise filling the air. Yet Wayland remained unfazed, retorting, I will leave, and what will you do about it? Can you even stop me? Have you ever attended a charms class? Can you cast even a single spell? Wentworth shrugged nonchalantly, feigning helplessness. I indeed cannot stop you, Senior Wayland. But I must remind you, you are slapping the face of all Hufflepuffs. At that moment, Wayland felt a gentle tug on his clothing. What now? He growled impatiently. However, as he turned to follow the direction of the finger pointing behind him, he realized that his group had unwittingly been encircled by Hufflepuff students. Meanwhile, Wentworth leaned in to whisper to Green and Cedric, since we cannot defeat him one-on-one, we could certainly overwhelm him. Let us not forget that Hufflepuff boasts the largest numbers among the houses. Sometimes, sheer numbers surpass quality. Cedric appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating to speak, yet Green listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Just then, seeing the situation spiraling beyond her control, Cassandra interjected, Wentworth, Are you declaring war on Slytherin on behalf of Hufflepuff? To be fair, Cassandra displayed far greater cunning than Waylon, deftly shifting the blame for the conflict onto Wentworth. If Wentworth affirmed her statement, it would imply that Hufflepuff was proactively seeking trouble with Slytherin. Conversely, if he denied it, all his prior efforts would be in vain. What do you mean, Cassandra? How did it become a declaration of war between Hufflepuff and Slytherin? Waylon merely insulted Gryffindor, and they have yet to declare war on you. As Wentworth's words echoed, silence fell over the scene. The Gryffindor students, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found themselves caught in the crossfire. You lie? I did not. Waylon quickly protested, recognizing that he had already offended a Hufflepuff today and could not afford to add Gryffindor to the list. You claim you didn't? Dare you swear by Merlin's name? Or by Slytherin's name, if you prefer? Consider carefully. You do not only represent yourself, but also the honor of Slytherin. Wentworth remarked leisurely, seeing Waylon hesitate to swear. Gryffindor students became convinced that Waylon had indeed made those remarks. Now, Gryffindor's temper flared, known to be far more volatile than that of Hufflepuff. Led by the Weasley brothers, several Gryffindors surged forward, while the surrounding Hufflepuffs, under Wentworth's signal, graciously parted to allow passage for the Gryffindors. Although everyone restrained themselves from using magic, the shoving between the two houses was inevitable, creating a precarious atmosphere for Waylon and his companions, who felt increasingly unsteady. Never before had Waylon endured such indignity. Through the gaps in the crowd, he caught sight of Wentworth, who watched him with a mocking expression from the periphery, and could no longer bear the humiliation. Driven by fury, Waylon forcefully shoved aside those in his path and rushed toward Wentworth, brandishing his wand toward him. By the time Wentworth registered the situation, Waylon had closed the distance, leaving Cedric and Kirk momentarily stunned into silence. At that instant, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. Stop! Expelliarmus! A spell shot forth, striking Waylon and sending his wand flying. Yet undeterred, Waylon lunged forward and landed in Wentworth's embrace. Chapter 34. The distinction between two generations of Grindelwald. What do you want? Let go of your hand. In an instant, Waylon lunged at Wentworth, prompting Cedric, who had finally regained his senses, to rush forward with a face full of fury and push Waylon away from Wentworth. At that moment, it became clear that the one who had intervened to stop Waylon was none other than the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Ilona. With her eyes ablaze with anger, Professor Ilona approached, fixing her gaze on Waylon and coldly inquiring, "What were you attempting to do just now?" Waylon hastily tried to explain, but before he could utter a word, Ilona's harsh voice cut through the air. Slytherin loses 30 points. This declaration incited Waylon's indignation, and he protested, "Professor Ilona, you can't just deduct points from Slytherin. What about them?" He gestured towards the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students nearby. However, Ilona ignored his plea, continuing, "Questioning a professor? Slytherin loses another 10 points." At this point, the Slytherin students finally grasped the feelings that the other houses experienced when facing Professor Snape. Just then, Professors Snape and McGonagall arrived at the scene, having received word of the commotion. Even Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore, was alerted, for it had been many years since such a disturbance occurred within the school. Seeing his house had arrived, Waylon rushed forward to complain, "Professor Snape, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor are ganging up on us Slytherins. You must stand up for us." In response to Waylon's words, Cork and the Weasley brothers stepped forward, exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense." Soon, everyone clustered around their respective house heads, each voicing their grievances, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of Rashomon. Only the Ravenclaw students gathered around Professor Flitwick, happily eating popcorn as they observed the unfolding drama. Noticing the escalating confusion, Dumbledore raised his voice. "Silence. Do any of you not have classes to attend? If I am not mistaken, your morning lessons are about to commence." He then pointed to Waylon and Cork, along with the Weasley brothers, and promptly led them away. "Well, since you are all here, I can rest easy. Everyone come with me." Professor Ilona, seeing both Hufflepuff and Slytherin first years present, directed everyone towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. Observing this, Cassandra, not to be outdone, hastily followed in Ilona's wake, casting a fierce glance at Wentworth. Upon arriving at the classroom, everyone was astonished to find that all the desks and chairs had been completely cleared. As the students exchanged puzzled glances, Ilona declared, "As a first-time professor, I may not know how to lecture properly, but I firmly believe that the key to mastering defense against the dark arts lies in practice. I uphold that hands-on experience is the best teacher." Upon hearing Professor Ilona's speech, Some students exchanged glances, others fidgeted with excitement, while Wentworth wore an expression of exhilaration. After all, he had long anticipated the opportunity to learn magic. At that moment, Wentworth felt a wave of intense scrutiny and, following its source, found Cassandra fixated upon him. The mention of practical experience by Ilona suddenly filled Wentworth with an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, as Wentworth and the others made their way to the classroom, Dumbledore was leading Cork and the others toward his office, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who had no classes that morning. Throughout the journey, Cork incessantly recounted how Waylon and the Slytherins had harassed the Hufflepuff first years, while Waylon vehemently condemned the disgraceful behavior of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor in bullying Slytherin. The Weasley brothers, however, expressed their delight, exclaiming how thrilling and enjoyable it all was. Yet, Dumbledore remained silent throughout the entire exchange. Upon entering his office, he brought everyone directly to the pensieve, retrieving his wand, and, with an impassive demeanor, asked, "Who wishes to go first?" The students exchanged glances. After extracting everyone's memories, Dumbledore allowed them to leave. As one of the most esteemed wizards in history, having outmaneuvered the Dark Lord on 2 occasions, Dumbledore would not easily take one person's word as truth. His method was both straightforward and efficient, directly extracting their memories for his own assessment. After viewing the memories of the 4 students, however, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. "Dumbledore? What is it? What really happened?" Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Professor McGonagall inquired. Dumbledore gestured for her to step closer, indicating that she should observe for herself. After watching the 4 students' memories, McGonagall frowned, saying, "It appears that it was indeed Slytherin students who instigated the trouble. Professor Ilona's point deductions were justified." Dumbledore, however, slowly shook his head and replied, "What concerns me is not that." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, McGonagall, having been his colleague for many years, quickly grasped his implication and tentatively asked, "Are you concerned about Wentworth?" Dumbledore nodded slowly, and McGonagall, recognizing the weight of the matter, sighed. Indeed, his eloquence was apparent even before the sorting ceremony, and his remarkable ability to incite change is reminiscent of the infamous Gellert. "I never anticipated that after only a few days, Hufflepuff would adopt such a different demeanor. The Hufflepuff of the past would not have acted in such a manner. It can only be said that he is truly a descendant of the Grindelwald lineage. Am I mistaken?" McGonagall's curiosity was piqued as she observed Dumbledore's reaction. He nodded thoughtfully and replied, "You are correct, but this was to be expected, was it not? What truly concerns me is the distinction between Wentworth and Gellert. If, in the past, the majority of those who rallied around Gellert were pure-blood elite wizards, now Wentworth is consciously positioning himself among a greater number of half-blood wizards. Wentworth is transforming the pure-blood party into a more inclusive entity. Thus, they will undoubtedly become stronger than ever before." Chapter 35. How could I bear to see you hurt at this moment? In Dumbledore's eyes, Wentworth, who was fortifying the Death Eater faction, stood nervously at the center of the defense against the dark arts classroom. Opposite him stood Professor Cassandra Ilona, who, after explaining the disarming spell, had instructed the first-year students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin to practice separately. However, just as the morning lesson was drawing to a close, Ilona suddenly called everyone together. "Everyone, I trust you are now well acquainted with the purpose and application of the disarming charm. Who among you would like to demonstrate it for the class?" As soon as Ilona's words fell, Cassandra unsurprisingly raised her hand. As she walked to the center of the classroom, her gaze unexpectedly shifted toward Hufflepuff. "Wentworth, where do you think you're going?" Seeing Cassandra approach the center, Wentworth felt a wave of dread wash over him and contemplated discreetly blending into the Hufflepuff crowd. Yet, it was evident that Cassandra had no intention of granting him that escape, directly calling out his name instead. "I wonder which student from Hufflepuff would like to come up and spar?" Although Cassandra framed her question as an inquiry, her unwavering gaze remained fixed on Wentworth. Moreover, as her words echoed in the classroom, all the first-year students from Hufflepuff turned their attention to Wentworth, the most renowned among them. With no way to avoid the situation, Wentworth decided to confront it head-on, boldly taking his wand and walking toward Cassandra's opposing position. As Professor Ilona announced the commencement of the duel, both parties raised their wands simultaneously. Expelliarmus, a spell shot forth from Cassandra's wand, yet Wentworth appeared utterly unresponsive. He neither uttered a countercharm nor waved his wand, and he was struck directly by Cassandra's disarming spell. In an instant, His wand flew from his grasp. Cassandra, witnessing her spell successfully disarm Wentworth, felt a smirk tugging at her lips, but Wentworth was the first to speak. "Classmates, did you see that? This is the effect of the disarming spell. Once struck, your wand will fly from your hand, just as mine has." For most wizards, losing their wand signifies a loss of combat capability. As Wentworth spoke, he walked over to retrieve his wand, smiling at Cassandra as he continued. "Cassandra, being a girl, you might not realize that while the disarming charm is relatively harmless, the force of magic upon impact can still be quite painful. As a gentleman, how could I allow you to endure such discomfort? If someone must be struck by the spell, I would rather it be me. I refuse to let a lady suffer this peril. After all, I hail from Hufflepuff." Upon finishing his statement, silence enveloped the classroom for a brief moment before an eruption of applause filled the air. Cassandra glared at Wentworth as he stood there, calmly accepting the cheers of his peers. Initially, she had aimed to seize this opportunity for revenge against him, yet the outcome was unexpectedly contrary to her intentions. At that moment, Professor Ilona, who had been watching from the side, gently applauded and remarked, "Magnificent. You have both exceeded my expectations." Cassandra displayed unparalleled talent in spellcasting with a flawless disarming charm. Slytherin receives 10 points. And Wentworth exemplified the integrity and kindness expected of a Hufflepuff, bravely accepting the risk of injury to showcase the spell's effects. Hufflepuff earns 20 points. Observing Wentworth in the center of the room, surrounded by the jubilant Hufflepuffs, Ilona could not help but reflect, is it about winning hearts? Perhaps not. Maybe Wentworth genuinely treats his companions with sincerity, much like his master did, which is why so many exceptional wizards loyally follow in his footsteps. In fact, Wentworth's performance now surpasses that of his former master at this age. His predecessor did not have such fervent supporters. As Ilona concluded her remarks, another round of cheers erupted from Hufflepuff, leaving Wentworth in a state of disbelief. Is this acceptable? Only Wentworth himself understood that, while he could barely manage to cast a disarming spell, it required considerable effort. Not to mention, he doubted he could even match Cassandra's prowess, let alone hit her. It was far better to find a way to save face than to be humiliated by a girl. Such were Wentworth's thoughts when confronting Cassandra. To his astonishment, no one questioned his abilities. Hogwarts truly was a place of simple folk. In light of the events, Ilona joyfully announced, "There will be no homework for this lesson." This declaration prompted even the Slytherin students to join in the applause. Wentworth entered the Hufflepuff common room, where Cedric, Cork, and others had been eagerly awaiting him. Upon his arrival, they too erupted in applause for Wentworth. Cork rushed forward, embracing Wentworth with palpable excitement, nearly planting a kiss on his cheek. "Wentworth, thank you. On behalf of Hufflepuff, I express our gratitude. I have been displeased with Slytherin for 5 years. Do you know what I've endured during these years? We Hufflepuffs are often bullied by Slytherin, and when conflicts arise, it is frequently we who lose points." "What have you lost?" Wentworth asked, observing Cork's furious expression. "Much has been taken from us, including points deducted, but most importantly, our dignity." Chapter 36. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the generous donations. A special thanks to Feng Zhi Jing Lai, Miao Miao Wu, and Shui Wu Yulan Qi for their kind contributions. Allow me to elaborate a little further. It is currently 5 in the morning, and indeed, I am not mistaken. As is often the case, I find myself in a cold room in the northern region, rising at this hour to pen my thoughts, as I have work commitments or social engagements in the evening. The driving force that compels me to rise is, without exaggeration, the sight of your messages, votes, and donations illuminating the author's backhand upon opening my eyes at dawn. Without your unwavering support, it would be quite challenging for me to emerge from the warmth of my blankets. For the majority of online writers, crafting stories is not particularly lucrative, at least not in comparison to conventional employment. However, the profound sense of fulfillment derived from this endeavor is something that no job can replicate. Many have reached out to me, imploring that I do not abandon this work. Here, I assure you, as long as there are readers for this book, I shall not cease my writing. I have been penning stories for a year now, and I still perceive myself as a novice. In the days to come, I kindly ask for your guidance and support. Chapter 37. The Challenge, Surely Not. Wentworth exclaimed incredulously as he gazed at the furious Kirk before him. Although Kirk was the head of Hufflepuff House, he bore none of the dignified demeanor one would expect from a leader and never assumed an air of authority. Despite having interacted for only a few days, Kirk felt to Wentworth like an older brother from the neighborhood who enjoyed playing. Thus, Wentworth's confusion was understandable upon witnessing Kirk's current expression. Kirk began to explain, "I never anticipated that he would become the head of Slytherin. I thought I would never have the chance for revenge in this lifetime, but this morning you surprised me immensely." Watching him being jostled in the crowd made my heart leap with joy. With that, Kirk couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Wentworth smiled softly, ready to speak, when suddenly the door to the Hufflepuff common room swung open. A student rushed in, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Head, Kirk, this is bad. Waylon is coming over with a group of Slytherin students, and they look furious." Upon hearing the student's words, a palpable tension filled the Hufflepuff common room, as anxious expressions spread across the faces of all present. After a brief pause, Kirk stepped forward, declaring, "What is there to fear? This is our Hufflepuff domain. We outnumber Slytherin significantly. They should be the ones afraid. Have you forgotten what happened this morning? It was they who fled in disgrace. Everyone, follow me outside. Let us see what those little snakes from Slytherin intend to do." With a sweeping gesture, Kirk rallied his fellow Badgers, who surged forth from the common room. Kirk leaned closer to Wentworth and whispered, "Be cautious. You are currently the most disliked person among Slytherin. If a confrontation arises, take great care. I fear they may target you." Moved by Kirk's concern, Wentworth felt a swell of emotion, mingled with surprise. He did not believe Waylon would dare instigate a large-scale conflict between the two houses. The earlier altercation had revealed that Waylon, despite his position, was a bully who concealed his cowardice. "Headmaster, please allow me to explain. This situation is actually—" Waylon stammered nervously as he approached Snape, desperate to clarify matters. However, Snape offered him no opportunity. "Silence. I will evaluate the matter myself." Legilimens. As Snape delved into Waylon's memories, his expression darkened progressively. When Waylon finally regained awareness, he found Snape's icy countenance fixed upon him, filled with disdain. Realizing Snape's displeasure, Waylon felt a tightening in his chest. "You sought trouble and ended up surrounded and humiliated by a first year. Waylon, are you truly a Slytherin? Perhaps the sorting hat was mistaken. You would be better suited to Gryffindor. Even they possess greater intelligence than you. You should never have entered Hogwarts." Overwhelmed with shame, Waylon wished to vanish into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he declared his intention to leave. Snape, however, felt no delight at Waylon's resolve. Sensing that Waylon intended to confront Wentworth, Snape recalled the enigmatic individual who had easily subdued him. As Wentworth was his student, Snape was determined to protect him from any harm Waylon might cause. This was no mere exaggeration, since learning from Dumbledore about Wentworth's true identity, the identity of the mysterious figure had become evident. An ally of the Pure Blood faction protecting Wentworth. They were a ruthless group, and if Waylon truly attempted to harm Wentworth, he would likely not survive until dawn. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" Snape's voice rang out sharply, halting Waylon in his tracks. Waylon, cowed by Snape's command, stood obediently aside as Snape sank into contemplation. Though he had called Waylon back, Snape remained troubled by the events of the morning, for he valued Slytherin's honor greatly. With this in mind, Snape instructed Waylon, "You are to go to Hufflepuff, but not to cause chaos. Instead, you are to issue a challenge." "A challenge?" Waylon asked, bewildered. Snape, observing Waylon's confused expression, felt a wave of irritation but proceeded to elucidate. "Yes, a challenge. Claimed that this morning's incident was a misunderstanding. For the sake of the friendship between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, we wish to engage in a duel among wizards. Let us explore and advance together. If one match is insufficient, I fear you might lose to Hufflepuff. Let us have 5 matches. From 1st to 5th year, that makes 5 in total. Given the disparity between our students, even if an unexpected outcome occurs, victory will surely belong to Slytherin." Upon hearing Snape's plan, Waylon finally grasped his headmaster's intentions and responded with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, Headmaster, after 5 years of classes together, we are well aware of Hufflepuff's capabilities. You need not worry. Victory in all 5 matches will undoubtedly belong to Slytherin." Waylon relayed Snape's strategy to the other Slytherin students, who unanimously agreed that victory was theirs to claim. Thus, under Waylon's leadership, a throng of students marched resolutely toward the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 38, A Timely Revenge. Waylon, accompanied by a throng of Slytherin students, marched through the halls with an air of bravado, inevitably drawing the attention of many onlookers. It was only natural that some had already scurried off to report to the professors. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, Waylon found himself trailed by a considerable number of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students, for it is in human nature to revel in spectacle. Having received word of the gathering, Green had already assembled the Hufflepuff students, awaiting them outside their common room. Waylon, what is your intention? Are you declaring war on Hufflepuff on behalf of Slytherin? Green swiftly echoed Cassandra's earlier sentiments, placing a metaphorical black pot atop Waylon's head. You are correct. I do indeed represent Slytherin in declaring war upon you Hufflepuffs. To Green's astonishment, Waylon did not hesitate to affirm his stance. Declare war? Very well. All Hufflepuff students, heed my command. Raise your wands and prepare for the first volley. What was that about volleys? Green turned to Wentworth, seeking clarification. Fire and brimstone, Senior Green. With so many of us Hufflepuffs, rather than fret over the minutiae of spell precision, we shall simply broaden the spell's range by 10 meters. Today, we shall instill in our Slytherin peers a profound understanding of the phobia of insufficient firepower. Wentworth, standing behind Green, fixed his gaze on the Slytherin students across from them. This was the strategy that Wentworth and Green had collaboratively devised. If Slytherin truly sought trouble, then Hufflepuff would not hold back, if a one-on-one duel was unfeasible. Surely a barrage of spells would suffice. As Waylon observed the Hufflepuff students raising their wands in unison, the sight of so many wands aimed at him was indeed daunting. He hastily proclaimed, Green, this is our challenge. Are you Hufflepuffs too timid to accept it? Green regarded Waylon, who held a piece of parchment, and disdainfully replied, Waylon, next time, remember to raise a blank sheet of paper. Despite his words, Green gestured for Cedric to retrieve the parchment from Waylon. The parchment bore the following proclamation. In the spirit of the millennia-old friendship between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, to promote unity within Hogwarts, and to enrich the extracurricular lives of our students. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Slytherin invites Hufflepuff to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for a duel to refine our spellcasting techniques. Each house shall send one representative from each year, culminating in 5 rounds, best of 3 wins. Both sides are prohibited from utilizing spells that would cause significant harm, including the use of dark curses, and may only employ defensive spells such as disarming and shielding charms. Slytherin students shall await Hufflepuff's arrival tonight. Upon reading the parchment, Wentworth and Cedric exchanged glances, while Cox's expression darkened. Just then, Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived on the scene, witnessing the brewing conflict between Slytherin and Hufflepuff students. McGonagall called out, Everyone, cease this at once. What do you intend to do? Hufflepuff, put down your wands. Meanwhile, Waylon, with a smirk, retorted, Professor McGonagall, look at Hufflepuff. They are raising their wands against their own classmates. It is utterly unbelievable. McGonagall shot Waylon a frosty glare and replied tersely, Then tell me, what does it signify that so many Slytherin students have gathered at the entrance of Hufflepuff's common room? Waylon was left momentarily speechless. At that moment, other professors, including Hufflepuff's head, Professor Pomona Sprout, arrived as well. Cox handed the parchment to his head of house, who glanced at it before approaching Dumbledore and McGonagall. Noticing Professor Sprout's departure, Wentworth leaned in and quietly asked Green, Senior Green, you seem rather pale. Green retorted, Can you blame me? If we follow what is stated on Waylon's parchment, Hufflepuff stands no chance of victory. Perhaps only Cedric could best Slytherin's second-year students, sparing us from utter humiliation. Yet Wentworth appeared unfazed, asking with a grin, Senior Green, do you wish for revenge? To exact a thorough retribution on Waylon? Upon hearing Wentworth's inquiry, Green turned, puzzled. Wentworth continued with a knowing smile, Senior Green, if you seek to retaliate against Waylon, this duel presents an opportune moment, since they initiated the challenge. We could add a little incentive, no? For instance, the losing party shall have their leader resign from their position. Green rolled his eyes. Is that all you wish to propose? I have already told you, if we follow Waylon's parchment, we would undoubtedly lose. You are pushing me into a pit of fire. At this point, Green abruptly fell silent, staring blankly at Wentworth, who was equally fixated on Waylon. Moments later, Waylon, suppressing his excitement, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and discreetly signaled to Cedric, who understood the cue and positioned himself to block their conversation from prying eyes. Green then whispered, Wentworth, you have a plan, don't you? You know how to secure Hufflepuff's victory? Wentworth nodded subtly, exuding confidence. Indeed, I possess a strategy. Though it may not be entirely above board, Green barely registered the latter part, pulling Wentworth into a tight embrace. No matter. I will bear the brunt of any scorn. What shall we do? Command me. As long as we can triumph over Slytherin and unseat Waylon, I shall comply with any request you make. If you can truly achieve this, I will be your devoted follower. A loyal servant, if you will. Wentworth stared at Cock in astonishment, reaffirming that this individual, if he does not falter, is destined for greatness. Here is someone who would risk everything for vengeance. What if I have athlete's foot? Wentworth inquired quietly. I shall remedy that too. Cock replied without hesitation. After a brief silence, Wentworth smirked, muttering, impressive. Listen closely. Hear us what you must say. Wentworth leaned in, whispering his instructions to Cock. Chapter 39. The conditions of Hufflepuff. As Wentworth whispered beside Cork, Dumbledore, and McGonagall, along with others, scrutinized the parchment presented by Professor Sprout. After examining its contents, Professor McGonagall spoke first, her voice laced with indignation. However, Dumbledore called out to her just as she was about to turn away. After a moment's silence, he inquired, "Where is Professor Snape?" "I am here." Snape emerged leisurely from behind a few individuals. "Professor Snape, did you instruct the Slytherin students to act in this manner?" McGonagall's ire was palpable as she addressed him. Yet Snape fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, implying something as he remarked, "Dumbledore, this presents a splendid opportunity, does it not?" Dumbledore, absorbing Snape's words, refrained from voicing dissent, and instead fell into contemplation once more. What splendid opportunity! Only Dumbledore and Snape comprehended that this was an excellent chance to ascertain Wentworth's proficiency in spells. Given that even the methods of potion handling were imparted to Wentworth by the Death Eaters, there was no reason to believe they would not also instruct him in spellcasting. It was essential to recognize that Wentworth had come under Dumbledore's watchful eye. He must possess some means of self-defense. This moment, without a doubt, was an ideal opportunity to uncover Wentworth's spellcasting capabilities. Dumbledore grasped Snape's insinuation, while McGonagall appeared to be only partially aware. Though Professor Sprout did not fully understand, her eyes were filled with concern. Ultimately, Dumbledore stated, "Let us first inquire about the students' opinions." He then approached the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students, holding the parchment, and asked, "What do the Hufflepuff students think of this parchment sent by Slytherin?" Rhyn cast a glance at Wentworth, who nodded in affirmation. This moment did not escape the attention of Dumbledore and Snape, who understood that whatever Rhyn would say next was likely at Wentworth's behest. "Headmaster Dumbledore, we Hufflepuffs are willing to accept. Although we are the friendliest house, since the Slytherin students have sought our counsel, we shall not be stingy and are naturally willing to teach them what magic truly is," Rhyn declared with confidence. However, Waylon, overhearing Rhyn's proclamation, reacted with disdain, exclaiming, "Teach us? What worthless things can you impart? I shall not permit you to demean yourself in such a manner." Waylon retorted, "Phileas, can you guess what this parchment reminds me of?" Professor Flitwick, not far off, chuckled as he spoke. "Headmaster Dumbledore, if I am not mistaken, it pertains to the dueling club." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, continuing, "Precisely, it is indeed the dueling club. The Hogwarts dueling club has been on hiatus for quite some time. Perhaps it is a splendid idea to resume it occasionally. However, it must be under the supervision of the teachers, mind you, young gentlemen. Since Slytherin has extended a challenge to duel, and Hufflepuff has agreed, I hereby declare that the invitation to duel is officially established. Tonight, Hogwarts shall reignite the dueling club." With Dumbledore's words, a wave of cheers erupted from the young witches and wizards, not only from Slytherin and Hufflepuff, but also from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw nearby. The mere mention of the dueling club resonated deeply with Gryffindor students who cherish such activities. As for Ravenclaw, are you not aware that our house's head was a champion of the dueling tournament in his youth? Observing the jubilant students, Dumbledore expressed with a benevolent smile, "Ah, to be young again. However, we must establish some rules. For the sake of fairness, I propose that the referees be Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, and Professor Ilona, our defense against the dark arts instructor." The three professors readily acquiesced to Dumbledore's request. "Now, do you have anything further to say?" Dumbledore inquired, initially speaking out of formality. However, Rhyn stepped forward, declaring, "Of course, since it is Slytherin who has initiated the duel, we Hufflepuffs also wish to propose a few suggestions." Dumbledore glanced at Wentworth behind Rhyn and replied, "Certainly, this is your prerogative." Without hesitation, Rhyn stated, "First, we Hufflepuffs would like the professors to check both sides' duel participants before the duel begins, to ensure that no one has consumed any Felix Felicis or Polyjuice potion." At this, Snape's expression soured immediately, while Waylon, flushing with anger, exclaimed, "Rhyn, are you questioning the fairness of Slytherin?" Yet Rhyn responded with poise, "I am merely upholding fairness." Dumbledore nodded, affirming, "I find Mr. Rhyn's proposal acceptable." Then, Turning to Wayland, Dumbledore observed him as he begrudgingly replied, "Very well, we Slytherins agree." Rhine continued, "Second. We Hufflepuffs wish for both duelists to submit a list of participants to Professor Alona before the duel begins, with no alterations permitted thereafter." Before Dumbledore could respond, Wayland interjected, "Agreed. We also consent to this. Let it be from our 5th years onward." Seeing this, Rhine seemed to exhale in relief and went on, "Thirdly, Wayland, as the 5th-year leaders of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, this is both an honor and a responsibility. Should one house lose this duel, shall we not agree to resign our leadership roles? Do you dare accept this challenge?" Upon hearing Rhine's proposal, Wayland paused, contemplating the implications. Realizing he could not find any justification for Slytherin's defeat, he then smirked coldly. "Rhine, it seems you have no intention of continuing as a leader. Since you were so eager to resign, I shall assist you. I accept." Chapter 40. Preparations before the duel. Upon witnessing Wayland's agreement, Green let out a sigh of relief, then smiled slightly as he said, "In that case, we shall meet tonight." As Green turned to leave, Wayland confidently replied, "Green, I'll be waiting for you in the dark arts defense classroom tonight. Do not dare to shy away." Dumbledore, observing the consensus reached between the two, waved his hand and announced, "All right, my dear students, you may disperse. I shall also be present at the event tonight. Additionally, I must inform you that the winning house will receive an extra 100 points." At Dumbledore's words, Slytherin erupted into cheers once more, while Hufflepuff stood resolute. And even the distant Gryffindor and Ravenclaw exchanged glances imbued with a hint of provocation. Fortunately, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick intervened. Otherwise, it seemed that the two houses might have engaged in a spontaneous confrontation. "Wentworth, do you truly believe your plan will succeed?" Wentworth, brimming with confidence, patted Green's shoulder and assured him, "Fear not, head boy. You shall represent the 5th year. Cedric will stand for the 2nd, and I shall take on the 1st year. After you finalize the candidates for the 3rd and 4th years, we can commence our preparations." Seeing Wentworth's unwavering confidence, Green felt inspired and nodded emphatically. However, when it came to the 1st years, Snape hesitated. After all, the 1st-year newcomers were still adjusting to their new environment. Though Snape was the head of Slytherin, he did not know these 1st-year Slytherins very well. At that moment, Cassandra, having perceived Snape's uncertainty, stepped forward and declared, "Professor Snape, I am willing to represent Slytherin's 1st year." Snape regarded Cassandra with an uncommon tone of normalcy as he responded, "Cassandra, if all goes as expected, Hufflepuff's 1st-year champion is likely to be Wentworth. This individual may prove to be quite formidable. I would not wish for you to be harmed." Snape's concern was genuine. At this juncture, both he and Dumbledore recognized that Wentworth, having undergone rigorous training with the Pure Blood Party, was likely beyond the capabilities of these new 1st-year students from Hogwarts. Even among the upper years, few could rival Wentworth's prowess. The reason Snape had devised this plan, with Dumbledore's tacit approval, was to ascertain the extent of Wentworth's abilities. They did not expect Slytherin's newcomers to triumph over Wentworth, but if they could compel him to engage in combat multiple times, Snape was confident that he and Dumbledore would glean some insight. However, a critical concern remained. The Slytherin 1st year who would face Wentworth was likely to sustain injuries. Given that the Pure Blood Party specialized in dark magic, this was the source of Snape's hesitation. Despite Snape's warning, Cassandra remained resolute, stating, "Rest assured, Headmaster. I possess the confidence to defeat Wentworth. After all, I bested him once in today's defense against the dark arts class." Upon hearing Cassandra claim she had already defeated Wentworth, Snape's interest was piqued, and he promptly inquired, "A mere 11-year-old, capable of withstanding the scrutiny of others and resisting the temptation to boast before her peers? This child possesses remarkable cunning." Cassandra, sensing Snape's continued reluctance to approve her representation of Slytherin's 1st year, grew anxious. In a moment of desperation, she brandished her wand and proclaimed, "I, Cassandra, shall represent Slytherin's 1st year. I am the strongest among them. Those who doubt may step forward and challenge me." At her declaration, several 1st-year Slytherins felt compelled to respond, for this was Slytherin, a house that thrived on pride and ambition. No one wished to forfeit an opportunity to shine before their peers. Cassandra's confidence stemmed not only from her family background, but also from the privileges accorded to a young lady. No one wanted to be perceived as lacking in gallantry. Cassandra noted the eager glances of her fellow students and smirked coolly. Protego, a beautifully executed protective spell erupted forth, leaving even Snape momentarily astonished. The previously eager first-year Slytherins quickly fell silent. The vast majority lacked proficiency in such magic, and even those who had learned it from elder relatives could not replicate Cassandra's elegance. In light of this display, Snape ceased his hesitation and declared, "Very well. With Cassandra included, you five shall represent Slytherin tonight. Follow me now. I shall elucidate the rules of dueling and conduct some specialized training. Should any of you disgrace me tonight, beware. As for the rest of you, return to your pursuits. If you lack the qualifications to represent Slytherin, do not waste your time here." As Snape's words resonated, the remaining Slytherins dispersed, many feeling relieved that they had not been selected. While Snape prepared Cassandra and Waylon for their training, Professor Sprout, accompanied by Professor Flitwick, entered the Hufflepuff common room. As the head of Hufflepuff and a professor of herbology at Hogwarts, Professor Sprout understood the disparities between the two houses. Acknowledging her own lack of expertise in dueling, she sought the assistance of the former dueling champion, Professor Flitwick, to instruct Hufflepuff. Flitwick agreed without hesitation, readily accepting the request of his old friend. Both houses were diligently making their final preparations for the duel that awaited them. Chapter 41. The duel begins this evening. The winds at Hogwarts seemed rather boisterous. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was brimming with students and professors, all eagerly anticipating the impending duel between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Portable magnifying glass. See every spell clearly. A product of Weasley, guaranteed to be exquisite. Professor Snape had already gathered the students of Slytherin, awaiting the arrival of their Hufflepuff counterparts. However, the other protagonists of this duel, the Hufflepuff students, were conspicuously absent. "Surely they aren't afraid and have fled?" complained Waylon, standing behind Professor Snape. Meanwhile, just outside the classroom, Wentworth and Cedric were standing by. "Wentworth, are we not going in?" Cork inquired, leaning closer. Wentworth, unhurried, replied, "Cork, there's no need to rush. The main characters always make their entrance last. Let them wait a bit. It will be all the more delightful when their impatience grows before we make our grand appearance." As the appointed time drew near, restlessness began to stir among the Slytherin students. Some had already started to wander about, while others formed small clusters to chat. Waylon could no longer contain himself and approached the three professors serving as judges, expressing his impatience. "Professors, if Hufflepuff has not arrived by the agreed time, does that mean Slytherin wins by default?" Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Alona exchanged glances before responding. "Indeed, if the time elapses and Hufflepuff has not arrived. According to the rules of the duel, Slytherin shall be declared the victor." At this, Waylon found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned for Hufflepuff to appear so he could teach them a lesson, yet on the other, he hoped they would not show, thus allowing Slytherin to claim victory without conflict. Just as Waylon and the other Slytherins grappled with their conflicting desires, the appointed time was rapidly approaching. Outside, Wentworth cast a final glance at the clock and turned to his fellow Hufflepuff students, declaring, "It is our turn to take the stage, the stars of the evening." As the clock neared 6, Waylon fixated on the classroom door, which suddenly swung open. Wentworth stepped forward, pushing open the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom, followed closely by Cedric and Cork, who flanked him. Originally, Wentworth intended for Cork to lead the way, but Cork had declined. After reviewing Wentworth's comprehensive plan, he was so impressed that he insisted Wentworth take the lead. Behind them, all the Hufflepuff students formed neat rows, clad in their immaculate yellow robes, striding in with heads held high. The dignified and orderly Hufflepuff quickly overshadowed the disheveled Slytherin, even prompting the Gryffindor students, traditionally unfriendly towards Slytherin, to cheer for Hufflepuff under the guidance of the Weasley twins. Seeing this scene, all the professors wore expressions of satisfaction, save for Snape. Among them, Professor Sprout and Professor Alona appeared particularly proud. "Have you Hufflepuffs lost your way in Hogwarts?" Waylon taunted, having waited impatiently. Before Wentworth could speak, Cork chimed in from behind. "It's truly remarkable. I've witnessed food being snatched and seats being claimed, but this is the first time I've seen individuals vying to be beaten." As both sides prepared for a verbal spar, Professor McGonagall, acting as referee, cleared her throat and interjected, "Enough. Silence. Do you wish to provide entertainment for the other houses? Remember, you represent Slytherin and Hufflepuff." This admonition brought a hush over Waylon and Green. Seeing the situation, Professor Flitwick stepped forward, stating, "Now, as previously arranged, the lists of duel participants from your two houses should be submitted to Professor Alona, and I shall reiterate the rules of the duel." As Professor Flitwick began to clarify the rules, Waylon was the first to present Slytherin's list to Professor Alona, casting a menacing glare at Green. Subsequently, he handed over Hufflepuff's list, offering a smile to Wentworth. For reasons unbeknownst to him, when Waylon caught sight of Green's smile, a shiver ran down his spine. It felt as though something sinister lurked behind that grin. When Professor Alona reviewed the list submitted by both parties, her brow furrowed momentarily, as if she sensed something amiss. Yet, after a brief pause, her expression softened, revealing a meaningful smile. Once Professor Flitwick had concluded the explanation of the duel's rules, he turned to Dumbledore, who rose gracefully and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, our aim in reopening the dueling club at Hogwarts tonight is to foster camaraderie among students, not to ascertain superiority, nor to endanger lives. I trust that this evening's duel will result in no injuries. Are both parties ready for the duel? He inquired. Ready, responded Waylon and Wentworth in unison. Observing this, Dumbledore raised his hands and proclaimed, "Then, I declare the duel between Slytherin and Hufflepuff officially commenced." As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted, primarily from the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. The Slytherin and Hufflepuff representatives, however, remained tense, their focus unwavering on the center of the arena. Amidst the applause, Professor Alona of the Defense Against the Dark Arts slowly approached the dueling stage and announced, "The first duel will feature Slytherin's representative, Waylon." Accompanied by the cheers of Slytherin and the boos from Hufflepuff, Waylon eagerly stepped onto the dueling platform. As he positioned himself, Professor Alona continued, "The representative for Hufflepuff is Wentworth." With the utterance of Wentworth's name, silence enveloped the room. All eyes fixated on him as he made his way to the dueling ground. Even Dumbledore and Snape wore expressions of surprise and confusion. Chapter 42, An Unexpected Duel. As Wentworth took his position at the center of the arena, standing opposite Waylon, the assembled crowd finally realized that the first representative of Hufflepuff Academy was indeed Wentworth. The students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw erupted into a cacophony of reactions, some incredulous, others mocking, and a few contemplative. "Green, what on earth are you doing? I've already stated that I would be the first to compete. Our Slytherin order is to proceed from 5th year to 1st year. How could you allow a first-year newcomer to take your place? Are you afraid?" Waylon exclaimed, feeling humiliated to find himself facing a mere first year from Hufflepuff rather than his longtime rival, Green. Green, however, seemed entirely indifferent to Waylon's outburst. Engrossed in conversation with Cedric beside him, ignoring Waylon completely, Professor McGonagall, noticing the order of entry, kindly interjected, "Green, is it possible that you have mismanaged your lineup? Have you forgotten to arrange it from 5th year down to 1st? If so, I can authorize a change in the order." Turning to her, Green respectfully replied, "Professor McGonagall, that won't be necessary. According to our prior agreement, once the list is handed to Professor Alona, it cannot be altered. This is a rule we Hufflepuffs established ourselves, and we must adhere to it to avoid disputes should someone lose and refuse to acknowledge it." As he spoke, he rolled his eyes in Waylon's direction, provoking Waylon further, who could only cast a helpless glance at his house head, Professor Snape. Yet Snape was oblivious to Waylon's gaze, preoccupied instead with exchanging knowing looks with Dumbledore. Snape murmured, "Dumbledore, could it be that Wentworth believes his spellcasting skills surpass those of a 5th year? That seems implausible. Even if he has mastered some spells, he is merely 11 years old, lacking sufficient magical power." Dumbledore replied, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know?" Snape pressed, "Can't you use legilimency to glean some insight?" Dumbledore retorted, "If I could, I would have done so already. That young man has learned the art of mental shielding." Snape mused, "At merely 11 years, though I have been reassessing my perception of him. I never anticipated I would underestimate him still." Dumbledore suggested, "Let us observe before drawing conclusions." Meanwhile, Waylon, noticing that Professor Snape had not even glanced in his direction, turned to a tall, slender 3rd-year Slytherin wizard chosen by Snape to represent their house. "Hey, Hufflepuff may have indeed reversed their entry list. This means that your performance might very well determine our fate. Do you have confidence?" The young wizard, casting a smug look toward Hufflepuff, confidently declared, "Rest assured, Prefect. Aside from 2 third years from Ravenclaw, I am certain no one in my year can match me. Hufflepuff, they are even less of a threat. Wentworth, encountering me will be your misfortune. Don't worry, I won't employ any dark curses, but if you find yourself injured by an errant spell, don't blame me." Wentworth, unfazed, replied, "Waylon, if you can manage it, then by all means, come at me, provided you can actually hit me. With no further disputes regarding the duel as participants, Professor Alona stood in the center of the arena and announced, since both sides are prepared, the duel shall commence. Bow to each other. As her words faded, Wentworth and Wailing each bowed to one another, then raised their wands to their faces, positioning them vertically at their center before suddenly lowering them. Once their wands were lowered, Wentworth and Wailing turned to walk back a few paces, awaiting Professor Ilona's final instructions. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even the typically boisterous Weasley twins from Gryffindor held their breath, anxiously observing the duelists. Dumbledore, Snape, and even Professor McGonagall watched Wentworth intently, eager to catch every nuance of his movements. As Wentworth and Wailing approached their respective ends of the dueling stage, Professor Ilona proclaimed, "Begin." With her command, Wailing abruptly turned, raising his wand toward Wentworth and loudly declaring, "Disarm. I concede." The crowd erupted in astonishment, a wave of boos rising from the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the weight of the situation. Both were struck by the realization that Wentworth, even under such circumstances, remained unwilling to unveil the extent of his abilities, hinting at the myriad secrets he harbored. As Wailing, despite achieving victory in the duel, felt a gnawing sense of dissatisfaction. He watched Wentworth begin to step down from the dueling platform. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to let the moment pass, releasing the half-formed spell without hesitation. Disarm. In a flash, the events unfolded with breathtaking speed. As Wentworth prepared to concede, Wailing continued his assault, prompting a collective gasp from the audience. For Wentworth had his back turned to him. Stupefy. Just then, a counter-spell raced forth, intercepting Wailing's disarmament spell mid-air, dissipating it into nothingness. The spellcaster was none other than Professor Ilona, one of the duel's referees. "I warned you, Wailing. You must be able to hit me first." Chapter 43 Epiphany. With fervent excitement, Cork embraced Wentworth, while Cedric exchanged a high-five with him. Other Hufflepuff students joined in, applauding Wentworth. "As long as you're unharmed, Wentworth. Well done. Your surrender was truly decisive." One might have mistaken Wentworth for the victor of the duel at that moment. For, as one of the referees, Professor Ilona, the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts instructor, stood with her wand raised, her gaze ablaze with fury directed at Wallen. Even when faced with an unfamiliar wizard, if your opponent declares surrender during a duel, you ought to cease your incantations. And you, against a fellow student, disregarded that declaration and continued casting spells with your back turned. Are you disregarding my authority? Seeing the situation unfold, Wallen hastily lowered his wand, attempting to explain, "Professor Ilona, you've misunderstood. It was not intentional. I simply couldn't halt my actions." Ilona scoffed at Wallen's defense, her disdain evident as she retorted, "Slytherin, 10 points deducted. For you treat our professors as fools." Upon hearing Ilona's immediate deduction of points from Slytherin, Wallen stiffened, and a wave of mocking laughter ensued. Following the sound, he spotted Wentworth, surrounded by Cedric and Green, receiving their adulation. Wentworth regarded Wallen with a patronizing gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Wentworth's audacity to turn his back on Wallen and proclaim his surrender without even attempting to dodge stemmed from his trust in Hogwarts professors. Just look at the esteemed judges present. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, Professor Flitwick, the champion of the dueling tournament, and the formidable Professor Ilona. If one could cause a mishap in their presence, Hogwarts would surely lack its current esteemed reputation. Wallen, however, dared to engage in underhanded tactics before them, prompting Wentworth to muse inwardly about the foolishness of children. Meanwhile, Wallen, directly under the wrath of Professor Ilona, felt akin to a fragile boat navigating a tempestuous sea, even the magic within him thrumming with agitation. Fortunately, at that moment, Professor Snape rose and spoke. "Professor Ilona, Wallen is indeed at fault. After the duel, I shall impose a punishment upon him." At Snape's words, Wallen exhaled in relief. Typically, other professors would heed Snape's authority. However, Ilona was undeterred, responding, "Since Professor Snape has spoken, let us follow his suggestion. Yet, regarding the punishment, I shall handle it. For the next month, Mr. Wallen will come to my office each evening to assist in preparing materials for the next day's lessons. Consider it a form of punishment." Without allowing Snape to interject further, Ilona continued, "Moreover, I must reiterate, should anyone employ trickery in this dueling club, continuing to cast spells when the opponent has surrendered, I shall counter your spell with the same." Seeing no objections raised, Ilona nodded slowly and declared, "Thus, I announce that Slytherin is the victor of the first duel against Hufflepuff." Upon hearing Ilona's announcement of Slytherin's victory, the Slytherin students, who had previously feared she might invalidate Wallen's win, erupted into jubilant cheers. In contrast, the Hufflepuff students appeared unfazed, some even clapping half-heartedly. As the cheers gradually subsided, Ilona continued, "Now, we shall proceed to the second duel between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. The representative for Slytherin is fourth-year Mike, while Hufflepuff will be represented by their fifth-year prefect, Green." The announcement sparked an even greater clamor among the crowd, with students buzzing about the matchup. Among the chatter, the sound of applause rang out, originating from a group of Ravenclaw students, who were visibly impressed. Conversely, Hogwarts professors seemed to grasp Hufflepuff's strategy. Snape, their head, shot upright, glaring towards Hufflepuff. Regrettably, no one acknowledged him as all eyes were on Green, cheering him on. Snape then turned his gaze to Dumbledore, who appeared utterly captivated by Wentworth, likewise ignoring Snape. After surveying the room, Snape, realizing he had garnered no attention, cast one last glance at Wentworth before settling back down. His expression darkened. At that moment, under the explanations of the applauding Ravenclaw students, others began to comprehend Hufflepuff's intentions. The news swiftly reached Slytherin. Wallen and his peers finally realized that Hufflepuff had not misunderstood the rules. Rather, they had orchestrated this plan purposefully, utilizing first-year Wentworth against Wallen, a fifth-year Slytherin. Wentworth's immediate surrender would result in Hufflepuff losing the first duel. However, in the subsequent 4 matches, Hufflepuff could field upperclassmen against their younger counterparts. Though Hufflepuff's overall strength was inferior to Slytherin's, the comparison based on year was crucial. Students at Hogwarts were in a pivotal stage of magical development. A year's difference could mean a significant disparity in magical prowess. Realizing this, Wallen and his companions felt a surge of urgency. Chapter 44, Not Yet Defeated. With a look of urgency, Waylon approached Professor Ilona and exclaimed, "Professor, I protest." Ilona glanced at Waylon, her tone unperturbed as she inquired, "Protest? What is it that you protest?" Waylon pointed indignantly toward Hufflepuff Academy, declaring, "Professor, Hufflepuff is playing dirty." In response to Waylon's accusation, Professor Ilona rolled her eyes and, without even looking at him, replied, "Playing dirty? Please elaborate. How have they been deceitful?" Waylon found himself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate his thoughts. After all, Hufflepuff had merely adjusted the order of their appearances and had not engaged in any actions contrary to the agreements or the rules of dueling. As Waylon fell silent, Cassandra from Slytherin, who had been quiet for a considerable time, could no longer contain herself. She had sensed something amiss when Wentworth first entered the dueling arena to face Waylon. However, it was only when Green took the stage that Cassandra grasped Hufflepuff's strategy. Her emotions were conflicted. On one hand, she admired Hufflepuff's cunning, while on the other, she harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Cassandra approached Professor Ilona and asked, "What do you think, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick?" Professor McGonagall appeared hesitant, but Professor Ilona responded resolutely, "Cassandra, you must understand that real combat does not consist of 2 parties standing still, hurling spells at one another. In true combat, strategy often outweighs mere strength." Professor Flitwick, who had been standing by, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I concur with Professor Ilona. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure." As the head of Ravenclaw, Flitwick's words put an emphatic end to the debate. Under Professor Ilona's urging, the duel between Hufflepuff and Slytherin continued. Though Green acknowledged that he was not a match for Waylon, he nonetheless showcased his prowess against the lower-ranking Slytherins as the head of Hufflepuff. In contrast to Waylon, Green exhibited a more composed demeanor beneath his seemingly carefree exterior. He first cast an armor charm to secure his position, followed by several exchanges of spells, ultimately disarming his opponent with a disarming charm and achieving an effortless victory, returning amidst his fellow Hufflepuff students. Green disregarded the cheers and accolades directed at him and went straight to Wentworth, embracing him warmly and expressing his gratitude. The subsequent duels, featuring Hufflepuff's 4th year against Slytherin's 3rd year, and Hufflepuff's 3rd year against Slytherin's 2nd year, unfolded without incident, culminating in Hufflepuff's victories. With Hufflepuff's triumph in the 3rd duel, a jubilant cheer erupted from the students. Perhaps influenced by this exuberance, or perhaps in admiration of Hufflepuff's strategy, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also joined in with thunderous applause. Amidst the resounding cheers echoing through Hogwarts, Green and Cedric lifted Wentworth, flanking him on either side, and with the assistance of their fellow Hufflepuffs, they tossed Wentworth into the air to express their appreciation for him, the first hero of Hufflepuff's victory. "Put me down. I'm afraid of heights. You ungrateful lot." Wentworth's terrified screams only amplified the joyous uproar around them. All the professors quietly observed this scene, tacitly refraining from intervening. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, who were aware of Wentworth's true identity, shared a singular thought. From this day forth, Wentworth would ascend to become Hufflepuff's most esteemed figure. Having conquered not only the hearts of Hufflepuff but also their appetites, Wentworth had ultimately won over all of Hufflepuff's members. At that moment, Ilona reflected on the fact that Wentworth was still merely a first-year student. If all went as expected, he would remain at Hogwarts for 7 more years, sharing this time with a total of 13 cohorts. This was Hogwarts, a veritable era in the magical world. The new leader of the Pureblood Party had come to Hogwarts with the intention of monopolizing the magical talents of a generation. Such foresight and ambition were remarkable. When Ilona was still Rogier, she had speculated about the plan hidden within Wentworth's heart. Each time she thought she had deciphered it, Wentworth would soon present her with another surprise. At last, Ilona had come to a realization. While one might become a leader through training, true leadership is innate. Just like the former Lord Gellert, and now Wentworth. While most professors were lost in their thoughts, Hufflepuff basked in joy, and Slytherin wallowed in sorrow, one individual remained alert. "Hey, have you all had enough? This duel is far from over." A voice rang out like a silver bell, silencing the bustling classroom of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where a green-robed, graceful girl with emerald eyes stood, wand in hand, awaiting her turn in the dueling arena. "Cassandra, we've already lost." Waylin, dejected, approached Cassandra from behind, attempting to console her. "It is you who have lost, not I. I have yet to take the stage. Furthermore, keep your distance. You are utterly unworthy of Slytherin's greatness." With unwavering determination, Cassandra declared, "Professor Ilona, perhaps Slytherin has lost, but I have not. Please announce the participants for the next duel." Chapter 45, Cassandra vs. Cedric. As Ilona gazed upon the stubborn and proud young lady before her, an unexpected vision of her younger self surfaced in her mind. Indeed, the duel was far from over. Observing the scene, Ilona cast aside her hesitations and declared, "In the 5th match of Hufflepuff versus Slytherin, representing Slytherin is Cassandra, and representing Hufflepuff is Cedric. Both parties, please prepare yourselves." Following a courteous bow exchange between Cassandra and Cedric, they turned and stepped back. With Ilona's signal marking the commencement of the duel, both combatants pivoted, yet one wand was aimed at the other, while the other was directed toward oneself. "Disarm. Armor up." Instantly, spells erupted in the center of the duel arena, with both sides exchanging powerful incantations, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Perhaps due to their equal prowess, the confrontation between the second-year Hufflepuff and the first-year Slytherin proved to be even more riveting than previous matches. As Wentworth observed the duel intensifying, he noted how Cassandra and Cedric's disarming spells had become entwined. The two spells wove tightly in the air, both unable to gain an inch over the other. Wentworth pondered, what extraordinary classmates are these? While Cedric is commendable, destined to represent Hogwarts in the coming years, and a true champion of the Triwizard Tournament, how can this previously unheard-of girl possess such formidable skills? The spells exchanged here are astonishing. I doubt I could withstand even one. And yet, these two are merely students of comparable age? The magical world is far more perilous than I ever imagined. If Wentworth had previously arrived at Hogwarts with a sense of curiosity, he now found himself gripped by an inexplicable urgency and apprehension upon witnessing the spectacle before him. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden gasp from the crowd jolted him back to reality. When Wentworth redirected his gaze to the center of the duel, he observed Cedric's disarming spell inching closer to Cassandra's wand. At that moment, Cassandra's once fair complexion had turned pale, sweat cascading down and marring her delicate makeup. She was on the verge of collapse. Compared to Cedric, her magical energy was waning. Had she faced any other second year from Hufflepuff, Cassandra might have triumphed, but alas, she had encountered Cedric. Kirk, standing nearby, explained to Wentworth, although victory seems imminent for Cedric, I cannot help but feel a sense of regret. Meanwhile, Cedric addressed Cassandra, saying, Cassandra, surrender. Your magical reserves must be nearly depleted. Yet, Cassandra, gritting her teeth, remained silent, fiercely channeling her spells. As scattered applause erupted, it gradually crescendoed, enveloping the entire defense against the dark arts classroom at Hogwarts. Amidst the clamor, Cassandra finally faltered, her body relaxing, and her spell ceased abruptly, her form poised to collapse. In a critical moment, two figures almost simultaneously shielded Cassandra. Alona, the defense against the dark arts professor, waved her hand gently, dispersing Cedric's spell without even using her wand. Simultaneously, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on Cassandra's shoulder, preventing her from falling. Seeing her house's head, Cassandra could not conceal her disappointment as she murmured, "Professor Snape, I'm so sorry. I failed and brought shame to Slytherin." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. At that moment, Cedric's voice rang out nearby. "Cassandra, in this duel, I have not won, nor have you lost." Cedric had approached, concerned for Cassandra's well-being, and overheard her words. With a sudden smile, Cedric continued, "If you insist on believing you have lost, then you have only lost to yourself. I shall never acknowledge my victory." He gestured toward Wentworth. Wentworth, taken aback, thought. However, this time, he felt an unexpected inclination to accept. With the wisdom of an adult soul, he understood that many things are inevitable in this world, unless one chooses to remain within the confines of Hogwarts for a lifetime. Thus, he did not refuse but instead approached Cassandra. As Wentworth drew near, Cassandra mustered her strength to stand tall, prompting Snape to withdraw his hand. Wentworth leaned closer to Cassandra and whispered, "Aren't you still upset about the last time I stepped in front of you? Once you've recuperated, I shall accept your challenge. I may not be your equal, but I'll give it my all. If worst comes to worst, you'll just have to bully me a bit." Hearing Wentworth's words, Cassandra was about to smile. But in that moment of relaxation, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fainted. Fortunately, Wentworth reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling voice echoed, "What did you say to my student?" Chapter 46. Victory belongs to Hufflepuff. Wentworth raised his head stiffly and saw Snape standing before him, his expression dark and foreboding. Behind Snape, a throng of Slytherin students bore faces filled with fury, and Wentworth even noticed someone slowly drawing their wand. At that moment, Wentworth regretted his earlier actions immensely. He had merely whispered something to Cassandra to avoid being watched by others during their duel. Who could have anticipated that Cassandra would faint at such a crucial moment? Now, Wentworth found himself at a loss for words. "Professor Snape, I am also your student," Wentworth awkwardly protested. As the jubilant Hufflepuffs made their way to the common room, inquiries abounded. "Wentworth, what did you say to Cassandra? Did you really make her faint?" With a resigned expression, Wentworth explained, "It's nonsense. Professors Alona and Flitwick both said that Cassandra fainted due to exhaustion of her magical energy. How is that my fault? But how coincidental that she fainted right after your conversation." They pressed. "Surely, you must have said something that provoked her. It seems you all want me to perish." For countless years, many wizards sought to uncover what Wentworth, known as the Third Dark Lord, had whispered to Cassandra. Yet, the involved parties never answered this question. However, it was indisputable that when Gellert Grindelwald's name once again swept across Europe and America, Cassandra remained steadfastly by his side, earning her the title of the Queen of the Night from the Ministry of Magic. Did we perhaps take a wrong turn and end up in the Hogwarts kitchen? As the head boy, Green stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. After 5 years at Hogwarts, it was the first time he witnessed such a spectacle in their common room. Just then, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, entered, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Children, why are you all standing there in a daze? Such a momentous evening calls for a celebration." At her words, the Hufflepuffs immediately understood and erupted into enthusiastic cheers, rushing to find their favorite sweets. Green, one hand clutching a mound of cockroach clusters and the other grasping a toffee, his mouth full, mumbled, "Professor, when did you prepare all this?" Professor Sprout, her face beaming with joy, replied, "The moment you stepped onto the dueling platform, I knew your intentions. I was certain that victory would belong to Hufflepuff, so I discreetly instructed the house elves to begin preparing these treats." Upon hearing this, Green's face lit up as he asked, "Professor, do I look handsome?" With a broad smile, Professor Sprout responded, "Of course, you all look splendid. Especially our little Wentworth. Thank goodness you joined Hufflepuff instead of Ravenclaw." Wentworth graciously accepted the compliment, though he felt there was nothing particularly praiseworthy about it. Hogwarts was simply a place of genuine camaraderie. Cedric, observing the exchange, inquired, "Professor Sprout, what if, I'm just saying if, we had lost?" Professor Sprout, unconcerned, replied, then you would certainly need a dessert party even more. Laughter and joy filled the Hufflepuff common room. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived, a familiar face, none other than Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. Upon entering and surveying the scene, Snape's expression darkened further. Yet he approached Professor Sprout with a frown. Professor Sprout, as you know, Cassandra is exhausted and will need several days of rest. I wish to brew a potion to expedite her recovery, but I have run out of certain herbs. I was wondering if you have any. Snape's voice trailed off as he walked with Professor Sprout towards the exit of the Hufflepuff common room, their conversation fading into the distance. Yet, in stark contrast to Snape's demeanor, the smile on Sprout's face remained vibrant, even in the shadows. Perhaps, more than anyone, Professor Sprout, who had served as Hufflepuff's head for half her life, was the most delighted by this victory tonight. As Green munched on the last of his cockroach clusters, he turned to Wentworth, solemnly stating, "Wentworth, if possible, lead us to claim the House Cup. It has been many years since Hufflepuff has held such an honor." Cedric, sensing his friend's pressure, quickly interjected, "Hey, Green, isn't that your responsibility?" But Green sighed in exasperation. "Isn't it obvious that I'm not capable enough? Besides, don't call me head boy. I'm merely Wentworth's lackey now." Wentworth fixed Green with a steady gaze and slowly remarked, "Could you please remove your hand from my shoulder? I would prefer not to have my robes wiped on." Green chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand. "Don't worry about such trivial matters, Wentworth. You are destined for greatness." Both Wentworth and Cedric rolled their eyes in unison. As Wentworth navigated the corridors with trepidation, he dreaded encountering Filch, knowing he was likely still busy tidying the defense against the dark arts classroom. After a cautious journey, Wentworth finally ascended to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, halting before a tapestry depicting a troll. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and exhaled in relief. With a swift turn, Wentworth faced the wall opposite the tapestry. Chapter 47: A letter from the Ministry of Magic. I need a place to practice magic. I need a place to practice magic. I need a place to practice magic. Suddenly, a wooden door materialized on the previously barren wall. Observing this phenomenon, Wentworth smiled subtly, grasped the doorknob, and stepped inside. Following today's duel, a sense of urgency had arisen within him. Watching his familiar peers effortlessly cast various spells, Wentworth felt a pang of anxiety akin to the embarrassment of being the only one who had not prepared for an exam while others submitted their papers half an hour early. He couldn't help but wonder how, as a time traveler, he had found himself in such a predicament. However, in comparison to his classmates who had grown up in the magical world, Wentworth recognized that his only advantage lay in his foresight and knowledge of certain unique artifacts and locations. For instance, the notes of the Half-Blood Prince he had previously acquired and the room he currently stood in, the Room of Requirement. Thus, Wentworth ventured into the Room of Requirement this evening to secure additional time and opportunities to practice spells, bringing along the Half-Blood Prince's notes. After all, compared to the others, he had a decade of blankness to make up for. Wentworth believed his plan was flawless. Yet he overlooked one crucial detail. Both the headmaster's office and the Room of Requirement were situated on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Just moments after Wentworth entered the Room of Requirement, two figures gradually appeared before its entrance. The Room of Requirement? How does Wentworth know of such a hidden chamber? Professor McGonagall remarked in astonishment, aware that many students, even after graduation, remained oblivious to the existence of such a wondrous room at Hogwarts. Yet Dumbledore dismissed her surprise with a wave of his hand, explaining, "It is nothing extraordinary. Perhaps a member of the Pureblood Party once attended Hogwarts and divulged the room's location to him, or perhaps he stumbled upon it himself after arriving at the school. It could even stem from a latent gift inherited from Grindelwald." Noticing McGonagall's puzzled expression, Dumbledore continued, "Gellert Grindelwald was renowned in the magical community as a seer, a talent derived from his bloodline, evident in his striking eyes. While Wentworth has not demonstrated such abilities thus far, it does not imply he lacks them. Perhaps he has glimpsed a fragment of the future." Taking a deep breath, Professor McGonagall remarked, "What a formidable lineage, what a daunting adversary." Dumbledore, walking alongside McGonagall towards the headmaster's office, promptly corrected her. "Indeed, Professor McGonagall, the Ministry of Magic has sent a letter, intending to visit Hogwarts to ascertain whether the safety of our students is compromised during their time here. It is utterly preposterous. This is blatant suspicion and distrust. Do they think this is just any place? This is Hogwarts." Dumbledore casually sampled a piece of cake he had taken from Flitwick, gesturing for McGonagall to try some as well. "You must taste this cake I received from Phileas. I must admit, Professor Flitwick's talent for desserts is slightly less impressive than his spellcasting ability, but it is certainly novel, is it not? You should give it a try. Seeing Dumbledore seemingly unfazed by her previous remarks, McGonagall scowled and stated, Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe you have not grasped the significance of this letter. Someone is questioning Hogwarts. And in doing so, they are questioning you. The Ministry has long harbored ambitions to extend its influence over Hogwarts. Dumbledore, unfazed by McGonagall's concerns, waved her off, saying, Very well, Professor McGonagall, there is no need to be so agitated. Allow me to guess who sent the letter. If I am not mistaken, it should be Thomas Riddle. The head of the Auror Office, I believe he is a Slytherin alumnus. Upon hearing Dumbledore's conjecture, McGonagall was taken aback and questioned, How do you know this, Dumbledore? With a confident smile, Dumbledore replied, I can not only deduce that it is Thomas, but I can also surmise that this is purely his personal initiative. The Ministry is unaware of it. Before McGonagall could voice her doubts, Dumbledore continued, Because Fudge has just taken office. He requires my support to solidify his position as Minister for Magic. As for what he will do once established, I cannot say, but for now, he dares not provoke me at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's tone was calm, yet authoritative, conveying the message that without his consent, Fudge would not secure the position of Minister for Magic. And how do you explain tonight's letter? McGonagall inquired, producing the correspondence she had received from the Owl moments earlier. She had encountered the furtive Wentworth while on her way to present the letter to Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at it dismissively, saying, Minerva, I believe you are overcomplicating matters. You seem to have forgotten that Thomas Riddle is Cassandra Riddle's father. This is merely a father concerned for his beloved daughter who has sustained a minor injury at school, wishing to check on her and leverage his position to apply a bit of pressure on the school, nothing more. Did he indicate when he plans to arrive? Dumbledore asked. The letter states that he would come after handling his affairs tomorrow morning. Dumbledore smiled, and upon hearing his words, McGonagall couldn't help but share a rare smile of her own. Chapter 48. Before the flight lesson, as Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore engaged in a discussion regarding a letter from Thomas Reveau, the head of the Auror Office at the Ministry of Magic, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Wentworth was perspiring profusely in the room of requirement. At that moment, Wentworth had shed his usual elegance. Yet he gazed up at the apex of the room, where a remarkably lifelike dummy was suspended upside down, a smile of delight gracing his features. The following afternoon, Wentworth, accompanied by a group of exuberant Hufflepuff first years, made their way to the Quidditch pitch for a flying lesson shared with the Slytherin students. It was rumored that every year, some first years fell from their broomsticks, with numerous injuries reported across the houses at this time. Fear not, one of them remarked, I heard Madame Pomfrey will be waiting at the Quidditch pitch, ready to tend to any unfortunate soul who might fall. Thank you for that. Now I'm even more worried. As the Hufflepuff first years approached the Quidditch pitch, the leading student suddenly slowed his pace. Noticing this, Wentworth looked ahead to see a group clad in emerald green robes approaching from the opposite direction. The most striking among them was Cassandra, who walked at the forefront, surrounded by admirers like the moon encircled by stars. If Wentworth was regarded as a beacon of fortune for Hufflepuff, Cassandra equally held the position of a formidable leader among Slytherin's first years. This reputation stemmed not merely from her lineage but from the prowess she had displayed during yesterday's duel, establishing her as the most formidable among Slytherin's newcomers. The two parties simultaneously recognized each other, halting in their tracks, their gazes fraught with animosity. Cassandra, I'm relieved to see you unharmed. I thought you'd be recuperating for days. Wentworth called out, noticing Cassandra's slightly pallid complexion but otherwise spirited demeanor. As he approached, several Slytherin first years attempted to obstruct him. But Cassandra intervened. She stepped forward, facing Wentworth with a sardonic expression. What, are you disappointed to see me here? Wentworth waved his hands dismissively, explaining. You know that's not what I meant. Cassandra, with her chin held high, retorted, had it been you who had exhausted your magic, you might indeed be bettered for days. However, do not forget, my head of house is none other than Professor Snape, the acknowledged master of potions at Hogwarts. For him, it would merely be a matter of administering a potion. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wentworth chuckled lightly. I know. Your head of house, Professor Snape, is the one who requested herbs from our head of house, Professor Sprout. Upon hearing this, Cassandra's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she averted her gaze momentarily. Yet, as if a thought struck her, she raised her head and addressed Wentworth. Wentworth, do you remember what you said? Of course. You set the time and place. I, Wentworth, would never deceive you regarding such matters. Very well, let it be tonight. The location shall be discussed later. I shall await you this evening." Surprised by Cassandra's eagerness, Wentworth exclaimed, "Tonight? You've just recovered. Will you be able to manage?" Unfazed, Cassandra replied resolutely, "Tonight it is. Spare me your excuses. Don't forget to bring your useless stick." She pointed to the edge of Wentworth's robe, where his wand protruded. Realizing further protest would be futile, Wentworth shrugged and acquiesced. "No problem. If you don't mind, then neither do I. Tonight it shall be." The unexpected exchange startled both of them, and the remaining Hufflepuff and Slytherin students quickly dispersed, making their way to the Quidditch pitch while exchanging snippets of conversation that floated on the breeze. "Who do you think is stronger, those two? Isn't it obvious? Wentworth, of course. Didn't you hear him worrying about Cassandra's health? Nonsense. Clearly, Cassandra is the stronger one. Didn't you hear her mock Wentworth's ineptitude? Wentworth is mighty. Cassandra is mighty. Are the Hufflepuffs looking for a fight? Bring it on. You Slytherins lost last night." As Hufflepuff and Slytherin first years bickered while heading to the Quidditch pitch, Wentworth and Cassandra stood momentarily in stunned silence, processing the unfolding events. "Wentworth, be prepared for tonight." Observing the scene, Wentworth could only manage a wry smile as he trailed behind Cassandra towards the Quidditch pitch. He arrived last, and by the time he did, Madame Hooch was already there, with several broomsticks neatly arranged on the grass before her. However, upon inspecting the broomstick beneath him, a chill ran through him. This broomstick appeared quite aged, its bristles ragged and uneven, with visible cracks marring its surface. Wentworth suddenly felt that the tales of first years falling from their broomsticks might not be mere folklore after all. Chapter 49. In the flying class before the commencement of the flying lesson, Wentworth harbored concerns that his past experience as a driver might hinder his ability to adapt to the enchanted broomstick. However, upon taking to the skies, he swiftly discovered that his apprehensions were unfounded. It became evident that operating a broomstick was considerably simpler than navigating a car, and moreover, it was akin to an automatic transmission. While some first-year witches, possibly due to a fear of heights, exhibited reluctance towards the flying broomsticks, Wentworth found the absence of brakes, accelerator, and clutch made the experience quite manageable. Before long, he was soaring effortlessly through the sky, and if one disregarded the occasional tremors of the broom beneath him, his flying skills bore no trace of a novice. The only one who could match Wentworth's altitude was Cassandra from Slytherin, whose speed was equally impressive. Observers soon noted that Cassandra's broom was adorned with a pink ribbon, clearly distinguishing it from the antiquated models supplied by Madame Hooch. In no time, the onlookers gazed upwards in astonishment as Wentworth and Cassandra engaged in a spirited aerial duel, darting back and forth above them. Cassandra appeared to be relishing the challenge, following Wentworth's every move. Each time Wentworth attempted to evade her, she would quickly close the gap again. However, possessing the soul of an adult, Wentworth was disinclined to engage in a prolonged contest. Thus, he decisively altered his course, intending to depart in the opposite direction. Yet, Cassandra seemed unwilling to relent, tracing a semicircle in midair as if to intercept him. Soon, the first-year students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff were gasping in alarm, for it seemed the two were on a collision course, hurtling towards a convergence point. Realizing the impending danger, Cassandra shouted, "Wentworth, get out of my way," to which he defiantly replied, "No." Having previously yielded once, Wentworth now chose to stand his ground. As the distance between them diminished, Cassandra, with growing anxiety, implored, "Wentworth, I'm a girl." At this, Wentworth felt a twinge of sympathy, but resolved not to concede. He urged the broom to accelerate, hoping to evade Cassandra. Unfortunately, the broom beneath him could not sustain his intentions. Despite his attempts to channel magic into it, the broom maintained its speed, clearly reaching its limit. Just as Wentworth grasped the gravity of the situation, Cassandra's terrified visage loomed closer, and there was no turning back. With a resounding crash, many first-year wizards instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. When they reopened them, they witnessed Wentworth and Cassandra plummeting from the sky. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Just as the two were about to hit the ground, a spell rang out from nearby, Levioso. In an instant, Wentworth and Cassandra were suspended precariously just above the grass. Madame Hooch rushed over, checking both for injuries, and only when she confirmed their safety did the crowd exhale in relief. "Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Madame Hooch inquired curiously as she approached the headmaster. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to Cassandra and Wentworth, lingering momentarily on Wentworth before shifting to Cassandra. He spoke, I believe I have some matters to discuss with Cassandra. Upon hearing her name called by Dumbledore, Cassandra paused momentarily, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet she hurried to his side. To everyone's astonishment, Dumbledore led Cassandra away from the Quidditch pitch. The unexpected development left onlookers exchanging puzzled glances, while Wentworth felt an unsettling premonition as he watched them depart. Cassandra, would you care to sample my special toffee? It's a custom blend made by Hogwarts house elves to suit my taste, Dumbledore kindly offered. Cassandra slowly shook her head, inhaling deeply before asking, Headmaster, is something amiss? After a brief silence, Dumbledore nodded gravely. Yes, some unfortunate matters. Cassandra felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. Yet she steeled herself and pressed on with her inquiry. This time, Dumbledore's silence lingered longer, and with each passing moment, Cassandra's heart sank further. Particularly when Dumbledore ultimately nodded in affirmation. In a daze, she instinctively grasped the table, nearly toppling over and spilling the toffee in the process. Cassandra, are you all right? Have you not fully recovered since the duel? Shall we visit Madame Pomfrey? But Cassandra waved him off, straightening up and fixing her gaze intently on Dumbledore. Headmaster, please tell me what has happened. I assure you, I am not merely a weeping girl in the face of adversity. Chapter 50, Cassandra with red-rimmed eyes on another note. After Cassandra's departure, the flying lesson was set to continue. Madame Hooch provided Wentworth with a new broomstick, as the previous one had completely shattered during the collision between Wentworth and Cassandra. Even Cassandra's broomstick bore a long crack. And though Madame Hooch assured that it could be mended with a repair charm, the performance of any broomstick that had undergone repairs would inevitably be compromised. Observing Cassandra's broomstick set aside, Wentworth felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering the absurdity of his rivalry with a female driver. Later that evening, when Wentworth and Cedric arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall for dinner, he noticed that Cassandra was also conspicuously absent from the Slytherin table. At this point, Wentworth was certain that something significant must have transpired. After dinner, Wentworth made his customary visit to Snape's office, recalling that Snape had promised to provide him with special tutoring every night for the coming month. Upon entering, he found Snape already waiting. As Wentworth stepped inside, Snape immediately began. Today, I shall teach you how to brew an invigorating potion, which requires. To Wentworth's surprise, Snape refrained from his usual sarcastic remarks. He sensed that this was not typical of Snape's character. However, there was something more pressing that Wentworth wished to inquire about. I suppose no one has ever informed you that it is best to listen quietly when others are speaking? Even if you wish to interject, you should wait until they have finished, he said, his curiosity piqued. Moreover, I am intrigued as to why you are so concerned about Cassandra. At this juncture, Snape's expression shifted slightly. Fearing that Snape might misinterpret his intentions, Wentworth quickly clarified, Of course, Professor, do not forget that I am a Hufflepuff. Although there has been some misunderstanding between Cassandra and me, it is an internal matter. If she is indeed in trouble, I would be more than willing to assist. Snape regarded Wentworth with a derisive smile, a hint of disdain in his voice as he asked, Aside from a modicum of cleverness, what else do you possess? What aid can you truly offer? I have wealth. Abundant wealth, Wentworth exclaimed. Your task is to focus on your studies. The rest shall be managed by the professors. Now, suppress your curiosity and overflowing sympathy. Let us resume our lesson. Seeing Snape's demeanor, Wentworth ceased his inquiries. But he was resolute about one thing. Whatever transpired with Cassandra was certainly no trifling matter. Any issue that could not be resolved with money was a serious one. Throughout the evening, Wentworth felt that Snape's behavior was somewhat peculiar. Rather than treating him like a mere laborer, Snape genuinely seemed to be imparting knowledge about potions. While the reason for this shift remained a mystery, acquiring knowledge beyond what was found in textbooks was, ultimately, a positive development. Wentworth, Cassandra from Slytherin is waiting for you outside our common room. She asked to see you, exclaimed a Hufflepuff, eliciting a chorus of excited gasps from those nearby, leaving Wentworth feeling rather awkward. However, the messenger continued, Be cautious, Wentworth. I noticed that Cassandra appeared somewhat off. Her eyes seemed red from anger. Wentworth, bewildered, responded, What? As he approached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, he assumed that Cassandra's reddened eyes resulted from him damaging her broomstick during the afternoon flying lesson. Thus, as soon as he stepped outside and spotted Cassandra standing with her back to him, he hastily called out, Cassandra, I sincerely apologize for this afternoon. I damaged your broomstick. But I will certainly buy you a new one. As he spoke, his voice trailed off. Cassandra had turned to face him, and Wentworth could see that her eyes were indeed red, but it was evident that they had been stained by tears, not the anger the Hufflepuff had suggested. "Cassandra, are you all right? Perhaps we could postpone our duel?" Wentworth tentatively inquired. Cassandra, however, shook her head firmly. "No, we must do this today." With that, she turned and began to walk away. Wentworth had no choice but to follow her. "Cassandra, if you are facing any difficulties or troubles, please share them with me. Perhaps I can assist you. We have an old butler who has served our family for over a century. Do you know why he has lived so long? Is it because your family possesses unique health-preserving techniques?" Cassandra queried. "No, it is because he never meddles in affairs that do not concern him," Wentworth retorted. As they reached the first floor of Hogwarts, Cassandra suddenly halted, prompting Wentworth to display a look of inquiry. "Where do you think would be an appropriate place for our duel?" Cassandra awkwardly asked. Wentworth was left speechless. Chapter 51. The Duel of Uncertain Outcome. As Cassandra stood in astonishment, a wooden door unexpectedly materialized on what had once been an empty wall. Wentworth, standing beside her, promptly introduced the mysterious entrance. He then pushed the door open and stepped into the room of requirement, with Cassandra hesitating for a moment before following suit. Inside, the spacious room revealed a standard dueling arena at its center. Cassandra gasped in awe at the enchanting sight, surveying her surroundings with curiosity. Shortly after their entrance, Dumbledore and Snape appeared before the room of requirement. "Severus, how did you know Cassandra would challenge Wentworth to a duel tonight?" Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the now blank wall where the two had vanished. "Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Cassandra, I was concerned for her safety and instructed the students to keep an eye on her. The duel with Wentworth was an unexpected development. While Wentworth consciously concealed his strength during the Hufflepuff and Slytherin duel, we are quite aware of Cassandra's capabilities. We merely need to await the outcome of their duel to infer Wentworth's spellcasting proficiency," Snape explained. Dumbledore nodded slowly at Snape's reasoning. Suddenly, the wooden door reappeared on the once empty wall. Observing this, Dumbledore remarked, "It seems the duel concluded far more swiftly than we anticipated. They are about to emerge." With that, Dumbledore and Snape's figures slowly faded from outside the room of requirement. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled Wentworth followed Cassandra out, shielding his eyes as he called her name, seemingly eager to explain something. However, Cassandra continued onward, ignoring him. As Wentworth and Cassandra's silhouettes disappeared from the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Snape reappeared. "Who won?" Snape asked, a look of turmoil on his face. Dumbledore shook his head slowly and turned toward his office, suggesting, "Let us discuss your observations from today's events." Upon hearing Dumbledore's query, Snape hastily followed him, and together they proceeded to Dumbledore's office. "Wentworth, what happened to you?" Cedric exclaimed, staring at Wentworth's bruised left eye. Green erupted into laughter beside him. "Well, it's obvious he was punched by Cassandra." Green grinned, leaning closer to Wentworth and sniffing the air inquisitively. "How can you be so certain it was a punch? Could it not have been some peculiar spell?" Cedric asked, intrigued. "Rest assured, Cedric, I cannot be mistaken. My mother often leaves my father looking like this," Wentworth retorted, though he was curious about what had transpired to provoke such a direct response from Cassandra. Before Green could finish his thought, Wentworth waved him off and made his way to his dormitory, leaving Cedric confused and Green with a bemused expression. The next morning, as Wentworth and Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table for breakfast, all the Hufflepuffs were already aware of last night's incident, where Wentworth had evidently provoked Cassandra and received a punch in return. "I'm going to find a way to get back at Green," Wentworth vowed. Just then, a flurry of owls swooped into the Great Hall, causing chaos as various items and letters were scattered across the tables, splattering food and soup everywhere. Among the many parcels sent by the families of Hogwarts students was the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Due to his disdain for a certain and scrupulous journalist from a past life, Wentworth had never subscribed to or read the Daily Prophet. However, soon enough, students clutching the newspaper erupted in gasps, drawing the attention of many. Students gathered around, pointing at the Daily Prophet and whispering furtively in the direction of Slytherin. Seeing this, Wentworth furrowed his brow, but before he could investigate further, Green approached with a serious expression, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Prefect, what is going on?" Wentworth inquired. Green plopped down between Wentworth and Cedric, sighed deeply, and opened the newspaper. The headline boldly read, "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement attacked. Fate unknown." With this revelation, Wentworth finally understood the gravity of what had happened to Cassandra. After all, she had mentioned more than once that her father was the head of that very department. Chapter 52. The commotion in the Great Hall. Wentworth glanced towards Slytherin and saw Cassandra, her expression devoid of emotion as she sipped pumpkin soup. However, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating a restless night. The Slytherins who had previously gathered around her had dispersed. Some were engrossed in reading the Daily Prophet, while others huddled together, whispering and pointing in Cassandra's direction. Observing this scene, Wentworth sighed inwardly and resumed his careful reading of the Daily Prophet. In a remote valley, Aurors had discovered the bodies of two of their own, alongside numerous signs of a fierce battle involving dark magic. Among the debris, they found Thomas Ravel's shattered wand and torn clothing. The British Ministry of Magic preliminarily concluded that Thomas Ravel had fallen victim to an ambush while pursuing a suspect. It was suspected that Thomas Ravel, the head of the Auror Office under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, might have died in the line of duty, leading the ministry to appoint Rufus Scrimgeour as the acting head of the Auror Office. At this point, the situation became painfully clear. Evidently, Dumbledore had summoned Cassandra to his office due to this incident, suggesting he had received advance notice. Reflecting on this, Wentworth felt a profound realization that the magical world might indeed be as bleak as Rogier had once indicated, far from the idyllic realm he had imagined. The current calm felt like the eye of a storm, for a prominent head of the Auror Office was now missing, perhaps dead, after a single mission. With Voldemort poised to return within a year, the magical community would soon face an even harsher reality. A sense of urgency to strengthen himself washed over Wentworth. Though he had never aspired to be a savior, he at least wished to ensure his own survival. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Following the noise, Wentworth saw several individuals gathered around Cassandra at the Slytherin table, led by Waylon, the former head of Slytherin. "What has transpired over there?" Wentworth inquired, curiosity piqued. Green, with a derisive snicker, began to explain. Wentworth nodded in understanding, listening intently as he overheard Waylon, visibly flustered, berating Cassandra. "Cassandra, if it weren't for your instigation, would I have sought trouble with the Hufflepuff first years? Had you not meddled, none of this would have happened, and I would not have been stripped of my position by Professor Snape." Cassandra, undeterred, continued to drink her pumpkin juice without raising her head. However, a first-year Slytherin student, unable to tolerate the unjust accusations, stepped forward and defended her. "Head boy Waylon, this cannot solely be blamed on Cassandra. She has done more than enough. Without her, Slytherin would have lost even more face." Infuriated by the audacity of the first year, Waylon thrust his hand forward, shoving the student, seething. "Silence. Do you think that just because I am no longer head boy, I cannot deal with you?" Waylon, being several years older and physically stronger, nearly toppled the first year with his shove. Fortunately, someone was there to steady him. At this moment, Cassandra finally paused, lifting her gaze with a look of disdain directed at Waylon. "What kind of student does Slytherin harbor? Like a dog that has lost its bone. How utterly disgraceful." Waylon, enraged by Cassandra's mockery, raised his hand as if to strike her, yet Cassandra remained unfazed, locking her gaze onto him. In that moment, Waylon hesitated, his hand hovering in the air, but the tension escalated when he suddenly overturned the bowl of pumpkin juice before Cassandra, splattering its contents across the table, drenching her Slytherin robes and splattering her face and hair. The unexpected disruption triggered a cacophony of gasps throughout the hall. Seeing this, Wentworth could no longer remain seated. Just as he stood, he found himself restrained by Cedric and Green, who intervened. With a sly grin, Green remarked, "You claim you have no business with Cassandra? I knew you wouldn't stand by while she was bullied. Leave this to me." Cedric chimed in from the other side. "Remember, you are still under Professor Snape's punishment. It would be unwise to provoke Slytherin further." Then, Green rose, addressing the room loudly. "Ah, is this the esteemed Slytherin? Upsetting tables at the drop of a hat? How enlightening, head boy Waylon. Oh wait, I almost forgot, you are no longer the head boy." Waylon, incensed by Green's words and exaggerated expressions, drew his wand menacingly towards him. Green, taken aback by Waylon's fierce reaction, scrambled for his wand, but was a moment too late. Waylon aimed his wand at Green, declaring, "Tongue-tying curse." However, just as he prepared to cast the spell, someone was swifter than him. "Disarm." A spell shot forth, sending Waylon's wand flying from his grasp. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Wentworth, who stood beside Cedric, wand drawn and ready. Chapter 53, The Upside-Down Golden Bell. Witnessing Cedric, a second-year Hufflepuff, effortlessly disarm Waylon left everyone in a state of astonishment. "When did you become so formidable?" Wentworth inquired curiously, recalling Cedric's previous duel with Cassandra. where he had not demonstrated such swift spellcasting. Cedric merely chuckled nonchalantly and explained, "My spellcasting abilities have always been consistent. During my duel with Cassandra, I deliberately adjusted my casting speed and magical power to match my first-year level, considering she is a novice." Upon hearing Cedric's explanation, Wentworth silently gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Waylin, who had been disarmed by Cedric, flushed with a mix of rage and humiliation. "Green, do you think we Slytherins are intimidated just because you outnumber us?" "We Slytherins." However, Waylin's tirade was abruptly interrupted by a sharp whistle from Green. "Waylin, you are no longer the Slytherin prefect. You do not represent Slytherin anymore. Don't believe me? Just look behind you." At Green's words, Waylin turned to see that the Slytherins who had previously surrounded him had stealthily edged back a few paces. Fearful of being caught in the crossfire, Waylin now stood alone at the Slytherin table, devoid of his former support. Green fanned the flames further, teasing him. Waylin swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed. "Green, my affairs with Cassandra are a matter for us Slytherins. What concern is it of you Hufflepuffs? Mind your own business. Make no mistake, I am not speaking to you as a Hufflepuff student, but as a Hogwarts prefect." Waylin was momentarily rendered speechless by Green's retort. Glancing around, he noticed that all the Slytherins he could see were instinctively avoiding his gaze, unwilling to engage. Realizing he had become a pariah, Waylin dared not confront Green any further. However, he found it equally impossible to apologize to a first year. With a venomous glare directed at the Hufflepuffs, his eyes finally settled on Cassandra, who remained seated. In an impulsive act, Waylin spat towards her, then turned to leave. Witnessing this scene, Green's previously smug expression darkened. Cedric, though still aiming his wand at Waylin, felt uncertain about how to proceed. As Waylin's spit soared toward Cassandra, he appeared ready to disappear into the crowd of Slytherins. Suddenly, a spell was cast, and Waylin, along with his own spit, was sent flying into the air. Gasps erupted from the surrounding students as they beheld Waylin suspended upside down, his spit ironically landing on his own face. "Put me down. What have you done? Let me down at once. You have no right to do this." Waylin struggled futilely against the invisible bonds that held him aloft. This peculiar spectacle quickly captivated the attention of most students. Some Ravenclaw classmates rushed over with paper and quills, eagerly pointing and taking notes, seemingly intrigued by the novelty of the spell. The magical power contained within this spell seems to have reached a level typical of 4th or 5th years, Cedric exclaimed, astonished by the display. Wentworth, however, waved his hands dismissively. No. The real reason is that my wand is rather unique. It amplifies spell power, creating the illusion of abundant magical energy." Cedric nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, Waylin's cries echoed once more. "Wentworth, on what grounds do you do this? You cannot treat me this way. This is against school rules." Unperturbed, Wentworth stood tall and bowed deeply in Waylin's direction. "I sincerely apologize, Senior Waylin. It was not my intention. I simply noticed a spit about to fall, and adhering to the principle that Hogwarts is our home and cleanliness is a collective responsibility, I sought to prevent it from tarnishing our hall. As a first year, my skills are limited, and I inadvertently released a bit too much magic, which unfortunately affected you. Please forgive me." Wentworth exuded an air of politeness and innocence, causing a shiver to run through those nearby. Though everyone recognized Wentworth's blatant falsehood, no one seemed inclined to come to Waylin's aid. Suspended in midair, Waylin cursed Wentworth repeatedly in his mind, yet managed to utter, "All right, Wentworth, I admit that spitting was my fault. I acknowledge my error. Could you please let me down?" In Waylin's eyes, apologizing to a first year like Wentworth was already a considerable concession. "I am truly sorry, Senior Waylin, but this spell is rather special and requires a counterspell to be undone." Before Waylin could respond, an excited Ravenclaw student chimed in. "Really? Is this a spell that requires a counterspell to break? Such spells are quite rare." "Spell suspension." Another Ravenclaw eagerly attempted to counterspell, but it yielded no results. Consequently, more Ravenclaws gathered, engaging in animated discussions about the phenomenon. Without waiting for Waylin to speak again, Wentworth interjected, "I apologize, Senior Waylin. I haven't yet learned the counterspell." Chapter 54. Punishment. Upon hearing Wentworth's admission that he had yet to master the counter curse, Waylin was engulfed in despair, while the surrounding Hogwarts students gazed pityingly at him, suspended in midair. A profound silence enveloped the room. Just then, a voice laced with indignation pierced through the stillness. "Wentworth, who gave you the audacity to meddle?" The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where Cassandra stood, her eyes red-rimmed, glaring at Wentworth. Are you pitying me? Let me assure you, I do not require your sympathy. With that, she gathered her belongings and strode purposefully toward the exit. However, the moment she stepped out of the hall, her pace faltered. Dumbledore. Professor Snape. Cassandra stared in shock at Dumbledore and Snape, who stood at the corner just outside the hall, their presence unknown to her until now. Realizing the gravity of her exclamation, Wentworth felt a surge of dread. Indeed. Dumbledore and Snape soon entered the hall. Snape approached, his expression stormy, first casting a glance at Waylon, then directing his ire at Wentworth. Who taught you to wield such a curse? You dare to use it against your own classmate. Faced with Snape's fury, Wentworth feigned innocence. Professor Snape, I merely wished to prevent Waylon's saliva from tarnishing our illustrious Hogwarts hall. It was not aimed at him. It was an unfortunate misfire. Naturally, Snape was not swayed by Wentworth's defense and retorted with derision. So, you resorted to the Bat-Bogey hex? Floating charm, perhaps? Do not dare to tell me that one so adept at the Bat-Bogey hex cannot conjure the floating charm. Upon hearing Snape's words, Wentworth's expression transformed to one of sudden realization. Ah, the floating charm. How could I have overlooked that? Thank you for your guidance, Professor Snape. I shall remember it for next time, Wentworth declared earnestly. Snape, though barely containing his exasperation, was visibly perturbed, his breathing becoming heavier. Yet before he could respond further, Dumbledore interjected, Enough, Severus. The very purpose of spells is for wizards to utilize them. Who are we to question their invention? Taken aback by Dumbledore's words, Snape found himself momentarily speechless, ultimately casting Wentworth a venomous glare before moving beneath Waylon. Bat-Bogey hex, release. At Waylon's anguished cry, he plummeted to the ground, caught by Professor Snape's swift intervention. In Snape's embrace, Waylon quickly donned a look of feigned innocence, saying, Thank you, Professor Snape. Before he could finish, Snape unceremoniously tossed him to the floor. Dumbledore, regardless of circumstances, Wentworth must face consequences for his reckless use of magic on a fellow student. Cedric, poised to defend Wentworth, felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned to find Wentworth subtly urging him to remain silent. Understanding the unspoken cue, Cedric complied. Wentworth then stepped forward, his visage imbued with sincerity. I sincerely apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape. While my intentions stemmed from goodwill, and it was an unfortunate accident that caused no real harm to Waylon, I acknowledge that my actions startled him as a first-year student. I willingly accept the punishment. Snape remained nonplussed. Wentworth continued, How about this? I shall extend my hours working under Professor Snape as my penance. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, students from all four houses exchanged approving glances at Wentworth. In truth, he found that despite Snape's biting sarcasm, there was much to learn in his company. Every morsel of knowledge could prove invaluable in times of peril. Yet Snape, visibly displeased, retorted, I have already stated, that is not a punishment. It is a reward for your proficiency with cauldrons. Dumbledore added, Initially, I believe this to be a mere misunderstanding, but since Wentworth willingly accepts punishment, we cannot refuse. After your afternoon classes, please report to my office. Wentworth's smile instantly faltered, and he opened his mouth to protest, but Dumbledore turned away, leaving him no opportunity for rebuttal. Snape shot Wentworth one last glance before scanning the Slytherin students, who hastily gathered their belongings and hurried to their classrooms. Even Waylon, clutching his rear end, limped out. As Dumbledore and Snape departed, Cedric and his companion Green rushed over. Marvelous, Wentworth. You get to visit Dumbledore's office. Green enthusiastically draped an arm around Wentworth's shoulders, brimming with excitement. Yet Wentworth remained impassive, replying wearily, Is this truly something to celebrate? Cedric chimed in, equally buoyant, Isn't this a cause for joy? Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of our age. Wentworth could only offer a hollow chuckle. For many, this might represent a moment of great honor, yet for him, it was laden with secrets he could not afford to have uncovered. Dumbledore was far too perceptive. Wentworth genuinely feared that he would be unable to guard his secrets in Dumbledore's presence. Despite his growing anxiety, as evening descended, Wentworth found himself within Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am curious to know how you intend to punish me, he inquired, trepidation lacing his voice. Wentworth, are you familiar with the Quidditch World Cup? Chapter 55. The Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore's unexpected question left Wentworth utterly bewildered. Although he was familiar with the rules of Quidditch, he had never engaged with it firsthand. His knowledge was limited to what he had observed in films during his previous life, which rendered him momentarily stunned. However, Wentworth quickly regained his composure and replied, "Of course. Professor Dumbledore, it's the Quidditch World Cup. It occurs once every 4 years. But what does this have to do with me?" Dumbledore gazed into Wentworth's eyes and spoke slowly. "Wentworth, you are still a child. Young people should engage in the pursuits of their age. Do not let the constraints of the future bind you, for you may someday regret missing out on numerous experiences. Your punishment today is to accompany me to watch the final of the Quidditch World Cup. What do you think?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Wentworth's initial reaction was not delight, but rather confusion. Although his interest in Quidditch was moderate, he recognized that being personally escorted by Dumbledore to witness the World Cup felt akin to a pie falling from the sky and landing on his head. Yet, with an adult soul, Wentworth's first instinct was to question the pie's safety. After all, he was not related to Dumbledore. There was no reason for the esteemed professor to show such kindness to an ordinary student. Had Dumbledore uncovered his secret as a time traveler? That seemed implausible. With these thoughts in mind, Wentworth tentatively inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, I would certainly enjoy attending the Quidditch World Cup, but this hardly seems like a punishment. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate?" Dumbledore, unfazed, replied, "How can it not be a punishment? Remember, I am over 100 years old. Traveling far is quite exhausting, and your task will be to look after me along the way, which constitutes your punishment." Dumbledore's words resonated with a sense of authority, prompting a silent chuckle from Wentworth. "100-year-old man, yet you remain a pinnacle of power in the magical world." Nevertheless, since Dumbledore had made such a pronouncement, Wentworth found himself devoid of any valid reason to decline. Thus, with a face alight with surprise, he exclaimed, "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, it would be my honor. Let us depart at once." Just as Wentworth turned to assist Dumbledore in opening the door, he was halted by Dumbledore's voice. "Wentworth, you are heading in the wrong direction. This way." Following Dumbledore's, Wentworth was taken aback to discover a magnificent crimson bird in the corner of the office. He was certain there had been nothing there upon his entry. Unquestionably, this was Dumbledore's pet, the phoenix fox. Wentworth marveled at the beauty of the legendary creature before him. Just as he reached out to touch it, Dumbledore grasped his hand. "We must leave now, Wentworth. The match is about to commence." With that, Dumbledore placed his other hand upon Fawkes, and with a resounding cry, their figures vanished from the Hogwarts office. When Wentworth once again felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he and Dumbledore found themselves at the edge of a lush green meadow. Before them, the sky was ablaze with vibrant fireworks, beneath which countless tents dotted the emerald grass. Typically, the final match of the Quidditch World Cup occurs in August, prior to the start of the school year, leading many Hogwarts students to attend. However, due to inclement weather, this year's event had been postponed to September. "I suspect many at Hogwarts will find themselves restless tonight," Dumbledore remarked, guiding Wentworth toward the throng of spectators. Curious, Wentworth followed closely, asking, "Professor Dumbledore, why didn't I just apparate directly inside? Why must we linger at the edge of the grounds?" "Because I do not possess a ticket, Wentworth," Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. Wentworth stumbled in surprise, exclaiming, "Professor Dumbledore, you lack a ticket? How shall we gain entry?" "Fear not. Though Dumbledore may lack a ticket, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards possesses one. Conveniently, I am that very president," Dumbledore explained. Realization dawned upon Wentworth. It became clear that while others relied on tickets, they were relying on Dumbledore's esteemed presence. As Dumbledore led Wentworth further into the heart of the venue, they encountered a dense crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that everyone was elegantly dressed, with many brandishing wands, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor. At the forefront of the gathering stood a short, rotund man who hastily approached Dumbledore, his face beaming with a somewhat obsequious smile. "Oh, Dumbledore, your presence is truly splendid. It will surely enhance tonight's match. Before the game commences, I implore you to say a few words." Dumbledore smiled warmly in response. "Hello, Cornelius. I merely brought my student to enjoy the match. Perhaps you should deliver the speech instead, Minister Fudge." To Dumbledore's words, Fudge appeared unperturbed, his smile broadening as he turned his gaze to Wentworth, still wearing an enthusiastic grin. "It seems this young wizard is quite new, perhaps a first year? He reminds me of my own days at Hogwarts, which brings forth a wave of nostalgia." At this moment, Wentworth realized that the man before him was none other than Cornelius Fudge, recently appointed Minister of Magic. Observing Fudge's ingratiating demeanor toward Dumbledore, One could hardly imagine that he would later dare to oppose the esteemed wizard. Before Fudge could utter another word, the crowd behind him erupted in excitement, with many stepping forward to greet Dumbledore, some familiar with him, while others introduced themselves. Meanwhile, Wentworth listened intently to their exchanges, recognizing numerous characters from the original narrative. Among them was Lucius Malfoy, distinguished by his pale golden hair, gray-blue eyes, and somewhat pallid complexion. As Wentworth observed Lucius with keen interest, Malfoy suddenly shifted his attention toward him. "Professor Dumbledore, it is quite rare to see you accompanied by a Hogwarts student in public. Might I inquire as to the identity of this young wizard?" At Lucius's inquiry, the surrounding crowd redirected their gaze toward Wentworth once more. Chapter 56. The Fortunate Wizard. As all eyes turned towards him, Wentworth felt an involuntary stiffness, yet he quickly composed himself, revealing a flawless smile cultivated through the training he received from Rogier prior to the commencement of school. He graciously bowed to the assembled crowd. Meanwhile, Dumbledore took the opportunity to elucidate. "This young man beside me is Wentworth, a new student at Hogwarts this year, and the child of an old friend of mine." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Wentworth's smile broadened, but internally he scoffed, thinking, "Dumbledore, the vanquisher of 2 Dark Lords, truly possesses a gift for fabrication. To speak of old friendships, if only my parents hadn't passed away so early, I might have fallen for that." Nevertheless, the others accepted Dumbledore's statement as truth, and their smiles towards Wentworth softened considerably. Among them, Lucius Malfoy was particularly eager, even extending an invitation for Wentworth to visit Malfoy Manor after the match. However, Wentworth politely declined, citing the commencement of the school year as his reason. In his mind, he thought, "Do save it. Your son is no gem, and neither are you. It's best if our paths do not cross again, at least not for the next few years." As the crowd engaged in conversation while proceeding towards the venue, Wentworth followed Dumbledore up to the VIP section of the Quidditch Stadium. Standing there, amidst the jubilant cheers and waving banners, Wentworth, who initially held little interest in Quidditch, found himself unwittingly drawn into the excitement of this sport unique to wizards. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed, and a cascade of colorful streamers rained down from above. A host briskly approached the center of the field, flanked by 2 individuals carrying a chest, which they placed at the host's feet. The host appeared to speak to the throngs of spectators, yet the noise rendered his words indecipherable. He then feigned annoyance, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. After the laughter subsided, he drew his wand and cast a spell to amplify his voice. "Welcome, everyone, to the 421st Quidditch World Cup Final. Tonight, we will witness a match between the Canadian team and our very own Scottish team." As the host's voice resonated, the players from both teams entered the arena, greeting their supporters. While speaking, the host opened the chest at his feet. At that moment, a dazzling stream of golden light burst forth. Soaring into the sky, these were winged golden balls, the golden snitches. The audience erupted in cheers at this enchanting spectacle. Once the noise subsided, the host continued, "Dear wizard friends, I will be selecting one lucky wizard from among you to ride the latest conceptual firebolt, soaring into the skies to choose one of the 100 golden snitches as tonight's official snitch." He added, "And fear not, for this fortunate wizard will not be without reward. This very conceptual firebolt is the prize." As he spoke, he produced a sleek, state-of-the-art broomstick from the chest. The crowd, already buzzing with excitement, roared with approval at the sight of the latest firebolt, many raising their hands in hopes of being chosen as the lucky wizard. Observing the atmosphere reach a fever pitch, the host raised his wand, closed his eyes, and began to spin in place. After several rotations, a brilliant beam of white light shot forth from his wand. Amidst the cheers, the light ascended before gently descending, ultimately landing upon Dumbledore. All eyes followed the shimmering light, converging upon Dumbledore. The wizards, who had previously resigned themselves to the unlikelihood of being chosen, initially expressed their discontent. Yet, when they saw the light settle upon Dumbledore, they were taken aback before erupting into fervent applause and cheers. Fudge leaned towards Lucius and remarked, "Where did this host come from? He has done splendidly. To pinpoint Dumbledore among so many is quite the feat. Watching him spin, I almost grew dizzy." Lucius, wearing a self-assured smile, replied, "Minister, it is rather simple magic. That beam of light instinctively seeks out the wizard with the most abundant magical energy present." Fudge's expression shifted to one of realization as he absorbed Lucius's explanation. However, as others celebrated, Wentworth merely observed the light descending upon Dumbledore, feeling a mixture of disdain for the event organizers and a resigned sigh as he anticipated Dumbledore's next move. As expected, Dumbledore gracefully rose, advancing to the forefront, his hands gently gesturing downwards, instantly quieting the previously boisterous crowd. He cheerfully addressed them, "My dear friends, I always believed my longevity stemmed from my care for my health, but it seems it is merely due to good fortune." The audience erupted in laughter. And once their mirth subsided, Dumbledore continued, "However, as I mentioned earlier, I am now a wizard of over a century. I haven't ridden a broom in decades. These days, I have a student accompany me whenever I leave the school, lest I lose my way. And you wish for me to catch the golden snitch? This is quite the challenge." More laughter ensued, accompanied by applause from the crowd. Then, Dumbledore turned and gestured behind him, stating, "Therefore, dear friends, let my student take my place in this delightful ceremony. What say you?" With the crowd cheering in approval, Wentworth, already prepared, smiled and stepped forward to stand beside Dumbledore. Chapter 57. A scenic view. As Wentworth stood beside Dumbledore, his initial reaction was a sensation of slight dizziness. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of tens of thousands of wizards cheering and shouting caused him to stiffen momentarily. "Don't be anxious, Wentworth. Remember, you represent Hogwarts." Dumbledore's voice echoed in his ear, prompting Wentworth to suppress an urge to roll his eyes. "Is this your arrangement, Professor Dumbledore? It won't be long before all the Hogwarts students learn that I accompanied you to witness the Quidditch World Cup final. Might that not be inappropriate?" However, to Wentworth's surprise, Dumbledore denied it. "You are mistaken, Wentworth. I am not a seer. I had no prior knowledge of this event and certainly made no arrangements." Seeing the puzzled expression on Wentworth's face, Dumbledore continued, "The sole reason for my actions is that I know you are an orphan who has likely never attended a live Quidditch World Cup. Most other Hogwarts students have had the opportunity to experience such an event with their parents. As my student, it is only fitting that you, too, should witness the sights that others have enjoyed." Though Wentworth still felt a flicker of doubt, Dumbledore's words warmed his heart, and he hesitated no longer. He smoothed his robes and, with a smile, followed the staff toward the center of the arena. At that moment, he felt significantly more at ease. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child in this body, and whatever he did would surely be forgiven, especially with such a formidable figure from the magical world standing behind him. Dumbledore, watching Wentworth's retreating figure, silently wished to convey something unspoken. As his heir, you should also experience the sights that others have not. Upon arriving at the center of the arena, the host, who had been waiting for some time, let out an exaggerated shriek and exclaimed, "Wow, what an elegant and handsome young wizard. Are Hogwarts students this dashing these days? You remind me of my time at Hogwarts, when wizards like you were the object of many young witches' affections." To this, Wentworth, maintaining his smile, replied, "It remains the same today." This left the host momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Fudge, seated in the stands, complimented Dumbledore. "Indeed, our Hogwarts students possess remarkable courage." This time, however, Dumbledore did not respond with his usual humility, but nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is quite bold." After a brief interaction with the host, Wentworth received a brand new conceptual firebolt broomstick and was about to mount it when the host leaned in and advised, "Young man, as your senior, I must remind you that this broomstick is quite different from those provided by Hogwarts for practice. Do take it slow." Upon hearing this, Wentworth smiled and nodded in gratitude. Then, amidst the cheers of the crowd, he surged into the sky, leaving only the host behind. "It seems my previous words were in vain," the host muttered as he combed through his windblown hair. At that moment, soaring through the air, Wentworth felt a rush of exhilaration. Men and their vehicles share a natural bond, and the firebolt beneath him was undoubtedly the equivalent of a top-tier sports car in the Muggle world. He executed various turns and sudden stops in midair, his movements fluid and graceful, which only amplified the crowd's cheers. "Clearly, my prior caution was unnecessary," the host remarked, gazing up at the jubilant Wentworth. Suddenly, Wentworth caught sight of a golden snitch darting across his field of vision. He swiftly pivoted and chased after it. The host, observing from below, exclaimed, "Oh, our young wizard has spotted a golden snitch. Let's see how he responds." What a stunning sudden stop. Our young wizard has adjusted his broom's direction in no time. I was initially concerned that this young fortunate wizard might struggle with the speed of the firebolt, but it is evident that a Hogwarts wizard is truly dependable. Even before graduation, the host's words elicited cheers from part of the audience, while others expressed their discontent, murmuring amongst themselves, Nevertheless, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Yet, for Wentworth, the only sounds were the roaring wind and the shimmering golden flash ahead. He noticed the snitch weaving in the air, yet he steadily closed the distance with a calm speed. Look, our young wizard is drawing closer to the golden snitch, but its erratic path seems to complicate his approach. What will he do? Just as the host finished speaking, Wentworth seized the opportunity when the snitch completed a turn, accelerating directly toward it. Wow, he can accelerate. Goodness, I thought that was his top speed. This young wizard's flying skills exceed my expectations. He was merely waiting for the right moment. Much like an adept hunter seeking a perfect shot, the host, having anticipated Wentworth's descent, noticed he showed no intention of landing, and his expression grew increasingly tense. Chapter 58. Bringing home a souvenir. It appears that our young wizard has just acquired a new broomstick, his excitement and wonder barely concealed. After all, he is still a child, and that is entirely understandable, haha. The host, sensing the need to steer the conversation, offered a jovial chuckle, intending to gloss over the moment. Just then, Wentworth spotted the glimmering figure of a golden snitch and, without hesitation, pursued it. Witnessing this spectacle, the host had an inkling of the underlying reason and promptly exclaimed, "As we can see, our young wizard has once again discovered a golden snitch. It seems the first one may have encountered some issue or mishap, prompting him to capture a new one. What a responsible wizard he is." With a practiced ease, Wentworth swiftly captured another golden snitch, causing an uproar among the thousands of wizard spectators. Some cheered, while others raised doubts. Although Wentworth could not hear the commotion below, the host in the center of the arena was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat flustered. In the stands, Fudge leaned toward Dumbledore, cautiously preparing to speak. But Dumbledore seemed already aware of Fudge's intent and preemptively remarked, "Let us wait and see. There must be a reason for Wentworth's actions. Besides, it hardly seems worth offending Dumbledore over such trivial matters." Under the gaze of thousands of wizards, Wentworth continued to capture nearly 10 golden snitches before gradually descending to the host's side. Upon seeing him, the host approached with a stern expression, but before he could speak, Wentworth interjected, "I'm feeling a bit tired, but I could have caught a few more." The host nearly choked on his words, taking a few deep breaths before finally saying, "I believe I may not have been clear. You only need to capture one golden snitch, not all of them." This was an excuse the host had crafted after much contemplation, as he did not wish to see his junior subjected to scrutiny. Regrettably, Wentworth disregarded the host's intentions and directly replied, "I know, I just wanted to take home a few more golden snitches." This elicited a hearty laugh from the audience. But fortunately, Wentworth's youth endeared him to the crowd, who perceived it as merely a child's playful spirit. Had it been an adult wizard, the response might have been far less forgiving. Seeing the atmosphere remain lively, even more so than before, the host exhaled in relief and quipped, "What a daring little wizard. I wager you must hail from Gryffindor." "No, I'm from Hufflepuff," Wentworth retorted, prompting the host's curiosity to peek further. "What do you intend to do with so many golden snitches?" Without hesitation, Wentworth replied, "Clap, clap, clap." The first to react was Dumbledore, who applauded his student without reservation. Soon after, Fudge and others joined in, with Fudge proudly proclaiming to those around him, "Look at the students our wizarding school in England produces." Applause gradually filled the stadium as everyone celebrated Wentworth's candid remark, perhaps also reminiscing about their own innocent friendships. Even the players from the Canadian and Scottish Quidditch teams, who had been resting in the lounge, poked their heads out in curiosity about the unfolding events. Amidst the thunderous applause, a golden-haired youth with fair skin and striking features gazed enviously at Wentworth in the center, murmuring to himself, "I wish I had a friend like that." At that moment, a hurried voice interrupted. "Draco, quickly, straighten your clothes. Hurry up, show some spirit." "What kind of expression is that?" The voice belonged to Lucius Malfoy, who had been accompanying Dumbledore and Fudge, while the golden-haired boy was none other than Lucius's son, Draco Malfoy. Noticing her husband's flustered demeanor, Narcissa Malfoy quickly approached, wrapping her arm around her son's shoulder as she looked at Lucius and gently inquired, "Lucius, what is the matter?" Lucius's expression softened upon seeing his wife. Glancing around, he explained, "I need to discuss some matters with Fudge and Dumbledore shortly. I made an excuse that I was concerned about leaving you two here, so I wanted to bring you over. This is a wonderful opportunity for Draco to make a good impression on Dumbledore. After all, Draco would be attending Hogwarts next year, and if he could leave a favorable impression on Dumbledore, it would be beneficial. However, Lucius's thoughts were interrupted by his wife. "All right, I understand your intent. Come here. Draco, let me fix your clothes." With that, Narcissa knelt down to meticulously arrange Draco's attire. "Quickly," Lucius urged, noticing Wentworth being guided toward the stands by the staff. Meanwhile, the Canadian and Scottish Quidditch players were preparing to take the field. Thus, Lucius led his somewhat dazed son, accompanied by Narcissa, who was still adjusting Draco's clothing, toward Dumbledore. Chapter 59, Draco Malfoy's Splendid Work, Wentworth. Dumbledore exclaimed, enveloping Wentworth in a warm embrace. His gaze then settled upon the latest conceptual model of the firebolt held in Wentworth's hands. "I believe I should pen a letter of recommendation for you to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, so as not to let such a remarkable broomstick and your talent as a seeker go to waste." In response, Wentworth, gently caressing the firebolt, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind recommendation, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I hope to earn my place on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team through my own merit, rather than relying on the broomstick." Dumbledore, taken aback by Wentworth's words, replied, "No, Wentworth, you need not be so hard on yourself. At times, we must learn to embrace the power of superior tools. I once had a friend who was already an exceptional wizard, yet he still sought out a wand that could enhance his abilities." Headmaster Dumbledore, your friend must have first become an outstanding wizard before pursuing that wand, rather than attaining it and then achieving excellence, Wentworth replied. "Ah, Dumbledore, may I introduce my son, Draco Malfoy, who will be attending Hogwarts next year," Lucius Malfoy said respectfully, approaching Dumbledore with Draco and Narcissa. "Oh, what a dashing young man. He certainly has the potential to become an excellent wizard, Lucius." Dumbledore responded graciously. Just as Lucius was about to engage Dumbledore in further conversation, a loud cannon shot rang out, followed by the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd as the final match of the Quidditch World Cup officially commenced. At that moment, Fudge approached and began to speak, Dumbledore, regarding Thomas Riddle. However, before he could continue, Dumbledore silenced him with a gesture, prompting Fudge to close his mouth immediately. Soon after, Dumbledore, Fudge, and Lucius strolled away together, leaving only Wentworth and Draco behind. Wentworth recognized the boy beside him, but felt no inclination to engage. It wasn't that he harbored any hatred for Draco Malfoy. In fact, many of Draco's seemingly misguided actions were merely reflections of his foolish father's influence. Wentworth's reluctance to converse stemmed primarily from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the original narrative, Draco had first approached Harry Potter with a handshake, but alas, Harry was already accompanied by Ron and Hermione. At that tender age, the initial impressions formed often dictated the course of their relationships. One could only ponder how intriguing it would have been if Harry had first been acquainted with Draco. Yet, despite Wentworth's silence, Draco was undeterred. "Hey, are you a pureblood? What is your name?" he inquired, staring at Wentworth. With a brief glance at Draco, Wentworth turned away, disregarding him. It is a fundamental courtesy to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name. A lack of manners, even from a pureblood, only serves to tarnish one's family name. Wentworth thought to himself, choosing to ignore Draco, confident that the boy would soon retort with some cutting remarks before departing. Watching the match was far more entertaining. However, moments later, he heard Draco's voice again. "Hello, I'm Draco. May I ask your name?" "I'm Wentworth. I believe I am a pureblood," he replied, momentarily recalling his family's history and silently reflecting, though pureblood, one could still be purely dark. At that moment, Draco pointed at Wentworth, exclaiming, "You're lying. I've met nearly every pureblood of our age, yet I've never seen you. Which family do you belong to?" Annoyed, Wentworth retorted, "You don't think pureblood families only exist in Britain, do you?" This was not mere conjecture. Before Hogwarts had even begun, Rogier had informed Wentworth that his grandfather was Austrian, having migrated to Britain later. Wentworth gently brushed aside Draco's finger and inquired, "Are you a vampire, obsessed with pureblood status?" Draco, emboldened, declared, "Because my father said only pureblood wizards." Before Draco could finish his explanation, Wentworth interrupted, "Stop. You needn't say anything. I already know what your father would say. Something about the nobility and superiority of purebloods, blah, blah, blah." Seeing Wentworth's expression, Draco questioned, "Isn't that correct? Aren't you a pureblood too?" "Indeed, it is precisely because I am a pureblood that I am certain of one thing. Pureblood does not equate to nobility. One can still be cursed, harmed, or even perish." As he spoke, Wentworth was once again reminded of the night he first traversed into this world. Chapter 60. His name. The words spoken by Wentworth momentarily left Draco in a state of bewilderment. Although Wentworth's assertions contradicted everything his father had taught him, Draco found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as reason dictated that Wentworth was not entirely mistaken. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he had certainly heard of the infamous killing curse, which would not spare him simply for being pure blood. So, what then constitutes nobility? After pondering for a while, Draco could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion and finally asked, "Of course, it is power, regardless of one's origins. Anyone who possesses the mightiest strength in the magical realm is deemed the most noble," Wentworth replied with conviction. Upon hearing Wentworth's words, Draco's eyes brightened, and he thoughtfully remarked, "I believe I grasp your meaning, much like that individual whose name cannot be spoken, correct?" "I refer to Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore." Wentworth rolled his eyes, exasperated. "What are you children saying about me? Wentworth has told me that being pure blood does not equate to nobility." Before Draco could fully articulate his thoughts, Lucius furrowed his brow, poised to interject, but Draco continued, "Though he is also pure blood." At this revelation, curiosity flickered in the eyes of Lucius and the others. After casting a glance at Wentworth, Lucius inquired, "Then, what does merit true nobility?" "Power," Wentworth reiterated, "just like Headmaster Dumbledore, who possesses the greatest strength in the magical world, thus making him the most noble individual." The moment Draco concluded his statement, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Fudge's expression soured, though he maintained a forced smile, while Lucius seemed to recall something, a hint of fear gleaming in his eyes. Dumbledore, observing Wentworth, thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." The ambience remained somewhat peculiar throughout the remainder of the competition. After the event concluded, and as everyone prepared to depart, Draco suddenly asked, "Wentworth, do we count as friends now?" Wentworth's face momentarily froze. He turned to gauge the reactions of those around him. Dumbledore and Lucius were both fixated on him. Reluctantly, Wentworth nodded. "Of course, we are friends now." A smile illuminated Draco's face, prompting Wentworth to reflect inwardly. Draco is still a child at heart. After a mere conversation and a match, he considers me a friend. If not for his foolish father, perhaps Draco would have been a genuinely kind young man. However, soon after, Draco exclaimed with excitement, "Now that we are friends, could you perhaps grant me one of the golden snitches you won tonight? You promised to share them with your friends." Wentworth struggled to contain his amusement, musing, "You truly are a Malfoy," though he was inclined to refuse. The benevolent gazes of those surrounding him compelled him to reluctantly produce a golden snitch from his pocket and hand it to Draco. As Draco joyfully accepted the snitch, Wentworth spoke with a tone filled with anticipation. "Draco, I truly hope you can come to Hogwarts soon. I will be sure to host you splendidly." Subsequently, Wentworth and Dumbledore departed the scene amidst a warm atmosphere. Watching them leave, Lucius and the others exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Narcissa, observing her son Draco joyfully toying with the golden snitch, tenderly stroked his hair and inquired, "Draco, is your new friend from a pureblood family? Which house does he belong to? I don't believe I've ever encountered him before." Curiosity piqued, Lucius leaned in closer to listen to Narcissa's question. Draco, wearing a look of naive innocence, glanced at his mother and replied, "Did you think pureblood families only exist in England? He may reside here now, but he is actually Austrian." Narcissa's expression shifted to one of realization, while Lucius pondered the significance of Austria. Turning back to Draco, Lucius's demeanor darkened as he asked, "Draco, what is that expression?" Startled by Lucius's tone, Draco quickly suppressed his smirk. Lucius pressed on, "What is his name?" "Wentworth, of course. Haven't I mentioned that?" Draco replied. "I meant his surname." Lucius exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. His thoughts racing, Draco realized he had forgotten to ask for Wentworth's surname, feeling a twinge of regret. "What is the matter, Lucius?" Narcissa inquired, noticing her husband's puzzlement. Lucius frowned as he contemplated the situation. Narcissa comforted him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, and the three departed. Meanwhile, under Dumbledore's guidance, Wentworth arrived outside the castle of Hogwarts through apparition. "Apparition is prohibited within Hogwarts, so we can only reach here," Dumbledore explained. To which Wentworth nodded in understanding. "Shall we attempt to use your broomstick? Ride it inside," Dumbledore suggested, eyeing the firebolt tightly grasped in Wentworth's hands. "Headmaster Dumbledore, isn't it forbidden for students to use broomsticks in Hogwarts, except for the Quidditch pitch?" Wentworth replied, his eyes widening in curiosity. "Indeed, theoretically speaking, that is correct. However, I suspect that by this hour, the professors are all fast asleep, are they not?" Dumbledore remarked with a playful glint in his eye. Wentworth rolled his eyes. declining Dumbledore's offer. Perhaps not, Headmaster Dumbledore. I have no intention of using the broomstick myself. Dumbledore, intrigued, asked, You don't plan to use it yourself? Then what do you intend to do with the broom? Do you not see? It would make a splendid Christmas gift. Wentworth replied, his face beaming with delight. Chapter 61. Divination class, what are you two doing? Wentworth exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Cedric and Cork curled up on the sofa, occasionally moving the wizard chess pieces before them. A flicker of emotion passed through his mind. Yawn, of course, we were waiting for you. By the way, what punishment did Professor Dumbledore impose on you that it has lasted this long? Cork replied, his face weary. You seem to be in decent spirits. Cedric chimed in. As Wentworth spoke, he retrieved 2 golden snitches from his pocket and handed them to Cedric and Cork. The two received them, noticing the inscription, 1990 Quidditch World Cup Final. For a moment, both Cedric and Cork fell into deep contemplation. Then, exchanging glances, they pounced on Wentworth, pinning him down. Cedric spoke in a low voice. Speak. What have you done? Tell me everything that happened tonight. After Wentworth recounted his evening's experiences, Cedric appeared unfazed, whereas Cork's face reflected deep regret. Had I known that Professor Dumbledore's punishment was this, I should have cast another curse on Weasley right in front of him. Cork lamented. Come now. Do you think you're Wentworth? Clearly, this is a special privilege granted to him by Professor Dumbledore. Cedric asserted, his mind clear. However, Cork dismissed Cedric's suggestion. What are you talking about? Look at the time. We won't have long before it's time for breakfast in class. Trust me, from my experience, if we lie down now, we definitely won't wake up in the morning. We might as well play something to pass the time and rest well at noon. Upon hearing Cork's words, Wentworth, with his extensive experience of sleepless nights, nodded in agreement. Seeing both Wentworth and Cork in accord, Cedric relented and asked, So, what shall we play? Wizard chess? Cork shook his head repeatedly, retorting, Forget it. Neither Wentworth nor I can match you in wizard chess. And how can 3 people play it anyway? While Cork and Cedric pondered their options, Wentworth interjected, Have you heard of the slave master duel? Thus, the following morning, when the new Hufflepuff students, bleary-eyed, emerged from their dormitories, they were met with peculiar sounds emanating from the common room. Duel the slave master. No dueling. No dueling. Following the direction of the sounds, they found Wentworth, Cedric, and Cork seated in the common room, sporting dark circles under their eyes, exuberantly engaged in some activity. A few early rising Hufflepuffs had gathered around them, forming a circle, intrigued by the spectacle. The results of their all-nighter became evident as they entered the divination classroom in the North Tower of Hogwarts, just before Professor Trelawney's arrival. Wentworth, upon observing the room bathed in red light, plopped down onto a small cushion and, unsurprisingly, fell fast asleep. When Professor Trelawney finally graced the classroom with her presence, she spoke mysteriously, Students, as new attendees of Hogwarts, do you know what is essential for mastering divination? It primarily relies on talent. Her declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the gathered new students, who began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, this course places such emphasis on talent. What if I lack talent? Will I fail? Don't be foolish. Do you really believe that? I've heard tales of our divination professor being a bit eccentric. I thought it was just upperclassmen trying to scare me, but it's true. I'm more curious about how one is examined in this subject. Just as the discussions grew increasingly raucous, an odd sound suddenly emerged. Gradually, more students became aware of the noise, which seemed to ebb and flow, yet remained incessant, hauntingly lingering. As more students tuned in, the chatter subsided, leaving only that single sound. Following the sound's source, they saw Wentworth obliviously resting his head on the desk, snoring loudly, a droplet of drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. A laugh erupted from someone, and soon the classroom was engulfed in mirth. Amidst the laughter, Professor Trelawney suddenly shrieked and hurried towards Wentworth. Her erratic demeanor startled everyone. However, just as she reached Wentworth, she was abruptly halted by a first-year Hufflepuff student. Professor, he didn't mean to. I'm just trying to wake him. The surrounding students echoed in agreement, some even reaching out to nudge Wentworth. In their eyes, Trelawney's hurried approach indicated her ire directed at Wentworth for sleeping in class. In other classes, students might have relished the opportunity to see Wentworth's embarrassment. But Trelawney's wild behavior genuinely unsettled them, prompting the Hufflepuff students to instinctively intervene. At that moment, Trelawney, her words garbled, seemed to want to articulate something but failed to do so. As one student reached out to Wentworth, Trelawney pointed at him, shouting, "Stop!" Yet, moments later, she exclaimed, "You all keep your distance. He is experiencing a rare dream divination." Do not disturb him. As Trelawney circled Wentworth, her eyes gleaming, the other Hufflepuffs exchanged glances. Listening to Wentworth snores. Chapter 62. Dream Divination. Everyone gazed in astonishment as Professor Trelawney paced around Wentworth, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that pierced even through her thick spectacles. Oh my, dream divination. I never imagined I would witness such a phenomenon before my very eyes. This first-year student, on his inaugural day in my class, has awakened such an extraordinary talent. It is utterly remarkable. He is a natural seer. Perhaps his ancestors were once prophets? Indeed, it is quite possible. The students present were left speechless, murmuring in bewilderment as they watched Professor Trelawney. Suddenly, as if recalling something vital, she hurried to the podium, cradling a small jar in her hands before approaching Wentworth. By Merlin's beard, such a gift. Allow me to assist you. Professor Trelawney reached into the jar and extracted a pinch of dust-like substance with her fingernail, gently blowing it towards Wentworth. Professor Trelawney, what did you just blow? A curious student inquired. Oh, it's powdered bone. Trelawney replied nonchalantly. However, scarcely had she spoken when several students began to gag and rushed out of the classroom, while many others turned pale. Observing their distress, Professor Trelawney seemed eager to clarify, exclaiming, "Do not misunderstand. I have not engaged in any grave robbing. This is merely the powdered remains of my great-great-grandmother." Upon hearing this, nearly all the students clutched their mouths, retching as they fled. My great-great-grandmother was a true prophet. Professor Trelawney lamented, a hint of indignation in her voice. Amidst the chaos outside, Wentworth remained blissfully asleep, indulging in a series of splendid dreams. He envisioned Cassandra, clad in witch's attire, wielding a whip, her lips curling into a sly smile as she approached him. Omitting thousands of words, suddenly, as Wentworth found himself in a state of restless slumber, he perceived a shift in the dreamscape. The surroundings were enveloped in swirling mist, obscuring his vision, save for a faint glimmer of light ahead. Following the light, he encountered a middle-aged man bound to a chair, surrounded by 3 or 4 individuals interrogating him. In that moment, Wentworth's instinct was to bid farewell and retreat. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he faintly heard a name, Thomas Ravo. His heart quickened. Thomas Ravo? Cassandra's father? He noticed Cassandra, tied up not far behind him, while a large hand held her firmly, preventing her escape. The owner of that hand lurked in shadow, rendering them indistinguishable. As Wentworth attempted to stealthily approach for a clearer view, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine. He felt his blood run cold, and with a stiffened resolve, he slowly turned to find a bespectacled woman with disheveled hair and an array of necklaces, wearing an eerie grin directed at him. Instinctively, Wentworth swung a fist, leaping up in a scream, only to be astonished as he found himself able to discern his surroundings clearly. A familiar scene unfolded before him as he surveyed the area, recognizing it from a recent encounter. At that moment, a pained groan echoed, and he turned to see the woman who had startled him earlier, now sitting on the ground, covering her eyes. "Wentworth, you are awake?" It was then that a fellow Hufflepuff first year, having noticed the distressed Trelawney on the floor, rushed over to assist her. Though she appeared somewhat eccentric, she remained a professor at Hogwarts. As Wentworth observed Trelawney being helped up, he glanced at his own clenched fist, feeling a pang of regret. "Professor, I apologize for my earlier actions," he began, only to be interrupted by Trelawney. "Do not speak yet. First, tell me, were you engaged in dream divination?" Professor Trelawney regarded Wentworth with hopeful anticipation. "I merely fell asleep and dreamt," Wentworth replied. "It was wrong of me to doze off in class, I assure you." As he attempted to promise it would not happen again, Trelawney waved her hand dismissively. He vividly recalled Cassandra being grasped by a large hand, a figure bound to a seat undergoing interrogation, and Cassandra in her witch's garb, brandishing a whip. With newfound seriousness, Wentworth declared, "I still find it hard to believe that merely dreaming equates to prophecy, unless you can tell me when this prophecy will come to fruition." Yet, Professor Trelawney gazed at him quietly, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she replied, "You will come to believe. Some things you may evade, but cannot escape." Looking into Trelawney's eyes, Wentworth gradually responded, "Professor Trelawney, perhaps I should procure you a new pair of spectacles?" Chapter 63. Alona's delight. The news of Wentworth's ability to interpret dreams swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts, largely thanks to Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher. Professor Trelawney was eager to share the news with everyone she encountered, proclaiming that she had produced a genuine seer, who might even become a prophet in the future. Although Wentworth had only attended one of Professor Trelawney's classes and had fallen asleep before it even began, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Wentworth had awakened his divinatory talents in her class, and that alone was sufficient. In the past, Professor Trelawney had often come across as eccentric, even prompting other professors at Hogwarts to maintain their distance from her. Had it not been for her earlier prophecy, perhaps Dumbledore would not have appointed her as the divination professor. Consequently, she had lived a solitary life in the North Tower of Hogwarts, and over time, had developed a penchant for alcohol. However, now, Professor Trelawney radiated a renewed vigor. "You will become the greatest seer of our time," she exclaimed proudly as she gazed at Wentworth. Yet, her admiration for Wentworth did not elicit much excitement among the students. After all, Professor Trelawney had always been perceived as slightly mad. Nonetheless, some took her words to heart. Shortly after class, Ilona, the new defense against the dark arts professor, approached Professor Trelawney. "I have heard that you have a student capable of dream interpretation. Is that true?" she inquired, causing Professor Trelawney's face to light up with joy. "Indeed. While it is also due to Wentworth's innate talent, without my guidance, he would not have awakened so swiftly," Professor Trelawney replied, her pride evident. Upon receiving this confirmation, Ilona, embodying her alter ego Rogier, struggled to contain her exhilaration, nearly jumping with glee. "What do you think of his talent?" she asked. Leaning in closer, Professor Trelawney whispered mysteriously, "His gift is unparalleled. I have never encountered a child so gifted. However, I fear that it may bring him harm." Hearing this, Ilona's expression turned serious, and she replied, "He is a student of Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to harm him would be opposing the entirety of Hogwarts." Yet, Professor Trelawney remained visibly troubled. "He cannot stay at Hogwarts forever. One day, he will graduate and leave. You do not realize how valuable a wizard with prophetic abilities is in the eyes of many. Some will seek to recruit him, while others may resort to threats. Goodness, some have even aimed their wands at him." Professor Trelawney's expression began to twist with concern, and Ilona immediately sensed her distress but refrained from interrupting. Instead, she listened intently. Before Wentworth stood a throng of figures, and behind him loomed a forest of wands. As Wentworth scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something, he ultimately raised his own wand. At that moment, Professor Trelawney abruptly paused. "And then? What happened next?" Ilona eagerly inquired. Professor Trelawney looked bewildered, seemingly at a loss. "Then? What then? What transpired just now?" Realizing that further questioning would yield no additional insights, and that she had already obtained the information she sought, Ilona understood that Wentworth indeed possessed the gift of prophecy, a trait unique to the Grindelwald family, much like the Dumbledore family naturally attracting the favor of phoenixes. Most wizards from the Grindelwald lineage were born seers. "I must inform Abernathy and the others of this matter without delay," Ilona thought. Each night, under the veil of secrecy, she had been sending letters detailing recent events at Hogwarts, particularly Wentworth's performance, to Abernathy and the others. This not only kept them informed about the happenings at Hogwarts, but also ensured Wentworth's safety. They had previously agreed that if they did not receive a letter within 3 days, the Pure Blood Party would regroup and head towards Hogwarts. Wentworth was exceedingly familiar with Hogwarts and displayed a maturity that belied his age. He hardly resembled an 11-year-old child raised by a house elf. Indeed, some speculated that the Wentworth present at Hogwarts was merely an impostor, deliberately set up to ensnare the Pure Blood Party. Hence, some proposed the idea of using the Cruciatus Curse on Wentworth. Such discussions infuriated Ilona, yet she found herself unable to counter them. However, now that Wentworth had demonstrated his remarkable prophetic abilities, all of it seemed to make sense. Historically, any prophet or seer who had left their mark in the annals of magical history had always exhibited extraordinary precocity. After all, a person who occasionally glimpses fragments of the future is unlikely to remain naively innocent. As for Wentworth's familiarity with Hogwarts, was it so strange for a wizard possessing prophetic abilities? After hastily bidding farewell to Professor Trelawney, Ilona departed. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore appeared at the threshold of Professor Trelawney's chamber. Following their customary exchanges of greetings, Dumbledore candidly stated, "Professor Trelawney, I wish for the matter of Wentworth's prophetic abilities to remain confidential. Please refrain from disseminating this information further." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor Trelawney, unusually composed, nodded thoughtfully. "I understand your concerns, Headmaster Dumbledore. You fear that someone may seek to harm Wentworth due to this revelation. I have heard from my grandmother of similar occurrences in the past, where a wizard showcasing prophetic talent was confined by a powerful family, destined to serve them, though provided for. They lost their freedom. Rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall do my utmost to guide him, ensuring he matures rapidly. A truly developed seer is difficult to threaten. They have an innate sense of impending danger. Dumbledore listened quietly to Professor Trelawney's words before finally responding. I fear he may grow too swiftly. Chapter 64. Please call me Prophet. As Wentworth entered the Grand Hall of Hogwarts at noon and took his seat, a Hufflepuff girl approached him, holding an envelope. Shyly glancing at Wentworth, she bit her lip and handed him the envelope. Green, who happened to witness this scene, let out an odd noise, drawing everyone's attention. Wentworth looked at the envelope in his hands, wondering when Hogwarts had become so liberal in its academic atmosphere. However, as he scrutinized the girl before him, he could not help but be reminded of Cassandra. Transitioning from simplicity to extravagance is easy. However, the reverse is quite challenging, Wentworth mused quietly. Just as Wentworth pondered how to decline the girl without causing embarrassment, she spoke up. Wentworth, could you possibly take a look tonight while you sleep and see if the man in this envelope is my future husband? Taken aback by her request, Wentworth soon realized the girl's ingenuity. Who said Hufflepuff students were simple-minded? This unnamed girl was indeed creative in delivering her love letter. If he were interested in her, he could simply tell her tomorrow. If not, a polite rejection would suffice, saving everyone from hurt feelings. With a nod of approval toward the girl, Wentworth considered whether he ought to grant her a chance. At that moment, Cedric approached, also holding an envelope, and asked curiously, "What are you discussing?" Wentworth then observed the girl's cheeks flush crimson as she gazed at Cedric with longing. Realizing he might have misunderstood the situation, Wentworth opened the envelope. And as a photograph slipped out, he recognized it was undoubtedly Cedric inside. Consequently, Wentworth promptly returned the envelope to the girl with a smooth, fluid motion. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you," he stated bluntly. "Why not? Aren't you supposed to be able to see dreams?" The girl questioned, puzzled. "Because I will be sleepless tonight," he replied. "How can you know you'll be sleepless if you haven't even gone to bed yet?" "Because I can see dreams," he retorted. Eventually, the girl walked away, her face a portrait of confusion. "Is that it? How dull," Green murmured as he slumped back down. "Wentworth, what did she want from you?" Cedric inquired, equally curious. Thus, Wentworth recounted everything that had transpired during divination class. When he mentioned his inquiry to Professor Trelawney about whether she wanted help changing her glasses, both Cedric and Green erupted into laughter. Neither paid heed to Professor Trelawney's eccentric reputation, which had always seemed a bit mad. Green, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, "Wentworth, how about I knock you out tonight so you can sleep more soundly? Whether or not you help that girl is irrelevant. I'm primarily curious about what Cedric's future girlfriend looks like." Green's jest left Cedric blushing, though his gaze wandered elsewhere. Noticing this, Wentworth glanced in the same direction and realized they were all first-year Ravenclaw students. Clearing his throat purposefully, Wentworth drew Cedric and Green's attention, then said mysteriously, "Actually, aside from dream divination, I possess other forms of prophecy." He spoke with an air of intrigue, yet Cedric and Green were skeptical. "Wentworth, have you lost your mind? Do you genuinely believe Trelawney's words and think you are a prophet?" Green scoffed nonchalantly. Wentworth gestured for them to gather closer and lifted a cup of tea from the table. "You both must have learned about tea leaf reading, correct?" Cedric and Green exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's part of Professor Trelawney's curriculum," Green affirmed confidently. Then, before their astonished eyes, Wentworth drank the entire cup and poured the leaves onto the Hufflepuff table, contemplating thoughtfully. Seeing this, Cedric and Green exchanged bewildered looks, both clearly baffled. Finally, Green could not contain himself and leaned in to inquire, "Wentworth, are you all right? What are you looking at?" Without lifting his head, Wentworth replied, "I'm trying to determine where Cedric's crush is." Cedric hurried over, incredulously asking, "Wentworth, can you truly predict?" Although Wentworth was internally laughing, he maintained a stoic expression and said, "Cedric, the girl you fancy is in Ravenclaw." The revelation startled Cedric, who replied skeptically, "You must be guessing. A 1 in 4 chance isn't particularly low." Recognizing Wentworth's accuracy, Green shot Cedric a teasing glance and remarked, "Cedric, I never imagined this studious persona of yours would fall for someone. I think we should establish an unbreakable oath among us. Whoever finds love first is a dog." Realizing he had misspoken, Cedric quickly protested, "I'm not. I didn't tea. Don't say such things. You dragged me into this." However, Green paid no mind to Cedric's denial and leaned closer to Wentworth, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is there more? Is there more? Wentworth feigned a meticulous examination for a moment before slowly declaring, "That girl likely has long, straight black hair." At his specific description, Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. After a long pause, he murmured, "Wentworth, who told you all this?" Wentworth raised his head, stifling his laughter, and replied with feigned calmness, "From now on, please call me the Great Prophet." Chapter 65. The Seeker. Wentworth gazed at Cedric, whose expression was one of sheer astonishment, and his heart was brimming with joy. While Wentworth was no practitioner of tea-leaf reading, he was well aware of the unfolding narrative. In the original story, Cedric's legitimate girlfriend, a girl named Zhang Qiu, was a fellow student from Hogwarts, currently seated at the Ravenclaw table. As Wentworth noticed Cedric's gaze, which inadvertently flickered towards the first-year area of Ravenclaw, he realized that the handsome Badger House student before him was undoubtedly experiencing the stirrings of young love. Disregard Wentworth's idle chatter. He surely had no inkling of who might have whispered what. "By the way, Cedric, what is that you hold in your hand?" Upon hearing Green's inquiry, Cedric seemed to recollect something and hastily produced an envelope, presenting it to Wentworth. "Wentworth, this is a message from our headmaster, Professor Sprout. She instructed me to deliver this letter of recommendation from Headmaster Dumbledore, advocating for your inclusion in our Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The headmaster asked me to inquire about your thoughts on this matter." Upon hearing Cedric's words, Wentworth recalled that Dumbledore had indeed mentioned his intention to recommend him for the role of Seeker on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He was taken by surprise to receive Dumbledore's letter of recommendation today. Yet, before Wentworth could voice his response, a sneering voice echoed from behind them. "What? Can't you Hufflepuffs find anyone else? You actually let a first-year novice join your Quidditch team. But I suppose it makes sense, considering you placed fourth last year. Anyone can take the field." This was Marcus Flint, a chaser for the Slytherin Quidditch team, rumored to be a strong contender for the next team captain. Cedric leaned closer to Wentworth and whispered, "That's Marcus Flint." Marcus approached Wentworth, sizing him up with a disdainful smirk before speaking. "Green, can't you Hufflepuffs find someone with better physical prowess? Just look at this little guy. I fear he might soil himself when faced with a bludger." Green stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself between Marcus and Wentworth, and retorted sharply, "First, you should address me as Senior Green or Captain Green. If you lack basic courtesy, I can certainly teach you. Second, keep your distance from our Seeker." Marcus paused, seemingly taken aback. He had not anticipated that a first year would be appointed as the Seeker, the most crucial position on the Quidditch team. "Green is not only the captain of our Hufflepuff team, but also the head boy," Cedric explained to Wentworth, who cast a surprised glance at Green, realizing he was a true polymath. On the other side, Marcus, recovering from his surprise, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well then, Captain Green, you have my admiration. I now understand your intent. Are you planning to sacrifice the next few years of your team's performance to nurture an exceptional Seeker? But are you so certain this lad is worthy of your investment?" As he spoke, Marcus turned his attention to Wentworth, sneering, "Hey, kid, have you ever seen a golden snitch? Do you even know how to catch one?" Marcus reached out towards Wentworth, but Green swiftly intervened. "I've already warned you to keep your distance from our Seeker." Marcus, glancing at Green's half-drawn wand, muttered a curse before addressing Wentworth's retreating figure. "Kid, I eagerly await our encounter on the Quidditch pitch." Before long, the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team were abuzz with news that Hufflepuff Seeker this year was a first-year novice. "How splendid. This means we can easily disregard Hufflepuff and avoid any specialized training against them. Is Hufflepuff really going to throw in the towel this year? They've actually appointed a rookie as their Seeker? Don't be so quick to judge. What if he turns out to be a rare talent? No, we can't underestimate Hufflepuff. We must strive to score as many points as possible against them." As the Slytherin players grew increasingly animated, their voices rose, reaching the ears of Wentworth and his companions seated at the Hufflepuff table. Even within Hufflepuff, doubts began to surface. "Captain Green, is it true what Slytherin says? Are we really letting Wentworth take on the role of Seeker?" One member of the Quidditch team approached Green to inquire. "Indeed. It is Headmaster Dumbledore himself who has penned a letter of recommendation for Wentworth. Do you doubt Dumbledore's judgment?" Green understood their unease and invoked Dumbledore's name to reassure them. "But I certainly trust Headmaster Dumbledore, and I even believe Wentworth has the potential to become an exceptional Seeker, yet this requires time. After all, Wentworth has yet to participate in a single practice. He may not have even caught a golden snitch once." Faced with his teammates' concerns, Green found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the reality that every Hogwarts student aspired to join one of the four houses' Quidditch teams. The fact that a newcomer like Wentworth had been appointed as Hufflepuff's seeker so soon after the term began was bound to stir discontent among many. At that moment, a flurry of owls swooped into the Great Hall, delivering copies of the Daily Prophet to numerous students. Why is the Daily Prophet so late today? Doesn't it usually arrive in the morning? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. But soon, someone chimed in to clarify, have you forgotten? Last night was the Quidditch World Cup final. Today's edition of the Daily Prophet was surely printed after the match concluded, so a delay is to be expected. Ah yes, last night was the Quidditch World Cup final. Quick, let us see if there are any major headlines. As the sound of newspapers rustling filled the air, the Great Hall of Hogwarts gradually quieted down, and many curious gazes turned towards the Hufflepuff table. Chapter 66. Featured in the newspaper, why does the Hogwarts freshman in this newspaper resemble Wentworth so much? Suddenly, someone voiced a question that many Hogwarts students were pondering in the Great Hall. Marcus quickly reached out and snatched the Daily Prophet from a nearby Slytherin student. The current issue predominantly covered the recently concluded Quidditch World Cup. A student from Hogwarts had emerged as a fortunate wizard among the thousands present, earning the opportunity to perform on the Quidditch World Cup final stage. This young wizard, undaunted, managed to catch several golden snitches in a matter of moments, astonishing all the wizards in attendance. Even more touching was the fact that during a subsequent interview, the young wizard expressed that these golden snitches were meant for friends who could not attend the match, rather than for his own possession. In the aftermath, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Fudge, remarked that the actions and demeanor of this Hogwarts freshman exemplified the commitment of Hogwarts education under the guidance of the ministry. At the heart of this report was a magical photograph depicting a young boy on a flying broom, pursuing a golden snitch. In the final frame of the photograph, as the boy turned, his clear and handsome face was revealed. It was none other than Wentworth, who was seated at the Hufflepuff table at that moment. This is impossible. How could it be? How could he possibly be at the match? Marcus gazed at the magical photograph with disbelief. Similar expressions of skepticism echoed throughout the Great Hall, with many unwilling to accept that the Hogwarts student featured in the Daily Prophet was indeed the first-year Wentworth, until Green produced a golden snitch from his pocket, casually playing with it in front of everyone. I never expected I could collect a golden snitch from the Quidditch finals. Thank you, Wentworth. Upon hearing Green's words, the Great Hall erupted with excitement as countless Hogwarts students surged toward Green and Wentworth. Some rushed to Wentworth's side, inquiring if he could spare a golden snitch for them, considering the report suggested that he had more than one. Even some wealthier students boldly offered to pay any price Wentworth deemed fit. Conversely, those who recognized their lack of connection to Wentworth and their inability to offer significant money flocked around Green, eager to glimpse the golden snitch in his possession. Marcus, observing Wentworth and Green surrounded by throngs of Hogwarts students, felt his face flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Waylon approached and patted Marcus's shoulder, saying, "Look at that smug expression. He'll surely have his moment of sorrow." However, as soon as Waylon finished, Marcus swatted his arm away. "Shut up. If I hadn't wanted to help you vent your frustration, I wouldn't have sought out Wentworth. Who knows? I might have been able to buy a golden snitch from him." Marcus spoke bluntly, disregarding Waylon's seniority. Waylon's face turned crimson with anger, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this time, finally breaking free from the throng of students, Wentworth was about to leave the Great Hall. As he passed by Marcus and Waylon, he turned to Marcus and said, with that, Wentworth did not spare a glance at Waylon and turned to leave the hall alongside Cedric. "Oh, where's Green?" As Wentworth and Cedric exited the Great Hall, Wentworth realized that Green had not followed. "I imagine Green is unable to leave just yet." Hearing Cedric's words, Wentworth curiously peered back into the hall and nodded in agreement. It must be that for the first time in his 5 years at Hogwarts, Green is surrounded by admirers from all four houses. It's understandable. Suddenly, Wentworth seemed to remember something. Scanning the Slytherin table but finding nothing, he frowned. "Cedric, have you seen Cassandra?" Upon hearing Wentworth's inquiry, Cedric surveyed the Great Hall again, then shrugged. "No, she didn't seem to join us for lunch today." Wentworth nodded in silence. In the depths of Hogwarts Castle, in the Slytherin dormitory, Cassandra curled up on her bed, staring blankly ahead. Before her lay several sheets of letter paper, and her gaze traversed them, filled with surprise, fear, and a hint of conflict. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Cassandra quickly tucked away the letter paper and opened the door to find several Slytherin girls waiting outside. One of the girls, beaming, raised a paper bag and said to Cassandra. Cassandra merely glanced and bluntly replied, "Are you looking for something?" Caught off guard by Cassandra's directness, the girl's smile faltered awkwardly. Seeing Cassandra's impatience, one of the girls hurriedly spoke up. "It's about Wentworth. He caught several golden snitches during the Quidditch World Cup final and mentioned he would give them to his friends. We heard you were close to him, so we wanted to ask if you could help us." Before the girl could finish, Cassandra decisively shut the door, leaving the girls outside exchanging bewildered glances. Soon, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by some muttered insults, but Cassandra paid no heed, instead retrieving the letter paper once more and leaning against the door, staring blankly at it. Chapter 67. Halloween. It is worth noting that when Wentworth concluded his final night of intensive training in Snape's office, he expressed a desire to remain, offering to serve as Snape's assistant and aid in procuring the potion's ingredients needed for the following day's lessons. For Wentworth, Snape was indeed an exceptional wizard and master potion maker. The only unfortunate aspect was his penchant for sarcasm. In truth, if one could overlook Snape's inherent ability for cold mockery, there was much to learn from him. Faced with Wentworth's volunteer request, Snape appeared somewhat astonished, as it had been many years since a student lingered so fondly in his office. Consequently, Snape politely responded, "Get out." Early in the morning, Hagrid, the keeper of the grounds and keys at Hogwarts, arrived with a plethora of pumpkins. "This is hardly magical." Wentworth and Cedric grumbled as they arranged the pumpkins. Meanwhile, Green interjected, "This is a tradition among Hufflepuff. Other houses have their pumpkins handled by house elves. Yet we Hufflepuffs always craft our own jack-o'-lanterns. Then what is the significance of this?" Wentworth inquired, still somewhat perplexed. "Perhaps it is because each of our jack-o'-lanterns is unique." Green mused. "Hey, are we going to engage in something thrilling tonight?" As soon as they entered, Green eagerly posed the question. "Considering you've already brought out the cards, does it even matter?" Wentworth retorted, pointing at the deck in Green's hands. Ever since Wentworth introduced the cards into the Hufflepuff common room, they had rapidly become the favored pastime among the young wizards, even surpassing wizard chess in popularity. After all, wizard chess required intellect, whereas sometimes all one needed with cards was a stroke of luck. Initially, it had been just Wentworth, Cedric, and Green playing a version of Fight the Landlord, akin to a game from Wentworth's past life. However, as more participants joined, Wentworth gradually expanded the variety of games for everyone. Presently, the most popular game among Hufflepuffs was Texas Hold'em. Naturally, as Hogwarts students, they could not wager money, so their stakes varied wildly, predominantly consisting of snacks like chocolate frogs. Before long, at Green's invitation, Wentworth and a handful of others settled around a round table in the Hufflepuff common room, with many more encircling them. Unfortunately, Wentworth's luck was inexplicably poor that night, and he was the first to be eliminated from the game. Though reluctant, he rose to vacate his seat for the others. "Thank you, boss. You're so generous," Green exclaimed with delight, claiming Wentworth's wager of chocolate frogs, a triumphant smirk on his face that left Wentworth feeling slightly vexed. Determined, Wentworth resolved that after today, he would create a mahjong set. He firmly believed he could not lose at this quintessential game. Struggling through the crowd, Wentworth finally sank onto an unoccupied sofa in the Hufflepuff lounge. Watching Green and the others laughing heartily, he suddenly felt a pang of homesickness. Lost in thought, he found his eyelids growing heavy, eventually succumbing to sleep. After yawning and bidding Cedric goodnight, Wentworth greeted Green before making his way to his dormitory. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 flickering candle lights within a pumpkin. However, rather than warmth, the light radiated a chilling sensation, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. How very magical, Wentworth marveled, sensing the eerie coldness, which he suspected was a spell cast by house elves. "The atmosphere is quite fitting, but this is too disruptive for my sleep." As he spoke, he reached out to remove the pumpkin lantern from his bedside, murmuring softly. At that moment, as his hands grazed the lantern, an irresistible force surged forth, and Wentworth felt himself being yanked by his navel, lifting him off the ground. Porky, Wentworth immediately realized, but it was too late. He had clearly been whisked away from Hogwarts. The moment he landed, he disregarded his physical discomfort and instinctively reached for his wand. Yet, someone was faster than him. Out-of-body experience. The soul-binding curse. Wentworth gazed in despair as the spell hurtled towards him. Chapter 68. I sense someone desires my demise. Wentworth stood frozen, Witnessing the soul-draining curse descend upon him, a multitude of questions flashing through his mind. Why was there a key to a door on his bed? Who was the perpetrator? Were they affiliated with those he had encountered upon his arrival? Yet, what troubled Wentworth the most was the fact that the assailant had chosen the soul-draining curse, a variant of the unforgivable curses rather than the killing curse. Clearly, they intended to exploit him for some purpose or glean information from him. And Wentworth feared that they would manipulate him into committing an act he would deeply regret. Regardless of Wentworth's mounting anxiety, the incantation struck him, and in an instant, his vision blurred to white. Startled, Wentworth jolted awake, rolling over and instinctively reaching for his wand. What on earth, Wentworth? Causing havoc for lack of treats? The irony is, I've given all my sweets to Green. He stared at Cedric, who stood before him with arms raised and an exaggerated expression of mock surprise, his mind still grappling with the situation. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his thoughts, Wentworth surveyed his surroundings. The familiar environment of the Hufflepuff common room came into view, illuminated by the pumpkin lanterns adorning the walls. Hey, Wentworth, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Cedric, noticing Wentworth's odd demeanor, approached with concern, placing a hand on his forehead. You're not hot, but why are you sweating so profusely? Realizing it had merely been a dream, Wentworth exhaled deeply and sank onto a bench in the common room. Just then, Green threw down his cards and approached, producing a chocolate frog from his pocket and placing it in Wentworth's palm. Clearly, you had a nightmare. Have a chocolate frog to recover. But I'm curious, what kind of nightmare could frighten you so? Have you grown up only to find yourself unable to find a spouse? Huh. As Green erupted into laughter beside him, both Wentworth and Cedric exchanged eye rolls. I dreamt of Merlin. Wentworth replied, feigning mystery. Really? What did he look like? What did he say to you? Green leaned in, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and even Cedric perked up, intrigued. Merlin granted me a wish. I asked for a dragon as a pet, but he said dragons are too difficult to tame and suggested I choose another wish. I then asked if Green could refrain from being foolish in the future. After a moment of silence, Merlin kindly inquired, Young man, what color would you like your dragon to be? Upon finishing, the three fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Cedric burst into laughter, prompting Green to tackle Wentworth to the floor of the Hufflepuff common room. Just a joke, just a joke. Help me, Cedric. Wentworth cried, half laughing, half begging. But Cedric merely doubled over in laughter, watching Wentworth struggle beneath Green. After playfully bidding farewell to Cedric and Green, Wentworth strode back to his dormitory in a good mood. Yet, upon opening the door, his gaze instinctively swept over his bed, and a chill coursed through him, enveloping his entire being. Every inch of his skin seemed to tremble. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld a pumpkin head on his bed, facing away from him, just as in his dream. He stood at the threshold for what felt like an eternity, swallowing hard before drawing his wand and cautiously positioning himself in front of it. As he discerned the flickering candlelight emanating from within the pumpkin, his hands trembled uncontrollably. However, unlike in his dream, Wentworth was now certain that this lantern was not the one he had crafted earlier that day. Though they appeared similar, he knew his creation lacked its exquisite beauty. Nonetheless, he refrained from approaching the eerie pumpkin, aware that such a peculiar situation could only harbor trouble. In haste, Wentworth rushed to summon Cedric and Green from their dormitory. Hey, do you know what this is? Oh, you mean that? That's a Hufflepuff tradition. We make pumpkin lanterns during the day for this very reason. Our head of house, Professor Sprout, prepares sweets for each Hufflepuff and places them beneath these lanterns, Green explained, reaching for the pumpkin on Wentworth's bed. Stop, Wentworth interjected, stepping forward to seize Green's wrist. What are you doing? It's just some candy, nothing shameful. Green protested, rubbing his wrist in annoyance. Wentworth pulled Green back a few steps before releasing his grip. Wentworth, what is going on? You seem terrified of that pumpkin. It's just a pumpkin, Cedric observed, perplexed by Wentworth's reaction. Gazing at the pumpkin on his bed, the haunting remnants of his dream flooded his mind, particularly the despair of watching the unforgivable curse descend upon him. A shiver ran down his spine. I feel that someone wishes to take my life, Wentworth murmured softly. Chapter 69 Seeking a Teacher. As Wentworth's words fell, Green and Cedric fell silent, becoming rather subdued. After a moment, Green finally managed a grin and spoke. Just as he was about to leave, Cedric seized him firmly, gazing at Wentworth with a hint of confusion. Wentworth, what on earth has transpired? Such words cannot be uttered lightly, nor can they be jested about. Wentworth lifted his gaze, surveying the two. and slowly recounted the events that had transpired in his dream. Upon hearing his account, Green and Cedric exchanged glances. Were it anyone else, I might have laughed heartily and called them a coward. But you? I'm genuinely unsure, Green remarked, his eyes flitting between Wentworth and the pumpkin, seemingly torn in his decision. However, Cedric was more straightforward, asserting with conviction, Wentworth, I believe you. I suspect that dream may very well serve as a warning. That pumpkin could indeed harbor some danger. Feeling moved by Cedric's unwavering faith, Wentworth replied, Thank you, Cedric. I was afraid no one would believe me, dismissing it as mere dream and calling me overly dramatic. Forget what others think. They have no experience with your foresight. I have witnessed it firsthand, and I believe you shall undoubtedly become a seer in the future, Cedric declared resolutely. Wentworth responded with a soft, Thank you. Perhaps I should cast a shattering spell on it? Green, eager and wand in hand, was ready to act. Yet Wentworth swiftly intervened. While he could easily destroy the pumpkin himself, he was more interested in ascertaining whether his dream truly served as a warning about the future. If the dream were genuine, the pumpkin must not be destroyed. Instead, he needed to utilize it to uncover the identity of the one plotting against him. After all, it is the thief who must constantly be on guard, not the guardian. What shall we do now? Green, feeling anxious as Wentworth restrained him, inquired urgently. As students of Hogwarts, we must seek out a teacher, Wentworth replied matter-of-factly. He then instructed Cedric to remain behind, to prevent anyone from approaching the pumpkin, before taking Green's hand and heading straight for the headmaster's office. Why are you dragging me to see Professor Dumbledore? Do you not know the way? Green asked, perplexed as he followed closely. I fear we may encounter danger along the way, hence I hold on to you for safety, Wentworth explained. Green widened his eyes in response, somewhat disgruntled. Do you truly think we could outrun a wizard daring enough to strike at Hogwarts? I need only to be faster than you, Wentworth retorted with confidence, infuriating Green further. After a moment's pause, Green finally conceded. You make a valid point. The two arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office just as Professor Snape emerged from Dumbledore's chamber. Upon seeing Wentworth and Green, Snape furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. But Wentworth interjected, We are not merely frightened and sleepless, Professor Snape. We have urgent matters to discuss with Headmaster Dumbledore. Come in, Snape replied curtly. Inside the office, Dumbledore stood beneath a pumpkin lantern, clad in his nightclothes. Surprised at Snape's return, he was about to speak when he noticed two figures trailing behind him. Oh, my young gentleman. Out of bed at this hour? Looking for a sweet treat, perhaps? As he spoke, various desserts appeared on the table at a wave of his hand. Headmaster Dumbledore, I must remind you that consuming such indulgences is detrimental to your health. You are the pillar of Hogwarts. Your well-being is not solely yours, but belongs to all of Hogwarts, students and faculty alike. Green exclaimed, grabbing a small cake as he spoke. Dumbledore accepted Green's admonition with a smile and a nod before turning his attention to Wentworth. And what of you, Wentworth? Care for a sweet? Just remember to brush your teeth afterward. Wentworth shook his head slowly, his expression grave. Noticing this demeanor, Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Snape, realizing something must be amiss. Very well, it seems you have come to me with troubling news, have you not, Wentworth? As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the desserts to vanish. Green, reaching for a cake, found only emptiness, prompting him to pout in disappointment. Now what has transpired? I am ready to listen, Dumbledore said. Taking a deep breath, Wentworth replied. Headmaster, Professor, I believe someone may be attempting to kill me. The moment Wentworth's words hung in the air, Dumbledore's expression sharpened, his brow furrowing, causing the large pumpkin lantern in his office to flicker ominously. Behind Wentworth, Snape, who had contemplated speaking, suddenly held his tongue. Wentworth, why do you feel this way? What has happened? Dumbledore inquired, seemingly devoid of doubt regarding Wentworth's claims, which allowed Wentworth to exhale in relief. He then recounted the dream he had and the peculiar occurrence of discovering a pumpkin lantern on his bed upon waking. Once finished, Wentworth cautiously asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, do you think I am overreacting? Dumbledore shook his head slowly, responding, No, Wentworth, you have acted wisely. Until you possess the ability and confidence to confront every situation, caution will be your greatest asset. Now, let us ascertain whether there is indeed a plot against our Hogwarts students, Dumbledore declared, rising to his feet and stepping outside, with Wentworth and Green hastily following, while Snape, after a moment's consideration, trailed behind them. Chapter 70. Preparation for departure. As Dumbledore entered the Hufflepuff common room accompanied by Wentworth and Green, a wave of cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff students, and Dumbledore, with a smile, distributed sweets to them. Fortunately, Professor Snape also followed them into the common room. Otherwise, Wentworth harbored doubts about Dumbledore's ability to extricate himself from the enthusiastic crowd. Upon reaching Wentworth's dormitory, Cedric was still stationed there and promptly greeted Dumbledore upon his arrival. Dumbledore approached Wentworth's bed, carefully observing the pumpkin resting upon it, his gaze contemplative. At this moment, Snape leaned in, scrutinizing the pumpkin before hesitantly addressing Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, is this truly the key to the door?" Dumbledore responded with calm assurance, "I am uncertain." Just then, news of Dumbledore's arrival reached Professor Sprout, who hurried over, accompanied by Professor Alona, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts. After exchanging greetings, Dumbledore prompted Wentworth to recount his dream and the subsequent events once more. Upon hearing Wentworth's account, Professor Sprout gazed at the pumpkin on Wentworth's bed in astonishment and, after a thorough examination, declared, "This pumpkin has indeed been tampered with." The revelation startled Dumbledore and the others, while Alona's eyes narrowed, revealing an undercurrent of menace directed at the pumpkin. "Each of the pumpkin lanterns on the students' beds was personally arranged by me, crafted from their own creations. I distinctly remember Wentworth's lantern. I even remarked to the house elf assisting me that it seemed Wentworth was not adept at handiwork," Sprout continued, seemingly ignoring Wentworth's embarrassment. "I clearly recall that Wentworth's lantern was not nearly as exquisite as this one," Sprout asserted. Dumbledore nodded slowly in acknowledgement, and then stated, "I must clarify something to you. Esteemed professors, Wentworth is indeed one of the few students with a gift for divination. I believe you have all heard Professor Trelawney's rumors regarding Wentworth. I assure you, they are true. Wentworth possesses the ability of dream divination." The professors nodded, as this matter was no longer a secret among them. However, Cedric and Green exchanged surprised glances, astonished that Wentworth's divination skills had received Dumbledore's endorsement, a notion they had never anticipated. Dumbledore continued, "Through Wentworth's unconscious dream divination and Professor Sprout's assessment, we can preliminarily conclude that this pumpkin lantern has indeed been tampered with and is likely a substitute for the key. Based on the content of Wentworth's dream, it is plausible that a wizard employing dark magic awaits at the location linked to the key." At this juncture, Dumbledore paused, directing his gaze toward Wentworth. "Wentworth, how do you wish to handle this pumpkin?" Before Wentworth could respond, Professor Sprout interjected, "It goes without saying, we must destroy it." However, Professor Alona immediately countered, "That is not advisable. We will remain ignorant of who aims to harm Wentworth. Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps you could entrust it to me? I shall investigate who is provoking Hogwarts." Unexpectedly, Snape voiced his agreement with Alona's suggestion. Yet, Professor Sprout remained hesitant. "While that may be true, you all heard Wentworth's account. The opposing party initiated with an unforgivable curse, clearly skilled in dark magic. Who can guarantee that no one will be harmed?" As tensions began to rise among the professors, Dumbledore cleared his throat, interrupting their debate, and refocused on Wentworth. "Let us allow Wentworth to decide on this matter." Hearing Dumbledore's words, the others fell silent, turning their attention to Wentworth. After a prolonged silence, Wentworth finally spoke, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to uncover who is behind this. Yet I also fear for the safety of the professors involved, which troubles me greatly." Dumbledore smiled kindly and replied, "Wentworth, you are a good child. Thus, it is essential that you follow instructions. Rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall comply." "Wait, follow instructions? Are you suggesting that I should accompany you?" Wentworth gazed incredulously at Dumbledore, and the other professors shared his astonishment at Dumbledore's insistence on bringing Wentworth along despite the evident danger. But of course, Dumbledore replied matter-of-factly, "Since you wish to discover who intends to harm you, it is only fitting that you seek the answers yourself." Wentworth's expression grew serious as he responded, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe it would be best not to waste the professor's time. It would be wiser to destroy this thing." Yet Dumbledore, still smiling, replied, "Not to worry. We shall not waste the professor's time, as I will personally accompany you." As he spoke, Dumbledore grasped Wentworth's hand with one hand, while the other reached for the pumpkin lantern. However, a figure suddenly interposed itself between Dumbledore and Wentworth. "Professor Alona, do you have something to say?" Dumbledore regarded the obstructing Alona with mild surprise. Alona, her expression stern, replied, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I maintain that the situation is far too perilous. Wentworth is merely a first-year student and should remain at Hogwarts. Perhaps I could accompany you instead?" Alona's gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore, resolute in her stance, and after a moment of mutual scrutiny, Dumbledore casually remarked, "I recall you stating during the interview that you advocate for practical experience." "I meant practical experience among equally skilled wizards," Alona hastily explained. "But not every adversary we encounter will be of comparable skill or weaker, will they?" Dumbledore's words left Alona momentarily speechless. Chapter 71. The Key to the Door, Additional Update. May all esteemed readers enjoy the warmth of winter and the gentleness of spring. Text. Although Alona had fallen into silence, she did not yield the path to Dumbledore and Wentworth. After a considerable pause, Alona finally spoke again. "Headmaster Dumbledore, as the defense against the dark arts professor for Wentworth, I must insist that this matter transcends what Wentworth can handle. It offers him no meaningful training. Should you persist in taking him along, I hope you will allow me to accompany you. I shall protect Wentworth closely, shielding him from harm." Upon hearing Alona's words, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a gentle tone, "Professor Alona, I must disagree with your perspective. Some battles, even if merely observed, are invaluable experiences for a young wizard, from which they can learn much. Unless, of course, the wizard intends to pursue a clerical position within the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, Professor Alona, as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it is my duty to safeguard every student. I assure you, I shall ensure Wentworth's safety. Is it necessary for me to swear an unbreakable oath?" At Dumbledore's words, Alona seemed somewhat swayed, yet Professor Sprout interjected, "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore, we absolutely trust you. Professor Alona is merely concerned for Wentworth. Indeed, he is quite endearing. As for an unbreakable oath, I believe that is unnecessary." Professor Sprout was attempting to mediate. For in the wizarding world, compelling someone to swear an unbreakable vow is an act of distrust. She did not believe that Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, would fail to protect his students diligently. If Dumbledore were untrustworthy, then who could be trusted? Hearing Professor Sprout's words, Professor Alona sighed deeply and shook her head. "Headmaster Dumbledore, an unbreakable vow is unnecessary. There exists sufficient magical power in the wizarding world to restrain your actions. And I believe there is at least one wizard who can serve as a witness to your vow." Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly and slowly replied, "Yes, you are correct. But I believe he will be more inclined to accept my view. So, Wentworth, are you prepared?" Realizing that even Alona, the defense against the dark arts professor, could not dissuade Dumbledore from his intention to broaden his horizons, Wentworth understood that he was likely destined to go tonight. He first drew his wand, gripping it tightly, then brought his left hand together, placing it over his chest, where he felt the pendant through his clothing. After taking a deep breath, he nodded at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled as he watched Wentworth complete this preparation, grasping his arm and reaching for the pumpkin lantern. "Wait, what is the matter, Wentworth?" After a moment's contemplation, Wentworth turned to Professor Snape nearby. "Professor Snape, as the student embarks on this journey, fraught with uncertainty, do you not have anything to impart that might enhance the likelihood of survival?" Snape, upon hearing Wentworth's request, rolled his eyes and retorted, "With your cowardly and mercenary demeanor, I truly wonder if you are genuinely a Hufflepuff." Despite his words, Snape produced a small vial of potion from his robes and tossed it to Wentworth. Without hesitation, Wentworth caught it, noticing the vial exuded a captivating allure. "Is this Felix Felicis?" Upon closer inspection, he voiced his incredulity. "I hope you do not act foolishly, for I cannot fathom anyone being able to harm you. Once you have consumed the Felix Felicis in the presence of Headmaster Dumbledore," Snape concluded, turning to leave the room before Wentworth could respond. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Wentworth called after his retreating figure. Snape paused for a moment, then continued on, unfazed. "Now can we depart?" Dumbledore, seeming to grow impatient, urged from the side. With his wand in his right hand and the vial of Felix Felicis firmly grasped in his left, Wentworth nodded resolutely. Dumbledore placed a hand on Wentworth's shoulder and reached once more for the pumpkin lantern. At the instant Dumbledore's palm made contact with the lantern resting upon Wentworth's bed, Wentworth felt an irresistible force tugging at his navel, lifting him off the ground. Time seemed to blur until, at last, Wentworth felt his feet touch solid ground, accompanied by the sounds of voices around him. Still dazed, he heard a booming voice exclaim, "The lad has finally arrived. We've waited so long. Oh, there's an old man. Head, head, head." Then, another voice, sinister and impatient, interjected, "I heard you the first time. One shout suffices. Do you think I'm deaf?" The initial voice quickly clarified. No, my lord, it's an old man. Another old man has arrived. And what of this old man? Inquire about his origins. If he proves useless, we shall dispose of him. But that old man is Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore. An abrupt silence fell over the scene. It was at this moment that Wentworth gradually emerged from his dizziness. Gripping his wand tightly, he surveyed his surroundings. Discovering that he and Dumbledore were in a clearing within a dense forest, encircled by 7 or 8 wizards. Before him stood a bald giant, gazing in terror at him. And at Dumbledore, while beside this giant was a diminutive wizard concealed beneath a cloak, their features obscured. As Wentworth observed the unfamiliar figures, they too scrutinized him. And for a brief moment, silence enveloped the clearing, broken only by the distant cawing of crows echoing through the woods. Chapter 72. The Wizard Hunters. After a considerable amount of time, Dumbledore gently cleared his throat, shattering the silence that enveloped the scene. Ahem. However, before Dumbledore could utter a word, the wizards encircling him and Wentworth swiftly retrieved their wands, pointing them at Dumbledore with expressions of vigilant suspicion. Gentlemen, you have laboriously fetched my student and me here using the key, yet you remain silent, now brandishing your wands at us. This hardly seems to be the manner of hospitality. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the surrounding wizards as he spoke in a calm tone. At Dumbledore's inquiry, the wizards instinctively turned their gazes toward a small, cloaked figure among them. After a brief moment, the cloaked wizard ominously remarked, Albus Dumbledore? I must say, this is all a misunderstanding, if you choose to believe it. Upon hearing the cloaked wizard's words, Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, While I am uncertain how you managed this, placing a key on my studentess' bed hardly seems like a misunderstanding. Indeed, our original target was merely a first-year student from Hogwarts. We never anticipated that the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts would arrive. In that case, let us all remain. As he spoke, the cloaked wizard abruptly waved his hand, revealing a gnarled hand clutching a wand, which he extended toward Dumbledore and Wentworth. Simultaneously, an unidentified spell shot forth, hurtling towards Dumbledore and Wentworth. My word, silent casting. Wentworth thought, contemplating his own insignificance, questioning why every wizard he encountered seemed adept at casually unleashing spells. Yet, prepared for the encounter, Wentworth did not hesitate, swiftly seeking refuge behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore, true to his reputation as the vanquisher of 2 Dark Lords, had already raised his own wand. Just as the spell released by the cloaked wizard was about to reach Dumbledore, it abruptly halted, radiating a brilliant red light before vanishing into nothingness. Before Dumbledore stood a nearly transparent barrier, flickering in and out of visibility amidst the red glow, making it difficult to discern. Impressive, Headmaster. That must be the protective charm. It seems I am lacking in the coverage behind me. Kindly exert further effort to ensure my safety, as we do have 2 wizards behind us. However, Dumbledore gasped, Wentworth, be cautious. Under normal circumstances, a protective charm only safeguards oneself. I have forcefully expanded its range to encompass you, but my age has its limitations, and I regret that I could not envelop you entirely. You must defend the gap behind you, otherwise, it appears neither of us will leave here tonight. At Dumbledore's words, Wentworth's smile faltered, yet he forced a grin, responding, Headmaster, you jest. Surely, you are testing my resolve? Do you truly believe those few rogue wizards could challenge you? Dumbledore, still breathing heavily, replied, They are not mere rogues. They are wizard hunters, the elite among dark wizards. Meanwhile, the cloaked wizard across from them sneered, Indeed, Dumbledore, you discern our origins with remarkable acuity. We are indeed wizard hunters. Your bounty in the hunter's market has consistently remained at the top, Albus Dumbledore. If it were only you here, we would have departed without a second thought. However, since you have brought this burden, your determination to preserve his life may very well lead us to fame through battle. As the cloaked wizard spoke, he raised his hand, signaling the surrounding wizards to advance and confront Dumbledore. Unexpectedly, however, after the cloaked wizard's command, none of the wizards took a step forward. Noticing this, the cloaked wizard paused, glancing back, where a bald wizard puffed out his chest and bellowed, Can you not hear what the leader has said? There are only 2 of them. Let us strike together. Tonight, regardless of who remains, we will profit immensely. As the bald wizard's words echoed, the remaining wizard hunters exchanged glances, appearing somewhat swayed. Yet at that moment, one of the wizard hunters behind Dumbledore began to retreat, stepping back into the dense forest, exclaiming, Gentlemen, I seek fortune, not death. To strike against Albus Dumbledore? In today's magical world, if Dumbledore claims to be second, no one dares to claim the first position. Farewell. Without further ado, the blonde-haired wizard dashed into the depths of the forest. Witnessing the hasty departure of the fleeing wizard hunter, the remaining ones seemed momentarily indecisive. At this juncture, Dumbledore's voice resonated again. This is dire, Wentworth. That fellow is fleeing, not disapparating, which clearly indicates that magic has been placed here to prevent such actions. I had intended to escape with you, but it appears that is no longer feasible. Headmaster Dumbledore, you need not vocalize your intentions of fleeing so loudly. It greatly undermines your formidable presence. Upon overhearing the exchange between Dumbledore and Wentworth, the cloaked wizard hunter shouted, if you fear for your life so much, then do not take up the mantle of a wizard hunter. What we do is trade our lives for coin. Before his words had fully settled, he raised his wand once more, directing it toward Dumbledore. In response, the other wizard hunters, emboldened, aimed their wands at Dumbledore and Wentworth without hesitation. Observing the unfolding situation, Dumbledore hastily assumed a stance of utmost readiness, his protective charm now nearly corporeal under the surge of his magical energy. Yet, behind Dumbledore, Wentworth stood in an area that remained uncovered by the protective charm. Dumbledore shouted to Wentworth, your defense behind me now rests solely on you. Chapter 73, The Unseen Stab. As Dumbledore spoke, the remaining wizard hunter behind him raised his wand. Observing this, Wentworth could not help but exclaim, Headmaster, whether intentional or not, should such a situation arise again, I shall not leave Hogwarts under any circumstances. As he spoke, Wentworth aimed his wand at the wizard hunter before him, simultaneously flicking open the vial of Felix Felicis he had been clutching in his left hand, and without hesitation, took a generous swig. Shattered to pieces. As the opposing wizard hunter unleashed his curse, Wentworth, his mouth full of the potion, mumbled indistinctly, disarm you. In that instant, Wentworth swiftly dodged aside, hoping to evade the oncoming spell. Perhaps due to the effects of Felix Felicis, Wentworth's spell coincidentally met the wizard hunter's curse midair, resulting in a simultaneous explosion. The shockwave sent shards of stone flying between Wentworth and the wizard hunter. One such fragment grazed the hunter's cheek, causing blood to gush from his brow. Damn it! You little brat, when I catch you, I will make you pay. Petrificus totalis. The wizard hunter, clutching his injured eye, cursed furiously while continuing to attack Wentworth. However, whether due to the blood obstructing his vision or the lingering effects of the potion, the accuracy of the wizard hunter's spells significantly diminished, allowing Wentworth to evade while occasionally countering. Meanwhile, the other wizard hunters in the group were relentlessly assaulting Dumbledore with a myriad of colorful spells, each one aimed at overwhelming him. Dumbledore, in turn, was diligently maintaining the protective charm surrounding himself and Wentworth. Though the charm rippled under the onslaught, it steadfastly held. As Dumbledore and Wentworth battled fiercely against the wizard hunters, two pairs of eyes quietly observed the fray from deep within the surrounding forest. Through the occasional shafts of moonlight filtering through the leaves, two figures could be discerned, crouched silently behind a thicket, peering towards Dumbledore and Wentworth. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the opposite side of the bushes. The two hidden figures simultaneously drew their wands, directing them toward the source of the noise, revealing themselves to be fellow wizards. At that moment, another figure emerged from the other side of the bushes. Remarkably, it was the earlier departing wizard hunter with blonde hair and blue eyes. As he approached the two, he remarked, what bad luck to have drawn Dumbledore's attention. If he were not seemingly intent on testing that young one, I might have truly met my end. In the darkness, one of the other wizards questioned, is Dumbledore truly that formidable? It appears he is currently being overwhelmed by the wizard hunters. Perhaps you are being overly cautious. After all, Dumbledore is now an old man. The other wizard retorted. However, before he could finish, the blonde-haired wizard sneered. In the past, Voldemort may have shared your sentiments, fool. I am departing. If you wish to continue watching, be wary of being left behind. Reluctantly, the second wizard protested, are we simply to leave? We have invested so much, 100,000 galleons to hire all these wizard hunters, and you have exerted considerable effort to infiltrate their ranks, only to abandon it all? Upon hearing this, the blonde wizard hesitated momentarily before stating, Yet, before he could continue, he vanished without a trace, leaving the two remaining wizards to exchange glances filled with relief. They promptly followed suit, using disapparition to depart. At that moment, Dumbledore, caught in a stalemate with the remaining wizard hunters, caught a glimpse of the three departing figures through the edges of the forest, though he did not react. Before him, the relentless assault of spells continued, while behind him, Wentworth and the injured wizard hunter remained locked in confrontation. Both combatants appeared to be in dire straits. The injured hunter pressed his hand against his eye, his face pale from blood loss, while Wentworth gasped for breath, hands on his hips, clearly fatigued. "You little brat. I didn't expect you to hold out this long with such youthful vigor. I wonder how much longer you can endure." The wounded wizard snarled, blood marring his face as he glared at Wentworth. Despite his bravado, the wizard hunter's stance wavered, revealing his diminishing strength. In that moment, Wentworth, still panting, pointed his wand at the hunter and silently mouthed, "The unseen stab." The hunter, sensing Wentworth's intent, braced himself defensively. Yet, noticing Wentworth's lips move without any accompanying signs, no beams of light, no sparks, he began to laugh, believing Wentworth had exhausted his magic. But suddenly, an invisible blade severed the hunter's fingers. In shock, the onlookers watched as the hunter's fingers fell to the ground alongside his wand, leaving him in disbelief. Chapter 74. The arson on the mountain. The unexpected turn of events caught all present off guard, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly eerie. After a few seconds, the bloodied wizard hunter seemed to comprehend what had transpired, letting out a cry of anguish. He disregarded the blood streaming from the corner of his eye, collapsing to the ground as he frantically retrieved his severed finger and wand with his left hand. Upon raising his head, he cast a gaze filled with unbridled hatred towards Wentworth, whose heart trembled under the weight of that icy stare. In a swift motion, Wentworth unleashed a spell, causing the wizard hunter to soar into the air, suspended upside down amidst the treetops. "Your glare is utterly terrifying. I can no longer bear to behold it," Wentworth lamented, shaking his head in resignation while clutching his wand. Witnessing his companion ensnared in the branches, the cloaked wizard hunter muttered a curse under his breath and turned to the bald wizard hunter beside him, instructing, "You take his position. We must ensure this young lad remains with us." The bald wizard hunter nodded in agreement and began to pivot towards Wentworth. Hearing their exchange, Wentworth gritted his teeth and implored, "Professor Dumbledore, do you have any contingency plans? I am completely drained of magic. I have not a drop left." Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Turning to respond, I just remembered a spell that seems quite fitting for this moment." "How forgetful of me, given my age." Wentworth, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes at his professor, found himself utterly fatigued and sank to the ground. As the bald wizard hunter aimed his wand at Wentworth, Dumbledore finally acted without hesitation. He raised his wand high above his head and began to draw circles in the air with great force. With Dumbledore's movements, flames erupted from his wand, encircling both him and Wentworth in a massive ring of fire. As he continued to rotate his wand, the fiery circle expanded rapidly, spiraling outward. In the night, the blazing flames illuminated the eyes of all present, casting a glow upon their faces. "The Flame Emperor, the Great Flame Ring," Wentworth murmured in disbelief, gazing at the spiraling fire that expanded around him. The wizard hunters, under the command of the cloaked figure, stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Despite their attempts to unleash spells against Dumbledore and Wentworth, their magic was utterly extinguished upon colliding with the fiery barrier. Regardless of the incantation, it was swiftly consumed by the flames, causing no harm to Dumbledore or Wentworth. Realizing that no matter their efforts, Dumbledore and Wentworth remained unscathed, and that the flames continued to grow, one of the wizard hunters could no longer withstand the encroaching heat and turned to escape. With the first to flee, the others soon followed, scattering into the night. "Let us retreat," the bald wizard urged, rushing to the cloaked figure. "Go." The cloaked wizard shot a final venomous glance at Dumbledore and Wentworth before turning to flee alongside him. Meanwhile, at the heart of the flames, Wentworth curiously inquired of Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, what is the name of this spell?" "The Fiery Curse?" Dumbledore blinked in surprise, replying, Wentworth, I did not expect you to know of the Fiery Curse. But remember, that is a form of dark magic. It should never be used outdoors, lest it leads to disastrous consequences. The spell I employed is merely a basic conjuration of roaring flames. It is merely amplified by a touch of my magical essence, resulting in this grand effect." Wentworth's lips twitched at Dumbledore's nonchalance about such a formidable display. "So this grand spectacle is simply a basic spell? I thought you had finally unleashed a powerful incantation. And yet you tell me it's merely a simple attack?" Observing Dumbledore's expression, which bore no hint of deceit. Wentworth reflected that perhaps for those at the pinnacle of power in any realm, a simple attack represented the utmost respect for their adversaries. "Professor Dumbledore, do you believe they can escape?" Wentworth asked, watching as the figures of the wizard hunters gradually vanished into the moonlit forest. Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, "That depends on the range of their disillusionment charm. If the area is not extensive, they may reach a point where they can apparate. Otherwise, it is quite challenging for mere mortals to outrun a wildfire." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Wentworth cast a peculiar glance at him, unable to refrain from voicing, "Professor Dumbledore, is it truly wise to ignite such a large fire? Is it not detrimental to the environment? A fire of this magnitude would be arduous to extinguish." Dumbledore gently patted Wentworth's head, kindly responding, "I am pleased that you can consider such matters at this moment, Wentworth. Fear not. I believe the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes will arrive shortly to handle the situation." Wentworth felt a renewed sense of Dumbledore's authority and prestige within the nation. Had it been any other wizard, they would likely be fleeing to evade the Ministry's orders. Yet Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, awaiting the Ministry's assistance, which explained Fudge's later concerns about Dumbledore potentially seeking to usurp his power, even going so far as to publicly tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. In terms of prestige, Fudge could hardly compare. "Now, let us ascertain the sequence of events that led to this situation," Dumbledore suddenly declared. Chapter 75. The sequence of events. Upon hearing Dumbledore speak, Wentworth was momentarily taken aback, followed by a profound silence. The two instinctively raised their gazes towards the sky, where the dismembered wizard hunter continued to dangle. The golden bell fell to the ground. After gently lowering the wizard hunter, Wentworth was astonished to find him still conscious, albeit with a pale complexion and a patch of hair singed away by Dumbledore's fierce flames, leaving him with a bald spot reminiscent of the Mediterranean. "Speak, who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Wentworth inquired, crouching down with a curious expression. The wizard hunter, leaning against a grand tree, sat on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. Upon hearing Wentworth's question, he glanced at him with a look of desolation, then turned his face away, showing no inclination to speak. Noticing this, Wentworth turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "Headmaster, this fellow refuses to say anything. I suspect he knows nothing at all. Perhaps we should just end him?" Dumbledore, with an air of kindness, replied, "Wentworth, perhaps you might consider a different approach. Do not forget, you are now a wizard. Why not employ our magical methods?" "Stop." Before Wentworth could finish his thought, the wizard hunter, in a state of sheer terror, cried out, "Stop. For heaven's sake, are you truly a student from Hogwarts? That is an unforgivable curse. In your country, it would land you in Azkaban. I seem to have stumbled upon something quite remarkable here in England." "It appears you are not a British wizard," the hunter continued. "You are correct. Using an unforgivable curse would indeed lead to Azkaban. But who is to say? After all, oblivion is not a particularly sophisticated form of magic. Moreover, in such a desolate place, disposing of a body is rather convenient." "You intend to kill me? You would dare take a life?" the hunter exclaimed, incredulous. "How novel. Had it been me who arrived here alone rather than with Headmaster Dumbledore, I presume you would have had no qualms about eliminating me. However, I propose a deal. If you elucidate the sequence of events that led to this predicament, I shall grant you your life. What do you say?" Upon hearing Wentworth's proposition, the wizard hunter glanced at Dumbledore, his lips quivering as he replied, "I cannot believe that the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, would stand idly by while you commit such acts." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and slowly responded, "You are right. I certainly would not watch my student engage in such actions." Just as the wizard hunter sighed in relief, Dumbledore turned away, no longer looking in their direction. With a sinister grin, Wentworth once again aimed his wand at the prostrate wizard hunter. "I ask, what do you wish to know? Put away your damned wand and keep your distance. I will tell you whatever you wish to know." Seeing this, Wentworth's smile vanished, and he inquired, "Who wishes to kill me?" "No one wishes you dead. At least, we have no intention of killing you. We are merely wizard hunters, and we work for whoever pays the most. It is as simple as that." This time, it was that cloaked figure who summoned us, claiming he had received a commission to take a student to a designated location. We were initially curious. After all, why would someone pay such a ludicrous sum to merely take a child? It wasn't until we agreed that he disclosed the student was from Hogwarts. At this point, the wizard hunter, seated on the ground, cast a fearful glance at Dumbledore, swallowed hard, and continued, "I speak the truth. This is why that cloaked figure sought us out. I am from Canada, and some of those wizards you encountered have had past dealings with me. After all, we belong to the same circle. Some hail from Canada like myself, others from Mexico, and still others from Brazil. Most are from the Americas. According to that cloaked figure, because our target was Hogwarts, he dared not employ local British wizards, fearing they might unite and turn against him afterward. Observing the wizard hunter before him, who initially seemed hesitant, it appeared as if he grew more confident with each word, until, without prompting from Wentworth, he divulged all he knew. Pleased, Wentworth nodded in approval. Then, Wentworth posed his most pressing question. How did you manage to place the door key on my bed? At this inquiry, Dumbledore, who had been a bystander until now, could not contain his curiosity and turned to the wizard hunter. After all, this matter pertained to the safety of Hogwarts. Though Dumbledore harbored doubts about the presence of such individuals within Hogwarts, it was implausible for the door key to have magically found its way to Wentworth's bed. I have no knowledge of any door key. Our task was merely to wait here. According to that cloaked figure, we were to take the young wizard who arrived tonight to the employer's specified location, and that was the extent of our responsibility. Once the wizard hunter concluded, Wentworth pondered briefly before speaking again. So, if I were to ask you who hired you, you would have no answer, correct? With a woeful expression, the wizard hunter replied, in our line of work, we simply perform tasks for payment. We never inquire about the identity of our employer. Since arriving in England from Canada, I have remained in Knockturn Alley until tonight, when we were summoned here. Upon hearing this, Wentworth gradually rose to his feet and turned to Dumbledore, saying, Headmaster Dumbledore, could you please verify the truth of this fellow's claims? Chapter 76. Rufus Scrimgeour Wentworth cast a sidelong glance at the seated wizard hunter and spoke slowly. If what he says is true, we shall surrender him to the law. If he speaks falsely, then I implore the headmaster to hand him over to me. Dumbledore nodded gently at this, then withdrew his wand. The wizard hunter, his face etched with terror, watched as Dumbledore approached, wand leveled at his forehead. The already pale wizard hunter turned even more ashen and weakly exclaimed, If you intend to use legilimency, then do it quickly. Why the hesitation? This is called cross-verification. Do you understand nothing? Legilimens. After a brief moment, Dumbledore lowered his wand and nodded slightly at Wentworth, stating, He speaks the truth. There are no signs of memory alteration. At that moment, several wizards, clad in suits and overcoats, brandishing their wands, appeared abruptly around them with the sound of air bursting. Immediately upon their arrival, they expertly trained their wands on Dumbledore and Wentworth, while others directed their wands outward, adopting defensive postures. Clearly, these were Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. The Aurors quickly recognized Dumbledore, and a few younger Aurors, upon seeing him, hastily lowered their wands in respectful greeting. However, this action was swiftly reprimanded by several older wizards. Maintain your vigilance. How many times must I remind you, rookies? During a mission, regardless of whether you encounter your father, you must not let your guard down. How do you know this is the real Dumbledore? Amidst this scolding, a wizard with chestnut hair and thick eyebrows, resembling a lion, strode purposefully towards Dumbledore. Oh, Rufus, it's you. I heard from Fudge that you have succeeded Thomas Rayburn as the new head of the Auror office. Dumbledore greeted the approaching wizard with a smile. Rufus, still wary, stepped close to Dumbledore, wand firmly in hand, and said, Professor Dumbledore, I must apologize for my rudeness. I need to conduct a verification to confirm your identity. Dumbledore chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Of course, Rufus. Your caution is commendable, good habits endure. Just as when you used to cast spells around the Black Lake before your dates with that girl. Though those charms seem rather rudimentary now. By the way, what was her name again? Before Dumbledore could finish, Rufus interrupted, Headmaster Dumbledore, please forgive me. It is protocol. We must prevent anyone from using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate you and tarnish your reputation. Dumbledore replied with a knowing smile. It seems the girl you eventually married was not the same one, was she? Rufus's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly averted his gaze to Dumbledore's side, inquiring curiously, Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here tonight? Dumbledore then pulled Wentworth to his side, introducing, allow me to present Rufus, the new head of the Auror office. And this is Wentworth, a new student at Hogwarts. Wentworth and Rufus exchanged cordial nods. Rufus then turned his attention to the wizard hunter, who was leaning against a tree. Sitting on the ground, the wizard hunter suddenly sprang to his feet, gazing around in shock, exclaiming, Who are you? How did I get here? What has happened to my hand? Observing the bewildered wizard hunter, Wentworth felt astonished, but when he glanced at Dumbledore, he found the headmaster regarding him with a knowing look. Wentworth understood this was undoubtedly Dumbledore's doing. For Dumbledore to erase all memories of the night's events from this utterly defenseless wizard was a task he could accomplish with ease. After a few inquiries, and confirming the wizard truly had no recollection of the evening's occurrences, Rufus turned his gaze back to Dumbledore, appearing to seek clarification, though at a loss for words. Dumbledore, sensing Rufus's hesitation, spoke directly. Upon encountering them, they attempted to flee. I chose not to pursue, as I needed to tend to Wentworth. Instead, I merely intended to leave one wizard behind for questioning. However, after I did so, one of their number cast a memory charm, resulting in this predicament. Wentworth stood beside Dumbledore, visibly anxious, nodding in agreement with the headmaster's account. After hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Rufus's gaze traversed from Wentworth to the wizard hunter, deep in thought. Finally, he muttered to himself, "According to our investigation, the disappearance of my predecessor, Thomas Rayburn, is also connected to a group of wizard hunters." At Rufus's remark, Wentworth felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, yet maintained a composed exterior, while Dumbledore appeared contemplative. "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, we will handle this matter. I shall take this wizard hunter with me to see if we can restore his memory. I will keep you informed of any developments. Of course, I appreciate your assistance, Rufus. Let us go, Wentworth." Just as Dumbledore grasped Wentworth's hand, ready to disapparate away, Rufus interjected, "Professor Dumbledore, you certainly take great care of Wentworth, first taking him to the Quidditch World Cup, and now out at this late hour. By the way, I still do not know to whom Wentworth belongs. What is his surname?" Chapter 77. Rita Skeeter. Rufus's words caused Dumbledore to pause, as if he were momentarily frozen in place, while Rufus merely observed Dumbledore and Wentworth in silence, creating a tense atmosphere filled with stillness. Just then, a sudden rustle of footsteps emerged from the nearby thicket, drawing the attention of all the wizards present. Rufus, Dumbledore, and Wentworth turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound, while several aurors raised their wands, directing them toward the disturbance. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a brilliant white light flashed, starkly illuminating the dark night. From the forest emerged a woman with extravagant curls, clutching a notebook and a quill, followed closely by a man with a camera slung around his neck. Upon seeing this woman, a flicker of displeasure crossed Rufus's face, and Dumbledore's expression darkened as well. "Wow, I didn't expect to encounter so many prominent figures at this hour. I wonder what Mr. Rufus, the newly appointed head of the Auror office, and Mr. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, are doing here so late?" The bespectacled woman cast a curious gaze over Rufus and Dumbledore. As she spoke, Wentworth was astonished to observe that the quill in her hand had begun to write automatically in the notebook. Witnessing this remarkable scene, a name suddenly sprang to Wentworth's mind: Rita Skeeter. When the woman's gaze shifted from Rufus and Dumbledore to rest upon Wentworth, he noticed her eyes light up as if she had stumbled upon a sensational discovery. With a swift motion, the woman snatched the camera from the man's grasp and began snapping pictures of Wentworth and Dumbledore, the blinding flashes forcing Wentworth to turn away and squint. "Rita Skeeter? What brings you here?" "The Ministry of Magic is on a mission. I must ask you to leave." Before Dumbledore could speak, it was Rufus who stepped forward, addressing Rita Skeeter directly. Upon hearing Rufus's reference to the woman, Wentworth realized his suspicion was correct and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Rita Skeeter approached Wentworth with an eager smile, inquiring, "I know you, dear. You're a student at Hogwarts. Just recently, Dumbledore took you to watch the Quidditch World Cup final. So here is my question. With so many students at Hogwarts, why did Dumbledore choose to bring you to the final? Is there a special relationship between you and Dumbledore?" "Auntie, I don't know what you mean," Wentworth stammered. Rita Skeeter's face twitched at the term, and she gritted her teeth, retorting, "Auntie?" At that moment, Dumbledore stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wentworth, his gaze fixed sternly on Rita Skeeter. "Rita, I advise you to keep your distance from my student." Seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, Rita Skeeter wore a somewhat exaggerated smile as she replied, "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. But might I inquire why, at this late hour, you are here with a Hogwarts student, causing such a commotion?" "I believe I need not explain my whereabouts to you," Dumbledore replied. Rita Skeeter raised an eyebrow, responding in an exaggerated tone, "It seems you are quite the enigma, Headmaster." Finally, Wentworth fully grasped why characters like Hermione harbored such disdain for Rita Skeeter. Just as he prepared to speak, Dumbledore seized Wentworth's arm and turned to Rufus, stating, Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. Additionally, should I require your assistance in the investigation, I trust you will comply. Dumbledore nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter, eavesdropping on their exchange, displayed keen interest. Perhaps aware that she would gain no valuable information from Dumbledore, or perhaps intimidated by Dumbledore's stature, she refocused her attention on Rufus. Yet he seemed disinterested in engaging with her, directing the surrounding Aurors to carry on with their duties. Professor Ilona, what brings you here? Seeing Ilona standing in the biting wind for an extended period left Wentworth momentarily at a loss for words. Ilona quickly approached him, scrutinizing him carefully before letting out a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed. I assured you, Professor Ilona, that I would guarantee Wentworth's safety, Dumbledore remarked. However, Ilona's anger remained palpable, her tone stiff as she replied, Headmaster Dumbledore, I have never doubted your abilities, but the lives of my students are incredibly precious. I cannot bear to witness any harm come to them. Dumbledore remained noncommittal, gently nudging Wentworth forward as he spoke. Chapter 78. The moonlit debate. Wentworth cast a glance at Dumbledore and then at Ilona, sensing an unspoken dialogue between them. Ilona, standing by, urged him to speak. Although Wentworth was eager to discover what they were discussing, he understood that if the two wished to keep their conversation private, he could do little to intrude. Thus, he decided to proceed into the depths of Hogwarts without further hesitation. Once Wentworth's figure had completely vanished within the castle, Dumbledore finally addressed Ilona. Professor Ilona, when you mentioned that the lives of your students are invaluable, were you referring specifically to Wentworth, or to all the students at Hogwarts? Ilona furrowed her brow at Dumbledore's inquiry, seemingly perplexed. Headmaster Dumbledore, I do not comprehend your meaning. Dumbledore, maintaining his gaze upon Ilona, responded. As the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, I hope you can treat every student with impartiality. In response to Dumbledore's words, Ilona chuckled, as if she had heard a jest. With unwavering resolve, she retorted, I merely wish for every student to relish their time at Hogwarts, without distractions from external matters. Students should engage in the pursuits befitting their station. Ilona appeared dismissive of Dumbledore's explanation. Headmaster Dumbledore, some individuals are destined to shine brightly like fireworks against the night sky, a brilliance that cannot be suppressed, can it? Indeed, you are correct, Dumbledore replied. But I hope that he attracts attention for his abilities or character rather than for other reasons, such as his surname. Upon hearing Dumbledore's statement, Ilona refrained from immediately countering, leading to a moment of silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Headmaster Dumbledore, how long do you believe this approach can endure? Dumbledore's words elicited no immediate response from Ilona, who slowly waved goodbye and turned to leave. However, Dumbledore called after her. Professor Ilona, it is advisable to refrain from wandering alone in Hogwarts at night. Recently, Professor Snape was attacked in his office by a stranger. Someone with ulterior motives has breached Hogwarts, and I wish to prevent any further incidents. Upon hearing Dumbledore's warning, Ilona halted her departure. After a moment, she replied, Perhaps it is individuals from outside Hogwarts who have slipped in under the cover of night. I have heard that there are several secret passages leading out of the school. Or perhaps Professor Snape has fabricated his tale. I understand he was once a Death Eater. Dumbledore, however, was resolute. Snape was once a student of Hogwarts, and I have faith in him. Ilona scoffed softly. A student of Hogwarts? Half of Azkaban is filled with former students of Hogwarts, many of whom were once exemplary pupils. It is almost becoming a Hogwarts alumni association in there. Additionally, I detest such a method of confinement. I loathe it. If I discover who placed that key on Wentworth's bed tonight, I shall ensure they never enter Azkaban. With that, Ilona strode away, leaving Dumbledore alone, lost in thought. Upon entering, Wentworth immediately spotted Cedric and Green, both of whom were sprawled on the couches in the Hufflepuff common room, seemingly asleep. However, the sound of Wentworth's entrance stirred Cedric, who slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Yet, upon noticing Wentworth standing there, his face lit up with surprise. Seeing Cedric's sleepy yet joyful expression, Wentworth couldn't help but reflect. I initially intended only to experience the allure of Hogwarts and avoid entanglements. When I thought of befriending Cedric, it was with the hope of having a brilliant companion to assist with my studies. Little did I know, I had unwittingly formed a deep friendship. Now, it seems I shall find it difficult to remain a mere bystander during the Triwizard Tournament in a few years. I cannot simply watch my friend face danger. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Wentworth couldn't suppress a self-deprecating laugh at his concern for others, considering his own precarious situation, especially since danger lurked so close to Hogwarts. This reflection reignited his yearning for strength. Previously, his motivation stemmed from the pressure of those around him. Now, it was a matter of survival for his friend. At that moment, Green was roused by Cedric's voice, yawning as he rose. With bleary eyes, he greeted Wentworth. Wentworth observed Green and calculated the time, feeling a pang of disappointment upon realizing that by the time of the Triwizard Tournament, Green would have already graduated. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his desire to have Green replace Cedric as Hogwarts champion alongside Harry Potter in the tournament. Chapter 79. The headline of the Daily Prophet. Wentworth swiftly retrieved his quill and parchment, meticulously chronicling the events of the previous night, intending to dispatch the letter to Rogier and Abernathy via owl at the earliest opportunity. In Wentworth's eyes, Rogier and Abernathy were also adept practitioners of dark magic, perhaps possessing insights into the origins of the dark wizards who had appeared the night before. While Wentworth fervently penned his account in his chamber, another individual had already placed a completed manuscript upon the desk of the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. The editor regarded Rita Skeeter's article with a hint of hesitation, but after her persuasive entreaties, he acquiesced, summoning an assistant to whom he entrusted the manuscript, instructing that it be prominently featured as the front-page headline for the following day. Alongside Rita Skeeter's article, a magical photograph was also submitted to the printing department, capturing Wentworth, wide-eyed and astonished, hidden behind Dumbledore. Early the next morning, Wentworth, clutching the freshly composed letter, joined Cedric for breakfast in the Hogwarts Great Hall, planning to send the letter out through Hogwarts Owl Post shortly thereafter. As they dined, a flurry of owls suddenly burst into the hall, delivering various missives to the students, including the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was initially vibrant, with students joyfully discussing their received letters and gifts. However, an unexpected curse rang out from somewhere, capturing the attention of many. Soon, murmurs and discussions filled the hall, interspersed with occasional outbursts of anger. Wentworth, who had been quietly eating, furrowed his brow at the surrounding commotion and looked up just in time to see Green approaching briskly, clutching this edition of the Daily Prophet. Noticing this, Wentworth's curiosity piqued, and he preemptively inquired, "What? Have I made the news again?" Green paused, then, with a wry smile, nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, congratulations, Wentworth. Before your first year even concludes, you've graced the Daily Prophet twice, and this time it's the front page, albeit as a secondary subject." As Green handed the paper to Wentworth, he immediately spotted the photograph featured on the front page. It was undeniable that Rita Skeeter, despite her less than reputable methods of gaining fame, possessed a solid foundation in journalism, as evidenced by this candid shot. In the image, Wentworth's astonished eyes were captured as he cowered behind Dumbledore. This moment had unfolded when Rita Skeeter first appeared, and the unexpected nature of her arrival, compounded by the flash of her camera in the dark, rendered the scene particularly eerie. Consequently, Dumbledore had instinctively shielded Wentworth behind him. While this action was entirely reasonable, the context of the photograph, when associated with Rita Skeeter's article, created a peculiar impression. The headline of the article was undeniably captivating, boldly proclaiming the mystery behind Dumbledore's refusal of the ministerial position. Upon seeing the title, Wentworth could not help but feel compelled to delve deeper, as would any other reader. Dumbledore's reasoning was that his role as headmaster of Hogwarts necessitated his full attention, and assuming the position of Minister for Magic would stretch him too thin. Many might wonder how the prestigious title of Minister for Magic could pale in comparison to the allure of being a school headmaster for someone like Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter then elaborated on several potential reasons for Dumbledore's refusal of the ministerial position. However, in her concluding remarks, she wrote, "Yet, last night, a possible explanation emerged. Dumbledore was seen escorting a new Hogwarts student to a secluded forest in southern England during the late hours. When questioned about the timing, Dumbledore cryptically informed reporters that it was a secretive matter. Moreover, the investigation revealed that this was not the first instance of Dumbledore taking the new student out under the cover of darkness. Previously, he had even brought them to witness the Quidditch World Cup final during term time. As for the reason behind Dumbledore's repeated excursions with this student, the reporter observed that this newcomer possessed an undeniable charm, exuding a noble and graceful aura that transcended their youth. Last night, within the forest where Dumbledore had ventured, A confrontation ensued as a group of wizards inadvertently trespassed, provoking Dumbledore's ire. A spell of devastating power, akin to dark magic, swept through the woods. The destruction was so severe that the newly appointed head of the Auror office, Rufus, personally led a contingent of Aurors to the scene to manage the chaos. However, following this incident, only one of the intruding wizards remained, rendered amnesiac by a memory charm, completely oblivious to the events that transpired. This led to speculation that someone sought to prevent him from revealing the truth of that night. Upon reaching this point in the article, Wentworth tossed the newspaper onto the table in front of him, recognizing the insidious intent behind the report without needing to read further. He had suspected that Rita Skeeter might distort the truth when she arrived at the scene, but he never anticipated her audacity to jeopardize Dumbledore's lifelong reputation so brazenly. Chapter 80, Conversations in the Hog's Head. In noticing Wentworth's momentary daze, Cedric and Green exchanged glances. Subsequently, Green swiftly sat beside Wentworth, placing a reassuring arm around his shoulders. "Do not fret, Wentworth. I believe no one at Hogwarts would lend credence to the nonsense published in the newspapers." However, Wentworth countered with a question. "And what of those beyond Hogwarts? I would not want Professor Dumbledore to suffer public scrutiny due to this matter. After all, he accompanied me to activate that key for my safety last night." Cedric interjected hastily. "Wentworth, the professors warned us last night to keep your incident confidential to prevent panic among the students. Please, do not disclose what transpired yesterday." Hearing Cedric's words, Wentworth nodded and then took out his quill and parchment, beginning to compose a letter. Observing this, Cedric inquired with curiosity. "I had no intention of writing to such a person. I am penning a letter to my family, urging my elders to have a serious discussion with Rita Skeeter." Meanwhile, not far from Hogwarts in the village of Hogsmeade, disguised as Alona, Rogier, adorned with a black veil, entered the Hog's Head Inn. With a frown, Rogier surveyed the somewhat unkempt establishment, her gaze settling on a masked figure in a secluded corner. She then approached the table in that corner and seated herself beside the unveiled individual. "Abernathy, why did you choose such a dilapidated and filthy tavern? I hardly wish to remain here for even a moment. Of course, for the sake of discretion. In this tavern, concealing one's face is quite fashionable, which is why our current attire does not draw undue attention." Upon hearing Abernathy's explanation, Rogier sighed heavily, taking a sip of her butterbeer, while Abernathy eagerly inquired, "We have read your letter from last night. How is Wentworth faring now?" Rogier glanced around to ensure no one was focused on her before responding slowly. Upon hearing Rogier's words, Abernathy breathed a sigh of relief, nodding slowly. "That is good to hear. But have you discovered who placed the key on Wentworth's bed? Also, where did Wentworth and Dumbledore go last night? What transpired?" Faced with Abernathy's inquiries, Rogier remained silent for a moment before shaking her head slowly. "How can this matter simply be overlooked? An attack on Wentworth is a declaration of war against our pureblood faction. After so long without action, do they believe we are incapable of wielding wands?" Just as Abernathy continued to vent his frustrations, he noticed that Rogier's attention seemed to be diverted behind him. Curiously, Abernathy turned to see someone holding the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, the headline prominently featuring a photograph of Dumbledore and Wentworth. Without hesitation, Abernathy rose and snatched the newspaper from the individual's grasp. The person looked startled, and as they prepared to strike the table in protest, their palms suddenly flipped upward, revealing a gleaming galleon that fell into their hand. Abernathy pointed at the photograph and whispered to Rogier, "Look at this image, behind Dumbledore and Wentworth. Vast stretches of forest are ablaze. It is evident that Dumbledore engaged in conflict, and while he clearly emerged victorious, his opponent was no ordinary wizard. Otherwise, such a commotion would not have ensued given Dumbledore's prowess." The two continued their discussion for quite some time. Abernathy even contemplated infiltrating the Ministry of Magic to find the surviving wizard, hoping to uncover clues about the mastermind behind the events. However, Rogier intervened, suggesting, "Let me devise a plan to extract information from Wentworth. If necessary, I shall reveal my identity and demand to know what transpired last night." Yet, just as the two were about to exit the Hog's Head Inn and part ways, an owl suddenly descended from the sky, delivering a letter to them both. Chapter 81. Wentworth's letter. A few moments ago, Wentworth observed the owl tethered to his letter, circling above Hogwarts before screeching and departing. Did the owl seem to be flying in an unusual direction? Could it be lost? There was an inherent unreliability in using an owl for delivering messages. Nevertheless, Wentworth had no alternative means to communicate with Rogier and Abernathy. He could only hope that this Hogwarts owl would successfully deliver his letter to them. Unbeknownst to Wentworth, Rogier and Abernathy were not far away in Hogsmeade. The two exchanged astonished glances as they watched the owl descend. Rogier reached for the letter it had brought, opening it to find Wentworth's writing, which elicited expressions of surprise from both. It seemed Wentworth had anticipated their current thoughts, sending the owl with the answers they longed to know early that morning. Abernathy, grinning, remarked, "It appears he has already discerned our intentions." Rogier, with an air of certainty, responded, "Of course. He is to inherit our pureblood party. It is also my fault for losing my composure. I nearly forgot that Wentworth possesses his master's prophetic talents. He has likely been planning this for some time." They proceeded to read Wentworth's letter with great care. Upon discovering that a group of wizard hunters from America had ambushed him at the location of the key the previous night, a fierce glint flashed in both their eyes. Rogier, seething, exclaimed, "Those wretched vermin. We once engaged with them, yet they claimed they preferred freedom, refusing to join us in our noble cause. Had there not been more pressing matters at hand, wizard hunters would likely be a thing of the past. And now they dare to attack the leader of our pureblood party? I believe it is time to remind them that vermin ought to understand their place." As they continued reading, they noted Wentworth's mention of the Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic arriving at the scene to seek clues, and that they should have commenced their pursuit of the wizard hunters. Abernathy expressed his concern. "Damn it, those wizard hunters must not be found by the British Aurors. They must perish by our hands. I refuse to allow those Dementors in Azkaban to benefit from this." Rogier, unfazed by Abernathy's worries, chuckled dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, those wizard hunters will not be easily discovered by the Aurors. Otherwise, they would not have survived this long. If the Aurors cannot find them, we of the pureblood party shall. If the Aurors cannot eliminate them, we shall. We will slay without burying, proclaiming to the world, this is our pureblood party." Upon hearing Rogier's declaration, Abernathy nodded emphatically. "Ah, there is another letter?" Rogier, surprised to find an additional sheet of parchment, realized it must have been added by Wentworth after completing his initial message. When both he and Abernathy read Wentworth's note about Rita Skeeter being an illegal animagus who transforms into a beetle, they exchanged astonished glances. Considering the fact that Dumbledore and Wentworth had indeed been seen together in the forest at that late hour, with photographic evidence to support it, there was no denying it. Wentworth had also notably stated that if necessary, he could take the blame for the encounter in the forest, claiming it was his idea to venture there. At this point, Abernathy furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Rogier, what does Wentworth mean? It seems as though he is attempting to absolve Dumbledore of blame. Wouldn't it be better for Dumbledore's reputation to be tarnished?" Rogier, equally perplexed, fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, startling Abernathy. "Rogier, what are you doing? What has happened?" Abernathy inquired, perplexed. With a mixture of joy and frustration, Rogier exclaimed, "I understand Wentworth's intention. He is crafting his own narrative." "Crafting his own narrative?" Abernathy echoed, somewhat bewildered. Wentworth's message was clear. He aimed to establish himself in a position of authority, rather than allowing Dumbledore to take the lead. A first-year student capable of directing Dumbledore's actions, or one who enjoys Dumbledore's personal protection, would undoubtedly be regarded as an extraordinary genius at Hogwarts. Wentworth has already begun to forge an image of strength for himself. If such reports continue to arise, by the time Wentworth graduates from Hogwarts, his name will surely resonate throughout Europe. Upon hearing Rogier's explanation, Abernathy's expression shifted to one of realization. However, Rogier then expressed a hint of regret, stating, "In our past, we allowed our enemies to defame us through the press, believing that power could resolve all. Yet we failed to comprehend that public opinion is also a form of power. Alas, I have only just grasped this truth. Had we valued the power of public opinion back then, our struggles would have been less arduous, and we might have found more like-minded allies." Reflecting on Rogier's words, Abernathy fell silent for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on Rogier's shoulder, saying, "It is of no consequence. We now have Wentworth. Indeed, we now have Wentworth. He will fortify our pureblood party." Rogier concurred. Chapter 82. My desire to learn dark magic. As Rogier and Abernathy envisioned a luminous future for the Death Eater faction, Wentworth, whom they regarded as the beacon of hope for its ascendants, sought out Cedric and Green. "You wish to learn dark magic?" Cedric exclaimed in utter astonishment. Wentworth nodded resolutely in response. "You witnessed the events of yesterday. though the identity of my adversary remains unknown. This is not the first instance of such malice directed towards me. Hence, I must swiftly acquire the means to protect myself. The most rapid and effective method is through dark magic. A hint of urgency tinged Wentworth's words. Upon observing Wentworth's demeanor, Cedric and Green exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. Wentworth, we comprehend your apprehension. However, dark magic is inherently malevolent, and it invariably alters one's psyche. Yet Wentworth dismissed their trepidation, asserting, some wield weapons for slaughter, while others do so for protection. It is the wizard, not the magic, that delineates good from evil. But let us not delve into the morality of magic, Green interjected, raising his hands in resignation. The fact remains that we are merely ordinary students at Hogwarts, and we possess no knowledge of dark magic. Wentworth furrowed his brow and inquired, do you know where one can learn dark magic at Hogwarts? Realizing Wentworth's determination to pursue this path, Cedric could only respond earnestly, Wentworth, it would be best to abandon this notion. Hogwarts is not Durmstrang. We lack the tradition of teaching dark magic. The only place where dark magic can be studied is in the restricted section of the library, but without a professor's approval. Entry is impossible. At that moment, Green suddenly proposed, why not consider an alternative approach? The one who attacked Wentworth must surely be a dark wizard. If Wentworth intends to confront them, we ought to seek out a specialist, perhaps our defense against the dark arts professor. Upon hearing Green's suggestion, Wentworth's eyes lit up with excitement. The trio hurried to the defense against the dark arts classroom, only to discover that Alona was absent. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Dumbledore's gaze swept over the three, ultimately settling on Wentworth. Hesitating at Dumbledore's inquiry, Wentworth pondered for a moment before divulging his intentions. Upon hearing Wentworth's plans, Dumbledore's brow furrowed in concern. The very issue he had been apprehensive about had materialized. Although Dumbledore harbored doubts that Wentworth, trained by the Death Eater faction, was wholly ignorant of dark magic, he had deliberately allowed Wentworth to face a dark wizard alone the previous night, seeking to gauge his capabilities. Yet, throughout the encounter, Wentworth had concealed his prowess, employing only the spells taught at Hogwarts until the very end. In Dumbledore's estimation, Wentworth's proclamation of his intentions was a pretext to legitimize his future use of dark magic, a notion Dumbledore vehemently opposed. He understood the allure that potent dark magic held for young wizards and could easily envision the adoration that would ensue should Wentworth practice dark magic at Hogwarts. Dumbledore was resolute in preventing the emergence of a new faction akin to the Death Eaters within the hallowed halls of his school. With these thoughts in mind, Dumbledore spoke earnestly, Wentworth, I grasp your concerns, yet you must realize that when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Dark magic is such an abyss. We have myriad other methods to confront those dark wizards. I understand, Headmaster, Wentworth replied, which is precisely why we sought out Professor Alona. Might you speak with her on my behalf to arrange specialized training each evening? This was indeed Wentworth's true objective. If he approached Alona directly, he lacked confidence in securing her favor for additional instruction. However, if Dumbledore interceded, he believed she would be more amenable to the request. Yet, Dumbledore did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Wentworth's eyes, seemingly searching for something, which left Wentworth feeling perplexed. In truth, Dumbledore was grappling with his own concerns. Having kept a close watch on Wentworth and Alona, which had prompted him to arrive promptly upon Wentworth's appearance in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Dumbledore was increasingly convinced that Alona had ties to the Death Eater faction, and he perceived Wentworth's request as an attempt to gain a legitimate avenue to study dark magic at Hogwarts. After all, the Death Eaters excelled in dark magic. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore replied, Wentworth, Professor Alona is already quite occupied with instructing the entire student body in defense against the dark arts. It would be exceedingly difficult to request her to provide you with individualized training each evening. Additionally, should other students become aware of this arrangement, it could incite discontent among them. Instead, allow me to introduce you to an external wizard. You could study defense against the dark arts with him every weekend. How does that sound? Initially, Wentworth felt disappointment at Dumbledore's refusal to arrange for Alona's training, but he was pleasantly surprised by the offer of a private tutor. Naturally, he nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Dumbledore hesitated, contemplating for a moment before continuing. However, I must inform you that this instructor's circumstances are somewhat unique. I wish to convey this to you prior to your decision to pursue lessons with him. Noticing Dumbledore's demeanor, Wentworth felt a surge of curiosity and cautiously inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what do you mean by unique circumstances?" After a brief pause, Dumbledore finally elucidated, "The instructor I referred to is, in fact, a werewolf." Chapter 83. The Gathering of the Pureblood Party Werewolves? How can that be permissible? Cedric and Green exclaimed in unison. Their reactions did not surprise Dumbledore, but he was taken aback by Wentworth's gleaming eyes, seemingly unperturbed by the werewolf's identity. Indeed, at that moment, Wentworth had already deduced who the instructor Dumbledore referred to was. Without hesitation, Wentworth nodded vigorously, a hint of joy in his tone as he declared, "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore, I accept." Seeing Wentworth's immediate agreement, Cedric quickly tugged at Wentworth's sleeve and whispered, "Wentworth, have you truly considered this? That is a werewolf. Are you unaware of the dangers they pose?" Green chimed in. "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you serious? Allowing a werewolf to teach Wentworth defensive against the dark arts? What could he possibly teach? How to defend against werewolves?" It was no wonder Cedric and Green reacted so vehemently. If there were a hierarchy of disdain within the wizarding world, werewolves would undoubtedly occupy the lowest rung. However, before Dumbledore could provide an explanation, Wentworth interjected, "Rest assured, even if you do not trust that werewolf, you should at least trust Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe you would never put me in harm's way, Headmaster. I am willing to accept the werewolf's instruction." "Wentworth, you are correct. I would never endanger you. For you are, indeed, my student. In fact, that werewolf had once been my student, an exceptional wizard who graduated from Hogwarts." Upon hearing Dumbledore's clarification, both Cedric and Green displayed expressions of astonishment, yet their doubts remained unassuaged. After a moment of contemplation, Cedric spoke, "Headmaster Dumbledore, if it is possible, I hope to accompany Wentworth and receive instruction from that werewolf teacher every weekend." As Cedric spoke, his expression was one of deep conflict. Wentworth understood that Cedric's concern for his safety was the reason for his insistence on accompanying him. In response to Cedric's request, Dumbledore smiled reassuringly and nodded, "Of course. In fact, for the majority of the time, you may even forget his werewolf identity, provided you avoid the full moon." Meanwhile, Green, somewhat sheepish, added, "I apologize, Wentworth, Cedric, but I must prepare for my OWL's examinations, so I may not have the time." Before Green could finish, Wentworth embraced him and said, "No worries, Green. In fact, I hope you do not join us. Just wait. It won't be long before I can best you in a duel." Green, hearing Wentworth's words, responded with a hint of regret, "Dream on." At that moment, Cedric gently hugged Green, whispering in his ear, "Do not worry. We will be careful." Observing the scene of Wentworth, Cedric, and Green embracing, Dumbledore's smile widened further, and he spoke, "Very well, Wentworth, I shall inform him to come at once. However, as he is neither a professor at Hogwarts nor a current student, he will not be permitted to enter the grounds. I will arrange for him to stay in Hogsmeade. And every weekend, I will take you both to Hogsmeade to learn from him. By the way, his name is Remus John Lupin." In the following days, as Wentworth and Cedric awaited the weekend to journey to Hogsmeade for their studies under Lupin, the wizarding world outside Hogwarts was in a state of turmoil, even verging on panic. On the surface, nearly all of the Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic had returned from their leave, led by the newly appointed Auror Office head, Rufus Scrimgeour. Countless Aurors scoured the country in search of a band of illegal wizard hunters. In an instant, the entire British magical community grew anxious. Although these Aurors, representing the Ministry's strongest fighting force, excelled in combat, their effectiveness in locating individuals was lacking. After several days, their efforts seemed fruitless. Just as the numerous dark wizards hiding within Britain mocked the Ministry's incompetence, another group of wizards emerged, sending those lurking in the shadows fleeing in terror. In a dilapidated wooden building, which appeared merely as such to muggles, the room was filled with an array of peculiar magical artifacts. At the head of a long table sat Abernathy, while numerous wizards occupied the seats on either side. Among them were some with gray hair, alongside a few younger wizards who sat rigidly, not daring to breathe. Each wizard held a piece of parchment, diligently comparing its contents and engaging in fervent discussion. A white-haired wizard turned to the young wizard seated beside him and inquired with a smile, "What is your name? Which family do you hail from?" "I am Austin Greengrass, from the pureblood Greengrass family." The old wizard nodded slowly, replying, "Ah, I know of you. It is rare for one of the 28 sacred families of Britain to remember their oaths and not fall under Voldemort's banner." The young man, identifying himself as Austin Greengrass. Replied with a smile, I recall that Voldemort's followers once sought my father. I remember that night vividly, when countless dark wizards invaded our home, demanding our allegiance to Voldemort. My father staunchly refused. I was terrified, and just as I thought they would attack, my father produced this. As Austin spoke, he retrieved a pendant from his robe, a triangle enclosing a circle with a vertical line running through it, the very symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Gazing reverently at the pendant, Austin declared, It was then that I understood. We were loyal to the great Gellert Grindelwald. We are the esteemed Pureblood Party. Therefore, upon receiving news of the Pureblood Party's assembly, I immediately rushed here. The Greengrass family has never forgotten our ancestors' oath, for the sake of greater interests. Chapter 84. The actions of the Purity Party. Upon hearing the account of Austin Greengrass, the old wizard expressed his surprise, saying, Since you are of the Greengrass lineage, what of your father? Austin Greengrass, with a hint of sorrow in his expression, replied, My father's health began to decline after he rejected an invitation from the Death Eaters. I have long suspected that they covertly harmed him. After treatment, while his condition did not worsen, he never fully recovered. A few years ago, he departed from us. Listening intently, the old wizard nodded slowly and remarked, It is indeed a tragedy. Your father, in his youth, once studied dark magic with me. Rest assured, now that a new leader has emerged within our Purity Party. If your father was indeed wronged by the Death Eaters, we shall not forget this grievance. Your perseverance holds great significance. The future Greengrass family shall flourish due to your steadfastness. Austin Greengrass nodded gravely in response. At that moment, Abernathy, seated at the head of the long table, cleared his throat twice, prompting an instant silence in the room. He then spoke slowly. All present wizards nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with fervor, and soon they began to perform apparition, acting in accordance with the plans laid out. In England, at Knockturn Alley, not far from the Borgin and Burke shop, there stood a striped trash bin. A bald wizard drew out his wand and gently tapped the stripes on the bin. Suddenly, the ground beside the bin cracked open, revealing a straight staircase leading downward. After surveying the surroundings, the bald wizard proceeded down the staircase. As he descended, the sounds of raucous chatter grew louder. Soon, a spacious underground bar came into view. The bald wizard scanned the room, noting the absence of suspicious individuals, and made his way to a private booth on one side of the bar. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the booth empty. Just then, a wand appeared at his temple, aimed directly at him, as a cloaked figure materialized beside him. Remaining motionless, the bald wizard waited until the cloaked figure lowered their wand and took a seat within the booth. With a sigh of relief, he followed suit. What is the situation outside? The cloaked figure inquired, their voice raspy. The bald wizard shook his head slowly, responding, Recently, the Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic have been acting erratically. Many key merchants have gone into hiding, and I have spotted some suspicious figures around the few who have not. I suspect they are Aurors, so I dared not approach. He continued, I did not expect this incident to escalate so dramatically. It seems I can no longer remain in England. The bald wizard, curious, asked, What do you mean? After a moment of silence, the cloaked wizard rasped, Indeed. The bald wizard nodded slowly, then expressed his frustration. Damn it. Not only have I earned little from this venture, but I may also incur significant losses. What a regrettable transaction. The cloaked wizard, unfazed, replied, We are wizard hunters. As long as we are alive, there will always be galleons. While they discussed matters in the underground bar's booth, several wizards emerged above in Knockturn Alley, among them Austin Greengrass and the old wizard. Upon their arrival, Austin was astonished to see the wizards he was with instinctively spread out and assumed defensive positions, leaving one wizard standing by the trash bin. As that wizard tapped the bin with his wand, the ground cracked open to reveal a straight staircase leading down. Simultaneously, one of the wizards on guard pointed their wand downward, ensuring safety before the tapping wizard, wand in hand, cautiously descended. As the tapping wizard moved downward, the others unleashed a flurry of spells around them, and Austin watched in awe as the area transformed into a no-apparition zone. What are you waiting for? Let us go. The old wizard clapped Austin on the shoulder, prompting him to snap back to reality and follow the old wizard down the stairs. The brief yet astonishing sequence of events left Austin, as a scion of one of Britain's 28 sacred families, both stunned and enlightened. Though he considered himself worldly, he had never witnessed such seamless coordination and execution among wizards. As they descended further, the spacious underground bar came into view. The moment Austin and his companions entered, they captured the attention of many patrons. A provocatively dressed barmaid approached, sashaying over to the old wizard and coyly remarking, "Ah, sir." She then turned to Austin, nearly draping herself over him, and added, "This young man seems quite fitting for this place. Don't you think he is a tad too green? Men, like fine wine, grow richer with age." Meanwhile, the other wizards in their company had already begun to explore the bar's surroundings. Chapter 85, Still Glorious, Not a Remnant. The enchanting barmaid let out a melodious laugh upon hearing the old wizard's words, then covered her mouth and said, "You are quite amusing. So what would you like?" The old wizard, with a beaming smile, wrapped his arm around the barmaids and replied, "We have come here to seek a few friends. My companions inform me that they are here. Do you happen to know them?" At the old wizard's words, the barmaid's smile faltered, and she playfully extricated herself from his embrace, shaking her head as she said, "I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about. Here, we only have some ordinary patrons who enjoy their drinks." Aston Gringlass, observing this exchange, found himself captivated by the barmaid's gaze, which now held a hint of allure amidst her previously cautious demeanor. Sensing the shift, the old wizard ceased his chatter, merely smiling as he slipped a cold galleon into the barmaid's neckline. The chill of the gold made her shudder slightly, her clarity returning for a moment. Yet just then, she seemed to recollect something and, with gritted teeth, insisted, "I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of person." Aston Gringlass could even hear the nearby wizard's breathing grow heavier. The barmaid, now flustered, blushed and cast a flirtatious glance at the old wizard before murmuring, "Tonight, I am yours. You may do as you please." Upon hearing her words, the old wizard simply shook his head with a smile, then produced another galleon, pressing it against her. Feeling the weight in her bosom, the barmaid inhaled deeply, glancing toward a private booth in the bar, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. The old wizard, pleased by her reaction, gestured for Aston Gringlass to follow, and the two made their way past the barmaid toward the booth. Meanwhile, the barmaid, now laden with galleons, dashed toward the entrance from which Aston Gringlass and the others had arrived, exiting the underground bar. However, before the old wizard and Aston Gringlass could take more than a few steps, they were intercepted by several wizards wielding wands. One of the blocking wizards spoke up, "Gentlemen, this is my bar. All who enter are guests, and I do not wish for any disturbances." As he spoke, one of the wizards shifted aside, revealing a man in a top hat seated at the bar, sipping his drink. Simultaneously, nearly half the wizards in the bar stood up, casting unfriendly glances at the old wizard and Aston Gringlass, some eyes filled with suspicion, others with greed. As more wizards rose and entered the bar, those standing around, aligned with the Pure Blood Party, raised their wands, creating an impenetrable web of magic, poised for conflict. Yet, the old wizard remained unfazed. Turning to Aston Gringlass with a probing tone, "Aston, faced with such a situation, what do you believe we should do?" Aston Gringlass took a deep breath, his grip on his wand tightening as he resolutely replied, "At worst, we shall engage in battle. My wand is eager for action, though commendable in spirit." The old wizard felt it was not yet time for such measures. Without hesitation, he drew his wand, instantly escalating the tension in the room. The wizards blocking their path aimed their wands threateningly at the old wizard. Aston Gringlass quickly raised his wand towards the man at the bar, the threat unmistakable. Yet, the old wizard appeared oblivious to the charged atmosphere, lifting his wand to point at the wall of the bar. As he waved his wand, a pattern reminiscent of flames emerged on the wall, a triangle enclosing a circle bisected by a vertical line, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. As the symbol materialized, gasps filled the room. The bar's owner, previously seated and drinking, stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "Not long ago, a rumor spread from Gringotts in London that the heir of that family had appeared and opened their family vault. But then, they vanished without a trace. I thought it was merely gossip, yet seeing this, it seems it is true." The old wizard, toying with his wand, chuckled at the bar owner's words and declared, "Do not use euphemisms. What do you mean by that family's heir? Our master's lineage is not to be spoken of in such vague terms. My master is no fool like Voldemort, who allowed such a ridiculous title to persist." As he spoke, the old wizard's gaze swept across the room, his eyes sharp as he proclaimed, "You may spread this news. Tell all wizards that we, the Pure Blood Party, are still glorious, not remnants." At this declaration, the room erupted in commotion. Wizards accustomed to the underbelly of Nocturne Alley understood the implication. The Pureblood Party was poised for a resurgence. The old wizard then disregarded the others in the bar, his eyes fixed intently on the bar owner as he advanced step by step. The wizards who had initially blocked his path, now overshadowed by the old wizard's formidable presence, gradually parted, allowing him to approach the bar owner. Standing beside him, the old wizard spoke clearly. Since you can operate a bar here, you must be a wizard of some discernment. You should be aware of our Pureblood Party's tenets. Submit or face death. Chapter 86. Join us as the words of the old wizard echoed in the bar. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Moments later, a voice broke through the stillness. A wizard from the crowd exclaimed, "What are you saying? With so many of us here, what can a handful of you do? Wizards like you, devoid of intellect, aren't even worthy of accepting our invitation to the Purity Party. Look, your boss wouldn't dare utter such nonsense, for he knows that our presence here signifies something far greater than just this small gathering." He turned to the bar owner. "So, have you made your decision, boss? Join us for the greater good." Upon hearing the old wizard's invitation, the hat-wearing bar owner wore an expression of deep conflict. After a long pause, he retrieved a key from his pocket and placed it on the bar counter beside him. "This is the key to the bar. I offer it to you." With that, the bar owner removed his hat and bowed respectfully to the old wizard, casting a lingering glance around the establishment he had nurtured for years before striding towards the exit. Yet, just a few steps away, the old wizard called out to him, "Halt! Did I permit you to leave?" The bar owner halted abruptly, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Do not overreach. This is England, and it is not for your Purity Party to dominate." He continued, "Even at your peak, the Purity Party did not wield power here." The old wizard, rather than expressing anger at the bar owner's defiance, nodded thoughtfully and said, "You speak the truth, although it pains me to admit. Dumbledore is indeed one of the most formidable wizards of our era. Aside from our master, none can stand against him. Hence, for our own safety, our master once decreed that we refrain from overt actions in England. Nevertheless, many wizarding families from Britain sought us out, pledging their allegiance." At this juncture, the old wizard glanced at Austin Greengrass beside him. His tone became resolute as he declared, "However, now that our young master has chosen England as the new stronghold for the Purity Party, we shall eliminate all obstacles in his path. Your ability to maintain a business here, in Nocturne Alley, speaks volumes of your competence. Thus, we extend an invitation for you to join us for the greater good." Contemplating the old wizard's renewed invitation, the bar owner pondered for a considerable time before inquiring, "What if I refuse?" The old wizard smiled softly, seemingly unfazed. "You will acquiesce. I have heard of your daughter, a gifted individual whom you chose to send to Ilvermorny instead of Hogwarts. I suspect your decision was motivated by concern for her safety against your adversaries. Rest assured, our people are already nearby, ensuring her protection. Once you join the Purity Party, your real concern should be your opponents." As the old wizard spoke, the bar owner's face flushed with indignation. He yearned to retort, but ultimately suppressed his words, letting out a resigned sigh. "How did you know I have a daughter? This is something known to very few." The old wizard chuckled heartily. "Do you think we, the Purity Party, have been idle all these years? I am willing to join the Purity Party," the bar owner declared. Upon hearing this, the old wizard's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Then please take an unbreakable oath." Once all was settled, the bar owner courteously ushered the other wizard patrons outside, leaving only the wizards of the Purity Party and his own underlings within the bar. The old wizard approached one of the private rooms, addressing those inside. "Are you enjoying the show? I offer you a chance to step out and disclose everything you know. I can grant you a swift end. At my age, I can hardly bear to witness too much bloodshed. We have never wronged you. We have never laid a hand on anyone from the Purity Party. If you wish for us to die, at least allow us clarity in our demise." The old wizard frowned. "You speak too much. Come out quietly, answer my questions, and perhaps I shall show mercy, satisfying your curiosity before your end." After a moment of waiting outside the room, the old wizard noted the absence of any response. Shaking his head slowly, he gestured to the bar owner, who, now a member of the Purity Party bound by an unbreakable oath, no longer hesitated and charged inside with his wizards. Instantly, the room erupted with various spells, explosions, and cries of agony. The old wizard stood outside, unperturbed. Shortly thereafter, Austin Greengrass approached, eager, "Shall we not assist?" The Purity Party never requires the assistance of the weak. After a brief interval, the bar owner emerged, somewhat disheveled. his hat conspicuously absent, while two wizards followed behind, each grasping a captive. The old wizard stepped forward, scrutinizing the two captured wizards. Upon recognizing one with a bald head and the other draped in a cloak, a satisfied smile graced his features. "Austin Greengrass, wake one of them up." Austin hurried to the bar, retrieving a bottle of liquor, intending to splash it on the bald wizard, but the old wizard intercepted him. Observing Austin's puzzled expression, he scolded, "This is now our establishment. Do not waste resources, you spendthrift. Though we possess wealth, revolutions are costly, and you are a wizard. Can you not awaken him using magical means?" Crucio. A scream pierced the air as the bald wizard awakened amidst his anguished cries. Chapter 87. Interrogation upon awakening. The bald wizard was drenched in sweat, struggling to rise, but collapsing impotently to the ground. Observing this scene, the elder wizard merely scoffed with an expressionless face, disdainfully remarking, "With such a fragile constitution, you dare to play the role of a wizard hunter? It's merely a piercing curse. Not long ago, our young master, after enduring the same curse, was still able to engage in jovial banter with the wizards of our faction, appearing entirely unscathed. Indeed, at times, the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between man and dog." Hearing the elder wizard's words, Austin Greengrass exhibited a flicker of respect for the unseen new leader of their faction. The elder wizard, noticing the prostrate bald wizard, took a few steps forward, crouched before him, and, lifting his chin forcefully, demanded, "Speak. Do not claim I have not given you a chance." The bald wizard, allowing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow, weakly replied, "What on earth are you talking about? We have not." Before he could finish, the elder wizard rose in anger, brandishing his wand at the bald wizard, exclaiming, "You still possess quite the audacity. Yet, I have encountered many like you. Let us see how long you can maintain this bravado." "Bone-piercing curse," the bald wizard shrieked, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The elder wizard slowly lowered his wand, sternly inquiring, "Will you speak or not?" It was difficult to fathom that this robust, fierce-looking bald wizard would whimper in a voice laced with despair, "You are indeed asking. You merely told me to speak. I never claimed I would not. If you do not inquire, how am I to know what you wish to learn? Please, do ask me." The elder wizard paused, taken aback by the bald wizard's tearful tone. Turning to Austin Greengrass, he said in surprise, "Did we not just ask?" Austin Greengrass chuckled awkwardly, realizing, "It seems we indeed did not ask." Embarrassed, the elder wizard wiped his forehead and sheepishly apologized. "Oh dear, my apologies. I was hasty. Having not engaged in such matters for a long time, I forgot the protocol. Truly, I am sorry." At that moment, the bald wizard dramatically spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether from his injuries or from the elder wizard's words was uncertain. Subsequently, the elder wizard, with a hint of regret, instructed Austin Greengrass to bring a chair, assisting the bald wizard to sit down, before continuing, "Now, tell me, who sent you to attack the new leader of our faction?" Taken aback by the inquiry, the bald wizard lamented, "Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am but a humble wizard hunter, risking my life for a meager wage. We would never dare to assault the new leader of your faction. Not even the lowest wizard from your ranks would we approach lightly." In response, the elder wizard gently lifted the bald wizard's chin with his wand. Gazing intently into his eyes, "Not long ago, did you not target a student from Hogwarts?" The bald wizard froze, instinctively nodding. "Indeed, that is correct. We even attracted the attention of Albus Dumbledore. Had we not fled quickly, we would surely have perished there." His expression turning to one of shock, the bald wizard stammered, "Are you implying that the Hogwarts student is the new leader of your faction? Albus Dumbledore providing personal protection to the new leader?" The incredulity was palpable, not just for him, but also for Austin Greengrass and the newly joined tavern owner, all of whom displayed expressions of disbelief. Yet, the elder wizard remained unfazed, stating calmly, "You are correct. He is the heir of the Grindelwald family and the leader of our faction. This is a misunderstanding. We truly had no idea he was the new leader of your faction. Otherwise, no matter the price offered, we would have refused. We never undertake tasks beyond our capabilities." Unmoved by the bald wizard's lamentations, the elder wizard maintained his calm demeanor, continuing to press, "Now, tell me, who instructed you to act in such a manner? Reveal all that you know." Thus, the bald wizard began to recount the tale in detail. Apparently, a bounty had been issued within the wizarding community of New York, inviting wizard hunters to travel to Britain to assist in capturing young wizards, each valued at 100,000 galleons. The cloaked wizard lying on the ground beside him, having collaborated on numerous occasions, had uncovered this bounty and invited him to London. However, this seemingly straightforward task came with an unusually high reward, which raised their suspicions. To be cautious, they enlisted several other wizards from the American wizard hunter community to join them in this endeavor. Upon arriving in London, they received an owl from the bounty issuer, which contained a letter with an address, instructing them to go there that very night, where a Hogwarts student would appear. The letter demanded they capture the student immediately and find a place to hide, promising further contact afterward. At that moment, they realized that the target was not merely an ordinary young wizard but a student from Hogwarts, elucidating the exorbitant reward. After seeing the letter's demands, they considered backing out. Capturing a Hogwarts student would undoubtedly provoke Albus Dumbledore. Yet, the allure of 100,000 galleons proved too tempting, and ultimately, they succumbed to the temptation and proceeded as instructed. As for the subsequent events, Wentworth had already detailed them in letters to Rogier and Abernathy, which the elder wizard had reviewed. Thus, the question remained, who had issued this bounty? The elder wizard fixed his gaze intently on the bald wizard, a glimmer of malice flickering in his tone. Chapter 88. Hunter or Prey? I remain oblivious to the identity of the individual who issued the bounty. In our circle of wizard hunters, such postings are invariably anonymous, for these assignments often involve unsavory dealings. Who would dare reveal their identity? That would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, in light of our leader's assault, if the Purity Party fails to respond, they would surely become the subject of ridicule within the wizarding community. Thus, the old wizard did not press the wretched-looking hunter, but soon shifted his gaze to the cloaked figure sprawled on the ground. With a mere glance, the old wizard sneered. Have you recovered? Observing your comrade suffer under a painful curse without so much as a flinch? Your psychological fortitude is commendable. If you are indeed fit to rise, do so and recount what you know. It's rather cold on the ground. Be wary of catching a chill. Upon hearing the old wizard's words, Austin Gringlas looked at the cloaked wizard in astonishment, uncertain of when he had regained consciousness. Just then, as the old wizard's words faded and expressions of surprise graced the faces of those present, the cloaked wizard suddenly rolled over, pointing towards the chandelier above the bar. Crush them to dust. As the cloaked wizard moved, the chandeliers above shattered, sending a cascade of glass shards raining down, plunging the bar into darkness. In that obscurity, Austin Gringlas and the others hastily brandished their wands. Illumination. Swiftly, the tips of their wands began to glow, illuminating the surroundings. Austin scanned the area, but the cloaked wizard's figure had vanished. Unwanted magic? Intriguing. Perhaps I underestimated him. The youth of today continue to astonish me, the old wizard remarked, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events. However, Austin caught a glimpse of a menacing glint in the old wizard's smile. Realizing the potential danger, he exclaimed, I shall pursue him at once. He is injured and wandless. He cannot have gone far. I will not allow him to escape. In a flurry of urgency, Austin dashed toward the exit. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when the old wizard called out to him. Stop, Austin. Why the haste? There was an unmistakable note of discontent in the old wizard's tone as he continued. Remember, as a young wizard of the Purity Party, the future belongs to you. Never allow yourself to appear disheveled. Until our young master emerges, you represent the future and the dignity of the Purity Party. Such frantic behavior will only invite contempt from outsiders. Upon hearing the old wizard's admonition, Austin halted, a sense of frustration bubbling within him. But should we not prevent his escape? The old wizard scoffed dismissively, a mere wizard hunter. In our eyes, such hunters are nothing more than slightly more peculiar prey. Where could he possibly flee? Just as Austin was about to retort, a series of footsteps and dragging sounds echoed from the entrance of the bar. The attention of all present turned toward the source of the noise. Moments later, a wizard wielding a wand entered, dragging someone behind him. Austin squinted, realizing that the wizard with the wand was the same Purity Party wizard who had remained on the ground and cast an invisibility spell on him earlier. The individual being dragged, of course, was the very wizard hunter who had attempted to flee. Witnessing this scene, Austin suddenly grasped the depth of the Purity Party's foresight. Beneath their seemingly casual demeanor lay meticulous preparation, even contingencies for unforeseen circumstances. They had first cast a magical confinement spell to prevent anyone from operating away, and the wizard left on the ground served both to ensure their safety and to guard against such surprises. The wizard who had just entered casually tossed the captured hunter onto the floor, brushed off his hands, and silently made his way to the bar's entrance. "Is he still alive?" the old wizard inquired, baring his teeth. "Presumably still alive, I think," was the uncertain response, after a concerted effort to revive him. The cloaked wizard finally regained consciousness. The old wizard wasted no time, directly asking, "You heard what your companion said, yes? Do you have anything to add? If you can provide me with valuable information, I can ensure your demise is a comfortable one." After a brief silence, the wizard hunter rasped, "I concede defeat. While I accepted this bounty, I possess no more knowledge than anyone else. However, I do know that among the team I assembled, someone is in league with the individual who issued the bounty." Upon hearing this, the old wizard's interest piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "Excellent. That piece of information holds value. How did you come to know this?" "According to the instructions from the bounty issuer, we were to find a safe location to hide after our success, after which he would contact us. Yet, he never specified where we should hide or how we were to make contact," the wizard hunter explained. "Clearly, he is quite confident he can locate us afterward. Our hiding places as wizard hunters are not easily found. The most likely scenario is that one of our own is in cahoots with him, which is why he is so sure he can track us down." The old wizard nodded slowly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He regarded the hunter, then asked, "So, who do you believe that person might be?" Chapter 89. The luggage for the Ministry of Magic. Upon hearing the inquiry from the old wizard, the cloaked wizard hunter fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head and responding, "I do not know. It could be anyone, even him." With that, he glanced toward the bald wizard, prompting a protest from the latter, who vehemently declared that the matter had nothing to do with him. Observing their reactions, the old wizard realized that little more could be gleaned from them. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may embark on your journey together for mutual support along the way." In response to the old wizard's words, the bald wizard immediately began to struggle, exclaiming, "I refuse to accept this. I truly did not know that was the new leader of the Pureblood Party. I swear, I had no idea. I implore you. I am willing to do anything for you. I can even join the Pureblood Party. I am quite formidable, and my life holds more value than my death." The old wizard gazed at the writhing bald wizard with an impassive expression and coldly replied. Afterward, he nodded toward Austin Gringlass, who raised his wand and aimed it at the bald wizard. Avada Kedavra! With a flash of green light, the bald wizard, slumped against the chair, turned pale, his voice extinguished forever. Subsequently, the old wizard's attention shifted to the cloaked wizard hunter, who finally lifted his head, surveyed the surroundings, and silently shook his head. Avada Kedavra! After a brief moment, a fissure reappeared in the ground of Nocturne Alley. Moments later, the wizards of the Pureblood Party emerged from below, with Austin Gringlass now holding a suitcase. Simultaneously, similar events transpired across other locations in Britain. These American wizard hunters, having escaped from Dumbledore's grasp, were a makeshift assembly that quickly scattered, dispersing throughout Britain. Their scattering provided the Pureblood Party with the opportunity to strike decisively. In stark contrast to the two wizard hunters hiding in Nocturne Alley, the remaining hunters fared far worse. Almost effortlessly, the group of illegal immigrants was located and subjected to severe interrogation by the Pureblood Party. Everyone resumed their previous seats, but the once empty table now bore several diverse suitcases. "Excellent. It appears everyone has progressed smoothly. After all these years, our skills remain sharp." Subsequently, they recounted their respective encounters and the information gleaned from their targets, which did not significantly differ from the intelligence obtained by Austin Gringlass and others from the two wizard hunters. However, upon the conclusion of their narratives, they noticed that the smile on Abernathy's face had gradually faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. Observing this change, the group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise, unsure of what had transpired. After a brief silence, Abernathy slowly remarked, "So, it seems that none of the information gathered pertains to the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Thomas Raven?" At Abernathy's inquiry, the crowd exchanged looks, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Witnessing their reaction, Abernathy stood up, pacing the room while contemplating, according to the young masteress letter. The current head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour, inadvertently revealed that Thomas Raven's death may also be linked to the wizard hunters. If Rufus's information is accurate, then two possibilities arise. At this juncture, Abernathy's gaze swept across the room, his eyes alight with intensity as he stated, "First, These two groups of wizard hunters have different targets and no connection. Second, the two groups of wizard hunters are unaware of each other's existence, yet their goals align, both targeting our young master. If it is the first scenario, then so be it. However, if it is the second, that indicates at least one more group of wizard hunters lurks in the shadows, poised to strike. Upon hearing Abernathy's analysis, the room erupted with chatter, the crowd engaging in hushed discussions. Yet, after extensive deliberation, based on the current intelligence, they could not discern anything of value. Observing this, Abernathy waved his hand and declared, "Enough of this matter. We shall revisit it later. I will find a way to relay a warning to the young master, urging him to exercise caution." After the gathering concluded, the remaining wizards of the Pure-Blood Party began to disapparate from the room, but Abernathy retained Austin Gringlass. As darkness enveloped the night, the two disapparated to a dilapidated pub located on a filthy street adorned with shabby buildings and a wall painted in chaotic strokes. They then entered a rundown red telephone booth, which served as one of the portals to the Ministry of Magic. Placing the suitcases they carried inside the red booth, they departed without delay. "Where are we heading now?" Austin Gringlass inquired eagerly after they had left, the day's events starkly contrasting with his previous existence. Yet, amid this sudden upheaval, he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through his veins. As they distanced themselves from the Ministry of Magic, Austin Gringlass was keen to embark on their next mission. In response to Austin Gringlass's question, Abernathy smiled with satisfaction and casually replied, "Do not rush, Austin. There is still ample time. Let us first enjoy a drink, then seek out an individual. As far as I know, reporters work late into the night, and we must respect their profession." "Reporters? Are you going to publish something?" "Not I, but our young master." Chapter 90. At Rita Skeeter's home simultaneously. Despite receiving numerous complaints from readers directed at the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter remained unfazed. After all, tangible rewards were the most substantial, and even negative attention counted as attention. However, as the lights flickered on, Rita was horrified to discover an older wizard seated on her sofa, his head bowed as he silently toyed with his wand. Behind him stood a younger wizard, wand in hand, his gaze fixed intently upon her. These two figures were none other than Abernathy and Austin Gringlass, who had awaited her arrival at her residence. "Levitate." As Rita's wine glass slipped from her grasp, Austin Gringlass, standing behind Abernathy, casually waved his hand, and the levitation charm precisely caught the falling glass, ensuring not a single drop of red wine spilled. As a journalist for the Daily Prophet, Rita considered herself quite worldly. Had the situation occurred elsewhere, she might have been inclined to commend the wizard's exquisite control over magic. Yet, with the unexpected intrusion into her home at such an hour, a wave of dread surged within her. Particularly as the older wizard merely observed her, seemingly appraising her, Rita refrained from uttering a word. A peculiar silence enveloped the room. After a moment, the wizard seated on the sofa slowly inquired, "Rita Skeeter? Was that article about Albus Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet penned by you?" Upon hearing his question, Rita instantly grasped the purpose of this midnight visitation. She quickly responded, attempting to appeal to their shared history, believing Abernathy might have been sent by Dumbledore. As a graduate of Hogwarts, addressing Dumbledore as headmaster felt entirely appropriate. Yet, to her surprise, the wizard merely chuckled dismissively, saying, "Whether Dumbledore lives or dies is of no concern to me. However, your article has displeased our young master greatly." With that, Abernathy gestured toward a sofa beside him, inviting her to sit. Rita, not wishing to appear disrespectful, complied, and under Austin Gringlass's careful control, the wine glass floated gently to rest beside her. Observing this, Rita expressed her gratitude, feeling as though she were the guest and Abernathy the true host of the room. Once Rita settled into her seat, Abernathy wasted no time. He produced a piece of stationery from his person and handed it to Rita. The contents were a press release composed by Rogier at Wentworth's behest. "Publish this under your name in the Daily Prophet. Is there any issue with that?" he inquired. Rita promptly accepted the document with both hands and scrutinized it closely. However, upon completing her review, she shook her head repeatedly, her expression tinged with bitterness. "My lord, such a piece cannot possibly appear in the Daily Prophet, even if it bears my name." Noticing Abernathy's furrowed brow, Rita swallowed hard and continued, "My lord, it's not that I refuse to assist, but I am merely a humble journalist. There are editors and chief editors above me. This article is nothing but flattery for that Hogwarts student. Reading it, one might think Dumbledore is merely a bodyguard. Yet, The student in question is hardly notable in the magical community. Devoting so much ink to a relatively unknown wizard will not gain approval from the chief editor of the Daily Prophet. Unless, of course, this young wizard possesses some extraordinary status, such as being Dumbledore's illegitimate son. Rita glanced at Abernathy, tentatively posing her query. Upon hearing her words, Abernathy erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Dumbledore? He is unworthy." Rita was taken aback by Abernathy's vehement reaction and could only respond with a hint of exasperation. "Then there's nothing I can do." Moreover, in this article, Dumbledore is depicted as a caring headmaster who prioritizes his students' safety, which starkly contrasts with my previous report. The Daily Prophet would never so readily undermine itself. At this juncture, Rita leaned in conspiratorially towards Abernathy, speaking in hushed tones. "Additionally, to my knowledge, certain individuals within the Ministry of Magic harbor significant apprehension towards Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet maintains close ties with the Ministry, and it was precisely this knowledge that emboldened me to write my previous article about him. However, this press release portrays Dumbledore in a far more favorable light, which is likely to provoke resistance within the Ministry. Thus, the Daily Prophet would surely reject it." Upon hearing Rita's explanation, Abernathy realized the complexities underlying the publication of a mere newspaper. "So, it seems you are of little use to us, then?" he suddenly remarked. Chapter 91. Hype. Upon hearing Abernathy's inquiry, Rita Skeeter felt a sudden wave of cold sweat dampen her attire, causing her entire being to tremble. Hastily, she responded, "My lord, if this individual were merely an ordinary Hogwarts wizard, there would indeed be little of interest to captivate readers. However, should this young wizard possess a formidable or enigmatic background, the narrative would transform entirely. This individual, known as Wentworth, must surely be of remarkable lineage, perhaps even a paragon among men. I wonder, to which esteemed family does he belong?" As a journalist, Rita Skeeter found herself increasingly animated by the conversation, and amid her trepidation, she realized that she had perhaps stumbled upon a significant scoop, igniting a spark of exhilaration within her. Abernathy, momentarily silenced by her words, reflected on the recent discussions held with Rogier and others regarding Wentworth's lineage. They had collectively agreed that revealing Wentworth as an heir of the Grindelwald family was premature. At present, Wentworth was at Hogwarts, far from the protective reach of anyone except Rogier. Furthermore, with his identity still concealed, there were already those plotting against him. If his status were publicly disclosed, the number of adversaries would surely multiply. After all, for the enemies of the Pureblood Party, eliminating an 11-year-old potential leader would be far simpler than dismantling the entire organization. Thus, it was imperative that Wentworth's identity remained shrouded in secrecy. Contemplating this, Abernathy regarded Rita Skeeter with a glimmer of malice in his gaze. If he resolved to keep Wentworth's identity confidential, then this journalist could not be permitted to survive. Rita Skeeter, perceptive as ever, sensed the lethal intent emanating from Abernathy, who made no effort to disguise it. It felt as though she could hear the footsteps of death pausing at her doorstep. In such a tense moment, while some might find their minds rendered blank, Rita's thoughts raced with clarity. Recognizing the chilling atmosphere and the threat in Abernathy's stare, she suddenly brightened, formulating a plan, and exclaimed, "My lord, upon seeing the press release in your hand, I surmise that you wish to create a buzz around this young Hogwarts wizard, correct?" Abernathy, taken aback by her sudden exuberance and the accuracy of her deduction, nodded in surprise. Rita, encouraged by her success, beamed with confidence and eagerly proclaimed, "Your foresight is remarkable. My lord, one must seize fame while it is ripe. Allow me to handle this matter. It is my specialty." Curious about her newfound confidence, Abernathy inquired, "And what is your proposed course of action?" With her professional demeanor restored, Rita spoke animatedly, "My lord, creating hype is an art. Simply reporting on this new student's excellence will not capture attention. Even if noticed, the audience will quickly forget. To generate excitement, we must imbue him with an aura of intrigue, and there are numerous ways to do this, perhaps through scandal." Before she could finish, Abernathy waved dismissively. "That approach is unacceptable. Suggest another." Unfazed by his rejection, Rita continued, "What about inciting controversy?" Abernathy's interest piqued at her suggestion, and he urged, "Elaborate." Relieved that Abernathy was engaged, Rita took a sip of her wine, then continued, "Consider framing Dumbledore's actions that night as an effort to protect the finest student Hogwarts has ever seen. Then elaborate on how extraordinary this young wizard truly is. In essence, exaggerate to your heart's content. This is how one creates hype. As she concluded, her tone brimming with confidence. Both Abernathy and Austin Greengrass exchanged looks of dawning realization. Rita's face lit up with delight at their reactions. However, as she spoke, Abernathy felt a nagging unease. While the potential impact of her strategy could surpass Rogier's analysis, he sensed something amiss. After a moment of silence, he stated, "Very well, you may proceed." Rita, eager to see them depart, rose quickly, anticipating their exit so she could relocate immediately. Yet Abernathy appeared to perceive her intentions. A sly smile crept across his face as he suddenly brandished his wand towards her. "What have you done to me?" Rita gasped in terror as she felt a spell envelop her. Though she sensed nothing physically amiss, her heart raced with fear. Abernathy, maintaining his composure, replied, "Nothing of consequence. Merely rendering you unable to perform an animagus transformation for a short duration." In an instant, Rita's confidence evaporated, leaving her pallid and shaken. "Which newspaper do you think we should approach next?" Abernathy casually inquired as he exited. Chapter 92. Inquiry with Dumbledore. As Abernathy exited Rita Skeeter's residence, Fudge simultaneously strode purposefully into the Auror office located on the second basement level of the Ministry of Magic. Within the Auror office, numerous Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic had gathered. Upon the entrance of the minister, the Aurors, who were previously huddled together, parted to create a pathway, their faces marred by expressions of anger and terror. Through the path opened by the Aurors, Fudge beheld, at the center surrounded by the crowd, not only the newly appointed head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour, but also several lifeless bodies, devoid of color, neatly accompanied by a few travel trunks. The sight of so many corpses within the ministry rendered Fudge's complexion ashen. Observing this grim scene, Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been bent over examining the bodies, stood up and approached Fudge, stating, "Minister Fudge, our examinations reveal that all the victims died from the killing curse, and it appears they endured severe torture prior to their demise." Fudge, upon hearing Scrimgeour's words, felt a surge of fury mingled with panic, his face reddening as he exclaimed, "This is absolute lawlessness. They should all be thrown into Azkaban." After venting his outrage, Fudge gradually regained his composure and, after a moment of silence, inquired, "Have the identities of these victims been established?" In response to Fudge's question, Scrimgeour replied almost instinctively, "There is no need for further investigation. I am nearly certain that these individuals are the same wizard hunters who attacked Dumbledore not long ago. If there were only one, I might hesitate. But all their physical characteristics align perfectly with those described by Dumbledore. I am certain it is them. Does this imply that their deaths are connected to Albus Dumbledore? Did Dumbledore employ the unforgivable curse to kill them? Minister, while we have identified the victims, the identity of the perpetrator is still under investigation. It is premature to claim that Dumbledore used the unforgivable curse against these wizard hunters. As of now, we possess no evidence linking Dumbledore to their deaths." Upon hearing this, Fudge seemed to realize his earlier indiscretion and promptly replied, "Indeed, Rufus, you are correct. It is imperative that you ascertain the identity of the murderers swiftly. Since that individual's downfall, the British magical community has not witnessed such a grave and terrifying incident. Regardless of who is responsible, once identified, we must ensure they face severe consequences. By the way, where was Dumbledore when the incident occurred?" After making this statement, Fudge shifted his tone and continued his inquiry. "We have sent an owl to Dumbledore, and I believe." Just then, a sudden commotion echoed in the corridor. Almost immediately, Dumbledore pushed open the door and appeared before Fudge and Scrimgeour. Seeing Dumbledore, Fudge instantly donned a jovial expression, approaching him with enthusiasm. "Oh, Albus, it brings me great joy to see you. What brings you to the ministry?" "I received Rufus's correspondence and promptly apparat here to ascertain whether the deceased are indeed those who attacked me and my students that night," Dumbledore replied, disregarding Fudge and proceeding directly to the center of the crowd to examine the bodies on the ground. Witnessing this, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Fudge's face, but was quickly concealed. He then feigned nonchalance and approached Dumbledore, awkwardly stating, "Albus, I am delighted that you are here. However, this case is still under investigation, and due to certain circumstances, you cannot be entirely excluded from suspicion. Therefore, I must kindly ask you to." Before Fudge could finish, Dumbledore interrupted him, saying, "Minister, I believe you are mistaken. I am not here in a personal capacity." Fudge paused, somewhat bewildered, and replied, Albus. I am not entirely clear on your meaning. Dumbledore gazed at Fudge, and through his glasses, Fudge felt as though Dumbledore could see through to his very soul, which left him feeling unsettled. Dumbledore continued, Minister, this occurrence is of such gravity that it transcends the Auror office. I am here representing the Wisengamot, as I am its chief warlock. Fudge, taken aback by Dumbledore's assertion, was momentarily speechless. However, Dumbledore chose not to linger on Fudge's astonishment and instead turned to Rufus Scrimgeour, stating, Indeed, Rufus, as you mentioned, these individuals are the very wizard hunters who previously assaulted me and my students. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Scrimgeour bowed slightly and replied with restrained politeness, I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, for my impertinence. But may I inquire where you were and what you were doing from last night until now? Who can vouch for your whereabouts? Fudge, who had been standing in stunned silence, quickly moved closer to listen intently to Scrimgeour's questioning of Dumbledore. Dumbledore, seemingly unperturbed by Scrimgeour's inquiries, merely nodded slowly before responding. Certainly, I have no objections. As the questioning concluded and Dumbledore prepared to depart, Scrimgeour suddenly asked, And what of your student, Wentworth? Where is he tonight? Chapter 93. The Whomping Willow and the Secret Passage. He was undoubtedly in his dormitory, Rufus. As you know, Hogwarts students must adhere strictly to the school's curfew. Observing that Rufus Scrimgeour had ceased his inquiries, Dumbledore made no further delay and swiftly departed. Upon seeing Dumbledore turn to leave, Fudge hastened to follow. Seemingly eager to explain himself, Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, yet his pace remained unbroken. As Dumbledore and Fudge exited simultaneously, an Auror could no longer contain himself and approached Rufus Scrimgeour, inquiring, Chief, do you believe Dumbledore could be the murderer? I do not know who the murderer is, ultimately. We must seek the answer ourselves. At this juncture, Rufus Scrimgeour paused momentarily before continuing. However, in my view, if it were indeed Dumbledore who wished to eliminate them, he could have done so discreetly, without leaving the situation as it currently stands. The bodies were placed at the entrance of our Ministry of Magic, which seems more akin to a provocation directed at our department. As Rufus Scrimgeour's words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the Auror office. Yet soon, a tempest swept through the magical community. Almost overnight, every wizard in Britain received word that a formidable group of wizard hunters had been completely annihilated. Moreover, this very group had recently rendered the Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic powerless. Now, their corpses were displayed neatly at the ministry's entrance. Even many dark wizards, typically concealed in shadows, sought various means to flee Britain. It was not until several days later that another rumor emerged from Knockturn Alley, claiming that this incident was the work of the long-vanished Death Eaters, but that is a tale for another time. While the outside world was rife with uncertainty, Hogwarts remained as tranquil as ever. After a period of anxious waiting, Wentworth finally welcomed the weekend, the day he had arranged with Dumbledore to meet his new teacher. Early that morning, Wentworth, accompanied by Cedric, made his way to Dumbledore's office, where Cedric appeared rather anxious. Noticing this, Wentworth offered reassurance. Do not worry, Cedric. Professor Lupin is a wonderful person and an exceptional wizard. Taken aback, Cedric asked, You know that werewolf? I do not. Then how do you know he is good? Cedric inquired, puzzled. Cedric, have you forgotten? I am a seer. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance to Dumbledore's office, where the headmaster awaited them. Oh, you boys are quite early. Have you had breakfast? Would you care for some treacle tart? Both Wentworth and Cedric shook their heads, with Wentworth expressing concern. Headmaster Dumbledore, consuming excessive sweets may not be beneficial for your health. Thank you, Wentworth, but for a man over 100 years old, the most important thing is to enjoy each day. Sweets can bring joy to one's heart. Shortly thereafter, Wentworth and Cedric followed Dumbledore as he led them toward the Forbidden Forest. Curiosity piqued, Wentworth wondered if Dumbledore had chosen to hide Lupin within the forest. Although Lupin's identity may deem him unsuitable for Hogwarts Castle, it seemed excessive to leave him among the wild beasts of the Forbidden Forest. Nevertheless, Wentworth felt a flicker of excitement. There were few places at Hogwarts he had yet to explore, and the Forbidden Forest was one of them. However, Dumbledore did not take them directly into the depths of the forest, but rather to its edge, where, as they proceeded, a colossal willow tree came into view. Is that the Whomping Willow? Cedric exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing Cedric name the tree, Wentworth suddenly understood Dumbledore's intentions. Indeed, under Dumbledore's guidance, The trio approached the base of the Whomping Willow, where Dumbledore pressed a knot on the tree's gnarled trunk. To Wentworth and Cedric's astonishment, the previously agitated Willow instantly fell silent. They hurried over, and under Dumbledore's direction, they discovered a concealed entrance to a hidden passage at the roots of the willow. Who would have thought Hogwarts had such a place? Cedric marveled. Meanwhile, Wentworth mused to himself. Hogwarts is not as proper as it appears. All right, children, let us descend. Dumbledore beckoned Wentworth and Cedric to enter the passage, and the three of them traversed its depths. Dumbledore spoke up ahead. This passage leads directly to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Your future teacher resides in Hogsmeade and will conduct your lessons in the Shrieking Shack every weekend. At Dumbledore's words, Wentworth remained unfazed, but Cedric stiffened, incredulously exclaiming, "The Shrieking Shack? It is said to be haunted." To this, Dumbledore merely laughed heartily, offering no explanation. After a moment, he added, hearing this, Cedric and Wentworth exchanged glances. Ahead, the light of the exit began to glimmer. Chapter 94. Werewolf Lupin. Wentworth and Cedric trailed behind Dumbledore, the three of them emerging sequentially from the exit of the tunnel. Before Wentworth's eyes appeared a dilapidated shed. Not far within the shed, a figure stood with its back to the trio, seemingly scrutinizing the structure with great care. "Lupin," Dumbledore called out to the figure, which paused momentarily before slowly turning around to face him. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I apologize for not noticing your arrival sooner," Lupin said, his gaze sweeping over the familiar sight of the Shrieking Shack. "It has been quite some time since I visited this place. Seeing it again evokes memories of days gone by, and those who once were." A hint of sorrow flickered in Lupin's eyes. Dumbledore, appearing empathetic, responded, "Some people and events are forever in the past. We must continue to look ahead, mustn't we?" He then gestured towards Wentworth and Cedric, introducing them to Lupin. "These two are the Hogwarts students I mentioned to you." Following Dumbledore's gesture, Lupin first looked at Cedric, then extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Lupin. A former student of Hogwarts as well." Cedric hesitated for a moment at the proffered hand, but eventually grasped it firmly. "Hello, Professor. I am Cedric, a second-year student at Hogwarts," he replied respectfully. "Please, do not call me Professor. I am not a professor at Hogwarts. You may simply refer to me by my name." "That won't do. Perhaps we should call you teacher instead," Cedric insisted with determination, prompting Lupin to relent with a smile and nod in agreement. Lupin then turned his gaze to Wentworth, who had been assessing Lupin closely. At that moment, Lupin, clad in a tattered robe adorned with patches, appeared older than his 30-some years, with faint wrinkles and gray strands at the temples, all suggesting that this Hogwarts graduate had not fared well in recent years. "Hello," Lupin said with a smile, extending his hand. Wentworth noticed the wrinkles on Lupin's palm, but shook it warmly, sincerity evident in his voice. "Hello, Teacher Lupin. I am Wentworth, a first-year student at Hogwarts." Dumbledore had been observing the exchange quietly from the side. Once he saw that the three had introduced themselves, he approached and spoke, casting a glance at Lupin, who nodded back, indicating his intent to look after Wentworth and Cedric. Satisfied, Dumbledore offered a few more words before turning to leave the Shrieking Shack. As Dumbledore departed, Lupin took a couple of steps to the side, leaning against the wall of the shack. He smiled and inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that you are all exceptional among your peers. The magic taught by the current professors at Hogwarts is no longer sufficient for your needs. You wish to learn more powerful spells. May I first see which spells you have mastered?" Facing Lupin's scrutiny, Cedric stepped forward. "Allow me to begin, Teacher Lupin." He then proceeded to demonstrate his repertoire of spells, during which Lupin paused him to witness Cedric's casting firsthand. After Cedric showcased all he had learned, Lupin expressed surprise. It seems that Headmaster Dumbledore's praise was indeed modest. "At your age, I doubt I possessed your level of skill. After all, I was once the head boy at Hogwarts." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lupin's gaze shifted to Wentworth. "Now, cast a spell at me. I wish to see your magical prowess." Although Lupin spoke lightly, he remained vigilant as he raised his wand in readiness. Without hesitation, Wentworth aimed his wand at Lupin. The Bat Bogey Hex. At the moment he cast the spell, it seemed Lupin momentarily lost focus. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, but even so, Lupin appeared somewhat flustered. After dispelling Wentworth's spell, Lupin remarked in astonishment, "This hex was quite popular among students during my time at Hogwarts, yet I had thought it had faded from use in the present day. To my surprise, it has persisted through the years." Cedric interjected, "No, Teacher Lupin. In fact, we are unsure where Wentworth learned this hex. he has never revealed it to us. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wentworth chuckled and said to Cedric, "If you wish to learn it, I can teach you." Lupin added, "This hex inflicts minimal harm, but carries a strong insult." He seemed to recall something and paused before continuing. "Remember, it's best not to use this hex on your classmates." Upon hearing Lupin's words, Wentworth and Cedric exchanged glances and shared an awkward smile. Noting the grin on Wentworth's face, Lupin seemed to suspect something but chose not to elaborate. Simply saying, "Continue, let me see what else you can do." Wentworth proceeded to demonstrate more spells he had mastered, though after careful consideration. He opted to conceal the disarming charm, as it bore the semblance of dark magic. Chapter 95, Lupin's first lesson after observing the spells demonstrated by Wentworth and Cedric. Lupin paused momentarily before speaking. Have the students at Hogwarts already reached such a level? Although it is rather embarrassing to admit, I must say that you all surpass me at your age. Perhaps this is the reason why Professor Dumbledore has asked me to provide you with additional instruction. At this point, Lupin chuckled to himself before inquiring, "All right, young gentleman, what is it that you wish to learn?" Cedric, who had approached the enigmatic werewolf with some skepticism, was primarily there to accompany his good friend Wentworth. He felt uneasy about Wentworth being alone in the company of a werewolf. Therefore, for Cedric, the specifics of what to learn were of little consequence. However, seeing both Cedric and Lupin directing their attention towards him, Wentworth hesitated no longer and spoke up. "Professor Lupin, I would like to know how one might invent a spell." This query had long occupied Wentworth's mind, as the realm of magic seemed rather abstract compared to his previous education. His desire to understand the process of spell invention stemmed from the adage of teaching a person to fish rather than merely giving them a fish. While it might seem impractical, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. After all, if Snape could create so many powerful spells during his student years, why should he not be capable of the same? Upon hearing Wentworth's question, Lupin first appeared taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Confused by Lupin's mirth, Wentworth asked, "Did I say something wrong, Professor Lupin?" Lupin waved his hand with a smile. No, Wentworth, your idea is excellent, but inventing spells is not as straightforward as you might think." With that, Lupin's smile faded, and he regarded Wentworth with intense focus. Noticing the seriousness in Lupin's gaze, Cedric instinctively stepped forward, tightening his grip on his wand. Yet, Lupin continued, "Remember, Wentworth, do not attempt to invent a spell until you have acquired sufficient knowledge and magical power. Creating a spell is not akin to cooking. If a dish fails, one can simply choose not to eat it. However, if a spell goes awry, you may not have a second chance. Do you understand?" At Lupin's grave warning, Wentworth felt a chill run down his spine, nodding vigorously. He nearly forgot that in the original story, there were indeed characters who lost their lives due to spell mishaps. As a mere first-year student at Hogwarts, he was foolish to venture into domains that even powerful wizards dared not tread, an endeavor akin to a dung beetle searching for dung. With this thought in mind, Wentworth could not help but ask, "Then, Professor Lupin, what kind of wizard is capable of attempting to invent a spell?" I recall that during the third year at Hogwarts, there is an elective course called Ancient Runes. I believe one must master a certain level of runes before qualifying to delve into this field. Upon hearing Lupin's words, Wentworth mentally noted the elective course, resolving to choose it when he reached his third year. Curiosity got the better of him again, and he asked, "Professor Lupin, have you ever attempted to invent a spell yourself?" "Of course," Lupin replied. "It is rare for a wizard to resist the allure of a new spell. When I was about your age, I harbored similar ambitions, especially when those around me were succeeding. I knew a wizard, a peer of mine, with whom I often clashed. Yet I must concede that he possessed remarkable magical talent. That individual invented the spell you just used, the reverse jinx." Cedric, astonished, exclaimed, "A peer? So that wizard invented this magic while attending Hogwarts? Incredible." Although Lupin did not explicitly state it, Wentworth understood that he was referring to Professor Snape. "Now, gentlemen, let us not dwell on the past. Rather, let us focus on the present. Since you cannot currently specify a spell you wish to learn, shall I decide for you?" Neither Wentworth nor Cedric objected to Lupin's proposal. Nodding in agreement, Lupin continued, "Excellent. Today, I shall teach you a simple yet practical spell known as Spell Stop. Its effect is straightforward. It negates the effects of other spells. While simple, it can prove crucial at times." He paused momentarily before adding, "Of course, the effectiveness of this spell also depends on the disparity in power between the parties involved. If the difference is too great, Spell Stop may not yield results." At this, Wentworth raised his hand. When Lupin acknowledged him, Wentworth inquired, Professor Lupin, why do the same spells yield different levels of power when cast by different individuals? Is it merely due to differences in magical capacity? Lupin blinked playfully and replied, Wentworth, are you truly a Hufflepuff? I dare say you may be better suited for Ravenclaw. The three shared a laugh. However, after the laughter subsided, Lupin explained, the amount of magical power only determines the baseline potency of a spell. For instance, Cedric possesses magical capacity that far exceeds that of his peers, thus raising his baseline. Yet, even with identical magical power, the efficacy of a spell can vary. What determines the upper limits of a spell is the strength of the soul. From my perception, Wentworth, your soul's strength is at least twice that of your contemporaries, as if you harbor two souls within you. Chapter 96. Luncheon for three. Upon hearing Lupin's words, Wentworth felt a cold sweat dampen his garments almost instantaneously, as he momentarily feared that his greatest secret had been unveiled. Lost in a daze, he stared at Lupin, oblivious to anything that followed. Wentworth, what is the matter? Though Lupin remained unaware of Wentworth's unease, Cedric, who stood nearby, noticed the fleeting awkwardness of his companion and promptly inquired. Gradually regaining his composure, Wentworth recognized that he was being overly cautious. If even Dumbledore had not uncovered his secret, he found it implausible that Lupin could. Thus, Wentworth forced a smile and responded, It's nothing. I simply didn't realize I possessed such talent. Cedric, while still sensing something amiss with Wentworth, nodded in agreement. Indeed, your talent is beyond question. Even Lupin chimed in, I have heard of your abilities from Dumbledore. As a wizard endowed with a formidable gift for prophecy, your soul's strength surpasses that of many others, which is hardly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Wentworth exhaled a sigh of relief, casting aside his earlier doubts. Subsequently, Lupin began to impart knowledge about the spell for immobilization to Wentworth and Cedric. At noon, Wentworth suggested that the three of them venture to Hogsmeade for a meal at a pub or restaurant, with him treating. However, this proposal was met with a gentle yet firm refusal from Lupin. I am truly sorry, Wentworth, but I have promised Dumbledore that you can only study magic here with me. You cannot go anywhere else. It is worth noting that only third-year students and above at Hogwarts are permitted to visit Hogsmeade. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch some food for you. Though it may not be lavish, at least it will suffice to satisfy your hunger. A teacher cannot allow his students to pay on their first meeting. Lupin concluded with a smile before exiting the shrieking shack. Professor Lupin must not be well off, Cedric remarked as he leaned closer to Wentworth after Lupin had departed. Wentworth nodded, somewhat wistfully. Indeed, it's not merely a lack of wealth. It is a dire financial state. Cedric, puzzled, responded, that makes no sense. Every wizard graduating from Hogwarts should be able to find a respectable job in the magical community, barring those who prefer freedom. Noticing Cedric's confusion, Wentworth cast him a peculiar glance and replied, have you forgotten? His identity as a werewolf. Your reaction upon first learning that he was a werewolf is precisely why he finds himself in such dire straits. Cedric was momentarily taken aback, and after a short pause, he managed a rueful smile. All right, I indeed overlooked his werewolf identity. Nevertheless, the morning's lessons had left a profound impression on Cedric. Perhaps Lupin was not the most eminent wizard in the current magical realm, but for Wentworth and Cedric, his teachings were more than sufficient. Moreover, Lupin's explanations of spells were meticulous and accessible. Even though the immobilization spell was simple, his clarity underscored his excellence as an instructor. Upon opening the package, they discovered several neatly arranged sandwiches. I apologize, I could only afford. Lupin began, but Wentworth swiftly interrupted, snatching a sandwich and taking a bite, then immediately offering another to Cedric, stuffing it into his mouth. Thank you, Professor Lupin. I am utterly famished. This sandwich is delicious, Wentworth exclaimed, his mouth full. Cedric, momentarily stunned, soon joined in, devouring his sandwich while giving Lupin a thumbs up. Seeing this scene, Lupin paused in surprise before chuckling softly and joining them in their meal. As the three shared sandwiches and engaged in light conversation, Professor Lupin, why are we unable to even visit Hogsmeade? It should be devoid of danger. Especially with you accompanying us, Wentworth casually asked between bites. In response to Wentworth's inquiry, Lupin explained, it is a rule at Hogwarts that only third-year students and above are allowed to visit Hogsmeade. He paused briefly before continuing, of course, I have broken school rules in the past. The primary reason, however, is that the current state of the magical world in Britain is rather precarious. Hogsmeade is frequented by wizards from all walks of life, and its proximity to Hogwarts has led many wizards to seek refuge there recently. Wentworth and Cedric exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Lupin's choice of words. Not peaceful. Seeking refuge? They seemed to sense that something troubling was afoot. Noticing their reactions, Lupin pondered for a moment before elaborating. Indeed, there is a rumor circulating that not long ago, personnel from the Ministry of Magic discovered several chests at the entrance of the ministry. Upon opening them, they found that these chests, enchanted with a concealment charm, were filled with the bodies of wizards. As he spoke, Lupin glanced at Wentworth, who, along with Cedric, remained engulfed in shock, oblivious to the glance. It cannot be true, Wentworth exclaimed incredulously. If such an event occurred, how could there be no mention in the Daily Prophet? Lupin replied, the ministry would undoubtedly suppress such news from appearing in the Daily Prophet, as it would be a provocation and humiliation for them. Fudge has only recently taken office, and he would not permit such incidents to be reported. Cedric chimed in, my father did not mention anything like this in his letter. Lupin continued, I suspect the ministry has issued a gag order. Furthermore, since you are safe at Hogwarts, your father likely sees no need to alarm you. Cedric nodded slowly, his expression revealing concern, but it was not for himself. Rather, it was for his father, who worked at the ministry. Professor, do you know who the deceased were? Wentworth inquired curiously. Lupin met Wentworth's gaze and replied, it is said that they were the very wizard hunters who attacked Dumbledore and you not long ago. Nanny, Wentworth exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Chapter 97. Tuition fees. Upon hearing Lupin's words, not only did Wentworth stand there in shock, but Cedric, who had been anxiously worrying about his father, also gaped in astonishment. Subsequently, Cedric cast a peculiar glance at Wentworth. Why are you looking at me? Do you suspect that I did this? If I had such capabilities, would I still be standing here today? Noticing the odd look in Cedric's eyes, Wentworth hastily replied. Cedric, however, shook his head repeatedly, stating, of course, I know it's impossible for you. But could it be your family who did this? By the way, you've never mentioned your family before. Faced with Cedric's inquiry, Wentworth sighed deeply and feigned sadness as he replied, what family do I have? I am an orphan. My parents have long since passed away. I was raised by the house elf in my family, and just before I came to Hogwarts, the house elf who took care of me also died. Although Wentworth spoke with great sorrow, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. This incident could indeed be the work of his family. Reflecting on the behavior of Rogier and Abernathy that night, Wentworth felt it aligned perfectly with their characters. Cedric, upon hearing Wentworth's words, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly said, I'm sorry, Wentworth. I didn't mean to bring up your painful past. Wentworth waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. Meanwhile, Lupin quietly observed the two. Lost in his thoughts, after the three of them hastily finished their lunch, they resumed their spell practice for the afternoon. As evening approached and the sun began to set, Lupin clapped his hands to signal Wentworth and Cedric to cease their practice. The two exchanged glances before simultaneously expressing their gratitude to Lupin. Thank you, Professor Lupin, for your guidance today. This galleon is for our tuition fees. Lupin looked at the galleon in Wentworth's hand with surprise, then extended his hand but did not take it. Instead, he gently pushed Wentworth's palm away and smiled, saying, no need for that, Wentworth. Professor Dumbledore has already covered your tuition fees. Taken aback by Lupin's statement, Wentworth curiously inquired, Professor Lupin, how many galleons does Dumbledore pay you for our tuition each week? Lupin appeared slightly embarrassed by Wentworth's question, but then shrugged and replied, actually, Dumbledore compensates me not with galleons, but with a special potion. At this point, Wentworth seemed to grasp something and tentatively asked, the Wolfsbane potion? Hearing Wentworth name the potion so readily startled Lupin, who then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is the Wolfsbane potion. In fact, for me, the Wolfsbane potion is far more precious than galleons. With it, I can attempt to secure stable employment. Of course, a job that doesn't require weekend work, as we will still come to instruct you in spells on weekends. As Lupin spoke, he attempted to smile at Wentworth, yet Wentworth sensed a lingering bitterness in that smile. Professor Lupin, the Wolfsbane potion that Dumbledore provides you is not your tuition fee. It is to ensure the safety of Hogwarts students. I cannot use Dumbledore's funds. Lupin's expression froze at Wentworth's words. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he was a trusted confidant of Dumbledore, who had informed Lupin of Wentworth's identity before his arrival. Lupin was aware of Wentworth's status as the heir to the Grindelwald family. While Wentworth meant to convey that Dumbledore had already made significant contributions on his behalf, even going so far as to find him a teacher, he could not possibly use Dumbledore as funds. However, this sentiment led to a misunderstanding in Lupin's ears. He interpreted Wentworth's words as implying that, as the heir of the Grindelwald family, he could not possibly accept money from his family's adversary. Faced with the historical animosities between their two families, Lupin found himself at a loss. Observing Lupin's hesitation, Wentworth assumed he was still conflicted and continued to persuade. Professor Lupin, I genuinely wish to learn magic from you. I hope to enhance my abilities as swiftly as possible. Therefore, I believe you should dedicate more time and effort to our instruction. For example, you could prepare your lessons in advance and organize the upcoming curriculum. I would rather not experience the confusion we had this morning about what to study. By paying you tuition, I aim for you to focus entirely on my education rather than seeking other employment. Hearing Wentworth's words, Lupin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept the galleon, intending to discuss it with Dumbledore later. With a smile, Lupin said, Very well, Wentworth. I will accept it. However, your tuition for this week is quite substantial, haha. Wentworth, looking bewildered, responded, What do you mean, teacher? This is certainly the tuition for both Cedric and me today. Noting that Lupin seemed about to speak again, Wentworth hurriedly interjected, Professor Lupin, I do not have a habit of paying tuition in advance. I settle my fees daily. At this point, Wentworth appeared to recall something and paused before continuing. By the way, Professor Lupin, if Dumbledore provides you with the Wolfsbane potion, please accept it. I can guess who crafted that potion, and I will ensure they receive adequate compensation. Just as Lupin was about to respond, Wentworth once again interrupted, This is not tuition. It is for my safety. After being interrupted twice, Lupin remained silent for a moment before finally saying softly, Thank you. Seeing that Lupin had finally accepted, Wentworth smiled and left the Shrieking Shack with Cedric. Shortly after their departure, Dumbledore's figure appeared at the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 98. The long-awaited Cassandra. Upon the unexpected appearance of Dumbledore, Lupin exhibited no signs of surprise, as if he had been deliberately anticipating Dumbledore's arrival. What are your thoughts on him? Dumbledore inquired directly, foregoing any pleasantries. In response to Dumbledore's question, Lupin smiled slightly, jestingly remarking, Headmaster Dumbledore, if nothing else. He is certainly more generous than you. As he spoke, Lupin raised the pile of galleons in his hand, indicating it to Dumbledore. I do not possess as many followers as Gellert, nor do I have the extensive wealth of the Grindelwald family. My financial support primarily comes from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Take it. This is my promise to you, Dumbledore said, handing a vial of potion to Lupin, his gaze briefly reflecting a hint of pity. Without hesitation, Lupin accepted the potion, pausing for a moment before softly uttering, Thank you. To this, Dumbledore merely replied, You need not thank me. This potion was crafted by my potions professor. You are surely well acquainted. Upon returning to the empty dormitory, Wentworth immediately retrieved his quill and parchment, eager to ascertain whether the recent slayings of the wizard hunters were indeed the work of Rogier and Abernathy. Wentworth held no ill will towards Rogier and his companions. Rather, he harbored concern for their safety, recognizing the formidable capabilities of the wizard hunters. He certainly did not wish for their lives to be forfeited due to his actions. Just as Wentworth was about to write, he noticed an envelope resting on his desk, with a note pressed beneath it. The note, penned by Green, informed Wentworth that he had seen an owl deliver a letter to him that morning. Knowing Wentworth and Cedric would be attending a lesson in spellcasting with Lupin, Green had kindly taken the liberty of collecting it. Upon discovering the letter was from Abernathy, Wentworth felt a wave of relief wash over him. Abernathy had not withheld any information, providing a detailed account of recent events. At the conclusion of the letter, he emphasized the necessity for Wentworth to remain vigilant. Upon reading this, Wentworth could not help but slap his forehead in frustration. His thoughts were tumultuous. The wizard hunters have been killed, which is hardly surprising, as they harbored no benevolence towards us. But why provoke the Ministry of Magic? As he meticulously reread Abernathy's letter, Wentworth suddenly discerned a detail overlooked by both Abernathy and Rogier. It appeared there was still one wizard hunter who had evaded capture. Without delay, Wentworth inscribed his discovery in a letter, urging Abernathy and Rogier to exercise caution. After finishing the letter, he exited the Hufflepuff common room, making his way to the tower designated for owls. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he encountered a familiar figure. Cassandra? It has been quite a while. What brings you here? Noticing Cassandra descending the tower with her head bowed, Wentworth observed a certain disorientation in her demeanor. However, given the recent upheavals in her family, he understood. Initially focused on the ground, Cassandra raised her head in surprise at Wentworth's call, her expression briefly betraying a flicker of panic as she instinctively concealed something behind her. "Oh, I came to send a letter home," Cassandra quickly explained. Yet, Wentworth found her tone somewhat peculiar. "Hey, Cassandra, your tone is rather unfamiliar to me." Wentworth chuckled, feeling a sense of ease. After exchanging farewells, he proceeded up the tower. However, in that fleeting moment, his gaze discreetly drifted to what Cassandra was hiding, revealing an unopened letter without a return address. A flicker of curiosity crossed Wentworth's mind. Did she not just say she was here to send a letter? So, from whom did this letter originate? As Cassandra's figure vanished around the corner of the tower, Wentworth tucked his questions away for later and continued his ascent. Moments later, Cassandra seemed to exhale deeply, drawing her wand and pointing it at the letter. "Shatter," she commanded, and the letter disintegrated into a flurry of fragments. That evening, upon receiving Wentworth's letter, Abernathy, after reading its contents, slapped his forehead in exasperation. "What has transpired, Abernathy?" someone nearby inquired. "I believe we have made a grave error." Upon hearing his words, those around him paused their activities, gathering closely as Abernathy held Wentworth's letter, slowly articulating. "Our young master has reminded me of something crucial. There remains one wizard hunter who has slipped through our fingers." Chapter 99. The Pendant of Lovegood. Upon hearing Abernathy's words, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Moments later, Austin Gringrass, standing beside Abernathy, seemed to have an epiphany and tentatively inquired, "What about the wizard who fled at the very beginning?" Before others could react further, Abernathy slammed his hand on the table and proclaimed sternly, "We must locate this individual, not only here in Britain, but also reach out to our partners in America to see if they have any information on him. I have a strong intuition that we are on the verge of uncovering their identities." As the crowd busied themselves once more, Abernathy called Austin Gringrass over and asked, "How is the new pub owner preparing? We must arrange for his swift departure from London." Austin Gringrass promptly replied, "I am already making arrangements. Through family connections, I have secured a wizard pub in Paris, where he will be assigned to gather local intelligence for me." Abernathy insisted, "It must be quick. The fact that he joined the Purity Party is known to so many wizards. I do not wish to rescue him from Azkaban." Seeing Austin nod in agreement, Abernathy's gaze shifted to a stack of papers nearby, the topmost being a letter from Rogier. In the letter, Rogier had consented to Rita Skeeter's proposal, and beneath it lay newspapers from various publications. Abernathy meticulously sifted through these papers, and after a while, he extracted one and placed it atop the pile, which prominently displayed the title "Sing a Different Tune." The following morning, as Wentworth and Cedric made their way through the secret path beneath the Whomping Willow towards the Shrieking Shack, Abernathy, accompanied by Austin Gringrass, arrived at Ottery St. Catchpole Village. There, Abernathy pointed to a large black cylindrical house on a nearby hill. The two men began their ascent up the hill, but midway, they were obstructed by an individual. Before them stood a girl with silver eyes and dark golden brown hair, adorned with a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, seemingly searching for something on the slope. Noticing Abernathy and Austin's arrival, she gently inquired, "Have you seen my Nargle?" Abernathy and Austin exchanged perplexed glances, both utterly bewildered. Abernathy prided himself on his worldly knowledge, yet he could not comprehend the girl's words. Observing their lack of response, the girl appeared unfazed and, with a skip, was about to leave when Abernathy called out to her, his tone amiable, "Excuse me, do you know where Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood is?" Upon hearing Abernathy's question, the girl paused, scrutinized him, and asked, "Are you here to demand a fee for submissions?" Abernathy. At this, Austin interjected hastily, "No, you've misunderstood. In fact, we are here to submit an article." As she spoke, the girl led the bewildered duo toward the house on the hill. "Luna, why do I hear more than one set of footsteps? Has Fudge sent his army of fire sprites?" Abernathy furrowed his brow, observing the editor of Sing a Different Tune. He had a distaste for those who appeared disheveled or unkempt. The man before him sported a head of unruly, cotton candy-like white hair. Suddenly, Abernathy's gaze sharpened, involuntarily drawn to the pendant hanging from the man's chest. The design was unmistakable to Abernathy, a triangle enclosing a circle with a vertical line piercing through it. At that moment, the man, having listened to the girl's account, extended his hand to Abernathy with exaggerated enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Oh, I never expected someone would come to submit an article in person. You must be a devoted reader of Sing a Different Tune. Greetings, I am Xenophilius Lovegood, and this is my daughter, Luna Lovegood." As Xenophilius shook Abernathy's hand, he gestured toward the girl. However, after their handshake concluded, Xenophilius was astonished to find that Abernathy had not released his grip, holding on tightly. Just as a look of confusion crossed his face, Abernathy inquired, "Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, could you enlighten me on the significance of your pendant?" With a hint of perplexity, Xenophilius replied, "You mean this? Oh, this is the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Legend has it that in ancient times, Death possessed 3 treasures, namely." Upon hearing this, Abernathy's brow furrowed even deeper. He had no interest in tales of death. His sole purpose was to ascertain whether the owner of the pendant was affiliated with the Purity Party or its descendants. His doubts stemmed from the peculiarities of Britain, especially considering how the Purity Party had swept through Europe and America, with many wizards voluntarily donning this emblem to declare their allegiance. Abernathy could not guarantee he recognized every wizard. Yet, just from this brief exchange, he was already convinced that the eccentric editor before him bore no ties to the Purity Party whatsoever. With this realization, Abernathy lost interest in further conversation, let alone listening to any stories. Although the man before him might be innocent, he had unwittingly donned the symbol of the Purity Party. Alas, one must consider it a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 100. The origin of the pendant. Abernathy languidly waved his hand toward Austin Gringlass, who instantly grasped his intent. Just as Austin reached for his wand, the girl standing nearby suddenly spoke. "This pendant belonged to my mother. After her passing, my father kept it close to him." The 3 individuals present were momentarily taken aback by her words, and Xenophilius Lovegood ceased his incessant chatter. After a brief silence, he remarked, "Indeed, that is correct. Even this tale was relayed to me by my late wife." Intrigued, Abernathy inquired, "May I ask, what was your wife's name?" Pandora Lovegood." "Do you know my mother?" Luna interjected at that moment. Upon hearing Luna's question, Abernathy nodded slowly, stroking her golden hair as he replied, "Of course, when I met your mother. She was scarcely older than you, yet she had already become an exceptional witch. I recall how she would pester me with myriad questions about spells. She was quite the intelligent witch." Once inside, Xenophilius invited Abernathy and his companion to sit before retreating to the inner room. Moments later, he re-emerged with a pot of tea. Just as Xenophilius was poised to introduce it, Abernathy interjected, "Godigan tea. Pandora adored this tea." At this, Xenophilius felt no further doubt toward the 2 before him and chuckled. "Indeed, it is Godigan tea, and it remains Luna's favorite as well." He then poured a cup for each individual. Abernathy lifted his cup and took a gentle sip before pausing in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned to Luna and asked, "Has your mother ever spoken to you about this pendant or the story behind it?" "No, she hasn't. In fact, my mother passed away due to a significant incident caused by a spell. Although I often saw her lost in thought, holding the pendant, she never shared its story with me." Upon hearing this, Abernathy sighed inwardly, recognizing that such situations were all too common among the pureblood families. Perhaps out of despair or a disconnection from the pureblood cause, many chose to conceal themselves, while others, having started families, hid their pasts and former glories for the sake of their offspring's safety. Yet now, the name Grindelwald would undoubtedly shine anew in the wizarding world. It was time to rekindle their bygone pride. With this thought, Abernathy straightened his posture and regarded the Lovegood father and daughter with a tone of pride. "Fear not. For I shall enlighten you about what this pendant signifies. It represents an era named Grindelwald, an era of the pureblood cause." Xenophilius Lovegood instinctively held his breath, exchanging a glance with Luna, who, with a dazed expression, calmly queried, "Father, what is the pureblood cause? Have you truly never heard of this name?" Abernathy inquired, perplexed. Quickly, Xenophilius explained, and upon hearing it, Abernathy nodded in acknowledgement. He proceeded to elaborate on the origins of the pureblood cause, concluding with, "Luna, your mother was once one of us. Not only your mother, but your grandfather as well. Though you have yet to join the pureblood cause, and perhaps never will, you are inherently a child of it." At this juncture, Abernathy revealed a new pendant from his robe, its design nearly identical to the one worn by Xenophilius, yet more exquisite. He then placed the pendant into Luna's hands, stating, "This pendant is a gift for you. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, you may use this pendant to seek my assistance or that of other wizards who bear it." I believe they will extend their aid. Luna examined the pendant with curiosity, a hint of affection gleaming in her eyes as she casually asked, "What kind of people are the wizards of the pureblood cause?" Abernathy paused momentarily before smiling affectionately. "In the past, the pureblood cause comprised mostly old men like myself. As for what the future holds, when you arrive at Hogwarts and meet a wizard adorned with this emblem, his appearance will embody the future of the pureblood cause." Luna seemed to grasp something, her gaze lingering on the pendant as she nodded slowly. Meanwhile, Xenophilius Lovegood had been eager to interject but held back, knowing well, as the editor of the Quibbler, the nature of the wizards associated with the pureblood cause. He wished to shield Luna from further contact with them, despite his own wife having once been a member. Seeing that Abernathy had concluded his remarks, Xenophilius quickly asked, "Might I inquire what brings you two here today?" "Quite simply, I hope you will champion him in the Quibbler." Chapter 101, Galleons or Wand. Xenophilius Lovegood, appearing somewhat dazed, was met with silence from Abernathy, who merely sipped his cup of Godric's tea. It was then that Xenophilius seemed to awaken from his stupor, picking up a photograph from the table, revealing a young blonde boy with an elegant smile. "Who is this young man?" Xenophilius inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "This individual is the finest student at Hogwarts, a favorite of Dumbledore," Abernathy proclaimed earnestly. "He is the pride of Hufflepuff, having led them to victory against the pure-blooded Slytherins in duels. And he has captured numerous golden snitches in the Quidditch World Cup finals. Most remarkably, he is only 11 years old, a mere first-year student at Hogwarts. Yet he has already displayed unparalleled magical talent. Even Dumbledore has lauded him as a prodigy unseen in a millennium." Xenophilius listened, bewildered by Abernathy's serious tone. After a moment of silence, he responded with evident confusion, "I apologize, Mr. Abernathy, but could you clarify your point? I seem to be missing your meaning." Noticing Xenophilius's perplexed expression, Abernathy impatiently produced a newspaper and handed it to him. It was the very publication that had featured Rita Skeeter's article on Dumbledore. Pointing at the prophet in Xenophilius's hand, Abernathy insisted, "In summary, I wish for you to publish a report that refutes the Daily Prophet. Inform the readers that Dumbledore's presence with a Hogwarts first year at such a late hour is due to the exceptional nature of this student, compelling Dumbledore to act as his devoted guardian." As Xenophilius absorbed the contents of the newspaper while listening to Abernathy's narrative, an expression of realization crossed his face. "I see now. You wish to exonerate Dumbledore? But isn't it true that the Purity Party and Dumbledore should?" Before Xenophilius could finish, Abernathy furrowed his brow in annoyance and interjected, "The focal point is not Dumbledore. The emphasis lies on the young wizard named Wentworth and his excellence." Xenophilius pondered. Could it be that this young wizard is connected to Gellert Grindelwald? Abernathy abruptly interrupted, enunciating each word with precision. "The identity of this young wizard is not your concern. Your sole task is to compose the article as per my request." Frustrated by Abernathy's interruptions and haughty demeanor, Xenophilius placed the newspaper and photograph on the table, shaking his head. "I'm afraid I cannot lend my voice to matters I do not understand, nor can I publish such an article in my own magazine." He emphasized the name of his publication, The Quibbler. Abernathy merely chuckled lightly, and then produced a thick stack of galleons from his cloak, placing it before Xenophilius. Despite the sight of the coins causing him to swallow hard, Xenophilius resolutely shook his head. Seeing his refusal, Abernathy reached into his cloak again. "You need not exert yourself further, for no matter how many galleons you offer, I will not." But before Xenophilius could finish, Abernathy revealed not the expected galleons, but rather a wand. Xenophilius gazed at Abernathy in confusion as he calmly stated, "Now, I present to you a choice. Galleons or wand." "What do you mean by that?" Xenophilius stammered. Abernathy's gaze was piercing as he replied coldly, "Choose galleons, and you shall write the article as I require. Choose the wand, and the path is simpler. Defeat me, and I shall demand nothing further from you." He paused momentarily, a glint of amusement in his voice. "I permit you to employ dark magic, including the unforgivable curses, if you so choose." A profound silence enveloped the room, until Luna interjected, "Excuse me, are you two planning to have lunch together? Would you care for some fresh gilly water?" Her invitation shattered the tension, prompting Abernathy to smile kindly and shake his head. "No, we shall not intrude upon your delightful meal with your father. In consideration of Luna and her mother, I shall grant you a day to reflect on your decision. I trust you will make the right choice." With that, Abernathy rose to depart. Though fear and dissatisfaction coursed through him, Xenophilius extended the courtesy of seeing Abernathy and Austin Greengrass to the door. "Luna, what are you doing?" he asked. "I am assessing whether this Hogwarts first year is indeed as exceptional as claimed," she replied. Xenophilius chuckled incredulously. "What can you discern merely from a photograph?" Luna nodded slowly, gently lowering the picture. "Perhaps we should inquire of those who know this first year, to ascertain whether he truly possesses the excellence Abernathy professes, such as the headmaster of Hogwarts." Chapter 102. The mystery of Halloween. Luna's words left Xenophilius Lovegood momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he responded to Luna, saying, "You are right. Perhaps I should learn more about this young man. It might indeed be significant news." With that, Xenophilius approached his desk and began to compose a letter. Meanwhile, Luna picked up a photograph from the table and examined it intently. Before long, an owl departed from Xenophilius Lovegood's home, carrying the letter he had written, and flew toward Hogwarts. At that moment, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was savoring some delicious fizzing whizbees alongside Professor McGonagall, who was merely observing. "Minerva, would you not care for one?" Dumbledore inquired, gesturing with the sweet in his hand. McGonagall, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore, replied with a hint of seriousness, "Albus, I hope you realize what you are doing. You have actually appointed Lupin to teach the Wittershins charm? Goodness, Wittershins has already demonstrated his incendiary rhetoric, sharp intellect, and prophetic gifts stemming from the Grindelwald lineage, with his spellcasting prowess far exceeding that of his peers. Are you truly certain you can maintain control over him in the future?" Seeing that McGonagall seemed uninterested in the fizzing whizbees, Dumbledore, with an air of regret, popped one into his mouth and then leisurely responded, "Minerva, we need not control him." "Control students? No, we are Hogwarts. As professors, it is our duty to help each student become their best self." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, McGonagall's expression soured, and she raised her chin defiantly, saying, "Albus, what did you say when Wittershins was first admitted? That is why I agreed to cooperate with you. Do not forget your original intent." In the face of McGonagall's skepticism, Dumbledore remained unfazed and replied, "Yes, Minerva, I have not forgotten. That is precisely why I wish for Wittershins to study spells under Lupin. For only magic can triumph over magic." It appeared McGonagall had more to say, but before she could speak, Dumbledore preemptively asked, "Minerva, how is your inquiry progressing?" Startled by Dumbledore's inquiry, McGonagall paused, sighed, and responded, "Among the 12, witnesses can be found for all, as they were mostly in pairs, with one exception." Here, she hesitated before slowly uttering a name, Cassandra. However, she quickly added, "Albus, do you genuinely believe this was the work of Hogwarts students? That key cannot possibly be crafted by a Hogwarts student." Dumbledore, his face growing stern, countered, "Similarly, external wizards cannot access Hogwarts, can they?" Dumbledore's words deflated McGonagall, and though she was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed correct. "What do you propose we do, Albus?" she inquired with a sigh. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, "Nothing needs to be done. Fear can awaken a person's potential." After exchanging a few more words, McGonagall took her leave, only to encounter Hagrid rushing toward her outside the headmaster's office. "Professor McGonagall, I have a letter from Headmaster Dumbledore," Hagrid announced. Seeing this, McGonagall turned back to usher Hagrid into the office. When Hagrid presented the letter to Dumbledore, he raised an eyebrow at the sender's name, a look of surprise crossing his face. Dumbledore then opened the envelope and read it carefully. After a moment of silence, he promptly retrieved his stationery and quill, scribbled a brief reply, and bundled the letter into an envelope to hand back to Hagrid. "Please send this letter for me," Dumbledore instructed. As Hagrid turned to leave, McGonagall intended to follow suit, but was halted by Dumbledore's voice. "Minerva, can you guess who that letter was from?" Taken aback by Dumbledore's question, McGonagall slowly shook her head. Dumbledore, not one to play coy, smiled as he revealed, "Do you recall Xenophilius Lovegood?" A look of surprise crossed McGonagall's face as she cautiously responded, "I have some recollection. I believe he was a student from Ravenclaw." "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed. "He has since established a newspaper called The Quibbler. The letter we just received was from him, inquiring whether there is a new student named Wittershins this year. He also listed several of Wittershins' deeds, asking if they were indeed his and whether he is one of my favorite students." McGonagall, bewildered by Dumbledore's account, could only look on in confusion. At that moment, Luna approached and inquired, "Father, what did the headmaster say?" "It appears I shall be burning the midnight oil tonight." Without waiting for further discussion, she headed straight to her dormitory. Unbeknownst to Widdershins, who soon drifted into slumber, fame was just around the corner.